In a land of fire, within the hidden leaf village, there existed a modest courtyard where a bewildered 7-year-old boy named Yukike's camp clutched a 30-centimeter-long wooden sword. His stance was awkward, with feet planted unsteadily, and his left hand was unsure of where to rest. He glanced around, the atmosphere growing increasingly uncomfortable. Ah, sighed Yukike's Hoshino, standing a short distance away, a look of despondency on his face. I was indeed too naive. Camp, let's end this here. Yet, Camp seemed oblivious to the words spoken and continued to survey his surroundings. So, I have somehow arrived in the world of Hokage. But in my previous life, I did nothing significant. I merely played games and collected wolf corpses. How did I end up here? Camp? Is my name really Yukike's Camp? Memories swirled in his mind, causing a slight ache in his head. I've never heard of that name. I only recall a character named Yukike's Jifeng, who was a mere background figure and quite sickly. Could he be my brother? He glanced at the handsome, yet melancholic figure of Yukike's Hoshino beside him. Could this individual be my father? He doesn't seem particularly cheerful. Camp lowered his gaze to the wooden sword in his grasp, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Starry. Winchan, dinner is ready. A gentle voice called from inside the house, shattering the awkward silence of the courtyard. It was his mother, Yukike's Keiko. New to this world, Camp understood the importance of being cautious. He set down the wooden sword and followed Yukike's Hoshino into the house. Dressed in simple loungewear, Yukike's Keiko wore a faint smile as she inquired, Hoshino, how was it going? It's still not working. Camp's talent is far too lacking. Yukike's Hoshino replied with a shake of his head, sighing deeply. I once hoped our clan could rely on the leaf-style swordsmanship to stand alongside the Nara and Akimichi clans, even rivaling the Haiga and Uchiha clans. I had even envisioned our family crest. However, I was naive. The difficulty of mastering leaf-style swordsmanship is immense, and even the basics are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Camp stood silently beside them, head bowed, quietly gathering information. The leaf-style swordsmanship was developed by the second Hokage and was said to possess great power, yet correspondingly, its training was exceedingly challenging, and he seemed to possess quite poor aptitude. Yukike's Keiko exhibited a flicker of disappointment, but quickly regained her spirits. It's all right, Hoshino. Your brother's child, Jifeng, possesses the talent for swordsmanship. He will surely inherit the leaf-style swordsmanship and elevate the Yukike's name. Yukike's Jifeng. Camp's eyes brightened. He truly was brothers with Yukike's Jifeng. At that moment, Yukike's Hoshino chuckled wryly. Among the younger generation, only Jifeng holds promise for inheriting the leaf-style swordsmanship, but even Jifeng's talent is Sai. With that, the family of three gathered around the dining table, each lost in their own melancholic thoughts. As they ate Camp absent-mindedly consumed his meal. He endeavored to sift through the memories that belonged to Yukike's camp. He was the child of the Yukike's clan leader, Yukike's Hoshino, aged 7. Having entered the ninja academy last year, after the summer break, he would be in the 2nd grade. And as for his aptitude as a ninja, it could only be described as mediocre at best. Over the past year at the ninja academy, Hanfeng has largely devoted himself to frivolities with his peers rather than earnest study. Notably, his classmates are quite well known. Yumino Irika, Mitarashi Anko, Tetsuya, Kamizuki Izumo, as well as Inazuka Hana from the Inazuka clan and Yamanaka Ino from the Yamanaka clan, though the latter two have not appeared in the original narrative, likely relegated to mere background characters. Indeed, even Irika, Anko, Tetsuya, and Kamizuki Izumo are but minor players in the grand tapestry of the Naruto universe, in comparison to the illustrious cohort of Naruto and Sasuke. Hanfeng's class could be likened to mere bronze. And as for Hanfeng himself, he is stubbornly bronze. His head is truly as hard as iron. As he ponders this, a sudden flash of green light surges within the depths of his mind, engulfing his consciousness entirely. When he regains awareness, his father, Tsukikage Hoshino, has mysteriously vanished, while Huizuko sits nearby, staring blankly at Hanfeng, lost in thought. I am satisfied, he declares, blinking his eyes twice before excitedly setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Rushing towards the backyard, think that when I traversed here, I brought along the ability to gather resources from the game. Han Feng exclaims with a mixture of surprise and joy. That radiant green light represents Han Feng's extraordinary gift, the gathering technique, according to the information relayed by the green light in his mind. This technique allows Han Feng to collect not only ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu from others, but even their bloodline limits. Importantly, the source remains unaffected by this collection, rendering it an exceptionally cunning ability. Moreover, as per the green light's revelations, Han Feng can employ the gathering technique 3 times a day. Swordsmanship talent? Such trivialities do not concern him. Leaf Village's sword techniques? With a single application of my gathering technique, I can acquire them all. If I gather 3 ninjutsu a day, that amounts to over 1,000 in a year, and more than 10,000 in a decade. Once I reach adulthood, who would dare provoke me? Those who annoy me shall face my wrath. As he races forward, Han Feng feels as though he might take flight. Upon reaching the backyard, he witnesses his father practicing the draw cut against a wooden post as thick as a thigh. Although wielding a wooden sword, each draw resonates with a powerful thud against the post, sending layers of wood shavings cascading to the ground under the sunlight. With quivering lips, Han Feng exclaims, "Gather!" The green light in his mind shifts. Eagerly. And then, failure what? Han Feng's expression shifts dramatically. There's a possibility of failure. Undeterred, he commands, "Gather! Gather!" Through gritted teeth, he issues 2 commands in rapid succession, only to face failure once again. Then, he watches helplessly as over 10,000 ninjutsu dissipate like smoke, drifting to realms beyond his reach. What a vexing predicament. What a wretched gift this is, so infuriating. He had nearly soared to the moon, only to plummet back to the depths. Yet, what can he do? He must bide his time until the gathering technique cools down, allowing him to try once more. At that moment, a figure clad in black, bearing a long sword and a white animal mask, suddenly appears atop the backyard wall. "Tsukikage Hoshino, the Hokage summons you." "Understood," Han Feng replies. Under the moonlight, Kaze's eyes narrowed slightly as he plunged his wooden sword into the grass, vanishing in an instant with a swift technique into the backyard. When he glanced up again, the cold wind revealed a patchy wall, now devoid of the ninja who had been there moments before. Was it the Umbu? The Hokage? The 3rd Hokage, perhaps? The Umbu had come to seek out his father, which suggested that the matter at hand was far from trivial. Kaze squinted, suddenly recalling that this year marked the 43rd year of Konoha. "Fuchin, what are you doing?" "Huh? Where's your father?" Kyuko, having finished washing the dishes, stepped into the backyard but found no trace of Tsukiyomi Kaguya. Kaze turned to face Kyuko, who was in her 30s, and hesitated. "Mom, Kyuko's eyes narrowed, a glint of danger emanating from her pupils. "Mom? Has Mom really grown this old?" "Furachan." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kaze's forehead. His strong instinct for survival made him momentarily forget his psychological age. "No, Mom is still very young and beautiful." Kyuko then displayed a satisfied smile, her tone gentle. Then, "Fuchin, where has your father gone?" Father was called away by some strange ninjas hiding in the shadows, saying that Lord Hokage is looking for him. The term Umbu nearly slipped from his lips, but at the last moment, Kaze cleverly rephrased. He was called by some mysterious ninjas lurking in the dark, claiming it was for the Hokage. The Umbu were Konoha's secretive forces in the original storyline. Naruto only learned of the existence of the Umbu after graduating from the Ninja Academy during his first mission when he encountered Zabuza and Haku. Yet here was Kaze, merely 7 years old. Lord Hokage? Could it be the Umbu? Kyuko's expression darkened. It wouldn't be. A month prior, several border cities of the Land of Fire had been subjected to consecutive sneak attacks by the Sand Ninja, particularly in Kaiki City and the surrounding Kaiki Mountain, which had been directly invaded, that a significant number of civilians from the Land of Fire were captured, and despite Konoha's attempts to negotiate several times, no resolution was reached. As the scope of the Sand Ninja's invasion expanded, the situation at the border of the Land of Fire grew increasingly precarious, with the shadow of war swiftly looming over. Konoha. Huihuzi stood in the backyard for a while before turning to the cold wind and said, "Fengjiang, stay at home and play nicely." Don't run around. Mommy will go to the hospital for a visit and will prepare something delicious for you in the evening. She bent down gently to rub Feng's head, then walked to the entrance to change her shoes, turning back to look at Feng. Feng gazed back at Huihuzi. They exchanged glances, and when Huihuzi tilted her head, Feng mimicked her by tilting his head as well. Amused yet exasperated, Huihuzi admonished, "Fengjiang, you mustn't be so rude." Feng, slightly puzzled, quickly recalled past experiences, and enlightenment dawned upon him. "I understand now, Mom. I will stay at home waiting for your return." Huihuzi smiled and said, "Then, goodbye." Feng remained silent. Huihuzi opened the door and turned back without expression. Feng, suddenly filled with a desire to survive, exclaimed, "Goodbye, Mom." Only then did Huihuzi leave, satisfied. After her departure, Feng displayed an expression of utter disillusionment. How am I supposed to navigate through life now? Moments later, a thought struck him, and he crossed his arms, adopting a miniature adult demeanor as he murmured, "Mom works at the hospital. She must either be a nurse or a doctor," silently commending his own intellect. Feng straightened up and walked into the backyard, glancing at the wooden sword his father had stuck into the grass before picking up his own 30-centimeter wooden sword. Initially believing he could ascend to greatness through external means, he faced 3 consecutive defeats on his very first day. Ultimately, he realized he had to rely on himself. Recalling his father's impressive sword-drawing stance, Feng imitated it by placing the wooden sword against his left side, leaning forward, and then dramatically drawing the sword to strike the wooden post ahead of him. Thud. With a dull sound, the wooden sword struck the post and was immediately rebounded, the violent recoil causing Feng to lose grip of the sword, which flew from his hand. He maintained the sword-drawing posture, yet the atmosphere turned awkward. "Brother, are you practicing swordplay?" Suddenly, a youthful voice called from the other side of the wall. Feng turned to see a small head peeking over the wall. Looking at him with eager anticipation, memory surged in Feng's mind. This little rascal was his younger brother, Moonlight Jifeng. "Jifeng, you." Feng's words trailed off as he watched Jifeng scramble over the wall like a dog, jumping down and rolling a few times on the grass before standing up unscathed and dashing toward Feng. "Brother, let us practice swordplay together." "Practice what nonsense?" Feng rolled his eyes and rubbed his right wrist, huffing, "You go ahead. I'll watch from the side to ensure you don't get hurt." "All right," Jifeng shouted, then ran to pick up Feng's 30-centimeter wooden sword, energetically swinging it. Feng turned to sit on the wooden corridor in the yard, resting his chin on his hands as he watched Jifeng, gradually drifting into thought. He contemplated his future, although it seemed somewhat absurd for a 7-year-old to ponder such matters. He was aware of the narrative of the Naruto series. What lies ahead in the future? To be honest, Han Feng is not overly concerned. He merely wishes to live well, regardless of the world he inhabits. In the realm of Naruto, where danger is often spoken of, the reality is that it is not as perilous as it seems. Should Han Feng choose not to become a ninja, he could simply seek out the legendary Ichiraku ramen, apprentice himself to its proprietor, and rise each morning to prepare ramen, ensuring a life of peace and health. He might even win the heart of the owner's daughter, thus ascending to the pinnacle of his existence. However, if he were to embrace the path of a ninja, the circumstances would change dramatically. He would be compelled to leave the village to undertake missions, D rank, C rank, B rank, and even A rank and S rank assignments, with the risks escalating accordingly, particularly during times of war, where death lurks ever close. For Han Feng, to live safely, he sees but 2 paths: either to live as an ordinary person, diligently making ramen and quietly reaching a peaceful conclusion, or to strive for greatness within the ninja realm, aspiring to become a figure as formidable as Uchiha Madara, ensuring his survival. Absent any special advantages, Han Feng would unhesitatingly choose the path of Ichiraku ramen. However, he does possess an advantage. Yet, this advantage appears, perhaps, to be somewhat unreliable, which creates an awkward predicament. "What are you pondering, brother?" The swift winds of the moonlight had practiced for 10 minutes, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Upon glancing back, he noticed his elder brother lost in thought, which displeased him. "I was contemplating my external." Han Feng instinctively began to speak, only to abruptly close his mouth, glaring at Moonlight's swift winds with a mischievous expression. "Young brother, you've become quite bold, daring to pry into my thoughts? How audacious." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Han Feng's mind. Could it be that I am misapplying the method to activate my advantage? Although I am unaware whether my adopted father is a Jonin or a Chunin, I am merely a child, and the disparity between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth, akin to a level 0 novice attempting to confront a boss, which would undoubtedly end in failure. Thus, every endeavor must commence from the ground up, especially with good deeds. The malice that once adorned Hanfeng's face vanished in an instant. Young brother, are you weary? Let me help you stretch your muscles. I am not tired. Moonlight Swift Winds instinctively took 2 steps back, then abruptly discarded the wooden sword in his grasp, scrambling towards the wall. Do not flee, little brother. Today, let us bond. With a swift movement, Hanfeng lunged forward like a ravenous dog, tackling Moonlight Swift Winds, who was halfway up the wall. Mother, Wow, overwhelmed by the sudden thrill. Moonlight Swift Winds erupted into tears. Hanfeng, pinning him down, noticed his tears and felt a pang of panic, as the image of a stoic and squinting Huizhu appeared in his mind. Startled, he quickly helped the younger brother to his feet and began massaging his shoulder. As actions speak louder than words, after half a minute of weeping, Moonlight Swift Winds realized he was not being bullied, and his cries soon diminished. Are you feeling better, little brother? Hanfeng asked slyly. Yes, it feels nice. Thank you, brother. Moonlight Swift wiped away his tears and snot, then turned around, extending his hand. Brother, it's my turn to give you a massage. Cold Wind glanced at the tissue in his younger brother's hand and shook his head awkwardly. No, I'm not tired. You just exhausted yourself practicing swordsmanship. Turn around, and I shall massage your shoulders. Really? Moonlight Swift inquired, and upon receiving Cold Wind's affirmative reply, he joyfully turned back to continue relishing the massage. As Cold Wind pressed, he gritted his teeth and reminded himself, this is merely an initial investment. I shall demand a return. Tomorrow, I will ensure you repay me with interest. Humph, little brother, you have no idea how daunting this world can be. Tomorrow, your brother will give you a thorough lesson in adulthood. At dinner, only Huizi and Cold Wind sat at the table, as Moonlight Starfield, their father, had been summoned by the 3rd Hokage and had yet to return. It seemed his fate was grim. Cold Wind felt a pang of sorrow. Had he just traversed into this world only to suffer the pain of losing a father? The more he pondered, the heavier his heart grew, until Moonlight Starfield appeared before him. Cold Wind, still awake? No. Cold Wind's expression remained impassive, by the way. I just wasted a lot of emotions. Starfield. The Hokage, he. Seeing Moonlight Starfield return, Huizi hurried to inquire about the situation in Sunagakure, but upon noticing Cold Wind standing nearby, she swiftly lifted him and tossed him onto the tatami mat in the bedroom, saying, Wind-chan, sleep early tonight. Mommy won't tell you a story. Cold Wind wore a disdainful expression. She clearly thought him too young and wanted to dismiss him, planning to secretly discuss important matters with his brother. Such behavior, which she believed was for the child's benefit while keeping him in the dark, was deeply disdained by Cold Wind. However, faced with Huizi's formidable presence, he dared not resist. Nor did he wish to hear any fairy tales, so he resigned himself to the notion of sleeping early. In his previous life, Cold Wind could battle alone until the early hours with just his phone, but this world lacked such devices. He feared he would suffer from insomnia. Yet as soon as he lay down, sleep washed over him like a tide, engulfing him. Meanwhile, in the couple's bedroom, Moonlight Starfield and Huizi were discussing pressing matters. Although Sunagakure has yet to declare war on us, they have invaded our territory, which constitutes an act of aggression. The Hokage has decided to go to war against Sunagakure, and several advisors have concurred. Moonlight Starfield spoke with a grave countenance. Huizi, feeling anxious, asked, Are you going to the battlefield? Moonlight Starfield nodded, Of course. And not just me. All members of the Moonlight clan who are CH9 or above will participate in the battle. We will depart in 3 days. This is the Hokage's demand, isn't it? Huizi appeared somewhat displeased. After enduring the Second Ninja War, the Moonlight clan had finally begun to recuperate and gradually expand. Yet war had once again come mercilessly upon them, especially now, as the generation of children born under the cold winds has yet to mature. The significant casualties suffered by the Moonlight Starry Sky generation due to war may profoundly impact the growth of the Cold Wind generation, leading to a disconnection in the lineage of the Moonlight clan. The Moonlight clan has always been a small family, and should it endure such calamities, it is highly likely to face complete decline. As the two conversed, the night deepened. The following morning, Cold Wind was startled awake by a series of dull thuds. What is all this noise so early? Cold Wind opened his eyes, still bleary with sleep. Wind-chan, it's time to rise. Hearing the commotion from Cold Wind's room, Huizi called out. Understood. Cold Wind yawned and was about to get up when he suddenly realized he was sealed to the tatami mat and unable to move. What on earth is happening? Cold Wind exclaimed, panic-stricken, struggling for a long time to no avail. Staring at the ceiling, he resigned himself to fate. Indeed, One must accept their destiny. With no other option, he lay back down on the tatami mat to doze off. Click. Wahuzi slid open the door and found Cold Wind had dozed off again. A hint of exasperation crossed her beautiful face as she promptly lifted Cold Wind from the tatami. The sensation of weightlessness instantly jolted Cold Wind awake. Huh? The seal has been lifted. Impressive. Winchan, stop your nonsense. Hurry and wash up. Your brother has already begun training with your father this early in the morning. If you continue to sleep in, you'll fall behind your brother. Cold Wind twitched at the corner of his mouth. Well then, my little brother Jifeng has become someone else's child. Cold Wind hurried into the bathroom for a quick wash and then dashed to the backyard. The grass in the backyard, having labored through the night, seemed to have flourished even more, nearly filling the entire yard. Clusters of grass tips swayed in the morning breeze, playfully cutting through the warm sunlight. Jifeng, when wielding your sword, do not grip too tightly, as it may cause sweating, nor too loosely, as it may slip from your grasp. Moonlight Starry Sky, arms crossed, was diligently training Moonlight Jifeng. Standing before a wooden post much taller than himself, Jifeng held his sword with both hands, its tip aimed at the post, completely still. With sunlight pouring down upon him, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Hearing Cold Wind's footsteps, Moonlight Starry Sky glanced back before returning to train Jifeng. The foundation of a ninja lies in chakra, but the training methods are diverse. Climbing trees and walking on water fosters control over chakra, morning calisthenics build a robust physique, and staring at oneself in the mirror sharpens illusion techniques, to name a few. Recalling the memories in his mind, Cold Wind remembered that over the past year, he too had undergone similar training under Moonlight Starry Sky, only to be abandoned after a year due to his lamentable lack of talent. Standing beneath the wooden corridor, Cold Wind, brimming with energy, gazed at Moonlight Jifeng. It was time to reap the rewards of yesterday's diligent investment. Collect. In an instant, a green orb of light surged and swirled within Cold Wind's mind. Then collection failed. Cold Wind's mouth twitched, and he felt utterly dejected. How could this even fail? Cold Wind panicked. If this continued, he would truly have to seek refuge at Ichiraku Ramen. Uncle Xingya, we are here. At that moment, a group of youths, no more than a dozen, emerged from the house into the backyard, numbering 8 in total. Hanfeng looked up against the biting cold wind and vaguely recognized them as members of the Tsukikage clan who had graduated from the ninja academy. In his memory, these clan members frequently visited his home to seek guidance from Tsukikage Hoshino on the Konoha style of swordsmanship, so Hanfeng recognized their faces, though he regrettably could not recall their names. Today, we ask for your guidance once more, Uncle Hoshino. The 8 clan members stepped onto the grass of the backyard, bowing respectfully. Tsukikage Hoshino nodded and instructed, let us begin preparations. Yes, all 8 were genin, and even during training, they wielded real swords, sharp iron blades measuring a meter in length. Following this, Tsukikage Hoshino set aside his own training and turned his attention to these 8 clan members. Hafeng observed the clan members and then glanced at his father, Tsukikage Shifeng, who was diligently practicing at the wooden post. Suddenly, a crucial realization dawned upon him. The gathering technique involved the collection of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, but currently, Tsukikage Shifeng had not even attended the ninja academy. He likely hadn't even begun learning the body flicker technique. How could Hanfeng successfully gather anything from him? Having come to this understanding, Hanfeng felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling as he scanned the 8 genin training under his father's guidance. Ultimately, he focused on the youth on the far left, who appeared the most earnest. Gather. Hanfeng's mind surged with green light, and in the next instant, a pale blue light resembling a starburst erupted from the green glow. Had he succeeded? Hanfeng was elated and quickly enveloped the pale blue light with his consciousness. This was the chakra refinement technique? Hanfeng's eyes gleamed as he realized he had gathered the chakra refinement technique from this earnest clan member. As Hanfeng's consciousness merged with the pale blue light, an epiphany surged from within him. Although he had spent a year at the ninja academy, where his homeroom teacher had imparted the chakra refinement technique, Hanfeng's poor aptitude, coupled with his penchant for mischief, had limited his understanding to merely knowing that chakra was a combination of mental and physical energy. At that moment, however, it was as if a divine revelation had struck him. He comprehended the chakra refinement in its entirety and had mastered it thoroughly. In simpler terms, Hanfeng could now directly refine chakra. A look of relief washed over Hanfeng's face as he slowly raised his hand, extending his right index finger towards the morning sun, silently vowing, dominating the ninja world is within reach. Days later, Hanfeng fell into contemplation once more. The pale blue light in his mind not only enlightened him about the chakra refinement technique, but also imparted a crucial piece of information regarding the limitations of gathering. Previously, Ha-Feng believed that he was restricted to using the gathering technique 3 times a day. However, he soon realized that there was an additional limitation. He could only gather 3 skills from the same target. In essence, each ninja could provide him with a maximum of 3 ninjutsu. If that's the case, I must be cautious about gathering from significant figures in the future. If he were to gather the body flicker technique from individuals like Minato Namikaze or Jiraiya, Ha-Feng would truly be distraught. A question arises. How can he effectively extract the desired ninjutsu from his target? Ha-Feng squinted against the cold wind, deciding to conduct a small experiment. Brother, Ha-Feng scampered over to a robust-looking clansman who towered over him. With an endearing tilt of his head, Ha-Feng asked, "Could you teach me the transformation technique? I want to become Ultraman." Ultraman. The clansman paused, perplexed, and instinctively glanced at Tsukikage Hoshino. "Ha-Feng, don't be ridiculous," Tsukikage Hoshino interjected. "Your brother, Kaze, still needs to practice his swordsmanship. Just a little while, it will be over soon." Ha-Feng widened his eyes, planning to charm his way through. "Uncle, it's all right," Tsukikage Kaze said, wishing to alleviate Tsukikage Hoshino's predicament. "All right, I'll give you 5 minutes," Tsukikage Hoshino conceded. As they were soon to head into battle, he was uncertain if he would return alive. Thus, he wanted to impart as much foundational knowledge to these younger ones as possible before his departure. Subsequently, Tsukikage Kaze led Ha-Feng to a corner. "Ha-Feng, you can already refine chakra, right?" Tsukikage Kaze inquired. Ha-Feng nodded affirmatively. "Good. I will first teach you the hand seals for the transformation technique." Tsukikage Kaze extended his hands and slowly formed the seals before Ha-Feng, executing them with remarkable precision. Akin to a textbook example. "Did you remember?" Tsukikage Kaze asked. Ha-Feng shook his head. "Once more." Tsukikage Kaze nodded and repeated the hand seals. Simultaneously, Ha-Feng decisively employed the extraction technique. In his mind, green light surged, and soon a pale blue light point erupted forth. Extraction successful. Ha-Feng discreetly enveloped this pale blue light point with his consciousness, a smile creeping onto his lips. It was the transformation technique. He had genuinely extracted the transformation technique. Ha-Feng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. From now on, as long as he guided his target before using the extraction technique, he could specifically gather the ninjutsu he desired. Of course, one success does not guarantee correctness. Perhaps this time he merely stumbled upon the transformation technique by chance. Thus, Ha-Feng needed to conduct further experiments to validate this hypothesis. Regrettably, he had already exhausted his 3 attempts for the day. 1 failure and 2 successes. He had successfully acquired the chakra refining technique and the transformation technique. Ha-Feng was determined not to turn into a mere bystander. When Tsukikage Kaze rejoined their father's training, Ha-Feng quietly returned to his bedroom, his expression solemn as he sat cross-legged, beginning to refine chakra. Under Ha-Feng's mental guidance, the spiritual energy and physical energy in his mind gradually merged at a 1-to-1 ratio. The process was excruciatingly slow. For the first time, Ha-Feng felt the malice this world harbored towards him. At this rate, it would take 10 days to refine enough chakra for a single transformation technique. With such aptitude, Ha-Feng's ceiling seemed to be that of a lower ninja. He was vying for the title of the perennial lower ninja against Might Guy. Ha-Feng rubbed his kind, gentle features, feeling a pang of sympathy. But how could he break through the limitations of chakra? Could he become a Jinchuriki? The cold wind suddenly had a brilliant idea. Could the collection technique be utilized to directly extract the tailed beast from the Jinchuriki? Should he seek out Kushina to test this theory? Yet, if it were indeed possible, would Naruto also be drawn in? This simply could not be allowed, absolutely not. Closing his eyes, he resolutely dismissed the thought. Chan, it's time for dinner. A voice called from outside. It was Hu-Zi. Having skipped breakfast, he felt a twinge of hunger and hurried outside. Hu-Zi had prepared rice balls for lunch, accompanied by seaweed and sesame, which should taste delightful. However, there were far too many, 30 in total, and even with a hearty appetite, he could only manage 5. Taking 5 rice balls for himself, he then noticed his father, Tsukuyomi Hoshino, entering with Tsukuyomi Jifeng and Tsukuyomi Liangfeng. Momentarily taken aback, he silently returned the rice balls to their place. After the meal, Tsukuyomi Jifeng and the others proceeded to the backyard, where, under Tsukuyomi Hoshino's watchful eye, they continued their tedious training in swordsmanship beneath the blazing sun. Observing from the sidelines, the cacophony of cicadas filled the air, lulling him into drowsiness. Reluctantly, he retreated to his bedroom, transforming into a lethargic creature, sealing himself away. Upon awakening, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Breaking free from his self-imposed slumber, he dashed to the backyard, only to find Tsukuyami Jifeng, Tsukuyami Liangfeng, and the others still entrenched in their training. The sun bore down fiercely, the air thick with humidity, and the sweat-soaked hair of the group clung to their scalp, their clothes alternating between damp and dry. Witnessing this scene, he felt a pang of guilt. While he enjoyed a comfortable nap, they toiled under the scorching sun, diligently honing their skills. He genuinely wished to train alongside them, but who could blame him for having extraordinary abilities? Their training persisted until around 5 in the evening, when they finally departed, weary and drained. Tsukuyami Jifeng was so exhausted he lacked the strength to climb the wall. And it was Tsukuyami Hoshino who carried him over to the neighboring Jifeng household. "Dad, where's Mom?" After wandering around the house, he noticed Huhuzi was absent, which struck him as odd. "Your mother is working overtime at the hospital and won't be back for a while," Tsukuyami Hoshino replied gravely. "Due to the ongoing war, Konoha Hospital is dispatching a large number of personnel to the front lines. However, Huhuzi is merely a caregiver, not a medical ninja, so she should not be deployed to the front." As Tsukuyami Hoshino pondered, Hanfeng posed a pressing question: "What about dinner?" After a moment of thought, Tsukuyami Hoshino responded, "There are still 2 rice balls left from lunch." Hanfeng's face displayed shock. "Dad, you can't cook? Aren't you a ninja? Don't you prepare meals while on missions?" Tsukuyami Hoshino chuckled. "When on missions, we eat soldier pills." "Hanfeng, didn't you eat 2 rice balls at noon?" "For tonight. We'll have to make do until your mother returns and can prepare something delicious." "Fine." The following morning, Hanfeng was once again awakened by the ruckus created by the clan members who had come to train early in the backyard. Recalling his experiment, he hastily scrambled out of bed, wiping sleep from his eyes as he rushed outside. At this moment, the morning sun began to rise, casting a radiant glow akin to a white rainbow, illuminating the entire expanse of sky and earth. In the backyard, the 8 clan members from yesterday wielded their sharp blades, engaging in fierce sparring, the sharp clang of metal resounding wildly. The chilly wind swept around, quickly locating the stout figure of Moonlight Cold Breeze and darting towards him. As the cold wind arrived, the 8 combatants immediately halted, wary of striking this oblivious little rascal. "Brother Cool Breeze, teach me the art of shadow clones." The cold wind rushed to Moonlight Cool Breeze, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, akin to a child gazing at a rabbit in an experimental cage. Cold Wind. Moonlight Starry Sky stood in the corridor, gazing sternly at the cold wind, forbidding any disruption. The cold wind glanced at his adoptive father, fully exploiting his youthful advantage, and insisted, "Just 5 minutes." Moonlight Cool Breeze exchanged a wry smile with Moonlight Starry Sky before nodding in acquiescence. "Very well." Moonlight Starry Sky shook his head and commanded. "The rest continue training." "Yes." The cold wind eagerly seized Moonlight Cool Breeze's hand, dragging him to a corner, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Faced with the cold wind's fervent gaze, Moonlight Cool Breeze felt an unsettling sensation, yet under the cold wind's urging, he dismissed this peculiar feeling and began forming hand seals. "Watch closely. This is the seal for the shadow clone technique. While forming the seals, you must also channel your chakra, understand?" Moonlight Cool Breeze demonstrated slowly, and with a loud bang, white smoke erupted from beneath his feet. In the next moment, an identical Moonlight Cool Breeze appeared beside him. The cold wind observed intently and then decisively began to collect. A surge of green light swirled in his mind, and the next instant, a pale blue light point erupted forth. Collection successful. The cold wind rejoiced, quickly enveloping his consciousness around the newly birthed pale blue light point. This is the shadow clone technique. His theory was indeed correct. The cold wind was elated. With proper guidance, he could collect any ninjutsu. Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God technique. Rasengan, even bloodline limits like Sharingan and Byakugan could be similarly guided. The cold wind could hardly contain his excitement. Cold wind? Moonlight Cool Breeze observed the sudden transformation of the cold wind's expression into one of utter glee, feeling alarmed. "Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine. The cold wind regained composure and replied earnestly, "Brother Cool Breeze, it's done. I've learned the shadow clone technique." "Really?" Moonlight Cool Breeze was skeptical. While the shadow clone technique is indeed simple, it still poses a challenge for a student who has just completed a year at the Ninja Academy, especially considering the cold wind's notorious lack of talent. However, It was also possible that the cold wind was merely trying to garner attention by claiming he had mastered it. Moonlight Cool Breeze felt he had seen through the cold wind and couldn't help but smile mysteriously at him. The cold wind returned the smile, secretly thinking, chakra refinement technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique. He had successfully collected 3 skills from Moonlight Cool Breeze. This meant that Moonlight Cool Breeze no longer held any value for collection. The cold wind cast its gaze upon the remaining 7 individuals. Who would be next? The cold wind contemplated hastily utilizing the remaining 2 collection techniques of the day. Yet upon observing the stern expression of his frugal father, he deemed it wiser to wait until after breakfast to proceed. However, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. Where was Moonlight Gale today? Upon returning indoors and surveying the area, he realized that his mother, Huizuko, was also absent. What would become of his breakfast? He was still a child. After all, one cannot grow tall without breakfast. With a sense of urgency, he confronted Moonlight Hoshino. Dad, where have Mom and Gale gone? I'm so hungry. Moonlight Hoshino replied, Gale felt unwell this morning, so your mother took him to the hospital. As for breakfast, she has prepared rice balls, which are waiting for you in the kitchen. Go and enjoy them while they're still warm. Rice balls again? Why did it have to be again? A glum expression fell upon the cold wind's face. Although the rice balls contained seaweed and sesame, eating the same dish at every meal could become tiresome. With a heavy heart, he trudged into the kitchen, lifted the pot lid, and found 2 rice balls emitting faint warmth. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved one and began to eat. Simultaneously, he couldn't shake the thought of his younger brother Gale. Perhaps he had overexerted himself during training yesterday, leading to his current state. Indeed, in the original narrative, Moonlight Gale was often depicted as frail, requiring 3 coughs to utter a single sentence. Was it possible that the rigors of training in his youth had taken a toll on his health? Yet, speaking of this, it seemed that Moonlight Gale possessed a bloodline limit, didn't he? Recalling his own collection techniques invigorated the cold wind, and he quickly swallowed the rice ball in a few bites before darting to the backyard to inquire of his frugal father. Dad, does our Moonlight clan possess a bloodline limit? He asked, looking up earnestly. Moonlight Hoshino glanced at him in surprise, asking, where did you hear about bloodline limits? The cold wind insisted, just answer me first. Moonlight Hoshino shook his head. Unfortunately, the Moonlight clan does not possess a bloodline limit. If we did, we would have long been on par with the Nara and Akimichi clans, or even surpassed them, becoming a prominent family like the Hyuga or Uchiha. Alas, such dreams remain unfulfilled. His expression reflected a hint of melancholy. At that moment, the cold wind furrowed his brow. Had he misremembered? Did Moonlight Gale truly lack a bloodline limit? No, the absence of a bloodline limit in the Moonlight clan did not necessarily imply that Gale was devoid of one. What if Gale had undergone a genetic mutation while still in the womb? Lost in his thoughts, an excited voice suddenly rang from the entrance. Hoshino, wonderful news. Gale has been found to possess a bloodline limit. Moonlight Hoshino was taken aback, his body trembling as he looked down at the cold wind in disbelief. The cold wind raised his head, innocently widening his watery eyes, attempting to feign ignorance, while internally berating himself for his impulsiveness. Had he only waited 2 more minutes, this troublesome matter could have been avoided. Hoshino, you haven't awakened a bloodline limit as well, have you? Moonlight Hoshino asked in a hushed tone. The cold wind hastily shook his head in denial. No, I haven't. Yet, Moonlight Hoshino remained unconvinced. At this moment, the moonlight and the cool breeze had also heard the voice of Huhuzi, and they were astonished as they gathered around. Does JF Inc. possess a bloodline limit? Is that true? Remarkable. This is indeed a significant event. What are you all clamoring about? Moonlight Xingye raised his head with authority, admonishing, Did I instruct you to cease? Continue your training. Yes. The 8 individuals quickly stood upright, respectfully bowing in salute, before returning to the grass to resume their practice. Only then did Moonlight Xingye, in a flurry, turn and dash back into the inner room, with HNF Inc. closely trailing behind. Huhuzi, has JF Inc. truly been confirmed to possess a bloodline limit? Moonlight Xingye inquired earnestly, gazing at Huhuzi, who had just changed her shoes at the entrance. With excitement, Huhuzi nodded. Indeed, it was personally examined by the esteemed director. Splendid. Moonlight Xingye exclaimed, his hands clenched in exhilaration. Huhuzi, we must head to the hospital immediately. I wish for HNF Inc. to undergo an examination as well. Huhuzi was taken aback. HNF Inc., looking bewildered, then exclaimed in horror, I refuse. I am innocent. I have no genetic mutation. and I will not be examined. The reason for Hanfeng's reluctance to undergo examination is simple. He fears the discovery of the green light within his mind. This light serves as his ultimate advantage, a powerful trump card in the ninja world. The mere thought of it being uncovered and subjected to dissection for research fills him with despair, especially considering the presence of the madman Danzo and Orochimaru in Konoha. Unfortunately, Hanfeng finds himself utterly powerless against the formidable duo of Tsukikage Hoshino and Huihui. Under their ironclad grip, he is forcibly taken to Konoha Hospital. This marks Hanfeng's inaugural visit to the esteemed Konoha Hospital, which boasts an impressive scale. While most buildings in Konoha are typically 3 stories high, the hospital towers at a staggering 7 stories, a miraculous blend of architectural brilliance and earth-style ninjutsu. Follow me. Huihui beckons as she skillfully leads Tsukikage Hoshino and Hanfeng to the uppermost level. Along the way, they encounter numerous medical staff, to whom Huihui greets with utmost courtesy. Tsukikage Hoshino also encounters a few acquaintances, adorned with ninja headbands, yet their pallid faces betray the severity of their injuries. Hanfeng trudges behind, devoid of vitality, resembling a slaughtered pig, utterly lifeless. Hanfeng, muster some spirit. If we confirm your bloodline limit, you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. Tsukikage Hoshino encourages him. Come on, Winchan. Let's do our best. Huihui affectionately ruffles Hanfeng's hair. A cold smile escapes Hanfeng's lips as he feels as though he has reached the end of his journey. Before long, the trio arrives at the pinnacle of the hospital, where Huihui leads the pair to the director's office. Knock, knock. Huihui respectfully raps on the door. Come in. A voice from within calls, belonging to a middle-aged man. Director Sama, she greets, bowing with reverence upon entering. Nara-sama. Tsukikage Hoshino mirrors the sentiment. Hanfeng's heart stirs. Nara-sama. Could he be from the Nara clan? The Nara clan is not only a prominent ninja family, but also cultivates a vast herd of deer and an abundance of medicinal herbs, making them Konoha's largest supplier of pharmaceuticals and a titan in the medical industry. Thus, it comes as no surprise that the director of Konoha Hospital hails from the Nara clan. As Hanfeng gazes up, he sees the director, a lean man with a distinctive high ponytail, unmistakably embodying the traits of the Nara clan. Ah, Huihui and Hoshino, have you come to see Jifeng? Nara-shika greets them with a smile. Tsukikage Hoshino respectfully inquires, Nara-sama, has Jifeng's bloodline limit been confirmed? The examination is ongoing. We shall ascertain the type of bloodline limit by tomorrow. Nara-shika responds before turning his gaze to Hanfeng. Is this your child? He asks. Indeed, Nara-sama. This is my and Huihui's child. His name is Hanfeng. Tsukikage Hoshino replies. Hanfeng remains still, while Tsukikage Hoshino gently pats his head, prompting Hanfeng to look up at him. Tsukikage Hoshino clears his throat, feeling a touch of awkwardness. Huihuizi, feeling quite mischievous, playfully twisted the ear of Feng Jiang, exclaiming, Little one, such rudeness is unbecoming. Ah. Hanfeng winced in pain, conceding defeat as he called out, Hello, Uncle Nara. Well, what a lively child you are. Nara-shika chuckled heartily. Lord Nara, I would like to request your assistance in examining Hanfeng as well. I suspect he may have awakened his bloodline limit, Tsukikage Hoshino said. A hint of embarrassment in his voice. Nara-shika raised an eyebrow, chuckling. If that is the case, then the name of Tsukikage shall indeed resonate throughout the shinobi world. With that, Nara-shika rose and approached Hanfeng. I appreciate your help, Lord Nara. Both Tsukikage Hoshino and Huihuizi bowed in unison. Follow me, he instructed. Under Nara-shika's guidance, the quartet arrived at a small laboratory, filled with various glass apparatuses. Some contained human organs, while others were filled with vivid red and yellow liquids, from which bubbles occasionally emerged, creating an eerie atmosphere. Is this truly not Orochimaru's laboratory? Hanfeng thought nervously, fearing a serpent might emerge from the shadows to consume him. Hanfeng, we will need to draw some blood for examination. Do not be afraid of the pain, Nara-shika said, brandishing a syringe with a friendly smile. Hanfeng blinked a couple of times. Blood draw? Yes. The bloodline limit is related to DNA, so a blood sample suffices. There is no need to examine the brain. Hanfeng rolled up his short sleeves, willingly offering half a syringe of blood. Subsequently, Nara-shika divided the blood into several portions within the glass vessels, retrieving a few sealed glass test tubes containing liquids of peculiar colors from the shelf. He then poured the contents of each test tube into the glass vessels, marking them with numbers, and began to observe the chemical reactions taking place. Before long, half an hour had slipped by. Nara-shika, gazing at the reactions within the glass vessels, slowly furrowed his brow. After some contemplation, he turned back to draw another half syringe of Han Feng's blood for further testing. Yet ultimately, he made no significant discoveries. Sukikage Hoshino and Hui Huizi seemed to share an unspoken understanding, exchanging glances and sighing in unison. Regrettably, I have found no evidence of a bloodline limit within Han Feng, Narashika's side, delivering the answer they dreaded most. We were overly ambitious. My apologies, Lord Nara. For the trouble we caused, Sukikage Hoshino responded. Narashika smiled and shook his head. No, I am quite pleased to conduct such experiments. If more individuals in the village awaken their bloodline limits, our village's strength will naturally grow, and other villages will think twice before provoking us. All right. It seems that Jifeng is almost ready. Let us return. The four of them exited the laboratory and made their way back to Narashika's office. Principal, Uncle Hoshino. Aunt Hui Huizi, brother, within the office, the completed Sukikage Jifeng awaited their arrival. Before the cold wind, a blood test was conducted. Once signs of a bloodline limit were detected, further detailed examinations would be carried out to identify the specific type of bloodline limit. As for the results, they would only be known the following day. Jifeng, from now on, the Moonlight clan shall rely on you, Moonlight Xingye said, looking at Moonlight Jifeng with a blend of pride and bittersweet emotion. I understand, Uncle Xingye. I will do my best, Moonlight Jifeng replied, nodding earnestly, though it was unclear if he truly grasped the weight of his uncle's words. However, standing nearby, Han Feng comprehended the situation. In the original narrative, Moonlight Jifeng likely felt overwhelmed by familial pressure, compelling him to train excessively, ultimately exhausting his young body. Han Feng sighed, approached Moonlight Jifeng, and spoke earnestly, little brother. Do not burden yourself too heavily. Develop at your own pace. Do you understand? As he finished speaking, slap. Moonlight Xingye, with a twitching eye, struck Han Feng's head, expressing exasperation. This is all due to your lack of talent. Huh, is it really because of me? Han Feng looked up in disbelief, refusing to accept the blame. Upon returning home from Konoha Hospital, Moonlight Jifeng was immediately surrounded in the backyard like a hero by Moonlight Liang Feng and the others, who bombarded him with questions. Jifeng, have you truly awakened your bloodline limit? What type is it? The Sharingan. Fool, the Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha clan. It might even be more powerful than the Sharingan. Han Feng stood in the corridor, smirking coldly, akin to a great philosopher standing upon the shoulders of giants, foreseeing the future. In truth, Moonlight Jifeng's bloodline limit was indeed formidable. It granted him the ability to conceal his presence and become transparent, an extraordinary bloodline limit known as shifting. It was an essential skill for stealthy endeavors, akin to sneaking into a women's bathhouse. However, regrettably, the effectiveness of shifting in direct combat was limited, as evidenced by the original narrative where Moonlight Jifeng was unable to escape during his battle against the sand-hidden village's Jonin, Maki. Nonetheless, even if this bloodline limit was suited for stealth, its potential was undeniable. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the Book of Seals from the Hokage Tower, igniting a fervent excitement within him. At that moment, faced with the enthusiastic older brothers, Moonlight Jifeng shyly scratched his head, chuckling bashfully. Jifeng, though you are still young, you are becoming increasingly reliable. We may all depend on you in the future, so you must strive to excel. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Jifeng nodded fervently. Yes, I understand. I will certainly work hard. All right, enough discussion. Everyone, resume your training. Moonlight Xingye interjected seriously, then turned to Moonlight Jifeng. Jifeng, I will take you home now. Your father is still unaware of your bloodline limit. Moonlight Jifeng nodded excitedly, his expression clearly eager to see his father's reaction upon learning of his awakened bloodline limit. The cold wind observed silently, shaking its head in quiet contemplation. Truly, he is but a child. Unlike myself, indifferent to circumstances, whether in glory or in peril. Such is the essence of my character. The cold wind sat upright in the corridor, and after a while, restlessness took hold, prompting a hasty descent into the arena. There, he encountered a young gentleman and began to guide him in mastering the final technique of the three-body skill, the substitution technique. However, this occasion proved to be unexpected. The attempt at gathering was unsuccessful. The cold wind regarded the young gentleman before him, whose expression bore signs of impatience. A sense of heaviness settled in the cold wind's heart, leading him to retreat to a corner to reflect on the experience. Despite employing the same guiding technique, the cold wind had successfully gathered the essence from Moonlight Cool Breeze 3 times, while this gentleman faced failure. If the fault did not lie with him, then it was evident that the issue resided with the other party. While guiding both young gentlemen, the cold wind sensed that Moonlight Cool Breeze maintained a serene disposition, showing no signs of resistance despite repeated disturbances. In contrast, the impatience of the previous young gentleman revealed his reluctance, likely perceiving the cold wind's inquiries as intrusions upon his training. Thus, the cold wind pondered, stroking his chin. The will and attitude of the subject being gathered profoundly influenced the success rate of the technique. Should the subject regard the cold wind with suspicion, even 100 attempts may yield no results. Conversely, if the subject greets him warmly, the likelihood of success significantly increases. The cold wind recalled his initial gathering of Moonlight Cool Breeze, where he had not even exchanged words, yet achieved success in one attempt, acquiring the chakra refinement technique. Contemplating this, the cold wind resolved to summarize his insights. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly compiled his gathering experiences, concluding 3 key points. Firstly, when the strength of the subject far exceeds one's own, the success rate diminishes significantly. Secondly, if the subject exhibits strong resistance, the success rate plummets. Conversely, a cordial attitude enhances it. Thirdly, through guidance, one can strategically gather the desired technique from the subject. With these 3 insights firmly etched in his mind, the cold wind recognized the path ahead. He surveyed the 8 clan members training in the backyard, excluding Moonlight Cool Breeze and the young gentleman who appeared reluctant to engage. That left him with 6 potential subjects for gathering. Narrowing his gaze, he identified the most familiar-looking one among the remaining 6 and boldly took a step forward. "Hello. You are quite handsome." The cold wind approached his target, feigning sincerity as he exclaimed, "In all my years, you are the most handsome person I have ever seen." Moonlight Snow looked bewildered. "Are you all right? You are truly remarkable." The cold wind continued, "In all my years, you are the most impressive person I have ever encountered." "Wait, haven't I already said that before?" The cold wind blinked in confusion. "Never mind. I shall continue to praise you. You are incredibly talented. Throughout my life, you are the most impressive person I have ever encountered." The Moonlit Snow expressed a peculiar mixture of emotions, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, and replied, "So, do you have something you wish for me to assist you with?" Han Feng smiled modestly, understanding that no one could withstand my praise. "If there is anyone, then let me shower them with compliments even more. I wish to learn the body substitution technique. Would you kindly teach me, dear sir?" Han Feng attentively observed his expression, realizing that today was the last opportunity for this technique, and it must not be squandered. "Very well, but you have only 5 minutes," Moonlit Snow chuckled. "By the way, weren't you searching for Liang Feng before? Why have you come to me this time? You are more handsome than he is." Han Feng replied shyly. "Haha, dear little Han Feng, you are truly adorable." Moonlit Snow laughed heartily, leading Han Feng to a corner to begin the hand seals for the substitution technique. This is the seal for the body substitution technique. During the sealing process, your chakra must flow as well. Additionally, it is necessary to prepare a substitute prop in advance, which can be wood or stone. Do you understand? Moonlit Snow explained in great detail, and Han Feng listened intently. Then, gather. The green light in Han Feng's mind surged forth, followed by the emergence of a pale blue light point. Success! Han Feng enveloped the light point with his consciousness, unable to suppress a smile. The body substitution technique was now within reach. With this, he had mastered all 3 body techniques. "Thank you, dear sir. I have memorized it all," Han Feng exclaimed joyfully. Moonlit Snow replied, "You are truly clever, little Han Feng. In the future, should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out." Han Feng nodded. "Thank you, dear sir." Han Feng discovered that within the Moonlit clan, there were indeed many good-hearted individuals. As for the young man who had failed to gather, Han Feng glanced at him, smirking, "Today you ignored me, but tomorrow, you will find it hard to reach my heights." 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. What else was there? Oh, I have read too few stories of arrogance and face-slapping. It is only in times of need that one truly feels the lack of good phrases to express their current sentiments. It is quite distressing. The bloodline limit of Moonlit Gale stirred a considerable commotion among the members of the Moonlit clan, leading many to spontaneously gather at Gale's residence for a feast that evening. Moonlit Gale's father, Moonlit Star Stone, welcomed everyone with open arms, offering his homemade sake to all. Before long, he was thoroughly intoxicated, sprawled on the floor, babbling incoherently. Moonlit Gale's mother had passed away during childbirth, So when Moonlit Starstone collapsed, his brother, Moonlit Starwild, had no choice but to step in, taking over his brother's sake and continuing to serve the guests. Han Feng also enjoyed a meal at the Moonlit residence, but soon found himself overwhelmed by the pervasive smell of alcohol and climbed over the wall to return to his own backyard. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, Han Feng sensed something was amiss. Moonlit Starwild and Moonlit Starstone were brothers, thus their homes were adjacent, with their backyards connected by merely a wall. Yet, at this moment, that wall seemed to serve as a dividing line, separating Han Feng's home from Gale's into two distinct worlds. The atmosphere over there is bustling as if celebrating the new year, while here, it is eerily silent, reminiscent of the apocalypse. The cold wind glares, and the sounds of jubilation from the nearby residents seem to grow fainter and more indistinct, gradually drifting away from his realm, only to be engulfed by a shadow as dark as a tempest. "What is your name?" A silhouette emerges slowly from the corner of the cold wind's backyard, its voice hoarse, reminiscent of gravel scraping against one another. The cold wind raises his gaze in fright, only to be met with a pair of hands as white as jade, fingers elongated and strikingly bright against the darkness. "I am," he stammers as he continues to look up, catching sight of the figure's long black hair and a face partially concealed in shadows, its features obscured. Yet, those golden slit-like pupils shine like the sun in the night, suspended high above, emanating the sole source of light and warmth, blinding and unbearable to behold. Orochimaru. The cold wind's heart races like a drum, his blood surging like a torrent into his brain, leaving him disoriented and unable to discern the cardinal directions. "Answer my question." Orochimaru speaks softly, his tone neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. "I am Moonlight Cold Wind." The cold wind dares not be reckless, answering truthfully. Yet his heartbeat escalates uncontrollably, for he is terrified. The power he harbors in his mind is not a golden opportunity, but rather a ticking bomb. If Orochimaru were to discover it, the remainder of his life would likely be spent in the confines of Orochimaru's laboratory. However, the scant remnants of his rationality inform him that Orochimaru's interest does not lie with him. Moonlight Swift Wind, indeed, Orochimaru seeks the bloodline limit of Moonlight Swift Wind. Taking a deep breath, he attempts to steady his racing heart, but his breath comes in ragged gasps, like the struggles of a dying man, chaotic and frantic. The more he tries to inhale deeply, the more erratic his heartbeat becomes. Orochimaru's golden pupils slightly tilt downwards, observing the cold wind with mild curiosity. He has not exerted any murderous intent, so why does this child tremble so? Is his courage so feeble? The Moonlight clan seems to decline with each generation. He chuckles softly. With that, Orochimaru slowly retreats a step, his entire form melding into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Is he gone? The cold wind stumbles, nearly falling to the ground, hastily bracing himself with his hands on his knees. Simultaneously, the sounds of celebration from the Swift Wind household seem to break the barrier, reaching his ears. I was terrified. The cold wind gasps for the cool air, still shaken. Without any warning, Orochimaru had appeared before him, nearly taking him away in one fell swoop. He glances back at the Swift Wind household, contemplating whether to issue a warning, but then quickly decides against it. Orochimaru's presence here undoubtedly stems from an interest in the bloodline limit of Moonlight Swift Wind. Yet, by tomorrow, once the specifics of Moonlight Swift Wind's bloodline limit are confirmed at the Konoha Hospital, Orochimaru would likely lose interest, and both parties would return to their respective paths, leaving each other undisturbed. However, if the cold wind were to remind them now, the Moonlight clan, freshly endowed with the power of bloodline limits, would undoubtedly enter a state of alert. Any friction with Orochimaru, or the slightest disturbance to the third Hokage, could incite malicious intent from Orochimaru, something the cold wind, who intended to develop quietly, wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to treat the matter as if it had never occurred. He convinced himself of this. Yet a sense of shame lingered within him. Ultimately, it was a world governed by the law of the jungle. If only his strength were to rival Uchiha Madara's, Orochimaru would not dare to set foot on the Moonlight clan's territory. Taking a breath of the cool night air, the cold wind stumbled back to his bedroom and collapsed onto the tatami mat, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already the following day. Why was it so quiet outside? Rising from the tatami, the cold wind recalled the events of the previous night. Furrowing his brow in concern, he rushed to the backyard, finding it deserted. After circling the house without encountering anyone, he finally ventured into the kitchen, where the sight of 2 warm rice balls in a pot brought him relief. If something significant had occurred, surely his mother wouldn't have the heart to prepare rice balls for him, right? But then again, why rice balls again? With a look of disdain, the cold wind stuffed the seaweed-wrapped rice balls into his mouth, swallowing them hastily before making his way to the backyard. After a moment's thought, he opted to scale the wall in a dog-like manner, arriving at the home of his brother, Jifeng. Brother. As soon as his feet hit the ground, a clear, youthful voice echoed from afar, drawing closer. The cold wind turned to see Moonlight Jifeng dashing toward him, his small legs propelling him forward with exuberance, grinning like a 6-year-old child in the sunlight. Although he knew his little brother would be fine, seeing him in person allowed the cold wind to finally breathe easy. He then inquired, "Little brother, are you home alone?" "Father went to the hospital," replied Moonlight Jifeng. "Oh, then there's no problem. Goodbye," the cold wind said, turning to leave. "Oh, not leave, but rather scale the wall again. Brother, let us practice swordsmanship together," Moonlight Jifeng exclaimed, tugging at the cold wind's clothing with hopeful eyes. After a moment of hesitation, the cold wind realized there were no older boys at home for him to gather from, and returning would only lead to more sleep. Perhaps spending time with his little brother would strengthen their bond and enhance his chances of gathering success. "Very well, let us practice swordsmanship together," the cold wind replied with a smile. "Little brother, once you master the Leaf Village sword technique, do remember to share it with me." I understand." Moonlight Jifeng nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. "Make sure to pass on the bloodline limit as well," the cold wind continued to entice. Moonlight Jifeng, now a 6-year-old child, replied earnestly, "Brother, it seems that the bloodline limit cannot." Furious, the cold wind retorted, "I cannot believe you are such a Moonlight Jifeng. Leave. Do not show yourself in my home." "But brother, this is my home," Moonlight Jifeng protested, feeling aggrieved. "I'm leaving." Brother, don't go." "Practice swordsmanship with me," Moonlight Jifeng implored, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Will you share the bloodline limit?" the cold wind threatened. Without hesitation, Moonlight Jifeng nodded firmly. I will. In the biting cold, a sinister grin crept across Orochimaru's face. Hehehe. What a rare bloodline limit. In a dimly lit underground laboratory, he stood beneath the yellowing light, with a glass vessel on the experimental table before him, containing the blood he had surreptitiously obtained from the swift moonlight last night. After a night of hurried research, Orochimaru had confirmed the bloodline limit of Moonlight's swift nature, the ability to become transparent and erase one's presence, known as phantom escape. Unfortunately, once engaged in combat, the user would lose their invisibility, rendering it less advantageous in battle. However, it proved to be an excellent tool for espionage. That fellow Jiraiya would undoubtedly be quite fond of such a bloodline limit. With a soft chuckle at the thought of that man who relished visiting women's baths, Orochimaru meticulously cleaned the blood from the vessel. Meanwhile, in the Konoha hospital, Director Nara Shikaku solemnly handed the examination report to Moonlight Seishi. Phantom escape. Seishi mused, his initial excitement gradually dimming as he perused the report. The powerful bloodline limit he had anticipated could only be used for concealment, a considerable disappointment indeed. "Do not be disheartened, Seishi," Nara Shikaku reassured him. "Though phantom escape may not serve in combat, it possesses inherent advantages for intelligence gathering. I believe that Swift will become the village's most exceptional ninja in espionage." Seishi shook his head with a bitter smile. "Lord Nara, Swift is meant to inherit the Konoha-style swordsmanship. He is the hope of the Moonlight clan. If his bloodline limit cannot enhance his strength, then it would be better not to have it at all." Nara Shikaku sighed and replied, "I understand. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. I can introduce the finest ninjas for training and intelligence gathering." "Thank you, Lord Nara. That will be all for today. Farewell." As Moonlight Seishi exited the hospital, he gazed up at the sun in the sky, letting out a wry smile, as if awakening from a beautiful dream, only to find the world remained as harsh as ever. He strolled along the street, but did not head home directly. Instead, he turned at a street corner, gradually distancing himself from the clamor, ultimately arriving at a serene grove. "Seishi, you've arrived." Not long after entering the woods, a ninja in his 30s emerged from the shadows. "Ah, it's Erashur. Thank you for your hard work," Seishi greeted with a nod. Erashur observed Seishi's expression, sensing something amiss. Suddenly realizing, he inquired, "Seishi, what about Swift's bloodline limit?" "It's phantom escape, a bloodline that allows invisibility, but it's rather useless." Seishi replied with a wry smile. "I see, what a pity. Everyone had such high hopes," Erashur lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. "Have they all arrived?" Seishi perked up, asking. Ah, I almost forgot. Seishi, please hurry in. We've been waiting for you, Erishur urged. Seishi nodded and stepped deeper into the forest. The forest was lush and verdant, with branches sprawling and leaves flourishing, yet at its heart lay a grassy expanse measuring 100 meters square. At this moment, over 70 members of the Moonlight clan had gathered on the verdant ground, led by none other than the esteemed elder, the clan leader and elite shinobi, Moonlight Hashinoya. The remaining clan members were primarily Chunin, though 5 special jounin were present, among them the vigilant Moonlight Ranfeng, who was stationed outside. Aside from the clan leader, the only other jounin was the recently arrived Moonlight Hoshishi. These individuals represented the backbone of the Moonlight clan. Upon Moonlight Hoshishi's arrival, the crowd immediately encircled him, inquiring about the bloodline limit of Moonlight Jifeng. With a wry smile, Hoshishi was compelled to reiterate Jifeng's bloodline limit once more. The ability to phase through objects? Alas, if only that child possessed the talent to awaken a bloodline limit that could complement the Leaf Village's sword techniques. More than this, however, I find myself increasingly anxious about the impending war. Tomorrow, we shall depart from the village to the battlefield, and I cannot fathom whether we shall return alive. Should we fall, the Moonlight clan would indeed face decline. Even a clan as formidable as the Senju has gradually waned. No family can sustain perpetual strength. Speaking of which, has our clan ever truly been powerful? Enough of this, Moonlight Hashinoya declared, stepping forward to address the assembly. War is now unavoidable. As members of the Leaf Village, we bear an unshakable responsibility. However, the continuity of our clan must be safeguarded. He scanned the gathering and respectfully continued, Uncle Inoue, Uncle Matsushita, you are both advanced in years. This time, remain here in the village to instruct the younger generation. We shall take care of the rest. Both elders, having surpassed 60 years of age and being 2 of the 5 special jounin, understood that their physical conditions no longer met the standards of their rank. Very well, we entrust this to you, they conceded, acknowledging their limitations, for to venture onto the battlefield in their state would be tantamount to seeking death. Moonlight Hashinoya then surveyed the remaining members, his expression grave. Therefore, all others, we shall convene at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning at the village entrance to join the main force heading to the battlefield. Yes, understood. When Moonlight Hashinoya returned home, he found his son absent from the house and ventured into the backyard, where he fortuitously spotted him sneaking back from Jifeng's house, crawling in a playful manner. From the adjacent yard, he could hear Jifeng calling, "Goodbye, brother. Hanfeng, you went to play at your brother's house?" Moonlight Hashinoya chuckled as he lifted Hanfeng with ease, which left the boy feeling quite embarrassed. Well, that mischievous child cried and begged me to practice with him. I couldn't refuse. Hanfeng struggled to escape his father's grasp and, feigning ignorance, asked, "Dad, has Jifeng's bloodline limit been confirmed?" It is indeed the ability to phase through objects, but let us refrain from discussing this matter in the future. Moonlight Hashinoya took a deep breath and continued. Hanfeng, in a couple of days, the Ninja Academy will commence. Your mother will take you and Jifeng to enroll. At school, you must look out for Jifeng, understood? The Cold Wind paused, surprised to learn that Uncle Xing sure had a mission. Such a significant event as enrollment, and yet his father remained uninvolved? Yue Guangxingye looked up at the distant sky, sighing, everyone has their tasks. Hanfeng furrowed his brow, keenly sensing something amiss. This atmosphere felt strangely foreboding, as if it carried the weight of final instructions. With his hands in his pockets, he lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, a sudden realization struck him. Meanwhile, Yue Guangxingye reached out with a mischievous hand, playfully ruffling Hanfeng's hair into a disheveled mess, laughing heartily, "Hanfeng, you're going to experience your father's culinary skills today at noon." Hanfeng swatted his hand away with a look of disdain, but soon his expression fell. He understood that the Third Ninja World War was about to commence. As the clan leader of the Yueguang clan, his father would likely lead their ninjas into battle. Hanfeng gazed at his father's retreating figure, an inexplicable heaviness settling in his chest. Unbeknownst to Yue Guangxingye, who entered the kitchen to wash his hands and begin his preparations, Hanfeng's mood darkened. The sounds of pots and pans clanging filled the air, and after 10 minutes, Yue Guangxingye emerged, proudly carrying a bowl of rice balls. "Hanfeng, it's time to eat," he said, placing the bowl on the dining table and beckoning his son to join him for lunch. Hanfeng approached reluctantly, but when he beheld the bowl of rice balls, his expression instantly soured. "Dad, what is this?" "Rice balls," Yue Guangxingye replied cheerfully, "though they may not look great, I assure you they taste delightful." Sure? Han Feng gazed at the oddly shaped rice balls, devoid of sesame seeds, and suppressed the urge to critique. Instead, he softly suggested, actually, I would love to try the taste of onigiri. Han Feng, your father has put in a great effort to cook today. You cannot disappoint his culinary skills. Yue Guang Xingye insisted, firmly placing an oddly shaped rice ball in Han Feng's hand. Despite their looks, these rice balls are incredibly delicious, I promise. You do have a sense of aesthetics, don't you? Han Feng grimaced, cautiously taking a bite, only to be overwhelmed by an intense saltiness flooding his mouth. I can't believe this. Just how much salt did you put in these rice balls? He quickly dashed off to get a glass of water, his throat feeling uncomfortable. Yue Guangxingye watched Han Feng's frantic figure with a smile, his eyes filled with affection and reluctance. After enduring a rather disheartening lunch, Han Feng yawned repeatedly and decided to take a nap. Yue Guangxingye sighed, reflecting on the past year he had spent training Han Feng, helping him develop a habit of rigorous daily practice. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that in just a few days, Han Feng would regress to this state. However, perhaps this path could still lead to a good life, at least far removed from the horrors of war. Lying on the tatami mat, Han Feng stared at the ceiling, feeling somewhat drowsy but unwilling to sleep. If his earlier speculations were correct, his father would soon be heading to the battlefield. The battlefield of a ninja is far removed from the turn-based combat of mere games, where one strikes and then the other retaliates. Instead, it is a chaotic melee, with a multitude of warriors surging forth, unleashing an array of ninjutsu that rains down like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Should fortune turn against one and A.J. Nin's technique strike true, one may find themselves ensnared in an untimely demise, unaware of how it came to pass. Furthermore, the adversaries are from the Sand Village, employing a variety of puppetry, toxins, and assassination techniques that leave one defenseless and filled with despair. However, I find myself too feeble at present. Despite my reluctance, I cannot alter my circumstances. No, I must grow stronger, strong enough to transform everything. The cold wind stirred, and I attempted to rise from the tatami mat, but failed. Perhaps it is futile to indulge in such flamboyance? With hands braced against the floor, I managed to sit up cross-legged and began to cultivate my chakra. Due to the limitations of my innate talent, the pace at which I refined my chakra was slightly slower than that of others, leading me to halt in exasperation not long after. If the path of cultivation is arduous, it is not confined to the fleeting moments of dawn and dusk. Moreover, the vast reservoir of chakra cannot be amassed in a single day. Why rush through a brief afternoon nap? This approach does not align with my philosophy of gradual development. Thus, I resolved to indulge in a nap instead, for I am still a child, and without my midday slumber, I may not grow tall. I yawned and sank into a deep sleep upon the tatami mat. Outside the sliding door, Jukiyama Seiya listened as the commotion within gradually faded, shaking his head in disappointment before departing. Later that evening, Wei Huizi returned from her shift at the hospital, her expression grave. Haruka, possessing a strong will to survive, endeavored to act cute and energetic, striving to present himself as a commendable child, yet he still failed to elicit a smile from Wei Huizi. After dinner, Jukiyama Seiya and Wei Huizi left Haruka behind to take a stroll. When do we depart tomorrow? Wei Huizi pondered quietly as they walked down the dimly lit street, flanked by flickering lampposts and hurried passers-by. We gather at 5, replied Jukiyama Seiya, gazing up at the night sky with a smile. Rest assured, I shall return alive. Do not forget, I am A.J. Nin. Even as A.J. Nin, one's efficacy on the battlefield may be limited, Wei Huizi reflected anxiously, directing a worried glance towards Jukiyama Seiya. Moreover, the Sand Ninja's puppetry and poisons are exceptionally formidable. You must exercise utmost caution. Jukiyama Seiya, a practitioner of the Leaf Village's swordsmanship and a close combat ninja, would inevitably engage in direct confrontation with the Sand Ninja's puppets. If one were to suffer a cut from a puppet, they would surely succumb to poisoning. As a medical staff member at the Leaf Hospital, Wei Huizi had often dealt with poison ninjas. With luck, an antidote could be administered, restoring them to vitality within half a minute. Conversely, lacking an antidote, they would be left to endure a painful wait for death. Fear not, most of the Sand Ninja's toxins have already been neutralized by Lady Tsunade. Moreover, numerous medical ninjas will accompany us. You should be well aware of this, Jukiyama Seiya reassured her. Besides, I do not fight alone. My family, my comrades from the village, we shall stand united in battle. Together, we shall bring victory back to our village. In the backyard, Han Feng reclined on the grass, his hands cushioned behind his head, comfortably crossing his legs, with his toes playfully swaying toward the moon, experiencing a profound sense of contentment. Today, no visitors graced his home, and he had not utilized any of his 3 collection attempts, which ignited a pang of guilt within him. It felt as though the distance between him and his goals had only grown stronger with each passing day. The impending departure of his father for the battlefield intensified this feeling of guilt. No. Han Feng abruptly rose from the grass. He had to find someone to collect from. Even if it meant wasting an opportunity, he needed to exhaust those 3 collection chances. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, he dashed to the wall and began to scale it. At that moment, Jifeng and his father were seated in the backyard, savoring the moonlight and the gentle breeze. The night wind caressed their hair, creating a picturesque scene, but Han Feng's clambering disrupted this tranquil tableau. "Brother, it's my brother, Dad." The joyful moonlight Jifeng leaped from the embrace of the Moonlight Starstone, scampering on his little legs to the wall to assist Han Feng. "Oh, little brother, good evening." Han Feng, having clambered over the wall in a dogged fashion, straightened his disheveled clothes and grinned. "Shall we practice swordplay together?" "Absolutely." Moonlight Jifeng's eyes sparkled, and he dashed inside to fetch a wooden sword. "Han Feng, have you eaten?" Moonlight Starstone inquired with a smile as he rose. "Uncle Starstone," Han Feng replied, feeling slightly embarrassed for not noticing him earlier. Did I interrupt you all?" "Not at all. Jifeng has always enjoyed practicing swordplay with you." Moonlight Starstone chuckled. "Moreover, tomorrow I will be undertaking a mission with your father, so Jifeng will need you, his brother, to look after him." "Tomorrow?" Han Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded. "I understand. We are departing tomorrow?" Though he had braced himself mentally, he had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. "Brother, the swords are here." At that moment, Moonlight Jifeng emerged with 2 wooden swords, exclaiming, "Let us practice together." Han Feng's initial plan was for Moonlight Jifeng to practice alone until exhaustion dulled his senses, allowing him to discreetly guide the collection. However, with Jifeng's father standing nearby, he felt reluctant to overtly bully his son and reluctantly accepted the wooden sword. "I'm coming." Moonlight Jifeng shouted excitedly, raising his wooden sword high and charging at Han Feng with a fierce battle cry. His exuberant demeanor exuded a certain anime-like charm, which made Han Feng feel a bit awkward as his opponent. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 wooden swords clashed in the air, the dull thuds of impact elevating Moonlight Jifeng's enthusiasm. His eyes sparkled with determination, the force behind his strikes growing stronger, causing Han Feng's palms to tingle from the pressure. Has our little brother entered a state of frenzy? Han Feng thought as he positioned his wooden sword to parry Jifeng's attacks, his hands growing increasingly numb. Finally, he had to grip the sword with both hands to withstand the onslaught. Yet, Jifeng continued his relentless attack, and within 5 minutes, he began to pant. Han Feng quickly set down his wooden sword and suggested a break. "Brother, I'm not tired." Moonlight Jifeng protested, pouting in dissatisfaction. "I am the elder brother, and you must heed my words," Han Feng declared with utmost seriousness. "However, but I..." Yuguang Jifeng struggled to find his voice. At that moment, Han Feng glanced around and realized that Yuguang Xingshi had mysteriously departed. This made matters easier. "Not tired? Heh. Little brother, are you truly not fatigued?" Han Feng cast a mischievous gaze at Yuguang Jifeng. The latter nodded hesitantly, like a chick pecking at grain, sensing the underlying malice in Han Feng's demeanor. "As long as you are not fatigued," Han Feng proclaimed outright. "Little brother, I noticed when you attacked earlier, your movements seemed rather stiff. Based on my years of sword training, it appears your coordination between your lower and upper body is lacking." "Coordination? What is that?" Yuguang Jifeng tilted his head in inquiry. Han Feng shook his head in disappointment. "You have asked the wrong question. What you should inquire is how to remedy this lack of coordination." Yuguang Jifeng appeared utterly bewildered. "Well, since you have sincerely asked, I shall reluctantly provide you with the answer," Han Feng stated earnestly. "But brother, I did not speak just now," Yuguang Jifeng interjected anxiously. "First, you must perform 110 squats. Let us start with 10. Han Feng prodded Yuguang Jifeng's leg with his wooden sword. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." Yuguang Jifeng stood motionless, utterly perplexed. "Squats, squats, squats, do you understand?" Han Feng expressed a defeated demeanor. Yuguang Jifeng shook his head. "I do not understand. Place your hands behind your back, then squat down and stand up, squat down and stand up. Do you comprehend?" Han Feng provided a simple explanation. Yuguang Jifeng nodded, hesitantly began to follow suit, and swiftly completed 10 squats. "Brother, I have finished," he exclaimed. Standing up with some effort, yet appearing to retain some energy. Han Feng quickly corrected him. 100. I clearly stated to do 100. And you have only completed 10. Do not be lazy. But brother, you just said 10, Yu Guangji Feng protested, feeling somewhat wronged. Under Han Feng's authoritative gaze, he grimaced and continued with the squats. 11, 12, 13. By the time he reached 20, Yu Guangji Feng's legs were trembling. Brother, my legs are sore. He lamented, on the verge of tears. Han Feng replied, then do not do squats. Let us switch to push-ups. Yes, let us aim for 100. Yu Guangji Feng was discontented, vocally protesting for a break. Han Feng resorted to his ultimate tactic. I shall do them with you. Whoever does not comply is a little dog. Thus, Yu Guangji Feng, cornered by Han Feng's words, grit his teeth and began performing push-ups. Ready, begin. Han Feng started counting. 1, 2, 3. Yu Guangji Feng supported himself on the grass, laboriously following Han Feng's cadence, striving to match his pace. However, although Han Feng was indeed doing push-ups, his speed was considerably slower. He completed 1 after counting to 5, while Yu Guangji Feng managed 4 in the same span. 18, 19, 20. The cold winds completed 4 push-ups and, with great effort, rose from the ground. Opposite him, Moonlight Gale lay sprawled on the grass. Brother, I am so tired, he exclaimed. Then take a rest, Cold Wind replied, pulling him up. Once he confirmed that Moonlight Gale was on the verge of sleep, he smiled and said, little brother Gale startled. Moonlight Gale instinctively shivered and gasped. What do you want, brother? You mentioned you wanted me to teach you the bloodline limit. Have you forgotten? Cold Wind looked at him with a grin. Moonlight Gale nodded lightly, his eyelids heavy. I remember, but the bloodline limit is innate. Forget about being innate or acquired. As long as you are willing, that's enough, Cold Wind coaxed him. Moonlight Gale nodded fervently. Of course, I am willing. That's good. Cold Wind beamed. Collect. In his mind, the green light surged, and after a moment, a pale red light point suddenly burst forth from the green glow. A pale red light point? Cold Wind was overjoyed, immediately enveloping the light point with his consciousness. Then, what is this? Translucence 1-3, bloodline limit, incomplete. Incomplete? 1-3. Cold Wind was somewhat bewildered. Must he collect 3 times before merging? Pondering, he quickly focused his thoughts. At this moment, Moonlight Gale was yawning from exhaustion. Cold Wind seized the opportunity to continue guiding him. Then, collect. Collect. After 2 consecutive collection techniques, 2 more pale red light points appeared in the depths of Cold Wind's mind. Simultaneously, these 3 pale red light points, just as Cold Wind envisioned, began to slowly merge together. Soon, the 3 pale red light points fused into a red stardust, small and unremarkable, radiating a faint red glow. Floating around the green light like drifting dust, Cold Wind excitedly enveloped this red stardust with his consciousness. Translucence, bloodline limit. He had succeeded. He had truly collected the bloodline limit. Cold Wind opened his eyes, his breath erratic with excitement. Although he had anticipated it, the tangible acquisition of the bloodline limit filled him with overwhelming joy. He felt as if he could see the Sharingan, Byakugan, Mangeki, Ice Release, Corpse Bone Path, and Dust Release beckoning to him. As the night deepened, Cold Wind returned from scaling the wall of Moonlight Gale's home and locked himself in his bedroom to study his newfound ability. In his mind, near the green light, floated 4 pale blue light points and 1 red stardust radiating a crimson glow. The pale blue light points represented chakra refinement, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, while the red stardust was the recently acquired bloodline limit, translucence. At this moment, these pale blue light points and the red stardust circled the green light like planets revolving around a star, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. The biting cold eagerly enveloped its consciousness in crimson stardust. With a mere thought, in an instant, this red stardust erupted in a dazzling glow, blazing and radiant. Akin to the fierce sun, the Cold Wind felt its entire being heat up under this crimson illumination, as if something searing were forcefully merging with its body, rewriting its DNA in a wild manner. A profound and mysterious sensation began to rise within the Cold Wind's heart. In the next moment, the Cold Wind suddenly opened its eyes and instinctively activated its invisibility. The ethereal waves surged from within, swiftly enveloping its entire form. The Cold Wind raised its elegant brows, acutely aware that its body was in an unusual state. Upon glancing down at its hands and feet, the Cold Wind discovered that its surface was cloaked in a thin, mercury-like membrane, flowing gently like a dreamlike illusion. Am I already invisible? The Cold Wind rejoiced, eager to find a mirror to assess the effect. However, in the next instant, the mercury-like membrane silently burst like a bubble. Immediately, a wave of fatigue surged from deep within, causing the cold wind to falter, nearly collapsing. Alas, I almost forgot. The use of the bloodline limit requires a consumption of chakra, and the cold wind's aptitude was woefully inadequate, having only refined a meager amount of chakra. Maintaining the invisibility was a strenuous endeavor, at most lasting just 3 seconds. Yet, within those fleeting moments, the cold wind glimpsed its future. With the gathering technique, everything could be transformed. The cold wind closed its eyes, and with a thought, the radiant red stardust immediately receded, its dazzling glow gradually dimming until it returned to its previous state, quietly floating beside the green luminescence, emitting a faint red glow. The cold wind gazed at the stardust with rapt attention, silently vowing that one day, this place would be filled with crimson stardust. However, in the next moment, it realized a rather serious dilemma. If it were to gather more than one type of bloodline limit, would it be able to utilize them simultaneously? The cold wind pondered, stroking its chin. The bloodline limit is intertwined with DNA. When enveloped by the red glow, it seemed to sense its DNA being rewritten. If that were the case, should 2, 3, or even 5 bloodline limits merge into its body, rewriting its DNA, would the DNA not be at risk of collapsing entirely? Yet, the 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, possesses 2 bloodline limits, and that infamous Obito has multiple as well. Therefore, it stands to reason that as long as the cold wind's body is sufficiently resilient, it should be able to integrate 2 or even more bloodline limits simultaneously. However, how could the Sharingan and Byakugan coexist? The Sharingan features a red tomo, while the Byakugan presents a pure white iris. What would happen if they were to overlap? The cold wind felt a headache coming on. This golden finger has no instruction manual. What a disappointment. Shaking its head, the cold wind cast aside these chaotic thoughts. Having merely gathered a fleeting glimpse of the elusive technique, I find myself bereft of any sight of the Sharingan or Byakugan. What is there to worry about? When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally find its way. The cold wind stifled a yawn, having just spent 3 seconds embodying a true man, expending a considerable amount of chakra. At this moment, my thoughts came to a halt, fatigue washing over me like a relentless tide. When I finally opened my eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky. Rising from my slumber, I noted that both my parents were absent. Only 2 unappealing rice balls remained in the kitchen, a clear testament to my father's culinary skills. Sighing, I realized my father had already departed for the battlefield, leaving behind these rice balls, perhaps my last breakfast. A sense of unease settled within me, yet I had no choice but to endure, for I was, after all, in a position of weakness. I consumed the rice balls without savoring them, and feeling restless, I yearned to step outside. After changing my shoes at the entrance, I tucked a set of keys from the hallway into my pocket and pushed the door open. My home was situated in the southeastern corner of the village, and a mere 200 meters ahead lay a small commercial street. I strolled slowly towards it, observing that the shops on either side had opened for business, bustling with activity and the sounds of haggling filling the air. Among the crowd, I spotted several ninjas adorned with forehead protectors, engaging in negotiations with shopkeepers, displaying no arrogance in their status. Of course, this could be attributed to the presence of a few Uchiha clan members. The police force. I watched 3 expressionless Uchiha patrolling from the opposite end of the street, excitement stirring within me. This presented an excellent opportunity for gathering. Though the chances of failure were considerable, one must never squander an opportunity. I meticulously scrutinized the expressions and gazes of the 3 Uchiha, and noticed that the one on the far left possessed a certain liveliness in his eyes, frequently unable to restrain himself from glancing towards the shops. Was he merely putting on a facade of aloofness? I chuckled softly, and as they drew near, I swiftly cast a gathering technique upon the lively-eyed Uchiha. Simultaneously, the green orb of light in my mind began to churn, and a pale blue light burst forth from it. Had I succeeded? Elation filled me, but it was quickly tempered by a twitch at the corner of my mouth. A pale blue? Not the crimson stardust? Had I failed to gather the Sharingan? A tinge of disappointment washed over me, yet upon reflection, it made sense. The reason I had so smoothly gathered the fleeting technique from Jifeng the night before was not solely due to my own guidance, but also because of Jifeng's blank slate attribute. He had yet to attend school and had not even mastered the body replacement technique. The only technique available for me to gather from him was the fleeting technique. In contrast, the Uchiha before me, patrolling as part of the police force, was at least a chunin, undoubtedly possessing a wealth of ninjutsu. The difficulty of directly gathering the Sharingan from him was evident. Coming to this realization, I enveloped the newly birthed pale blue light with my consciousness, only to discover that it was none other than the Uchiha signature technique, the Great Fireball technique. In the original narrative, the destined child, Sasuke, spent an extensive amount of time mastering the Great Fireball technique, while I accomplished it in a mere second. Indeed, it seems that travelers like myself are the true children of destiny, rendering Sasuke and his ilk mere bystanders. As the cold wind regained its senses, it became evident that the three Uchiha had gradually distanced themselves. Hastily, I gathered my focus and resolutely cast the remaining two collection techniques. However, fortune was not on my side this time, as both attempts ended in failure. Alas, it appears I have once again become a mere idle fish today. Stretching lazily, I glanced around, listlessly beginning to stroll through the marketplace. Although this commercial street was modest in scale, it boasted a myriad of shops, a small produce market, a general store, a flower shop, an izakaya, a barbecue restaurant, a jewelry store, a clothing boutique, a ninja tool shop, a bathhouse, and even a small gambling den, small yet replete with all manner of vices. At that moment, I stood outside the bathhouse, my innocent wide eyes blinking curiously, as if a voice was beckoning me. Could it be one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? Eagerly anticipating, I ultimately realized that I apparently had not yet fully developed. Never mind, I'll bide my time and develop a bit more before daring to venture deeper. I trudged forward with difficulty until I arrived at the front of an izakaya, glancing up to see its name. The Moonlight Izakaya? Could it be an establishment of the Moonlight clan? Yet, I had never heard my parents mention it. Peering cautiously inside, I found it to be an unassuming izakaya, with a row of four-person tables against the left wall and a long bar counter on the right. Due to the approaching noon hour, several patrons had already taken their seats on the benches beside the bar. To the right of the counter, a few busy employees, donned in matching attire and masks, expertly prepared an array of exquisite dishes for the guests. Standing on tiptoe, I caught a glimpse of sushi, oden, barbecue, and various alcoholic beverages, the mingling aromas tantalizing my senses and awakening my appetite, which was particularly tormenting for someone like me, who primarily subsisted on rice balls. I rummaged through my pockets, discovering nothing but a set of keys. Indeed, a single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Sighing in disappointment, I lamented my predicament. "Phone-chan, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind me. Without needing to turn around, I recognized it as my mother, Keiko. "I want to eat," I declared succinctly, pointing toward the izakaya without looking back. "That won't do. Jifeng is still waiting for us at home. We must return," Keiko insisted, firmly taking my hand and leading me away. Reluctantly, I cast a sideways glance and inquired, "Why is that izakaya called Moonlight?" "Because it belongs to the Moonlight clan," Keiko replied matter-of-factly. "Then does that mean I can eat there without paying?" My eyes brightened with the thought. "Of course you must pay," Keiko explained earnestly. "The izakaya's profits are shared with the clan's elderly and children. If you dine there without compensating them, wouldn't that be rather unfair to those kin?" I countered. "Then why not expand the izakaya? The increased profits would surely cover my meal expenses." Hui Huizi was amused by Hanfeng's innocent remarks and said, "Winchan, there are at least 30 izakayas in the village, and the competition is exceedingly fierce. Therefore, expanding an izakaya is quite challenging. Do you understand?" Hafeng rolled his eyes, realizing that he was indeed just a naive child. Although Hafeng had no experience in the culinary industry, his past life had granted him ample opportunities to visit various Japanese, Korean, and Chinese fast food establishments. By borrowing some management insights and culinary characteristics from these places, he could undoubtedly elevate the competitiveness of the Moonlight Izakaya to a new level. Unfortunately, to others, he still appeared as a child, his words lacking weight, with his father, the clan leader, absent, even if he spoke eloquently. It was unlikely anyone would heed his advice, especially since the izakaya directly affected the livelihoods of the family's elderly and children, a matter of utmost importance. "Winchan, you should head home. I'm going to buy some groceries," Hui Huizi said, pausing at the small vegetable market. Hanfeng's eyes sparkled. "Finally, no rice balls for lunch today?" Upon returning home, as Hanfeng was changing his shoes in the entryway, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the living room. "Brother, you're back," his younger brother Jifeng exclaimed, barefoot and wielding a wooden sword, drenched in sweat. Earlier that morning, Jifeng had scaled the wall to find Hanfeng for sword practice, only to discover he was not home. Thus, he had to train alone in the backyard until now. "Little brother, Didn't I remind you not to overexert yourself? Han Feng remarked, observing the sweat on Jifeng's forehead, feeling both helpless and frustrated. Don't you realize how you'll feel later? Jifeng looked confused. Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway. Just remember, you need to take a nap every day, okay? Ha Feng said earnestly. Moonlight Jifeng nodded, then shook his head, declaring, no way, brother. We have to practice swordsmanship together in the afternoon. You're really brainwashed. Han Feng sighed in resignation, wondering what ideas Moonlight Xingshi was instilling in his little brother to make him so driven at such a young age. He recalled how Naruto, at 6, spent his days doing nothing serious, yet grew up to save the village and the world. Seeing that Ha Feng was unresponsive, Jifeng grew anxious. Brother, let us practice swordsmanship together this afternoon. Yes, Ha Feng replied, feeling exasperated by his brother's persistence. Brother, let us also practice swordsmanship tonight. Moonlight Jifeng shouted excitedly. Why are you so obsessed with sword practice? Ha Feng lamented, rubbing his forehead. I want to inherit the Konoha-style swordsmanship and spread our family's name across the world. Moonlight Jifeng declared passionately, his expression fervent. Let us work hard together, brother. Yes. Ha Feng scratched his head, pondering how the animated Moonlight Jifeng, aside from his fragile health, appeared methodical and even a bit languid in his actions, yet was so overly dramatic in his youth. Before long, Hui Huizi returned with the groceries and prepared a sumptuous lunch. During the meal, she said, Winshan, don't go out this afternoon, stay home and play with Jifeng, understood? Understood, Ha Feng replied. That evening, the Swift Winds accompanied you to sleep, and tomorrow morning I will take you and the Swift Winds to the ninja school for enrollment. From now on, it will be your responsibility to escort the Swift Winds to and from school, understand? Hui Huizi added, due to the recent war with the Sand-Hidden Village, the Konoha Hospital has dispatched a number of medical ninjas to the front lines, which has led to a shortage of personnel at the hospital, thus keeping Hui Huizi quite occupied and unable to spare time. Understood. Han Feng felt somewhat powerless. Now there was an additional burden to carry, making it rather awkward for him to engage in intimate activities. He cast a glance at the burden, noticing that he was nearly finished with his meal, and recalling their sword practice together, he hastily discarded his bowl and chopsticks, then swiftly retreated to his bedroom, locking the sliding door behind him. In the next moment, the little brother's persistent knocking and calling rang out from outside. Brother, let's practice swordsmanship together. Ha Feng lay flat on the tatami mat, feeling drowsy. Despite the noise from his younger brother, the commotion was quite conducive to his slumber. Did they dare to disturb his afternoon nap? What a jest! Han Feng's eyelids grew heavy, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja School, a multitude of new students and their parents had gathered, creating a bustling scene. So many people. UK's Shippa stood outside the crowd, observing the throngs with great excitement. Shippu, you will be attending school here from now on. Are you happy? Hui Huizi inquired with a smile, glancing down at him. Yes, I'm thrilled. UK's Shippu nodded eagerly. Han Feng stood beside them, lazily surveying the surroundings. In the original story, there was a large tree opposite the entrance of the ninja school, with a swing dangling from its branches, but at this moment, the tree was merely a small sapling, rather inconspicuous. If I were to fell this tree, would that be considered altering history? Han Feng's eyes gleamed with mischief. Just then, a charming young boy approached from a distance, and upon spotting Han Feng, he waved enthusiastically. Ha Feng, over here. Hearing that voice, Han Feng's memory surged forth. Indeed, Han Feng turned and waved back with a smile. Long time no see, Irika. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Irika Yumino, the beloved teacher of Naruto, Sasuke, and the other young ninjas. Feng-chan, since a classmate has arrived, you should accompany him, Hui Huizi said with a smile. She knew that the enrollment process for new students wouldn't conclude in just a few minutes, and as a second-year student, Han Feng was not required to participate in the new student ceremony. Thus, rather than allowing him to waste time here, it would be better for him to enter the school early and engage with his peers. All right, I'll head in first. Bye. Han Feng waved and made his way towards Irika. Remember to wait for Shippu after school, don't forget. Hui Huizi called after him. Got it. Han Feng replied without looking back, waving to indicate his acknowledgement. Goodbye, brother. UK's Shippu called out. Han Feng, is that your brother? Irika inquired as he joined Han Feng, unable to resist complimenting. He.S. quite adorable. Ah, his name is Shippu. But he.S. only cute at this age. When he grows up, let us just say he won't be as charming. The cold wind gestured, saying, Irika, let us enter. If we delay, there will be even more people. All right. Irika nodded in agreement, and the two of them began to gently squeeze through the edge of the crowd. As they reached the playground inside, the space suddenly expanded. Hanfeng meticulously observed his surroundings and, recalling his memories, quickly familiarized himself with the school's various facilities. Irfuka, a few days ago, Akane approached me and mentioned that we should go on a picnic together this afternoon after school. Will you join? Irika, with his hands behind his head, strolled leisurely, exuding a carefree demeanor. A picnic, you say? Hafeng squinted. Indeed, they often went on picnics, but the food was always purchased by Akane after they pooled their money, resulting in standard fare like dumplings and red bean soup. No, I think I'll pass. Hanfeng decisively shook his head as his palate leaned towards bold flavors, preferring sour and spicy dishes. Desserts were acceptable only in moderation, but he could not tolerate them as a main course. Thus, he firmly declined. I have to escort Jifeng home after school. I won't have the time. I see. Then I shan't go either, Irika replied with a grimace. I truly do not wish to consume any more dumplings or red bean soup. Hafeng, during summer vacation, Akane invited us for a picnic again. And each time she bought the same sweets. Just how fond is she of dumplings and red bean soup? I abhor desserts. I prefer ramen. Ramen. I envy you. You can decline Akane under the pretext of training, but I cannot. Sigh. As they walked, Hanfeng tilted his head to observe him, his eyes glimmering slightly. Hanfeng, what are you looking at? Irika inquired curiously. Is there something on my face? No, it's just that you seem somewhat different from my memories. Hanfeng replied with a smile. Memories? We haven't seen each other for just one summer vacation. Hanfeng, you wouldn't be ill, would you? As he spoke, Irika couldn't help but reach out to touch Hanfeng's forehead. At that moment, a sudden force collided with them from behind, sending both of them sprawling to the sides. Long time no see, Hanfeng-kun. Akane, hands on her hips and slightly out of breath, looked at them with a beaming smile. Irika, were you just bullying Hanfeng? Akane, you're being rather reckless, Irika complained. Humph. Akane huffed lightly, then turned to Hanfeng, narrowing her eyes mischievously. Hanfeng, let us have a picnic together this afternoon to celebrate our long-awaited reunion. No, I want to go. Hanfeng immediately shook his head. I need to take my brother home. I can't spare the time. Well then, the picnic costs a total of 500. Akane extended her hand for the money. Hanfeng was taken aback. Akane, I said I'm not going. Akane nodded. Even though you're not attending, you still need to contribute to the picnic expenses. Why? Hanfeng squinted at Akane. Because you were absent during summer, we never had enough money for the picnics, Akane pouted. We didn't have enough dumplings and red bean soup. How can you say that? Weren't those all consumed by you in the end? The biting wind rustled through the memories in Hanfeng's mind, sarcastically remarking, if you continue to eat like this, you'll undoubtedly balloon into a sphere before you even reach 30. If gaining weight is due to meatballs and red bean soup, I could accept that, Red Bean cheerfully replied. Finding no common ground, Hanfeng turned and swiftly departed. Hanfeng, wait for me. Irika hurriedly chased after him, not forgetting to glance back and say, Red Bean, actually, I have something to attend to after school. So I'm afraid I can't join the picnic. How infuriating. You clearly don't want to go on the picnic. Red Bean fumed, chasing after them with outstretched arms. Hanfeng's class, Class 8, comprised 30 students, and as the clock inched closer to 8, the comrades arrived punctually at the classroom. Have you seen Lord Hokage? Yes, I have. I thought only our cohort of freshmen would get to hear his speech upon enrollment. But it seems he is here this year as well. You might be disappointed. I heard from senior students that Lord Hokage attends the school every year to give a speech to the new students. What? So our cohort isn't special at all? The students entering the classroom buzzed with conversation, discussing the third Hokage's speech at the school gates while finding their seats. Hanfeng and Irika sat in the last row of the classroom, their expressions impassive, resting their chins on their hands as they watched the once empty room gradually fill. Red Bean stood beside them, propping herself up on the desk, her gaze fixed on the doorway. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she waved her hand, calling, Gongzi Tai. Shinjitsu, Kusa, come over quickly. In Class 8, Hanfeng, Irika, Red Bean, Shinjitsu, Gongzi Tai, and Inazuka Kusa comprised a close-knit group of 6, always playing, engaging in activities, and picnicking together. Upon hearing Red Bean's call, Gongzi Tai, Shinjitsu, and Inazuka Kusa immediately rushed over. Hey, Hanfeng, you seem to have grown quite a bit over the summer, Gongzi Tai exclaimed as he sat beside Hanfeng, comparing their heights, gesturing playfully, and laughing. But you're still shorter than me, haha. That's because my height is all in my legs, Han Feng casually replied. Although it was his first conversation with Gongzi Tai, an undeniable sense of familiarity lingered. What do you mean? Gongzi Tai inquired, somewhat baffled. Han Feng is implying that your legs are short, Shinjitsu interjected, stepping in to assist, striking at Gongzi Tai's heart with his words. What? Gongzi Tai leaped up in indignation, retorting, nonsense. From my chest down is all legs. Look, Han Feng, look. My legs are definitely longer than yours. Han Feng cast a sidelong glance and merely hummed in noncommittal response. Gongzi Tai gritted his teeth in frustration. How vexing. Woof. What woof? Suddenly, the ninja dog, Byakugan, nestled in Inuzuka Kusa's arms, abruptly barked at Han Feng. No, Byakugan, do you not recognize Han Feng anymore? Inuzuka Kusa, a little girl with 2 braids and rosy cheeks adorned in a canine pattern, looked quite adorable. Wu Byakugan whimpered twice, seemingly puzzled as to why it was barking at Han Feng. Little Sha remarked on how slowly Byakugan was growing. The dog from my neighbor's house can grow to the height of my knees in a year. But it seems like your Byakugan hasn't changed much at all in a year. Irika leaned in curiously. What woof? Byakugan barked twice in protest. As a ninja dog, Byakugan's growth cycle is significantly slower than that of an ordinary puppy. Han Feng glanced at the small white puppy cradled in Inuzuka Sha's arms, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. After assuming the identity of Moonlight Han Feng, his behavior and speech inevitably differed from that of his predecessor. These discrepancies, even if noticed by others, including his parents, would not raise much suspicion, for after all, Han Feng was still a child, easily influenced by his surroundings. It was akin to a primary school student whose catchphrases evolved from "oh my" in first grade to "whoa" in second, then to "dude" in third, and "what the heck" in fourth, and so on. Would parents suspect a soul switch every time their child changed a catchphrase? Unlikely. Thus, as long as Han Feng did not act recklessly, no one would suspect that he had taken on a new soul. However, for dogs, noticeable changes in a person's demeanor could evoke a sense of discomfort and strangeness. Those such feelings would soon dissipate. Everyone, can we put aside reminiscing for a moment? Hongdo interjected, unable to contain herself. Let us discuss the picnic after school. Both Han Feng and Irika were not keen on attending. What about you all? Han Feng shrugged and reiterated, my younger brother is starting school this year, and I need to take him home after school, so I truly can't find the time. I have matters to attend to as well, Irika chimed in, raising his hand. Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Hongdo, we both have things to handle after school too, sorry. Hey, what's going on? Inuzuka Sha pouted, holding Byakugan. Being a girl, she adored sweets, and while she had no particular affection for dumplings, she loved red bean soup. Hongdo sighed in exasperation, her spirit deflating. Since you all have plans today, we'll have to cancel the picnic. Ha Feng, Irika, Gongzi Tai, and Kamizuki Izumi exchanged knowing smiles. But if we can't do it today, how about tomorrow? Hongdo suggested with a glint in her eye. Let us go for a picnic after school tomorrow. Agreed. Woof woof. Inuzuka Sha and Byakugan cheered joyfully. Han Feng and the others exchanged glances, bemused by Hongdo's cunning strategy. Just as they were about to voice their objections, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, Kojima Isumo, entered the room. In his 20s, of average height and appearance, wearing a ninja forehead protector, he was a commoner ninja who embraced the will of fire, unafraid of hardship, and was considered one of Konoha's finest nin, as he would proudly declare. Hello everyone, it's good to see you again. Did you enjoy your summer vacation? Kadeoyu folded his arms and wore a smile on his face. Without waiting for the students below to respond, he stated, regardless of whether you are feeling joyful or not, the new semester has arrived, and it is imperative that all of you muster your spirits. Yes, came the weak responses from the scattered students. Why is there such a lack of enthusiasm? Kadeoyu exclaimed. Have you all forgotten the dreams you harbored when you entered the Ninja Academy? It seems I must remind you. With that, he began to call out names. Ito and I. Here. Ito and I, a chubby boy, stood up in a flustered manner upon hearing his name. Speak your dream aloud. Kadeoyu urged dramatically. Ito and I, feeling somewhat embarrassed, murmured. Teacher, my dream is to become a chef. Kadeoyu blinked heavily, processing this. Understood, you may sit down. Now, Matarai Anko. Teacher, my dream is to eat dumplings. Red bean soup and bean paste buns every day. Anko stood up, unabashedly counting off on her fingers. All right, you can sit down now, Kadeoyu said, his forehead twitching slightly as he scanned the room. Han Feng, how about you? Han Feng stood up hesitantly and said, to develop in a peculiar way and not be mundane? Laughter erupted in the classroom. Kadeo's mouth twitched as he retorted, Han Feng. Wasn't your previous dream to inherit the leaf-style swordsmanship and become an esteemed jonin? Did I? Han Feng pondered, recalling that he had indeed expressed such aspirations during his introduction upon entering school. The memory now seemed a tad embarrassing. Teacher, last year I was merely a 6-year-old child who knew nothing. How could you take a child's word seriously? Kadeo opened his mouth, only to find Han Feng's reasoning so compelling that he could not muster a rebuttal. Sit down, he finally said, feeling exasperated. He turned to Irika, who was seated beside Han Feng. Irika, what about your dream? Irika stood tall and proclaimed, Teacher, my dream is to become an exceptional ninja. Well said, Kadeo exclaimed, his eyes brimming with emotion. Irika did not disappoint him. He clapped vigorously, his voice rising in fervor. Classmates, you must all learn from Irika. Never forget the original intent that brought you to the Ninja Academy. Once you have chosen to become a ninja, you must persevere through all storms. No matter the challenges you face, remain steadfast and pursue your dreams with unwavering determination. His passionate speech finally stirred the students' spirits, and their eyes sparkled as they applauded enthusiastically. Kadeo smiled and gestured for the applause to quiet down. Classmates, to assess whether you have been diligent over the summer, assemble at the training ground behind the school in 10 minutes for a test. Yamato declared loudly. Oh no, I detest this, came the chorus of complaints. What does it matter? We're all at the bottom anyway. I just hope I don't come in last. It's up to you, Hanfeng. The students grumbled, one casting an expectant glance at Hanfeng. Hanfeng's expression faltered momentarily before he erupted in anger. Listen to yourselves. Is that even reasonable? Just because I don't want to be last, you think I should take the fall? After a year of camaraderie, are we so quick to let our friendship sink? The Ninja Academy boasted several training grounds, with the largest being the playground. However, at this moment, the third Hokage was passionately addressing a group of new students. And Yamato wisely opted for a training area behind the school to avoid interrupting. As Hafeng followed the throng down from the classroom building, he scanned the crowd for potential allies. Although he advocated for a slow and steady approach, he certainly did not wish to finish last. Determined to avoid such an embarrassment, Hanfeng aimed for a commendable performance, at the very least securing a position in the top 3. To achieve this, he needed to enhance his abilities before the test. In his mind's eye, 5 pale blue orbs and a solitary red speck floated near a green light, representing his chakra refinement technique, body duplication technique, great fireball technique, and his bloodline limit, the body flicker technique. While they appeared impressive, they were ultimately ineffective. Firstly, he could not reveal his body flicker technique, as he had previously been informed at the Konoha hospital that he lacked a bloodline limit. Using it today would be disastrous. Secondly, due to his lack of talent, his chakra refinement was sluggish, rendering him unable to utilize the body duplication technique or the great fireball technique. Given these obstacles, Hanfeng needed to acquire a skill that could instantly elevate his combat prowess to level 5. For instance, physical techniques. Although his father had trained him in swordsmanship for a year, his poor aptitude meant that even with a sword, he would likely wield it like a mere stick. Nonetheless, this year of rigorous training had bestowed him with exceptional stamina, but beyond that, he possessed few advantages. Regrettably, after observing his 30 classmates in Class 8, he found no one with outstanding physical skills. This cohort truly seemed to be lacking. Yet, even among the mediocre, one could stand out. Ultimately, Hanfeng's gaze settled on Mitarashi Anko. The fact that she had caught the attention of Orochimaru and became his disciple spoke volumes about her unique qualities. Perhaps, if she could overcome her penchant for sweets and dedicate herself entirely to training, she might ascend to glory and gold? Shaking himself from his thoughts, Hafeng approached Anko directly. Anko, he said, tapping her shoulder. What is it? Anko replied, turning around with a mischievous glint in her eye. You're not thinking of asking me to help you cheat, are you? The training test was a one-on-one sparring competition, and theoretically, if Anko was willing, Hanfeng could easily orchestrate a clever ruse with her. The cold wind lightly mused. Hey, do not underestimate me. I am quite significant. Red Bean, failing to grasp the meaning, retorted, Then what do you want with me? I wish to inquire about your greatest skill, the cold wind asked. Greatest skill? Red Bean, with an air of pride, replied without hesitation, the art of shuriken throwing. This summer, I specifically sought training to enhance my abilities. This time, I am sure to excel. The art of shuriken throwing? The cold wind's eyes brightened. That could certainly be useful. As long as one could acquire the technique, it could be employed directly. During the test, shurikens and other ninja tools would be provided, albeit without sharp edges, thus preventing any serious injury. Of course, this was contingent upon avoiding vital points. At that moment, the Cold Wind and others had exited the teaching building, and ahead on the playground, the third Hokage was delivering a speech. Their homeroom teacher, Yushiro Kajima, signaled for everyone to proceed quietly, avoiding any distractions, and they made their way towards the training grounds behind the building. Time was of the essence for the Cold Wind. Red Bean, could you possibly teach me the shuriken throwing technique? The Cold Wind inquired, seeking to enhance his chances of success in acquiring the skill. You want to learn? Red Bean's eyes twinkled as she readily nodded. Sure, I can teach you. Red Bean, you are truly. The Cold Wind flattered her while attempting to collect the skill. In his mind, a green orb surged momentarily, but then it calmed. Collection failed. The Cold Wind gazed at Red Bean's youthful face, feeling utterly defeated. What do you mean by what? Red Bean asked, her large eyes wide with curiosity. The Cold Wind's expression darkened further. You little deceiver, so inconsistent and insincere. Are you a devil? With a forced chuckle, the Cold Wind suppressed his disappointment, though he longed to give her a good thrashing. Nevertheless, he knew he could not neglect the collection process. Contemplating, he realized that extraordinary measures were required. And with a serious demeanor, he retrieved a 1,000-yen note from his pocket. This money was given to him by Hui Wei before he enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Red Bean, I feel somewhat guilty. You so warmly invited everyone for a picnic, yet I declined due to my selfish concerns. I truly should not have. The Cold Wind, feigning heartfelt sorrow, pressed the 1,000 yen into Red Bean's hands, stating, This is for you. Red Bean, feeling a tad bashful, protested, But how can I accept this? Swiftly, she tucked the money into her pocket. The corners of the Cold Wind's mouth twitched slightly as he remarked, Consider it my contribution for future picnic expenses. Red Bean nodded enthusiastically. All right, I will keep it safe for now. Seeing her in high spirits, the Cold Wind immediately unleashed a collection technique. In an instant, the green orb in his mind surged forth, culminating in the emergence of a pale blue light. However, this pale blue light appeared rather dim. The Cold Wind suddenly felt an ominous premonition and hastily enveloped the pale blue light with his consciousness, only to find himself in disbelief. Shuriken throwing technique, incomplete, unable to use. What on earth does incomplete mean? Before the Cold Wind, Hanfeng had encountered imperfections during his gathering of, yet behind that imperfection lay a clear hint of 1/3. In contrast, this time the imperfection only presented unusable hints. Should he continue gathering? Observing the smile on Hongdo's face, Hanfeng felt a surge of impulse to reclaim his money, which represented a week's worth of pocket money. No, I must remain composed. Hanfeng forced himself to calm down and ponder the differences. Soon, he grasped the essence of the matter. Bloodline limits are immensely powerful forces tied to human DNA, which explains why even the gathering technique cannot be fully completed in one attempt. Hanfeng required 3 attempts to gather, and by extension, it was likely that other bloodline limits could not be successfully gathered in a single endeavor either. Furthermore, regarding Hongdo's kunai throwing technique, the reason it manifested as incomplete was probably because the girl had not fully mastered the technique. In other words, what he had collected was a truncated version of her kunai throwing technique, rendering it utterly useless. Realizing this, Hanfeng let out a silent sigh. Having spent the day hunting geese, he found himself pecked in the eye today. How disheartening. Meanwhile, the classmates had gathered at the back of the classroom building, where there was a training ground the size of a basketball court. Thus, the opening school test was about to commence. Yujiro pulled out a notebook and a pen from somewhere and exclaimed passionately, Irika, you go first and choose your opponent. Irika stepped out of the crowd, surveyed the surroundings, and finally fixed his gaze on Hongdo. Hongdo, I look forward to your guidance. Humph. With a haughty snort, Hongdo pushed through the crowd to the edge of the training ground, securing a bag of unsharpened kunai to her leg. She casually remarked, Irika, you fool. You will regret this. Kunai, although unsharpened, cannot strike at a classmate's vital points. Irika, Hongdo, and everyone else, do you understand? Yes. The group responded in unison. And then Hongdo made the first move. She swiftly retrieved 2 kunai from the pouch on her leg and hurled them at Irika. The kunai transformed into fleeting shadows as they shot toward Irika's hands. Irika bent slightly, firmly grasping one kunai, and with a resounding clang, deflected one kunai aimed at his lower body, while the other he could only absorb with his body. Luckily, the kunai were unsharpened. Although the impact was painful, he sustained no bleeding injuries. Again, Irika gritted his teeth and charged at Hondo. Hondo's expression tightened as she quickly retreated to maintain distance from Irika, simultaneously pulling out kunai from her pouch to throw at him. In a mere 10 seconds, she had launched most of her kunai, while Irika was already bruised and battered. That will be enough. Irika, you did exceptionally well. However, the victor of this test is Hondo. Yujiro regretfully halted Irika's advance, saying, "Let us conclude with the seal of reconciliation." Humming cheerfully, Hondo approached Irika, performing the seal of reconciliation with him, and asked, "Irika, you're not angry with me, are you?" Irika shook his head. "Of course not. However, it truly hurts. My apologies. I shall be gentler next time. Heh. There will be no next time. I will certainly defeat you next time," Irika declared earnestly. Meanwhile, Yugo quickly recorded the performances of Hondo and Irika succinctly in his notebook before selecting the next participant. "Ito and I, you're up?" "Yes." Ito and I, a chubby boy, stepped onto the training ground with a kunai in hand, then turned to face the crowd. The previously silent audience began to stir with excitement. The vast majority of the class gazed at the plump Ito and I with sparkling eyes, their eager expressions reminiscent of those experiencing their first love. "NIG, pick me. Ito the chef, choose me, choose me. Me. I'm the weakest, pick me." The crowd eagerly raised their hands, anxious for the chance to battle the chubby Ito and I. Such enthusiasm? Could this little chub be the most charming one in our class? Hanfeng's eyes brightened. Concurrently, Shingitsu Izumi had appeared beside Hanfeng, saying, "Hanfeng, I believe you should step up." The ever-attentive Gongzi Tai added, "Hanfeng, this is your only opportunity." "Opportunity, is it?" Just as I suspected, this chubby Ida and I, who dreams of becoming a chef, is indeed the lowest achiever in Class 8. Whoever faces him is bound to win. Hanfeng was overjoyed, thinking that with his own excellence, he would stand out among the crowd and catch Ida Ni's attention. Thus, he squeezed through the throng to the front, calmly gazing at Ito and I. As if sensing Hanfeng's gaze, Ito and I's eyes lit up, recognizing a kindred spirit. He pointed, declaring, "I choose him. I choose Hanfeng." "Wait." Hanfeng furrowed his brow. What else with this sudden excitement? Turning around, he saw Shingitsu Izumi, Gongzi Tai, and the recently exited Hondo and Irika, all watching him with eager anticipation, shouting fervently, "You can definitely defeat him." Hanfeng felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this chubby boy the lowest achiever? Or was it that he was even worse off? Goodness. Hanfeng quickly searched his mind and soon recalled details about this boy. Ida and I, age 7, dreams of being a chef, is rather weak, and maintains a steady position in Class 8, never dropping below 3rd from last. This performance is as stable as Hanfeng's. I see, Ito and I is the greatest obstacle on my path to surpassing the 2nd and 3rd places. Hanfeng realized his life's goal, to surpass Ito and I. "Hanfeng, please select your sword," Yugo urged as he stood there motionless for a moment. Hanfeng nodded solemnly and approached the edge to select the sword. The blades here were all flat, with dull tips, hardly distinguishable from sticks. As Hanfeng selected his sword, the other students looked on with regret, especially those who were also vying for a spot among the top 3 alongside Hanfeng and Ito and I, feeling a sense of abandonment. Before long, the cold wind had chosen a sword and approached the center of the training ground, his expression grave as he addressed Ito and I, saying, "Ito and I, let us begin. I am Ito and I, not Ito and I the fat." Ito and I corrected the moniker, then shouted, "I'm coming in." With greasy hands tightly gripping the kunai, he dashed toward the cold wind with quick, light steps, making a series of sounds. Pat, pat, pat. The cold wind held his sword aloft, his stance firm, as Ito and I drew nearer. Despite the urgency of the moment, the cold wind remained motionless. Though he was still the same cold wind, the soul within him had matured, allowing him to face Ito Ni's charge with calmness rather than panic or counterattack. At that moment, Ito and I had closed the distance to within half a meter, bellowing as he lunged forward with the kunai. Was that it? There was no semblance of technique? The cold wind hesitated, sidestepping just in time for Ito Ni's kunai to whiz past him. In one swift motion, he extended his leg, tripping Ito and I and sending him sprawling to the ground, then pressed the sword against his back. I concede. Ito and I lay on the ground, glancing back at the sword resting against him, his expression a mix of complexity as he looked at the cold wind, as if the latter had stolen the title of the world's strongest from him. The cold wind, however, regarded Ito and I with an innocent expression, pondering how incompetent one must be to linger in the top 3 with him. It seemed he had eagerly collected victories that were hardly necessary within Class 8. He was the king among the bronze ranks. How could this be? Ito and I had been defeated in an instant? What had just transpired? Why did Ito and I suddenly fall? When had the cold wind become so formidable? The onlooking classmates were astonished, buzzing with whispers. Cold wind, impressive. I truly did not expect your combat awareness to have improved so significantly. Katashima Yu quickly jotted down notes in his notebook, then elucidated aloud. Ito and I. Ahem. Ito and I the fat, just charged at cold wind, but cold wind remained remarkably composed. He did not rush to retaliate or evade. Rather, he waited for Ito and I to strike before deftly sidestepping the kunai and utilizing Ito Ni's momentum to trip him. Very well done. Cold wind. You must have undergone rigorous training over the summer. The cold wind couldn't help but recall his days of napping daily and enjoying rice balls after his arrival. Nodding gravely, indeed, I endured many hardships. Keep it up. You shall undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. Katashima Yu encouraged. I understand. Thank you, teacher. The cold wind nodded earnestly. As the biting cold wind swept down from the training grounds, Shingitsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai, a pair of close friends, ascended together, ready to engage in combat. Their strengths were nearly equal, though Gongzi Tai's martial arts prowess was slightly superior, allowing him to narrowly edge out Shingitsu Izumi. The testing continued, with students entering the training arena in pairs, clashing in a frenzy of novice skirmishes. Yuji Katashima diligently recorded the performance of each combatant, and soon, only 2 of the 30 students remained. One of them was Inuzuka-sa. As for the other, Hafong gazed at her, utterly bewildered. Wait, she. The last contender was none other than Yunyu Yui. Hafong was aware of her presence in the class, being from the Yunyu clan, yet her existence seemed so faint. Until now, he had hardly noticed her, as if she were a mere figment of imagination. Yunyu Yui donned a long coat that obscured much of her figure, the high collar concealing everything below her eyes. Indeed, members of the Yunyu clan are often attired like this, but Hafong glanced up at the scorching sun, and then back at Yunyu Yui's thick coat. Is she not feeling the heat? Now, Inuzuka-sa, Yunyu Yui, it is your turn. Katashima announced with a grin. Yes. Woof woof. Inuzuka-sa placed her ninja dog, Shiramaru, on her shoulder and stepped into the training arena, retrieving a handful of shurikens into her ninja pouch. Meanwhile, Yunyu Yui had already arrived at the center of the arena, her head slightly bowed. The high collar shrouding her expression, her gaze cast downwards, emanating an aura of solitude and indifference. The students of Class 8 regarded Yunyu Yui with a mixture of awe and trepidation. As she entered the arena, silence enveloped them, even their breath slowed deliberately. Reflecting on the past, Hafong suddenly realized that this unassuming and low-profile Yunyu Yui was, in fact, the top-performing student in their class. No wonder she remained until the end. Initially, Hafong had thought her lack of presence meant she was unnoticed, but now he comprehended that the primary reason was her status as the strongest in Class 8, which deterred others from challenging her. As for why Inuzuka-sa was the last to compete, Hafong quickly pieced together the reasoning. Among the 30 students in Class 8, the most privileged were Yunyu Yui and Inuzuka-sa, both scions of esteemed families, harboring their own pride. Selecting commoners as opponents would likely yield little satisfaction, even in victory. Right? I'm going. While Hafong was lost in thought, Inuzuka-sa had already called out sharply, launching the shuriken in her grasp with precision. Accompanied by the piercing sound of slicing air, the rapidly spinning shuriken soared 5 meters, suddenly descending upon Yunyu Yui's right shoulder. In the next instant, Yunyu Yui lifted her gaze, only to reveal that countless insects had inexplicably crawled into her starkly contrasting eyes, creating the eerie illusion of a swarm. Hafong gasped in shock. Although he knew the Yunyu clan was known for their insect manipulation, the sight he had just witnessed was so visually striking that it nearly left him weak-kneed. As for the other students, they gasped in shock. Some timid girls even closed their eyes, too afraid to witness the grotesque display of YNGA. Irika stood beside the cold wind and remarked, although GA is the strongest student in our class, she is also the least popular. Her combat style is simply too. Irika cast a fearful glance at the swarm of insects fluttering around YNGA, at a loss for words. Perhaps it would have been better if she donned a pair of sunglasses. The cold wind interjected, noting that many members of the YN clan in the original work wore sunglasses. Initially, he thought they were merely trying to appear cool, but now it seemed related to the unsettling spectacle they had just witnessed. After all, the visual impact of 1's pupils crawling with insects was indeed terrifying. At that moment, the training ground was filled with a multitude of insects released by YNGA, shifting from offense to defense. The dense swarm coalesced in the air, forming billowing clouds of darkness that assailed Inuzuka-sa. Saza dared not remain stationary, constantly evading while launching shuriken with both hands, each spinning rapidly through the air towards Nga. Wong, wong, wong. Baiwan yelped earnestly, attempting to scare off the insects with its high-pitched cries. Although Baiwan was a ninja dog, it was still young and unable to partake in battle. Its only contribution was its vocal support for its young master, Saza. In response to Saza's shuriken, Nga chose not to command her insects to counterattack but instead crouched down to evade. Consequently, the shuriken hurtled towards the unperturbed Kajima Isamu, who casually tucked his notebook under his arm and effortlessly caught the shuriken with his hand. Ga has reached her limit, he declared, tossing the shuriken to the ground with a wry smile. While the Wyan clan could house insects within their bodies, it required chakra to sustain them. As Ga was only in her second year, her chakra was limited, indicating that the insects within her were also few. Her choice to evade rather than deploy her insects against Saza's shuriken suggested that she had already exhausted her reserves for battle, leaving her in a vulnerable state. Thus, if Saza could endure, victory was undoubtedly within her grasp. However, regrettably, her stamina was rapidly depleting under the relentless pursuit of the insects. When she realized that only one shuriken remained in her tool pouch, she understood that she was destined to lose this match once again. I concede, Saza gasped, surrendering with a sense of resignation. Simultaneously, the insects that had been chasing her came to an immediate halt before returning to Nga, disappearing into the collar and cuffs of her windbreaker. Though it was not the first time the onlookers had witnessed such a scene, the mere thought of countless insects crawling over one's body sent shivers down their spines. Therefore, the victor of the final test was Ga. Kajima Isamu announced while documenting their performances. The test has concluded. Everyone return to the classroom. Theory class will commence in 10 minutes. Understood. It is truly unfortunate, Shasa. With a supportive hand on the weary Inuzuka Sha, Akane encouraged her. You were so close to victory. No, it was Yui who showed mercy. Inuzuka Sha replied with a bittersweet smile. Her insects did not pursue me with full force, otherwise, I would have lost long ago. Woof woof. Baiwan suddenly barked twice. Somewhat discontented, being still too young, he felt powerless to assist his master. Baiwan did his utmost. Thank you. Inuzuka Sha affectionately patted the head of Baiwan resting on her shoulder, her smile revealing 2 charming dimples. However, Yui is truly formidable, without a doubt. She is the strongest student in our cohort. I believe she is even on par with those from higher grades. Irika gazed on with admiration. How I wish I could be as powerful as her. That's not difficult at all. Simply nurture thousands of insects within your body. Hanfeng whispered teasingly in Irika's ear, a chill creeping around his neck. No, absolutely not. The mere thought of thousands of insects crawling over him sent shivers down Irika's spine. Hanfeng, please refrain from making such terrifying remarks. That's prejudice. If Yui hears you, she would be so hurt. Hanfeng jested. Even so, I wouldn't want that. Irika was a principled individual. Hanfeng shrugged, surmising that the other students in the class felt similarly. They both admired Yui's remarkable strength while also harboring a fear of insects, thus instinctively keeping their distance from her, rendering the already inconspicuous Yui akin to an invisible entity. Therefore, if one were to approach Yui at this moment and earnestly flatter her, Hanfeng believed there was a significant chance of winning her favor, and then, collect? Hanfeng pondered, stroking his chin. The Yunyu clan is known for their insect manipulation, raising a multitude of insects, among which is the parasitic bug that can directly inhabit one's body and be nourished by chakra. When the time for battle arrives, with just a thought, one can command the parasitic bugs to fight, which is exceedingly convenient. Judging from her previous performance, it was evident that Yui had already mastered the secret art of controlling these parasitic bugs. Given Yui's treatment within the class, Hanfeng believed that by simply flattering her, he could significantly increase his chances of winning her favor, thus enhancing the likelihood of successful collection. However, Hanfeng hesitated. It was not due to an allergy to insects, but rather, even if he could successfully collect them, he feared he would be unable to cultivate them. For the parasitic bugs are exclusive to the Yunyu clan. Even if Hanfeng were to obtain this secret technique, he would need to procure the parasitic bugs from Yui herself. The bugs are interconnected, and once Hanfeng began nurturing them within his own body, it would undoubtedly be discovered by Yui and the rest of the Yunyu clan. Moreover, aside from the Yunyu clan, Konoha is also home to the Hyuga clan, whose Byakugan possesses formidable perceptual abilities. Once they activate their Byakugan, it would be impossible to conceal the insects within Hanfeng's body. Thus, Hanfeng sighed, shaking his head, relinquishing the idea of collecting Yui. As Han Feng rounded the front of the teaching building, he noticed students from another class descending, likely preparing for their entrance exams. On the grand playground, the third Hokage's speech on the Will of Fire had finally concluded, and the new students joyfully entered the teaching building, filled with dreams as they embarked on their journey as ninjas. With a languid glance, Han Feng followed the crowd back to the classroom. Not long after, Yukajima, having returned his notes to the office, entered and commenced the theoretical lesson. Han Feng rested his head on the desk, feeling disinterested. Theories held no significance for him. Ninja combat was all about strength. Victory would lead to glory, while defeat meant laboring in obscurity. What need had he for theory? I still have one opportunity to gather. Han Feng lifted his head, recalling from the previous assessment that apart from Yui Aburame, none of his classmates possessed any value for collection. However, there was one exception, their homeroom teacher, Yukajima. With keen eyes fixed on the podium, Han Feng recognized that as a teacher, Kajima's role was to impart knowledge and resolve doubts. The probability of successfully gathering from him was undoubtedly higher than from anyone else. Han Feng's fingers itched with anticipation, but he restrained himself from the impulse to collect immediately. Kajima was a nin, undoubtedly skilled, yet those skills might not align with Han Feng's needs. Just as he had once gathered the fireball technique from a Uchiha during a shopping spree, he found himself lacking the chakra to utilize it. Therefore, what Han Feng truly required was not an overwhelming jutsu or illusion technique, but rather something immediately applicable that could enhance his combat abilities, perhaps the art of throwing kunai or shuriken. Subconsciously glancing at the hapless red bean, he redirected all his focus back to Yukajima, who was currently elucidating the principles of trap-making. A ninja's missions rarely unfolded smoothly while camping in the wilderness. One must be wary of potential enemies as well as ferocious beasts that could appear at any moment. Thus, the ability to create traps is an essential skill for every ninja. Kajima spoke passionately for over half an hour, covering only a fraction of the material. Sensing the growing impatience among the students, he decided to shift topics. Tracking, counter-tracking, trap-making, and intelligence gathering. Each element is crucial, foundational, and intricate for a ninja. If laid out in detail, it could take days and nights to cover completely. Given the students' youth and limited patience, Kajima's teaching plan was quite adaptable, touching on various topics each day and gradually imparting knowledge at a comfortable pace, leaving the extent of learning to each student's diligence. Now, let us delve into the knowledge of tracking. Kajima did not need to prepare, as these concepts were deeply ingrained in his memory, impossible to forget. Teacher. Han Feng seized the opportunity, standing from his seat. Could you please discuss the techniques for throwing kunai and shuriken? Kazushima glanced at Han Feng with a hint of surprise, and then surveyed the other students, only to discover that most of their eyes sparkled with excitement. For them, the monotonous tasks of trap-making and tracking paled in comparison to the thrill of directly engaging in kunai throwing. Very well. Let us delve into the art of throwing ninja tools. Kazushima began with a smile. The kunai, shuriken, and even the shuriken of 1,000 blades mentioned by Han Feng are all forms of ninja tools, yet the techniques for their deployment vary significantly. These variations in throwing methods can lead to drastic differences in the speed and angle of the tool's flight, particularly with the Uchiha clan's kunai throwing technique, which can even alter the trajectory of the weapon, allowing it to strike from blind spots. Thus, when faced with incoming ninja tools from an opponent, one must never underestimate them or employ a one-size-fits-all defense. Kazushima continued to impart a wealth of knowledge, his words flowing seamlessly. Ha Feng watched him with wide eyes, sensing that he was on the verge of a great gain. Initially, he had hoped Kazushima would merely explain the kunai or shuriken throwing techniques for him to gather. But now Kazushima had expanded his discourse to include the shuriken of 1,000 blades as well. However, eager anticipation does not hasten the meal. Han Feng restrained himself until Kazushima had spoken for over half an hour before he could no longer contain his impatience. Finally, he made his move. Gather. In an instant, a vibrant green orb of light surged in Han Feng's mind, and soon a light blue point emerged from the orb, joining the 6 previous points, floating around the verdant sphere. Han Feng eagerly enveloped the newly formed point with his consciousness. Then, joy surged within him. Ninja tool throwing technique, including shuriken of 1,000 blades, kunai, and shuriken. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it was only upon achieving successful collection that Han Feng's face broke into a blissful smile. Do not inquire about my surname. It is Fortune. After the successful gathering, Han Feng felt a wave of comfort wash over him, a sense of satisfaction enveloping him, even as he became somewhat lethargic. Resting his head on the desk, while Kazushima, Yu continued his impassioned lecture. This theory class extended from 9 in the morning until 11:30. At which point Kazushima Yu finally declared the session over. Lunchtime had arrived, and students from Class 8 either headed to the cafeteria or settled for their bento boxes on the spot. Hobu also retrieved her bento, approaching the back row where Hanfeng and Irika sat. Soon, Kamizuki Izumi, Kaneko Tetsu, and Inuzuka Sasa joined them, each holding their own bento. Hanfeng's bento, unsurprisingly, consisted of rice balls, neatly packed in a container small enough to fit in his pocket. Hanfeng, just how much do you adore rice balls? I haven't seen you bring anything else in a year, Hobu remarked as she popped one into her mouth. Hanfeng's expression shifted. So, my parents have been making rice balls every day, not out of laziness, but because they enjoy them themselves? Is this misunderstanding rather significant? After lunch, Hobu and Inuzuka Sasa began to gossip, while Hanfeng, Irika, and others begrudgingly listened to the rumors swirling around. Whispers of early romances in the neighboring class floated through the air. In the morning's entrance examination, an upperclassman, lacking restraint, drew blood. The top 10 campus heartthrobs among the freshmen have already been announced. Hanfeng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Hey, where did you all hear such news? He interrupted incredulously, wondering how they had come to know so much when they had all been together that morning. Hongdo shot him a glance and replied haughtily, I overheard it while I was in the restroom. Hanfeng's lips twitched. Was the girls' restroom truly so extraordinary? Just a moment spent inside could yield such a wealth of information? What was the point of headlines then? Inuzuka saw, cradling her small puppy, Byakugan, chimed in with a smile. Hanfeng, although we are not yet official ninjas, we must remain vigilant in gathering information from all around us. Am I being lectured? Hanfeng felt overwhelmed. I heard that the Uchiha from Class 1 shone brilliantly in this test. Hongdo began to gossip again. Yes, Inuzuka exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she squeezed Byakugan, nearly turning his face into a dumpling. He is incredibly handsome. Indeed, he possesses both strength and good looks. Being from the prestigious Uchiha clan, many girls are enamored with him, Hongdo teased, winking at Inuzuka. I heard someone even formed a fan club. Ah, I want to join too. Inuzuka bounced with enthusiasm. Byakugan whimpered, struggling as his little owner nearly squished him. Hanfeng rested his chin on his hands, rolling his eyes at their banter. If not for Irika sitting beside him, he might have thought he had been transported into a realm of champions. He yawned and nudged his desk mate Irika, asking, who are they talking about? Hey, you don't know? Irika exclaimed, astonished. He is the most outstanding student of our cohort. Hanfeng lazily inquired, more outstanding than GA? Absolutely, there's no comparison. Inuzuka interjected, glaring at Hanfeng. GA is definitely no match for him. So what is this Uchiha's name? Hanfeng sighed, merely seeking a name, wondering why they were so enamored. His name is Uchiha Shursui, Irika replied. Hanfeng's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he made a decision. I want to adore him too. Shursui of the body flicker technique. He is a prominent figure of the Uchiha clan, a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, and both his teleportation and shuriken techniques are among the finest in the ninja world. Just acquiring one of his skills would be enough for Hanfeng to dominate the ninja academy. No, he must orchestrate a romantic encounter, surrounded by a flurry of cherry blossoms and radiant sunshine, and then successfully win over Uchiha Shursui before thoroughly, collecting with Shursui's talents. He might even apply for graduation from the academy next year. Irika spoke with an expression of admiration. Of course, he is the best. Inuzuka expressed her appreciation for Irika's reverence towards Uchiha Shursui. Meanwhile, Hanfeng fell into contemplation. Uchiha Shursui, it seemed, rose to fame during the Third Great Ninja War for his battles against the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, his name echoing throughout the ninja world as the Shunshin Shursui. Furthermore, it was during this very conflict that he awakened his Sharingan, witnessing the sacrifice of his comrades. Now, Konoha was engaged in combat with the Sand Village along the borders of the Land of Fire. The Third Great Ninja War had indeed commenced. Although the specific timing of the Hidden Mist Village's invasion remained uncertain, Uchiha Shursui would likely not linger at the Ninja Academy for long. Perhaps he would even choose to graduate in the second year. This meant that the time Hanfeng had to admire him was rather limited. Initially believing this cohort of students to be of modest caliber, he was astonished to discover that hidden among them was a true gem. This individual was undoubtedly a king among men. Hanfeng took a deep breath, aware that his time was fleeting and that preparations were necessary. The afternoon classes were a blur for Han Feng, his mind consumed with scenes reminiscent of male leads from romantic dramas in his previous life. I originally intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet the outcome has been estrangement. No more pretense. I am a billionaire. I reveal my true self. Is it my fault for being wealthy and handsome? It seems something has intruded. Students, that concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. The voice of the homeroom teacher, Kazushima Isamu, suddenly rang out, reminding everyone to take care on their way home. Yes. The students replied enthusiastically. Was class already over? Snapped from his reverie. Han Feng looked up at Kazushima Isamu, who was about to exit the classroom, and inexplicably spoke. Teacher, you haven't assigned any homework. In an instant, every student in Class 8 turned to glare at Han Feng, their gazes sharp as blades, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Kazushima Isamu paused momentarily before turning back with a smile. I almost forgot. Today's assignment is for each of you to write an essay on your insights regarding kunai throwing, no less than 500 words. Class dismissed. Yueong Ha Feng. I will kill you. Beat him to death. Han Feng felt a twitch of his skin. Had he really provoked the wrath of the masses? It was Kazushima Isamu who assigned the homework. What does it have to do with me? If you have the ability, go find him. However, the enraged students had already disregarded reason and closed in on him. Ha Feng hurriedly sought assistance from the other 5 members of their small group, but regrettably, aside from Irika, Akane, Kamitsuki Izumi, Tetsu, and Inazuka Sa had already joined the assault party, charging at him with fierce expressions. Stop right there. Han Feng was infuriated. All present were elite students of the Ninja Academy, individuals of quality. Was there truly no issue that could not wait until he had knelt before them? At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Tsukikid Shippu had been waiting for quite some time, but had yet to see her brother. Could it be that he had been detained by the teacher? As Moonlight Gale contemplated, he suddenly spotted a disheveled figure, bruised and battered, approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than his elder brother. Brother, what has happened to you? Moonlight Gale rushed over anxiously. Did you get into a fight with someone? Cold Wind was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to disclose the truth, as he was a person concerned with his dignity. It's nothing. I merely saw a student fall while descending the stairs, so I rushed to save him. Unfortunately, I tumbled down the stairs myself, but thankfully, I am relatively unharmed. There is no need for alarm. Is that so? Moonlight Gale's eyes sparkled. Brother, impressive. Keep it low-key. If Mother inquires upon our return home, simply tell her the truth. Cold Wind replied, waving his hand. Now, let us head home, little brother. Upon their arrival, Hui Zi did not disappoint. Upon seeing Cold Wind's face, her expression immediately turned stern. Wind, how many times must I remind you? You absolutely cannot engage in fights at school. Hui Zi admonished him earnestly. Ninjas possess great power. If each ninja acted solely upon their whims, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, such formidable strength could become a menace. It could lead to the obliteration of a street, or worse, the annihilation of a village or even a nation. Thus, the major hidden villages maintain a policy of lenient external control but strict internal regulation. Should you commit any transgression, you would be swiftly apprehended. If you resist, you would be subdued and imprisoned for reflection. Should you attempt to flee, you would be branded a rogue ninja, subject to a bounty and pursued relentlessly by dark forces until death. Hui Zi's concern for Cold Wind stemmed from her fear that he might resort to violence when faced with displeasure, opting for fists over reason. Indeed, such behavior might be the simplest and quickest method to resolve disputes within the confines of school, often resulting only in reprimands from teachers. However, once outside the school, you are a ninja. If you dare to continue this reckless behavior, you will inevitably find yourself imprisoned. Hui Zi recalled years ago when Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, subdued a pair of brothers known as the Wind God and Thunder God. These brothers possessed immense strength, yet their mischief, stemming from hunger, led to destruction fueled by their terrifying power. Ultimately, they were imprisoned by Lady Tsunade, and she never saw them again. Thus, Hui Zi was resolute in ensuring her son would not follow the misguided path of the Wind God and Thunder God brothers. At that moment, Moonlight Gale spoke up. Brother did not engage in a fight. He fell while rescuing someone from the stairs. Cold Wind wore a look of bemusement, as if to say, by stating this, you are placing me in an awkward position. However, his expression did not linger for long. Is that so? Hui Zi gazed at Cold Wind with a look of disappointment. As a medical professional, I confront various injuries daily. Wind, Can you not discern whether your wounds are from falling down the stairs or from a fight? Cold Wind twitched the corner of his mouth, conceding, all right, let us forget this matter. In light of this, it was time to demonstrate true skill, to abandon the vehicle and protect the commander. Cold Wind immediately turned hostile. Gale, how could you say such a thing? I understand you mean well, but you must not lie. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Silence. I do not wish to hear your voice at this moment. I refuse to listen, lamented the young boy. It was you, dear brother, who prompted me to speak this way. The moonlight swiftly cast a sorrowful glance at the Cold Wind, feeling utterly dejected. Winchan, the number of people saved by Huizuko far exceeds those who have faced the wrath of the Cold Wind. How could she not discern his true feelings? She was so incensed that words eluded her. Upon noticing that his mother seemed genuinely upset, the Cold Wind decided to speak candidly. Mother, I did not engage in a fight. I was merely caught in the midst of one. He then recounted the entire sequence of events. When Huizuko learned that her son had been overwhelmed by an angry mob for reminding the homeroom teacher to assign homework, her expression softened. Winchan, you have done nothing wrong. Huizuko reassured him. You are still students. When teachers assign homework, it is for your benefit. If they ever strike you again, seek out teacher Keijo-yu. Do you understand? The Cold Wind nodded in acknowledgement. Huizuko continued, I am proud of you, my dear. Thank you. Mother, he sighed in relief, but a moment later, he felt a chill run down his spine. Winchan, is mother very old? Huizuko squinted her eyes. It is merely a term of endearment. Must you be so pedantic? The Cold Wind, unable to comprehend, forced himself to feign youthfulness. Mother is the youngest and most beautiful. Brother, you just deceived me. At that moment, Moonlight swiftly stepped forward, demanding an explanation for his recent ordeal. Apologize, brother. With a cheerful smile, Huizuko turned to prepare dinner, leaving the children's matters for them to resolve. The Cold Wind cast a sidelong glance at Moonlight. Little brother, you've gotten a bit too bold. Haven to you? Do you even know what the term younger brother signifies? Brother. Apologize. Brother, apologize. Moonlight insisted, tugging at the Cold Wind's sleeve, refusing to relent. With a sigh, the Cold Wind placed a hand on Moonlight's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, I deceive you for your own good. Do you understand what a benevolent lie is? The little brother shook his head in confusion. It means I do everything for your benefit. My encouragement during sword practice is to help you grow stronger. My motivation is to inspire you to overcome obstacles and pursue your dreams. My deceptions are intended to shield you from the chaos of the world. All of this, dear brother, is for your sake. Yet, you seem utterly oblivious to my intentions. I am deeply disappointed. Remain silent. I have not finished. Moonlight quickly closed his mouth. Unable to meet the Cold Wind's shimmering gaze, his eyes darting to the floor. After dinner, he had initially intended to practice swordsmanship with Moonlight, to aid him in achieving his aspirations. However, given the current situation, his heart ached. I can no longer accompany you in joyful practice. From now on, you must practice alone. You are now a mature brother. Go forth and train diligently. The young lad was left in a state of turmoil by the words of the Cold Wind. At times, he felt that his brother's insights were indeed profound, leading him to believe he had unjustly accused him. At other moments, he suspected his brother was merely spinning tales to deceive him. Ultimately, he found himself grappling with whether or not to place his trust in those words. By the time he regained his composure, the Cold Wind had already dashed into the kitchen. The kitchen of the Cold Wind's home was modest in size, barely accommodating 2 adults, yet it felt spacious enough. Given the Cold Wind's youth, Mother, shall we refrain from making rice balls for tomorrow's lunch? The Cold Wind suggested gently. Huizuko looked down at the Cold Wind in surprise. Chan, aren't rice balls your favorite? With utmost seriousness, the Cold Wind replied, I am weary of them. I no longer wish to eat rice balls. Huizuko admonished, Chan, being picky is not good. The Cold Wind chuckled awkwardly. Picky? Nonsense. Adults only purchase what they themselves enjoy. If a child refuses to eat, they label them as picky. This truth had been evident to the Cold Wind since his previous life. Thus, he declared with righteous fervor, Mother, you are correct. For too long, I have indulged in rice balls. It is a grave oversight. There exists a myriad of other delectable foods, yet I have forsaken them for rice balls. I was wrong. I shall no longer be selective with my food. I resolve to embrace a variety of dishes from now on. Huizuko paused, somewhat ensnared by the Cold Wind's earnestness. After a moment, she smiled at him and said, Very well, if Chan insists, I shall prepare something different for your lunch tomorrow. Agreed. The Cold Wind sighed in relief, finally bidding farewell to the dreaded nori and sesame rice balls. After dinner, the Moonlight Swift Wind finally came to a realization. With his head bowed, he approached the Cold Wind to apologize. I should not have spoken to you that way. Please do not hold a grudge against me. Observing the forlorn expression on his younger brother's face, the Cold Wind let out a sigh and gently patted his shoulder, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Fear not. Though you have misunderstood me and wounded my heart with your words, I shall not bear you any ill will, for you are my brother. The Moonlight Swift Wind felt something was amiss, yet upon hearing that the Cold Wind was not angry with him, a smile finally graced his face. However, the tone of the Cold Wind shifted as he began to rub his fingers together in a rather dubious manner. Brother, when I fell down the stairs, I lost my pocket money. Alas, what a predicament. The Moonlight Swift Wind appeared perplexed. Was his brother's injury caused by a classmate? Or was it a result of his tumble down the stairs? If he hadn't fallen down the stairs, then why would he lose money? The more he pondered, the more confused he became, ultimately deciding to set those thoughts aside. Brother, shall we practice swordsmanship together tonight? The Cold Wind paused his finger-rubbing motion. Am I not being sufficiently clear? Yet, upon seeing the innocent and naive gaze of his younger brother, the Cold Wind instantly comprehended. This little cabbage had yet to weather the storms of life. How could he possibly grasp the meaning behind such gestures? Oh well. He was merely a child. Let him be. The Cold Wind waved goodbye and said, Little brother, I'm not feeling well and need to retire early tonight, so I won't accompany you in your revelries. The Moonlit Swift Wind, noticing the injuries on the Cold Wind's face, nodded in understanding and then ran to the backyard to practice swordsmanship alone. Upon returning to his bedroom, the Cold Wind found Hui tidying up his tatami mat, and there were now many clothes and trousers that did not belong to him. Clearly, the Moonlit Swift Wind was to officially move in and share a bond with him. This development was anticipated by the Cold Wind, for Swift Wind came from a single-parent family, with his father engaged in battle, making it impossible for him to manage on his own. Thus, he had to move into their home. Winchan, from now on Swift Wind will live with you. You mustn't bully him while he sleeps, Huizi advised. Rest assured, I have no interest in chrysanthemums, replied the Cold Wind with a yawn. Chrysanthemums? Although Huizi was worldly wise, she had not weathered much and did not grasp the implications of the Cold Wind's words. She cautioned, Winchan, Swift Wind is the future of our family and must inherit the Konoha style of swordsmanship. You must not lead him astray, or else your father will punish you severely. I know. The Cold Wind felt an ominous premonition. With another child moving in, would he be subjected to daily admonishments as a cautionary tale? This thought filled him with a slight despair. At that moment, Huizi had finished her tasks, rose, and walked towards the entrance, turning back only to say, Winchan, Mother has to work night shifts at the hospital. Please take Swift Wind to school in the morning, and be careful on the way, understood? Yes, I will be mindful. The Cold Wind nodded, then his expression changed, and he rushed out to ask, What about our breakfast and lunchbox for tomorrow? Don't worry. Mother has prepared everything for you. Huizi turned back with a gentle smile. It's in the kitchen. The Cold Wind stared at her expressionlessly, wondering if it was rice balls. Hadn't she promised to make something different? He was quite exasperated. No, this time it's sushi. Huizi exclaimed cheerfully. Winchan will surely love it. Well then, goodbye. As she changed her shoes at the entrance, her movements paused for a moment. The Cold Wind immediately offered his farewell blessing. Goodbye, mother. With a bang, as Huizi left, the Cold Wind dashed to the kitchen, where he immediately spotted 2 bento boxes side by side, accompanied by a plate holding around 10 pieces of sushi. As he approached, his expression darkened. These sushi, aside from the rice, also contain seaweed and sesame. So, apart from their appearance, what distinguished sushi from rice balls? The Cold Wind felt a surge of frustration. He then opened the bento box, only to find the sushi inside was of the same ilk. Alas, he felt utterly disenchanted. At the Konoha hospital, as Huizi entered, she was spotted by her colleague, Matsuda Risa, who exclaimed, Huizi, you're here. Hurry, we have a meeting. A meeting? It can't be about the news from this afternoon, can it? Huizi pondered, recalling something. At noon today, a rumor circulated within the hospital, stating that an exceptionally skilled doctor would soon arrive at Konoha Hospital to engage in discussions and interactions with the local medical staff. It is essential to clarify that this individual is a doctor, not a medical ninja. Indeed, it is true. Come on, Huizuko, Matsuda Risa urged impatiently. Huizuko hesitated. But if it is a doctor, is it really appropriate to make such a fuss? Being a healthcare professional herself, Wazuko was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates doctors from medical ninjas. Many ailments that pose great challenges for doctors can be effortlessly resolved by medical ninjas with a mere healing technique. Furthermore, within the same time frame, a medical ninja can treat far more patients than a doctor. Thus, in Wazuko's perspective, no matter how hard a doctor tries, they cannot compare to a medical ninja due to this qualitative disparity. This time is different, Wazuko. Matsuda Risa exclaimed with excitement. I have heard that this doctor possesses extraordinary medical skills, surpassing even those of medical ninjas. How can that be? Wazuko was skeptical. It is true. I heard that this afternoon, the director held a meeting regarding this matter and specifically tasked our department with hosting this doctor. Tonight's departmental meeting will focus on this. Matsuda Risa said, brimming with enthusiasm. Wazuko, this could be our opportunity. If we can learn something from this doctor, it might prove immensely beneficial for us. Really? Wazuko's eyes began to sparkle with interest. Yes, I have heard that even the director holds this doctor's medical expertise in high regard. Matsuda Risa affirmed. Wazuko nodded solemnly, understood. Risa, let us go. Before long, Wazuko and Matsuda Risa arrived at the conference room. Inside, the night shift medical personnel had assembled in significant numbers. Although it was evidently impossible for everyone to attend, as some staff needed to remain to care for patients. The head of the healthcare department, Ushijima Nakazo, assessed the room and promptly addressed the attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of tonight's meeting agenda. Yes, a doctor named Sharingan will soon be visiting our hospital, and our department is responsible for receiving him. While Wazuko attended the meeting at the hospital, Hafong comfortably lounged on the tatami mat, squinting his eyes to count the stars. Chakra extraction techniques, the three-body technique, the great fireball technique, and the ninja tool throwing technique, shuriken, kunai, saban, coupled with the phasing technique, floated in his mind, a green orb surrounded by 6 pale blue light points and 1 red stardust. How beautiful! Amidst his musings, Hanfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed one was missing. Ah, what happened to the incomplete kunai throwing technique he had gathered from that girl, Red Bean? Has it vanished? Or has it merged with the ninja tool throwing technique? A few days ago, while collecting the phasing technique, Hafeng had already discerned that the collection technique possessed a fusion capability, allowing for the merging of similar bloodline limits. And it now appeared that the same was true for Jutsu. In the biting cold, Hafeng's imagination soared. What if he were to gather 100 fireball techniques to fuse them? Would the power of his fireball surpass that of Uchiha Madara's great fire annihilation? Hanfeng felt a stirring of excitement. Yet regrettably, the collection technique could only be utilized thrice a day, and any individual could only be collected from 3 times. Thus, at this juncture, Hanfeng aimed to gather as extensively as possible, enriching himself before meticulously selecting a few advantageous ninjutsu to specialize in. In essence, one should build high walls, amass grain, and take time to claim the throne. After counting the stars, Hanfeng found himself restless, unable to sleep, and reluctantly rose from his tatami mat. Venturing into the backyard, he spotted his younger brother engaging in a contest with a wooden post, wielding a wooden sword. The gentle moonlight cascaded down, elongating his brother's shadow. As Hanfeng descended the corridor, the night breeze rustled the grass in the yard, lightly brushing against his ankles, inducing a slight itch. Brother, his younger sibling gasped, catching sight of Hanfeng, before turning back to resume his practice against the post. Hanfeng circled the post, feeling a bit uninspired. Nonetheless, his hands itched to join in. After all, having acquired the throwing technique for shinobi tools, it was said that wealth should not be hoarded away from home. Akin to walking in splendid attire under the cover of night, Hanfeng endured the temptation until he could no longer resist, and thus retrieved a shinobi tool pouch from within the house. This pouch, previously used by Tsukikage Hashino, was somewhat worn, containing discarded shurikens and kunai, marred by cracks or rusted along the edges. Hanfeng strapped the pouch to his thigh, contemplating that to avoid accidentally harming his younger brother, he would leap the wall into the neighboring yard, and there he would indulge in his practice. He drew a kunai, casting it toward the wall without a glance. Clang! The kunai sliced through the air like a shadow, striking the wall sharply before rebounding onto the grass. The act of shooting at the wall offered no thrill. Hanfeng rushed to retrieve the kunai and began to mark circles on the wall, creating a target, a large circle encasing smaller ones, culminating in a minuscule center, scarcely the size of a thumb. With a serious expression, Hanfeng retreated 10 steps, pondering, then advanced 5 steps closer. So, he began, but abruptly spat out a mouthful of sour pickled vegetables onto the ground. Damn it, Is this Chinibu contagious? Shaking his head, he drew forth the kunai and shuriken, executing swift and decisive movements as he unleashed them in rapid succession. In mere seconds, accompanied by the clattering sounds of metal, Hafeng had discharged all the tools from the pouch. However, if one disregarded the target, his throwing technique could be deemed textbook perfect. The balance of his limbs and the finesse of his wrist and fingers left no room for error. Yet Hafeng was acutely aware that a significant portion of his thrown kunai and shuriken had landed outside the target, and he distinctly felt his body stiffen during the throws, as if his movements were being dictated by an external force. The cold wind furrowed his brow as he approached to retrieve the fallen ninja tools scattered across the grass. Casting a glance at the wall, he noted with disappointment that the marks left by the shurikens and kunai were predominantly outside the outermost circle. The results were utterly dismal. Such a lack of precision was rather absurd. If he were to encounter an enemy, he would surely be his own undoing. Shaking off these thoughts, he continued his practice. As the number of throws increased, the sensation of guidance within him gradually faded, and the stiffness in his body began to dissipate, replaced by an innate familiarity. The scattered marks left by the kunai and shurikens on the wall began to converge toward the small center circle of the target. An hour later, the sound of success echoed, ding, 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 ding. With both hands drawing back, he unleashed 5 kunai in rapid succession, each striking the small center circle with unwavering accuracy. Thus, he realized, although he had acquired the technique of throwing ninja tools through mere observation, to truly master it and achieve perfection required an hour of dedicated practice. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Reflecting on this, he toyed with the kunai in his hand, fingers brushing against its cracks and rust. He could sense the kunai breathing, yearning, and attuning to his desires, as if it had become an extension of his own being. Relishing this strange familiarity, he gently hurled it away. At the moment of release, his fingers subtly adjusted the kunai's trajectory, and with a satisfying ding, it traced a graceful arc before embedding itself precisely at the top of the target, exactly where he had envisioned it. He continued to practice, stepping back from 5 paces to 10, and then to 15. In just half an hour, he was once again hitting his mark with uncanny precision. The exhilarating satisfaction was palpable. A smile broke through his previously restrained expression. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that his current prowess in throwing ninja tools surpassed that of all his peers at the Ninja Academy, including the prodigious Itachi Uchiha. Perhaps, while Itachi's talent was indeed remarkable, his skills had not been tempered by the rigors of war, and thus his kunai throwing technique likely had not reached its pinnacle. Therefore, I am undoubtedly the brightest star at the Ninja Academy. He massaged his sore, fatigued arms. Without the rigorous training from Tsukuyami over the past year, he would not have been able to endure over 2 hours of kunai throwing. However, now, every effort bore fruit. Silently, he collected all the ninja tools from the grass, and then used a kunai to erase the marks on the wall. Having accomplished this, he crawled over the wall to return home. His younger brother was still diligently practicing with a wooden post, sweat glistening on his brow. Yet his eyes remained steadfast and pure. Feeling inspired, Hafeng took out a kunai and tossed it toward him. Whoosh! The kunai sliced through the air, hurtling straight towards the blade of the wooden sword in his brother's grasp. Hearing the sound of the projectile, his brother instinctively turned, leveraging his body's momentum to slice horizontally with the wooden sword duong. The shuriken struck precisely against the edge of the wooden sword, subsequently rebounding to the ground. Yue Guang Jifeng, momentarily shaken by the impact, glanced down to discover a sinister crack adorning the blade of his sword. Brother. Yue Guang Jifeng stared blankly at the wooden sword in his grasp, and after a brief moment, he finally comprehended what had just transpired. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Incredible! Brother, you're amazing. How did you do that? Truly impressive." Hafeng let out a sigh, unable to resist the urge to boast. "Little brother. Everything has its underlying principles. One cannot simply act recklessly, you know? It is vital to look beyond appearances and grasp the essence of things. You must cultivate the ability to discover and observe, while also emphasizing efficiency." Yue Guang Jifeng nodded, half understanding, then shook his head. "You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. I shall go freshen up now." Hafeng waved his hand dismissively and departed with a flourish. The following morning, Hafeng, feeling rejuvenated, took his little brother to the ninja school. Although he had practiced shuriken throwing for over 2 hours the previous night, he had thoroughly mastered the technique, which put him in good spirits. "Brother, I want to learn shuriken throwing," Yue Guang Jifeng suddenly implored, clearly impressed by Han Feng's earlier display. "You wish to learn this?" Han Feng instinctively wanted to refuse. It was not out of selfishness, but rather because he believed his little brother's talent was limited. Even if he devoted himself entirely to the Konoha-style swordsmanship, he would ultimately only become a special jonin. Diverting his focus to other skills would hinder his progress. However, he soon reconsidered. After all, his little brother was already enrolled in ninja school. Even if he chose not to teach him, the instructors would cover these skills by the next semester. Moreover, shuriken throwing, trap creation, tracking, and counter-tracking were fundamental skills for any ninja. Even if it diluted Yue Guang Jifeng's focus, he needed to acquire these abilities to survive in the ninja world. Thus, Han Feng nodded, "Very well. But you may only practice with wooden shurikens for now." "Understood," Yue Guang Jifeng replied, brimming with excitement. Upon arriving at the ninja school, the two parted ways. Han Feng returned to his class, only to be intercepted by Hong Do. "Han Feng, we're having a picnic after school," she exclaimed with a smile. "Is it possible to skip?" Han Feng inquired. "Of course, but you've already paid," Hong Do replied, looking quite pleased. "Then, I suppose I shall go." Han Feng sighed, primarily reluctant to part with his pocket money. Besides, the ninja school dismissed at 3:30 in the afternoon. And after spending half an hour escorting his little brother home, he could still meet up with Hong Do and the others in time. Then it settled. Just as Hong Do was about to turn away, she suddenly glanced back at the bruise on Han Feng's face and asked, "Han Feng, is your injury all right?" "It's nothing. Just a bruise. It will heal in 2 days," Han Feng reassured her. "Then I'm relieved," Hong Do said, patting her chest before skipping away. "Relieved? What does that mean?" Han Feng thought, wearing a skeptical expression. Taking his seat, Han Feng rested his chin on his hands, stifling a long yawn, and began to doze off. Han Feng. Han Feng. Time has slipped away unnoticed, when suddenly a voice jolted the drowsy Cold Wind from his reverie. "Where's your homework?" "Huh? Oh, the homework." Cold Wind opened his bleary eyes, rubbed them, still somewhat disoriented. "What homework?" Standing before Cold Wind, collecting assignments, was none other than Ida Erpeo, a classmate who ardently pursued his dream of becoming a chef at the Ninja Academy. "Your reflection on the art of throwing ninja tools, no less than 500 words. Itu Erpeo slammed a stack of homework onto the table, visibly gritting his teeth. "You haven't forgotten, have you? This assignment exists solely because of you." Cold Wind felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He had remembered it last night while returning home, but after enduring a relentless interrogation from his mother, he had grown so anxious that he forgot. Following that, he had spent over 2 hours practicing the throwing of ninja tools, which completely erased any thought of his homework. "Ah, I remember now. I left my homework at home," Cold Wind exclaimed, his expression one of regret. "I'm really sorry, Erpeo. How about I bring it tomorrow?" "Who are you calling fat?" "I am voluptuous, not overweight. I will surely slim down as I grow up." Ida Erpeo fumed. "Of course. Erpeo will undoubtedly transform into a flash of lightning as he matures." Cold Wind flattered. "That is more like it." Ida Erpeo huffed, then stated, "Whether you choose to submit your homework or not is your own affair. I shall inform the teacher of the truth." "Erpeo, don't be like that. It's not that I'm unwilling to submit it. I simply left it at home." Cold Wind pleaded, "How about I write it right now?" Ida Erpeo shook his head vehemently. "No way. I need to submit it right now. Are you going to hand it in, or not? Come on. We've shared countless memories. Can't you grant me this chance?" "Absolutely not," Ida Erpeo retorted angrily. "We had no homework assigned yesterday, yet here you are, forcing us to stay home and complete it. And now you, this culprit?" Cold Wind interjected. "Yes, you, the instigator, have failed to write it. Moonlight Cold Wind. You have no shame." Ida Erpeo fumed, his anger reaching its peak. At this moment, the classroom had filled, and upon hearing the commotion from the back, several students turned their expressions devoid of emotion, directing their gaze at Cold Wind, creating a rather tense atmosphere. Cold Wind noticed even the usually inconspicuous Yui was staring at him, which amplified his anxiety. "Cold Wind, is this truly all right?" Irika gazed at him with pity. "I spent 2 hours completing my assignment yesterday. Indeed, I spent 2.5 hours. It's all Moonlight Cold Wind's fault. But this guy didn't even write it. How shameless. Let us give him a taste of his own medicine." Hong Do exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand and shouting. Cold Wind looked at Hong Do in disbelief, finally realizing that she was the one who had incited the others to gang up on him yesterday. No wonder she had seemed so unconcerned earlier. It was all her doing. He glared fiercely at Hong Do. Realizing she had revealed herself, Hong Do quickly sat up straight, displaying a dimpled smile in an attempt to charm her way out of trouble. "The teacher is here," Suddenly, Ito, the chubby boy, brightened up and picked up the homework notebook from the table. With his short legs, he dashed towards the teacher's door, exclaiming, "Teacher, except for Moonlight Hanfeng. Everyone submitted their homework yesterday." Yuichi Kajima was taken aback. If his memory served him right, wasn't he at Hanfeng who reminded him about the homework yesterday? What a curious tactic this child employed. Kajima gestured for Ito to place the homework notebook on the podium. "Hanfeng." Kajima approached the podium and asked earnestly, "Where's your homework?" Hanfeng stood up from his seat, and the classmates turned to look at him, their faces adorned with expressions of eager anticipation, as if they were about to watch a movie. "Teacher, yesterday I was beaten." Hanfeng suddenly displayed a look of indignation. At that moment, his classmates, in a synchronized manner, averted their gazes, sitting up straight, eyes fixed ahead, with Redbean being the most diligent in this avoidance. "Beaten?" Kajima observed the bruises on Hanfeng's face, furrowing his brow. "Who did this?" "I couldn't see who hit me," Hanfeng replied. He intentionally withheld the truth, knowing that the person who struck him would surely rise to his defense, redirecting Kajima's attention. Indeed, as soon as Hanfeng finished speaking, Redbean stood up in a flurry. "Teacher, Hanfeng must have been unable to do his homework because he was beaten. Please forgive him this time. Let him submit an essay later." The culprits of the class, relieved from a moment of panic, eagerly spoke up in Hanfeng's defense, their expressions sincere and their tones earnest, though inwardly they were cursing. "This Moonlight Hanfeng is too cunning. I cannot tolerate this grievance. I must give him a good beating this afternoon. How shameless." Kajima's final verdict regarding Hanfeng's incomplete homework was to allow him to submit an essay later that day. As for the incident of Hanfeng being beaten, Kajima was no fool. It was evident that the students pleading for Hanfeng were likely the same ones who had assaulted him. Though Hanfeng's academic performance is lacking, his emotional intelligence is quite high. Kajima mused internally before declaring, "Now, let us commence the lesson. Today, we will discuss the principles of trap-making. Irika, is it truly Ito's dream to become a chef?" Hanfeng, having narrowly escaped a predicament, pretended to listen attentively while whispering to Irika beside him. Irika replied, "Ito. Ahem, Ito's family owns a sushi restaurant. He has grown up in the sushi shop and aspires to be the best sushi chef in the village." Hanfeng, puzzled, asked, "Then why does the teacher seem to value him so much? Is it because he loves sushi?" "No. It's because Ito's theoretical knowledge is the best in our class," Irika groaned, covering his forehead in distress. "Hanfeng, please refrain from giving Ito ridiculous nicknames." Hanfeng shot him a sidelong glance. "You certainly seem to find it quite catchy." "I do not," Irika retorted, flustered. He was a person of principles. At that moment, a student sitting in front of Irika suddenly tossed a small piece of paper backward. Iruka was taken aback, picking up a small note, and upon opening it, his face immediately transformed into a delightful expression. Imitating the gesture, he glanced sideways at Hanfeng. "What is this about?" Hanfeng sensed a palpable malice emanating from Iruka. "This is for you," Iruka said, extending the small note towards him. Hanfeng was momentarily puzzled. What does this mean? Am I being confessed to? Quietly, he unfolded the note, which read, "Moonlight Hanfeng, do not run during the afternoon training." Hanfeng raised an eyebrow. The 3 exclamation marks did not seem indicative of a confession. Then, someone seated in front of him tossed down another small note. Hanfeng instinctively caught it and opened it. "Moonlight Hanfeng, let us have a duel in the afternoon." 3 lines of black sweat appeared on Hanfeng's forehead, who was stirring up trouble. Yet before he could pinpoint the suspect, a flurry of small notes began circulating from all directions. Including the first 2, there were a total of 14. It is worth noting that their entire class only comprised 30 students. As Hanfeng perused the notes, they all contained messages aimed at him. He held his head in his hands, feeling utterly exhausted. "Hanfeng, are you all right?" Iruka inquired, suppressing laughter while feigning concern, though the delight in his eyes was undeniable. "All I wanted was to be an unassuming handsome man. Why is it so difficult?" Hanfeng propped his chin on his hands, secretly relieved that he had mastered the art of throwing ninja tools the previous night. Otherwise, he would have faced a severe beating that afternoon. However, these bronze-level students are quite stubborn. "Very well, today I shall impart to you the principles of life, and in the future, you will be grateful for my teachings." Yet, there remained a pressing concern. Would his sudden improvement in throwing ninja tools raise suspicions with Kadota? After pondering, Hanfeng decided he must quickly finish his essay and submit it, ideally showcasing his innate talent for throwing ninja tools to Kadota. With this thought in mind, Hanfeng swiftly rummaged through his drawer for a notebook. only to discover he had forgotten his pin, prompting him to borrow one from Aruka. Meanwhile, Kadota was elaborating on the principles of trap-making, while Ha-Feng energetically jotted down his insights on throwing ninja tools. For Ha-Feng, who had fully mastered the technique, composing a 500-word essay was a trivial task. In less than 40 minutes, he completed his essay. As soon as the break began, Ha-Feng hurried to present his work to Kadota. After a thorough read, Kadota revealed an expression of astonishment, generously praising him. Ha-Feng, I had no idea you had such profound insights into throwing ninja tools. Ha-Feng humbly replied, It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Even with the best teaching, it's futile if you don't listen, Kadota remarked pointedly. The swiftness with which Ha-Feng wrote his reflections could only imply he was not paying attention during class but was instead engrossed in writing. Ha-Feng offered an awkward smile. All right, you may return now. Kadota said no more, waving Ha-Feng back to the classroom. Upon returning to the classroom, Ha-Feng discovered that everything was as usual. However, recalling the 14 small notes hidden within his desk, a subtle smile crept across his face as he thought to himself that he ought to eat a hearty lunch to gather strength for the impending confrontation. During the subsequent theory lessons, not only was Ha-Feng disinterested, but half of the class seemed equally distracted, silently awaiting the passage of time. At last, the morning sessions concluded, and the bell rang for recess. Yamada, you observed the restless students below and felt compelled to remind them, class. This afternoon's practical training session will be guided by our homeroom teacher, Mr. Hirasato Daichi. I urge you all to focus and not create chaos for Mr. Daichi, understood? Yes. The collective voice of the students resounded with enthusiasm. Yamada shook his head and exited the classroom. The moment he left, the atmosphere in the class transformed into one of lively excitement. Red Bean swiftly grabbed her bento and rushed to the back row. Ha-Feng, you're in for it. The latest intel reveals that this afternoon's training session will pit you against a dozen opponents. The situation is dire. Red Bean feigned a serious expression. Fear not, Ha-Feng retorted, producing his sushi bento with a confident hum. I am the strongest. Wait, sushi? Red Bean exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the contents of Ha-Feng's bento. Ha-Feng, have you abandoned rice balls? At the mention of this, Ha-Feng's expression soured. He pointed at the nori and sesame sushi in his bento and asked, Red Bean, is there truly a distinction between sushi and rice balls? Of course there is. Suddenly, an excited voice interjected. It was Ito Fat, a classmate who aspired to become a chef and was diligently honing his skills at ninja school. How could rice balls possibly be compared to sushi? Ito Fat exclaimed, his displeasure evident. Sushi alone can be categorized into box sushi, rolled sushi, thick rolls, thin rolls, hand rolls, and inside-out rolls. As he spoke, Ito Fat approached Ha-Feng's desk and beheld the nori sesame sushi in his bento. This is not sushi. Ito Fat fumed. Sushi is not made this way. You are being lazy. You have sullied sushi, and this kind of sushi is utterly devoid of soul? Ha-Feng interjected. Precisely. Such sushi lacks any soul. Ito Fat's emotional intensity was palpable. Ha-Feng, perplexed, glanced towards Irika, questioning, what is his issue? Ha-Feng, I had mentioned before that Ito's family, ahem. Ito's family is in the sushi business, Irika explained softly. Ah, I see. Ha-Feng mused, looking down at the nori sesame sushi in his bento, gradually understanding. To Ito Fat, sushi was likely a sacred and inviolable entity, a belief, a lifelong aspiration. While the sushi crafted by Keiko was well, Ha-Feng felt a twinge of grievance himself. In any case, Ito Fat glared at Ha-Feng and declared, Moonlight Ha-Feng, prepare yourself for the practical training this afternoon. Ha-Feng, what are your plans for the afternoon's training? Irika inquired, munching on his lunch. I intend to take on 10, Ha-Feng replied, popping sushi into his mouth while occasionally pilfering some vegetables from Red Bean and Inazuka Sara's bento boxes. As for Irika, Kamizuki Izumo, and Kaneko Tetsu's bento? Apologies, but I am unable to assist. Ha-Feng, it seems you would make a perfect pair with her paying, as you have an advantage over him. Kaneko Tetsu, seated on a stool, indulged in his meal, inadvertently scattering a few grains of rice that landed in the fur of the little puppy, Shiramaru. Kaneko Tetsu. In an instant, Inazuka Saya exploded with anger. Although she possessed a gentle and amiable temperament, she would not tolerate any mistreatment of her dog. Ah, my apologies. Kaneko Tetsu hurriedly cleaned the rice off Shiramaru. Whimpering, Shiramaru sat atop the table, wagging his tail, his large, watery eyes gazing at his little master, occasionally glancing at Ha-Feng and Irika. Shiramaru was quite perceptive. Despite his hunger, he patiently awaited his master's offerings. Thus, Inuzuka Saya took a piece of sushi from Hanfeng's bento and fed it to Shiramaru. Whimper the little puppy took a bite, squinting his eyes in delight as he chewed, seemingly relishing the moment. Observing this, Hanfeng suddenly recalled something and could not resist asking, "Little Saya, may I pose a question? Do dogs possess taste?" "Of course they do." Inuzuka Saya replied without hesitation. "Then how can dogs consume feces?" Hanfeng asked curiously. "Hanfeng, you brat, please refrain from asking such disgusting questions while we eat," Red Bean exclaimed in outrage. However, Inuzuka Saya responded, "Although dogs have taste buds, their sense of taste is quite dull, particularly when it comes to sour or unpleasant flavors. Which explains why they—" "Oh, I see." Hanfeng understood. No wonder dogs could endure what humans could not. "Hanfeng, are you truly unconcerned about this afternoon's practical training class?" Kamizuki Izumo inquired, noting Hanfeng's apparent nonchalance, which caused her some worry. Hanfeng stuffed the last sushi piece into his mouth and chuckled. "I'm not targeting anyone. Rather, everyone here who passes notes is simply trash." Hanfeng's bold declaration reverberated throughout the class within half an hour, inciting ire among those like Ito or Pang who had distributed notes, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the practical training session. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in a corner of the ninja school playground, the stubborn bronze students of class 2 to 8 had arrived early to warm up, the atmosphere charged with anticipation for battle. Hanfeng lazily stretched his fingers and wrists, displaying no signs of tension on his face. Meanwhile, Red Bean, Inuzuka Saya, Irika, and the others had distanced themselves from Hanfeng, each wearing an expression of somber farewell, which left Hanfeng feeling rather exasperated. Half an hour later, their practical training instructor, Hirama Daichi, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, finally arrived. "Hello, students." Hirama Daichi, a robust middle-aged man with a buzz cut and pronounced features, revealed a set of yellowed teeth when he spoke, suggesting he was a habitual smoker. "Hello, Teacher Daichi." The bronze students greeted in unison. Hirama Daichi surveyed the group, quickly confirming their numbers, and without further ado, he produced a sealing scroll and placed it on the ground. Then formed hand seals. Bang! Amidst the white smoke, a precise number of 30 ninja tool bags materialized on the scroll, one for each individual, all secured to their legs. "Indeed!" exclaimed Hirama Daichi. Ito Nibuta, brimming with excitement, elbowed his way through the crowd, seizing the first bag and swiftly fastening it to his thigh. Standing calmly at the back, Hanfeng suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning around, he was startled to find Yuna Yui, clad in a high-necked trench coat, silently positioned behind him. "Yui, you are here too?" Hanfeng stammered, wanting to jest but hesitating due to their unfamiliarity. He considered greeting her, but her icy demeanor left him momentarily at a loss for words. Yui glanced at Hanfeng and nodded, a semblance of acknowledgement. Hanfeng let out a dry chuckle, the atmosphere growing awkward. Fortunately, the others were quick in retrieving their ninja tool bags, and soon it was Hanfeng's turn. He picked up a bag and inspected its contents, 10 shurikens, 10 kunai, and 20 senbon. Running his fingers over them, he noted that these tools were crafted from solid wood, with their edges meticulously smooth. Meanwhile, Hirama Daichi's voice rang out. "Teacher Kajima informed me that he shared the techniques of throwing ninja tools with you yesterday, and each of you composed a reflection on your throwing experiences. Thus, today's practical training will focus primarily on throwing techniques. Form 2 groups, A and B, each comprising 15 members, for a throwing training confrontation." Upon his words, those who had exchanged notes promptly gathered, forming a cohesive group of 14. Only one remained missing. Hanfeng felt a stir of determination and stepped towards them. "Yue Wang Hanfeng, halt!" Ito Nibuta bellowed in fury. "Don't you dare come over. Are you even a man? If you are, then come fight me. We are Group A, and you are Group B. Leave. Yui, join our group." The urgency in their voices escalated as their intent was clear. They aimed to teach Hanfeng a lesson. If he joined their ranks, their plans would be thwarted. However, Hanfeng had no genuine intention of joining. He merely sought to provoke them. With his goal achieved, he stepped back with a smile, only to sense something amiss. Looking around, he noticed that the B group, consisting of Akadama, Irika, and others, had distanced themselves. Hanfeng felt the palpable malice emanating from his companions. Simultaneously, Yuna Yui made her way to Group A. "Excellent, the groups are finalized," declared Hirama Daichi. "Let the practical training commence." "Wait, what do you mean the groups are finalized?" Hanfeng protested, standing awkwardly to the side. But he had no time for grievances as Group A launched a frenzied assault against him. Ito Nibuta roared as he hurled 2 kunai, followed by a flurry of 5 senbon. with the rest of the students joining in, unleashing their ninja tools upon Hanfeng. Even Yunu Yui instinctively followed suit, throwing 2 shurikens at Hanfeng's calves. Watching from the sidelines, Hirama Daichi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What is happening? Is Group A truly attacking a single individual simultaneously? As Hiramoto Taishi's eyes lit up, he realized the individuals of Group A are quite astute. They intend to consolidate their strength to eliminate one contender first. However, as the chilling wind swept through, Hanfeng's fervor was abruptly extinguished upon witnessing the onslaught of various shurikens approaching him. Indeed, the swarm of ants seems poised to vanquish the elephant. With 2 shurikens clutched tightly in his hands, Hanfeng recognized the futility of attempting to intercept the myriad of kunai, shuriken, and senbon raining down upon him. The best course of action was to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanfeng executed a series of agile rolls, evading to the rear of his companions in Group B. In the next instant, the second wave of projectile attacks from Group A descended like a torrential downpour. Run! Redbean screamed, dashing away. Steel, Iron, and Kamizuki Izumi echoed her cries, all the while hurling a couple of kunai back at Group A. Hanfeng, don't run this way, they shouted. Yes, draw their fire elsewhere. This will surely secure victory for us in Group B. Hanfeng, we shall remember your bravery. What woof. The bronze contenders of Group B, while dodging attacks from the opposing side, urged Hanfeng to serve as a human target, their consciences seemingly devoured by the little pup, Shiro. On the training ground, the 15 members of Group A pursued Hanfeng, throwing kunai, shuriken, and senbon while gleefully retrieving the fallen projectiles. Hanfeng, intent on reaching Red Bean and Irika, found himself thwarted by their reluctance to stand by him as they scurried away at his approach. Initially, Hiramoto Taisha believed Group A had devised a strategy to target one person first, but upon observing their behavior, he began to comprehend the situation. These youngsters truly are quite something. Alas. Yet, all of this fell within the bounds of the rules, so he refrained from intervening. Although Hanfeng was preoccupied with evading his pursuers, he remained acutely aware of their formation. Due to the varying stamina among the participants, those chasing him had formed a long, disjointed line, and with their limited supply of ninja tools, they had to pause to retrieve the scattered weapons. A smile crept onto Hanfeng's lips. Bronze contenders experienced the might of a champion. Abruptly halting, Hanfeng executed a swift 180-degree turn, deftly avoiding 2 kunai aimed at his shoulders while using the momentum of his spin to launch the 2 shurikens in his grasp. With a resounding impact, the 2 bronze members of Group A fell to the ground, clutching their feet and howling in pain. Hiramoto Taishi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this mere luck or skill? Charge! Soak Moonlight Hanfeng. Upon witnessing their comrades fall, the members of Group A were instantly consumed by rage, abandoning the retrieval of their weapons and surging toward Hanfeng. However, Hanfeng was undeterred. While running, he drew kunai, shuriken, and senbon from his pouch, targeting their vulnerable spots with precision. Pia. A young bronze figure was struck down by the chilling wind's weapon, and in a mere 30 seconds, the long line behind the cold wind diminished, growing shorter and fewer until only the somewhat portly Ito remained, lagging due to his weight. Grasping a shuriken, Ito faced the cold wind with a hint of embarrassment. At this moment, he felt a twinge of resistance within. After all, they were all at the tail end of the group in practical combat. Why was he suddenly so exceptional? The cold wind smiled gently, launching 1,000 needles towards Ito's knee. With a numbness in his left leg, Ito found himself involuntarily kneeling. How is this possible? Is this some kind of joke? Woof. Ito, are you playing along with the cold wind? The others from Group B, including Akadama and Irika, were equally astonished. Their scalps tingling and hormones in disarray from the series of impressive maneuvers displayed by the cold wind. The cold wind turned, exasperated. Hey, which side are you on? Watch out, cold wind. Irika suddenly cried out. The cold wind froze. A vision of a woman cloaked in a high-collared trench coat flashed through his mind. Yamanaka Yui. Damn, she's in Group A as well. How could I have forgotten her? The cold wind's expression shifted, and just then, a sound of slicing air came from behind him. Without time to turn, he instinctively hurled a shuriken backward. Clang. The shuriken, gathered from the gear of Chunin Kazama, did not disappoint. It accurately struck the 1,000 needles thrown by Yamanaka Yui. What? Hiramatsu Daichi, watching from the sidelines, felt a twitch in his cheek. The level of shuriken throwing displayed by the cold wind had far surpassed the average level of students at the Ninja Academy, even reaching the highest standards. Such excellence he had only witnessed in one student before, Uchiha Shursui. Could this student named Tsukikage impossibly rival Shursui? Yet, That didn't make sense. Although Hiramatsu Daichi was the homeroom teacher of Class 1, he was good friends with Kazama, who had spoken highly of the exceptionally talented Yamanaka Yui and the less gifted Ito, but had not mentioned Kaname, whose performance was mediocre. Yet, if Kaname was truly lacking in talent, how could he achieve such proficiency in shuriken throwing? Had Tsukikage Kaname been concealing his abilities all along? In the arena, the cold wind was drenched in cold sweat as he slowly turned, realizing that Yamanaka Yui had somehow appeared beside Ito. She had been trailing behind Ito, her low profile and his bulk allowing her to go unnoticed by the cold wind, almost resulting in her surprising him. Your presence is truly infuriating, the cold wind thought bitterly. Yamanaka Yui looked puzzled, her lips parting slightly. What? I mean, the cold wind began, only to be interrupted by Akadama's shrill cry. Charge! Group A has only Yui left. Victory belongs to us in Group B. Go, go, go! Woof, woof, woof. Under the watchful gaze of the biting cold wind, the once timid bronze competitors from Group B, led by the indomitable Hongdo, boldly charged towards the formidable young GA of Class A with an unwavering spirit and reckless abandon. Unfazed by the onslaught, young GA, devoid of any idle pretense, immediately raised her hands and crouched down, signaling her surrender. Hooray! We have triumphed. Group B is the best. What woof! Cheered Hongdo and her companions, their excitement palpable. Hey, you didn't accomplish anything. The cold wind felt utterly drained. This bunch of drama queens. How has he become so strong? His throwing accuracy was impeccable. With just a flick of his wrist, my foot was struck. I never expected to be outclassed today. The defeated members of Group A gathered, their faces etched with discontent. I too feel the sting. My knee still aches, lamented Erpang as he rubbed his knee, casting a glance at the seemingly unfazed cold wind. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of envy, but it quickly morphed into shame. I am destined to inherit the Konoha sushi. I aspire to be the most formidable sushi chef in Konoha and the ninja world. Ninjahood holds no allure for me. Sob. How I long to weep. Cold wind, what on earth did you experience during the summer? Iriko approached with curiosity, clearly taken aback by the transformation. Indeed, your earlier performance was quite extraordinary. Inazuka-sa, cradling the small puppy, Baiwan, approached. You are on an entirely different level now, remarked Gongzi Tai, extending his hands apologetically, realizing the truth could no longer be concealed. Cold Wind confessed, for the past year, I have interacted with you all as an ordinary person, only to be met with mockery and being left behind. Well, I shall no longer pretend. I am a genius, and I declare it. Red Bean, Irika, and Izuka-sa. And Gongzi Tai regarded him with expressions devoid of emotion. Baiwan. Before they could retort, Hiratsuka Daichi approached. Everyone performed admirably, but there remains room for improvement. Thus, take a 10-minute break before we regroup for practical training. Yueguang Cold Wind, please come here. I have something to discuss with you. Yueguang Cold Wind. You are indeed a child of the Yueguang clan, correct? In a corner of the ninja school playground, Hiratsuka Daichi scrutinized the young man before him with a hint of admiration. Confronted by the middle-aged man's piercing gaze, Cold Wind smiled modestly. Yes, teacher Daichi. My father is Yueguang Xingye. I see. So you are the offspring of that esteemed figure. No wonder your throwing skills are so exceptional. Hiratsuka Daichi inquired nonchalantly. So, did your father teach you all of this? Cold Wind shook his head. No, it was self-taught. Hiratsuka Daichi's lips twitched slightly. Surely, you jest. Cold Wind, with a grin that belied his seriousness, replied, checking my lineage? Do you think you are Uchiha? Hiramatsu Taisho took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration, and inquired, Hanfeng. As far as I know, your academic performance over the past year has been rather unsatisfactory. What could be the reason for this? Hanfeng, having anticipated this question, remained composed and replied in a slightly aggrieved tone, My father wishes for me to inherit the Konoha-style swordsmanship, so whenever I return home, he trains me in swordplay, leaving me no time to review other subjects. I see, Hiramatsu Taisho responded, feigning enlightenment, yet he couldn't shake off the instinct that the boy was not entirely truthful. However, as he was not Han Feng's homeroom teacher, and considering that Han Feng's father was already on the battlefield, it would be unreasonable to press further at this moment. Han Feng, with your current proficiency in throwing ninja tools, you have already surpassed your peers. Yet, being a ninja encompasses far more than merely mastering the art of throwing tools. You must also learn a broader range of knowledge and acquire more jutsu. So, keep up the good work. Thank you, Teacher Taisho, Han Feng humbly replied. I will certainly continue to strive. Excellent. I was just concerned that you might become arrogant. But it seems I was mistaken, Hiramatsu Taisha chuckled. Now, off you go. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Taisha. Hanfeng bowed in gratitude, yet he did not leave. Instead, he appeared somewhat bashful. Is there something else? Hiramatsu Taisha asked, intrigued. Teacher Taisha, I wonder if I might consult you regarding a few questions? Hanfeng nervously rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask so soon after their first meeting. Unaware of Hanfeng's inner thoughts, Hiramatsu Taisha smiled and replied. Of course. What would you like to inquire about? Climbing trees? Walking on water? Certainly not, Hanfeng replied. The purpose of practicing tree climbing and water walking was to better control chakra, yet due to his lack of talent, he could hardly refine enough chakra to meet the training requirements. Thus, acquiring those skills now would be futile. What he truly sought to learn was, last night, while counting stars, Hanfeng discovered that the incomplete technique for throwing shurikens he had collected from Hongdo had vanished. Reflecting on his previous experience with the translucent technique, he surmised that this pale blue light had been assimilated by the ninja tool throwing technique. To validate this hypothesis, Teacher Taisha, I wish to ask about chakra refinement. Hanfeng had previously gathered the chakra refinement technique from the older boy, Moonlight Cold Wind. If he could also assimilate it from Hiramatsu Taisha, his theory would be substantiated. Refining chakra, you say? Hiramatsu Taisha, though puzzled as to why Hanfeng did not consult Kojima Yu, patiently addressed his inquiry. Of course, chakra is the amalgamation of mental and physical energy within the human body. To refine chakra, one must. As a teacher, Hiramatsu Taisha would not withhold knowledge from his students. In less than half an hour, he conveyed all the essential information regarding chakra refinement. Hanfeng seized the opportunity to assimilate. A vibrant green light surged through his mind, and soon a pale blue light emerged. The cold wind busily enveloped his consciousness, confirming the success of the chakra refining technique, which filled him with joy. He then focused all his attention on another faint blue light point representing the same chakra refining technique. Moments later, the two faint blue light points seemed to lock onto one another, gradually drifting closer while orbiting the green light mass, until they finally touched and merged seamlessly, without any grandiose manifestations or spectacular displays. Moreover, compared to the other light points, Hanfeng noticed that the brightness of the newly fused faint blue light point was markedly more intense. Fusion. Enhancement. My hypothesis was correct, Hanfeng exclaimed, elated, expressing his gratitude to Master Hirakawa. No need for thanks, Hanfeng. If you have any further questions, feel free to approach me, Hirakawa replied with a smile. Really? That's wonderful. Then please, Master Hirakawa, explain it once more. Hanfeng's excitement was palpable. However, Hirakawa's smile faltered. What is this? Nonsense. If you didn't understand, then what was that enthusiastic expression you just had? Please, Master Hirakawa. Hanfeng bowed deeply. Hirakawa glanced at the other students, who had reformed into two groups, enthusiastically tossing ninja tools and engrossed in their training, oblivious to the situation at hand. In that case, I shall explain it once more. Hanfeng wasn't he intentionally trying to vex Hirakawa. Rather, his mind was racing, and as he considered the fusion of the chakra refining technique, another thought struck him. When he collected from his younger brother, he had successfully gathered the teleportation technique 3 times. Did that imply he could also collect the same ninjutsu from others? Hanfeng felt the need to verify this. Half an hour passed, and Hirakawa repeated the chakra refining technique once again, though he could not help but lick his lips, feeling a bit parched. Yet Hanfeng seemed oblivious, fervently pleading, Master Hirakawa, please, just one last time. At that moment, the faint blue light point representing the chakra refining technique he had just collected merged once again with the previous one, and its brightness seemed to intensify slightly. I truly am a genius. Hanfeng's spirits soared, filled with exuberance. So what if his talent was lacking? What if his chakra refining efficiency was low? If he could collect 3 chakra refining techniques in a day, then after a year, he was determined to reach the heavens. Are you serious? Hirakawa, parched and on the verge of leaving, felt a surge of frustration. Master Hirakawa, I may not be gifted, but I firmly believe that diligence can compensate for my shortcomings. So please, would you explain it one last time? Hanfeng's words were sharp and resolute. Hirakawa gritted his teeth, conceding, fine, the last time. Hanfeng nodded vigorously, yes. Thank you, Master Hirakawa, you are truly kind. Hee, everyone says so, Hirakawa replied, his smile strained. However, the final attempt at collection was a failure. Hanfeng felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had been too hasty. Although teacher Deji wore a cheerful smile, he was undoubtedly cursing himself internally, pondering how success could possibly be achieved under such circumstances. Thus, the session concluded here for today. After an hour and a half of discussing chakra refinement with Han Feng, time had already passed 3 o'clock, leaving less than half an hour until school dismissed. As for practical training, it's all too disheartening to elaborate. Teacher Deji announced the end of class and departed with a sorrowful demeanor. Han Feng, what did Teacher Deji tell you? He spoke for an hour and a half. Irika approached curiously. Oh, that? I was actually asking Teacher Deji for advice. Han Feng replied as he walked toward the classroom. Han Feng, Red Bean and Inuzuka Sasa approached, supporting each other. What happened to you? Han Feng chuckled at their state. Did you get beaten up? Inuzuka Sasa grimaced. I got hit by a shuriken thrown by Yui. It hurts so much. Woo-woo. The Little Puppy, by Juan, lay on Inuzuka Sasa's shoulder, its head peeking out, whining as if to voice its grievances for its little owner. Han Feng, you scoundrel. Red Bean glared at him in anger. I just remembered, during yesterday's entrance exam, you asked me to teach you how to throw kunai. Even though you're already so skilled. Were you trying to take advantage of me? That is not true. Han Feng retorted with conviction. Red Bean, I know you are quite proud. The reason I said that was to help strengthen your kunai throwing skills. Really? Red Bean looked at him skeptically. Indeed. Han Feng nodded vigorously, thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly admit he had mastered throwing tools just yesterday. No one would believe it. As the 6-member group engaged in conversation, an unexpected guest stumbled upon them, none other than Ito Erpang. First, he was struck in the knee by Han Feng's Simban, and subsequently, during the practical training, he did not escape misfortune, enduring numerous falling kunai and shuriken with his portly frame. Yet, the physical pain did not dampen his spirit. Yueguang Han Feng, I will not be left behind so easily. Ito Erpang glared at his former ally, now a rising star, feeling a sense of rivalry. In the next theoretical exam, I will defeat you fair and square. As a top performer in Class 8, rivaling you in Yui. Ito Erpang's voice brimmed with confidence and determination. Han Feng had once heard a saying in his past life, those who are more handsome than me are not as tall. Those who are taller than me are not as wealthy. Those who are wealthier than me lack my charm. Those who possess more charm than me are not as handsome. Ultimately, it conveyed the notion that one should always emphasize their strengths and exploit the weaknesses of their competitors, ensuring they never face defeat. So, if Erpang could not best him in practical combat, he thought to conquer him in theory? How naive. Han Feng, seasoned from years of experience, would not fall for such trickery. Thus, he responded with righteous indignation, since we are to compete fairly. Let us skip the theoretical exam and settle this in a one-on-one duel. If you feel I am bullying you, I will only use 1 hand and 2 feet. How does that sound? I don't want to. The plump student flushed with indignation, exclaiming, You. Shameless. Han Feng replied, We are all the same. We are not the same, the plump student retorted, his confidence wavering. So, are we still going to duel? Han Feng teased him. I. The plump student felt a wave of discomfort, nearly on the verge of tears. All right, Han Feng, stop bullying the plump student, Irika interjected. Irika. Now even you are calling me the plump student, he lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. Huh, am I? Irika quickly apologized, shifting the blame onto Han Feng. Sorry. It's all Han Feng's fault. He keeps calling you that all day long. I've been brainwashed. Irika, you really passed the buck too quickly, Han Feng quipped. It's just the way it is, Irika chuckled. Enough chatting. Remember, we have a picnic at Beishan after school today. Don't forget. Hongdo reminded them. Got it. It's just more red bean paste and red bean buns or something sweet. Gong Zitai and Shin Uezumo couldn't help but jest. The small group of 6 bantered back to the classroom, where only a few minutes remained until the end of the school day. They tidied up their belongings and left the classroom together. The plump student stood aside, feeling utterly overlooked. The way you all ignore me today. This humiliation I shall never forget. In the future, I must conquer you with sushi, he vowed solemnly. A few minutes later, Han Feng waited at the school gate, soon spotting his younger brother bounding towards him. Brother, Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed cheerfully, today I made many friends at school. In just 2 days since the term began, Yueguang Jifeng had met quite a few classmates, and things were going well. What are their names? Han Feng feigned indifference in his inquiry. Yueguang Jifeng quickly recited 4 or 5 names. Upon hearing them, Han Feng realized he had no recollection of them. It seemed they were all from the same mediocre class, and his interest waned. Upon returning home, Han Feng was pleasantly surprised to find Huiziko also back. Mom. Did you just get off work, or are you preparing to go to work? He asked, having not seen her return when he and his younger brother left for school that morning. Aunt Waziko, Yue Guangjifan chimed in. Waziko smiled and replied, I've been working the late shift these past few days, so after dinner, I have to head to the hospital. Such is the nature of hospital work. Often flipping day and night. Han Feng found this quite understandable. How was today, Espinto, Winchan? Waziko asked eagerly. Han Feng felt a slight twitch in his facial muscles. What are you so eager about? You know how your own sushi turns out, he thought, but only dared to voice, Mom, for the bento. I think something more traditional would be better. Rice balls or sushi, anything too fancy is unnecessary. That is not true, brother. Aunt Waziko's sushi is delicious. I finished everything today. His younger brother chimed in eagerly. You hold your tongue. Han Feng snapped. Feng-chan, you shouldn't talk about your younger brother like that. As for the bento, Feng-chan. Huehue's expression was serious. You mustn't be picky. Ha Feng found himself at a loss for words. Oh well. There are still red bean treats in Inazuka-sa's bento to sustain me, so I want to be overwhelmed by the seaweed sesame rice balls and sushi. Oh. By the way, Mom, I'm going on a picnic with my classmates, so I won't be back for dinner. Ha Feng said as he walked towards the entrance. Come back early, all right? Hui reminded him. Got it. Beishan, near the Senja Park, is a modest hill standing over 50 meters tall, sparsely wooded and perfect for a picnic. By the time Han Feng arrived, relying on his memory, it was already 4:30. However, as it was late summer, the sky remained bright even past 6. What woof? The faint bark of the little puppy, Baiwan, echoed through the trees on the hillside. Following the sound, Han Feng quickly located Akidu, Inazuka-sa, along with Irika, Gongzi-tai, and Kamizuki Izumo. Over here, Ha Feng? Inazuka-sa waved. It seemed I wasn't late after all. As Ha Feng approached, he noticed Kamizuki Izumo gathering twigs. While Gongzi-tai was attempting to start a fire, and Akidu was placing the purchased red bean paste in an iron pot. Red bean paste is essentially red bean porridge. Edible straight from the package, but a brief cooking followed by a sprinkle of sugar enhances its sweetness. For those like Akidu and Inazuka-sa, who have a penchant for desserts, it is simply delectable. Of course, in addition to red bean paste, Akidu had procured other foods, such as takoyaki, beef balls, and red bean balls. Well, all right, they were all balls. Ha Feng couldn't help but tease. Akidu, couldn't you consider us guys a bit more? I did contribute 1,000 yen. Wasn't that to buy us balls? Akidu retorted defiantly. I even asked the vendor to add chili to the beef balls. They'll be too spicy for you. But this isn't enough for the 4 of us, Ha Feng lamented. Isn't that enough twigs? Kamizuki Izumo stacked the collected dry branches beside Gongzi-tai and asked, Oh, the fire isn't lit yet? The twigs seem a bit damp, Gongzi-tai replied. If only I could master the fire release technique, Irika said. Mimicking hand signs and shouting, fire release, great fireball technique. Irika spat out a few drops of saliva. Inazuka-sa and Akidu took a couple of steps back with expressions of disgust. Irika, that's gross. Hee, my apologies, Irika chuckled sheepishly. The great fireball technique is a fire-style jutsu of the Uchiha clan, reputedly quite challenging to master. Gongzi-tai appeared quite intrigued by ninjutsu. Does that genius Uchiha from our class know it? Kamizuki Izumo inquired. Of course, Shirzue knows it. Inazuka-sa exclaimed. Shirzue is a genius. You might not believe it. But I can also perform the great fireball technique, Ha Feng modestly interjected. No way. That's a jutsu of the Uchiha clan. In this moment, Inazuka-sa transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, while the small puppy, Shiramaru, barked twice against the biting wind. Although the great fireball technique was originally devised by the Uchiha clan, any ninja who comprehends the training methodology can master it. Irika remarked that the Uchiha clan possesses numerous fire release techniques. Aside from the exceedingly difficult fire techniques and those requiring the Sharingan for execution, variations of techniques similar to the Great Fireball have circulated to some extent. Just as the Shadow Clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama, for intelligence gathering, has spread to other nations and hidden villages, it proves to be unstoppable. Conversely, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, even if they were inclined to share, few would wish to learn, as its true power can only be harnessed in conjunction with the Byakugan. Nevertheless, Shirsue's great fireball remains the most formidable. Inazuka-sa proudly lifted her chin. Then why don't you give it a try? She challenged. I can't conjure fire, Ha Feng retorted, narrowing his eyes as he calculated the chakra refined within him. My great fireball is meant for combat, not for starting fires. Absolutely not. You definitely cannot. Akane uncovered the truth. I merely wish to interact with you all as an ordinary person. I truly cannot reveal any more of my hidden abilities, Hanfeng lamented. I fear I might discourage you. Suddenly, a hoarse, impatient voice echoed from the hilltop. You little brats, do you even know where this place is? Who permitted you to picnic here? Hanfeng and the others exchanged glances, sensing that the tone suggested this was her domain. Wait, her domain? This small hill is near Senju Park. The Senju clan? Could it be Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas? Hanfeng's heart raced, adrenaline surging through him. However, as a hunched, wrinkled woman in her 50s with dull, dry hair descended from the hill, Hanfeng's heart sank. It was only the year 43 of the Hidden Leaf, and the legendary three ninjas were in their prime. Tsunade could not possibly have aged to this extent. Yet, could it be a transformation technique? Hanfeng discreetly scrutinized her, noting that her hair color resembled Tsunade's, while her figure remained ambiguous due to her hunched posture. Furrowing his brow, he found himself unable to confirm anything. Good day, ma'am. We are students from the Ninja Academy. Akane politely began. We apologize for disturbing you. You show some manners. The old woman nodded slightly, but with an irrefutable tone she stated, however. Your picnic here could easily spark a wildfire. You ought to move to the foot of the mountain. Understood. We shall leave immediately. Thank you, ma'am. Akane expressed her gratitude and directed the group to gather their dumplings, red bean paste, and twigs before descending the mountain. Once they departed, a gaunt figure emerged slowly from behind a tree. Orochimaru crossed his arms, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a gravelly voice. Just a few little brats. Why do you feel the need to disguise yourself? An elderly woman, with dull, dry hair and a face lined with wrinkles, slowly straightened her back. With a gentle stroke of her hands across her visage, the creases on her face vanished swiftly, and her once lackluster hair regained its golden luster. This remarkable individual was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. What do you understand? Tsunade huffed impatiently. Heh, Orochimaru replied with a mocking tone. Could it be that you owe money to the gambling house and fear these youngsters are intentionally luring you out to collect your debts? How could you possibly know? Tsunade's face flushed with indignation, anger igniting her as she unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. At the foot of the mountain. Hanfeng and others were startled by a tremendous sound emanating from above, akin to an earthquake. What just happened? Irika looked around, perplexed. Is it an earthquake? How could there possibly be an earthquake here? Akato remarked, it's likely just some rocks tumbling down from the mountain. We've been to the summit before. There were no rocks there, Gongzi, Tai, and Kamizuki Izumo mentioned. Well, I can't say for sure, Akato replied nonchalantly. Hurry, don't dawdle, let's keep the fire going. Yes. While the others busied themselves, Hanfeng gazed contemplatively at the mountain peak. Hanfeng, why are you daydreaming? Come help, Irika urged. Wait, I want to check up there, Hanfeng responded, his eyes gleaming as he sprinted towards the mountain. Hanfeng? Irika and Akato exchanged puzzled glances. Is he worried about that old woman? Inuzuka Sara chuckled. Hanfeng is truly a gentle soul. Woof. The little puppy, Byakugan, never missed a chance to respond to his young master, finding himself increasingly entrenched in the path of a devoted companion. The biting wind swept through, crackling like fire and lightning, and in mere minutes, I found myself back at the spot where I had encountered the elderly woman. Alas, there was not a soul in sight. Suddenly, I noticed a circular depression in the ground a short distance away. It was approximately 20 centimeters deep and a meter across. Its surface marred by a multitude of cracks resembling a spider's web, as if it had been struck by a meteorite. As I approached the circular pit and crouched down to examine it, I discerned two indistinct footprints nestled within the web-like fissures. A vivid image flashed through my mind. A woman standing there, fist clenched, gathering her strength. When she unleashed her power, the ground had been forcefully compressed, resulting in this very pit. Could it be Tsunade? I recalled the elderly woman I had just met. Her hair was a dull yellow, her face lined with wrinkles, and her posture hunched. It was difficult to reconcile her with Tsunade. Had she employed a transformation technique? For a ninja of Tsunade's caliber, even the most rudimentary body replacement technique would be beyond my current perception. Yet, I found it perplexing that someone of her stature would resort to such tactics against mere children like us. I stood up and continued to survey the surroundings, but found nothing further of interest. Strange, I muttered, furrowing my brow. Regardless of whether that old woman was indeed Tsunade, the circular pit and the preceding loud noise confirmed she had engaged in some form of action. But against whom had she struck? Why was there no sign of a struggle in the vicinity? After searching for what felt like an eternity, I uncovered nothing more. Hanfeng, come down. It's time to eat, barked Inuzuka Sarah, accompanied by her little puppy, by one. Oh, I'm coming, I replied, setting aside my thoughts and descending the mountain. On the other side of the hill, Tsunade leaned against a tree, one hand pressed to her forehead, her complexion pale. It appeared she had yet to overcome her fear of blood. Orochimaru stood behind her, his right shoulder slightly sunken, crimson blood seeping through his clothing, staining the ground around him. No wonder you've refrained from undertaking missions all these years, he remarked, his gaze flickering. Tsunade, I can assist you in conquering your hemophobia. Tsunade remained silent. Orochimaru understood her unspoken response. Though reluctant, he found himself powerless against her resolve. His purpose in seeking her was straightforward, with the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure escalating. He desired the three legendary ninjas to return to the battlefield and drive the Sand Shinobi from the Land of Fire. Unfortunately, his prior attempt to contact Jiraiya had yielded little success. Jiraiya expressed his weariness of war, stating he would not return to the battlefield unless the Sand Shinobi invaded their village. And he spoke of seeking some nonsensical savior who could resolve the conflict once and for all. He sounded utterly deranged. Next, he had sought out Tsunade, only to discover her fear of blood had not abated, and she had even abandoned her treatment. What could he do in such a situation? As he reflected on this, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of the Second Shinobi World War, when the three of them had not yet reached their peak, but had fought side by side, sharing in the camaraderie of battle. However, at that moment, a powerful premonition struck Orochimaru. He feared he may never again stand shoulder to shoulder with Tsunade or Jiraiya in combat. As Orochimaru departed from the northern mountain, his injuries had nearly healed. Upon returning home, he paused at the entrance, surprised to see Danzo. In the shadows, the man stood with his head bowed, inquiring in a low voice, what became of the matter? Orochimaru shook his head. Have Jiraiya and Tsunade both turned you down? Danzo expressed his dissatisfaction with a huff. Those two have become so engrossed in their fame that they neglect their duties. Such fools. When war erupted, Danzo hastily convened with Orochimaru to devise a perfect plan to reinstate the legendary Sannin on the battlefield. With the formidable strength of the Sannin, they could effortlessly drive the Sand Shinobi out of the Land of Fire. This was the swiftest means to conclude the war, minimizing Konoha's losses while simultaneously intimidating other nations and hidden villages, dissuading them from rash actions. Most importantly, should the Sannin truly take to the battlefield, Danzo could execute a bold maneuver within the village, elevating Orochimaru to the pinnacle of notoriety, surpassing even Tsunade and Jiraiya, thus securing his bid for the position of the fourth Hokage. In Danzo's eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained oblivious to his apprentice Orochimaru's allegiance with him, believing that Sarutobi would not hinder Orochimaru's ascent to Hokage. Even if he eventually realized the truth, by then, it would be too late. Unfortunately, the plan was stillborn before it could even commence. What do you intend to do next? Orochimaru inquired. With two of the Sannin absent, you alone cannot swiftly vanquish the Sand Shinobi. Danzo assessed, thus, you must refrain from the battlefield until the decisive moment arrives. Danzo's meaning was clear. Orochimaru should either avoid the battlefield altogether or, if he chose to engage, do so with the intent to achieve an overwhelming victory, thereby attaining extraordinary fame and prestige. Orochimaru nodded, appearing somewhat distracted. Having faced rejection from Jiraiya and Tsunade, he felt disheartened and yearned for solitude. Then I shall take my leave. Noticing Orochimaru's melancholic demeanor, Danzo refrained from further words, slipping into the shadows and gradually vanishing. At the foot of the northern mountain, the cold wind swept through as the boys, indifferent to desserts, indulged in various meatballs, particularly the spicy beef meatballs, each taking 2 skewers. However, after sampling one particularly spicy beef meatball, Ha-Feng felt as if his mouth might explode. This is excessively spicy. He quickly poured himself a bowl of sweetened red bean paste. Red beans, Irika exclaimed after trying a meatball, also struck by the heat, sticking out his tongue. Were you trying to do this on purpose? Why are the beef meatballs so fiery? Red Bean huffed in discontent. You all insisted on having spicy food, so I asked the chef to add chili, and now you blame me for it? Fine, I shall never order spicy meatballs again. Could you refrain from laughing while saying that? Han Feng retorted, baring his teeth in annoyance. Nonsense, I am not laughing. Hong Do adjusted her facial expression and said earnestly, now you all understand how delightful red bean paste can be, right? Shinyu and Gang Zi were overwhelmed by the spiciness, eagerly consuming red bean paste. And upon hearing Hong Do's words, they found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to place their bowls down or to continue holding them. Inuzuka saw, sitting on the grass, sipped her red bean paste and savored takoyaki, her face radiant with laughter. Arika, Hanfeng, Izumi, Shoutai, you might as well accept your fate. Woof woof woof. Baiwan squatted beside Inuzuka saw, wagging its little tail, eagerly anticipating a piece of takoyaki from its master, excluding the extremely spicy meatballs. The six of them chatted and laughed, playfully finishing all the red bean paste, takoyaki, and other treats they had brought. By this time, it was past 5:30, and the sky was gradually darkening. It's about time we head home, Inuzuka remarked, glancing up at the sky while cradling the little puppy, who was somewhat discontent after having only eaten 2 pieces of takoyaki. Everyone, let us tidy up. Gangzi immediately stuffed all the trash into a bag, preparing to find a bin to dispose of it. Seeing this, Hanfeng quickly intervened. Gangzi, what kind of rubbish is this that you've mixed together? This one do. Dry waste, wet waste, and recyclable waste must be separated. Eh? Gangzi looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Hanfeng's words. Let me handle it. Hanfeng took charge, dividing the trash in the bag into 3 categories: dry, wet, and recyclable. Satisfied, he handed the 3 portions back to Gangzi, imparting solemnly, waste classification is everyone's responsibility. When Hanfeng returned home, Huihuzi had already gone to the hospital for work, leaving his younger brother alone, vigorously practicing with a wooden sword against a wooden post in the backyard. Observing his brother's earnestness, Hanfeng couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance, recalling the times when his brother would cough several times after speaking. Jifeng, take a 10-minute break. Hanfeng approached with a serious expression. Brother, you're back. The younger brother exclaimed, having already practiced for over half an hour and now drenched in sweat. Yet he was unwilling to pause. I can still endure. With a glint in his eye, Hanfeng threatened, do you not wish to learn the art of shuriken throwing? Upon hearing this, the younger brother immediately dropped his wooden sword, nodding eagerly. Yes, brother. Will you teach me now? That's why you need to rest for 10 minutes first. Hanfeng replied. I understand, Jifeng said, excitedly rushing into the house for a large drink of water before retrieving a pouch of wooden shurikens, bounding back to Hanfeng. Brother, I'm ready to start. Hanfeng, exasperated, retorted, sit down. I said we can only begin after your break. Okay, Jifeng complied, sitting beside Hanfeng. Hanfeng casually initiated a conversation, discussing the next day's lunch, which would consist of a fusion of seaweed and sesame sushi with rice balls, as well as topics about the Ninja Academy and the recent news of a notable figure visiting the Konoha Hospital for guidance. Wait, a notable figure is coming to the Konoha Hospital? How do you know this? Hanfeng inquired, bewildered. During dinner, Aunt Huihuzi mentioned it to me, Jifeng replied. She also spoke of many hospital matters. Hanfeng maintained a stoic expression. You win. No wonder you're the child of someone else. My mother never discusses hospital affairs at home. He sighed. But, this notable figure? How significant? What is this person's name? Hanfeng asked. Jifeng pondered. His name is Shinnong. Shinnong? The one who tasted 100 herbs? Hanfeng's initial reaction was to think his brother had misremembered the name, but then he recalled that, indeed, such a figure existed in the Naruto universe. Hanfeng closed his eyes, meticulously recalling details about Shinnong. 10 minutes of rest is over, brother, Jifeng reminded him. Wait. Let us extend the break by 2 minutes, Hanfeng replied with his eyes still shut. At this moment, he had begun to remember some details regarding Shinnong. On the surface, Shinnong was a physician, yet in reality, he was the leader of the now-defunct Sky Ninja Village, eradicated by Konoha. He was an exceptionally powerful taijutsu ninja, proficient in forbidden techniques related to physical enhancement, skills that even Orochimaru coveted. As for other specifics, Hanfeng could only vaguely recall that Shinnong had created a Zero Tail and led an assault on Konoha. The finer details eluded him, as the storyline involving Shinnong appeared in a movie, which Hanfeng had hastily skimmed through in his previous life. Remembering Shinnong was an achievement in itself, let alone the intricate plot. However, for Hanfeng, retaining this knowledge was already sufficient. A forbidden technique capable of physical enhancement that even Orochimaru desired. It would be a disservice to his own potential if he did not seize the opportunity. However, the difficulty of this endeavor is undoubtedly considerable. Hanfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation. There is no doubt that Shinnong harbors profound hostility and malice towards Konohagakure. Given such a mentality, Shinnong's ostentatious arrival in the village surely conceals ulterior motives. While Hanfeng cannot decipher his intentions, one thing is certain. Upon entering Konohagakure, Shinnong will exercise utmost caution to conceal his identity as a ninja, never placing his trust in any villager, not even a child. Therefore, Even if Han Feng manages to approach Shinnong through Wazuko, it is highly unlikely that Shinnong would open his heart and allow him to gather information. Nonetheless, Han Feng is not inclined to surrender. Firstly, the prospect of a substantial prize is too tempting to resist. Secondly, since Shinnong seeks to hide his ninja identity, he would refrain from employing any ninjutsu. Thus, a tiger with its claws and fangs retracted is no different from a meerkat. Han Feng is no caretaker and remains undaunted. Brother, Jifeng exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he stomped his feet. 2 minutes are up. Hurry and teach me how to throw kunai. Oh. Han Feng snapped back to reality, rising with a smile. Let us begin with the most fundamental throwing posture. The following day, at the Ninja Academy. Class 8's morning session consisted of theoretical lessons, yet it was conducted by a different instructor, focusing on tracking and counter-tracking techniques. Han Feng's mind was consumed with thoughts of Shinnong, rendering him incapable of absorbing any information presented in class. During the recess, a number of classmates approached him, eager to establish rapport. Han Feng, your kunai throwing skills are remarkable. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Though reluctant to admit it, the illustrious Moonlight Han Feng had indeed earned the right to befriend a top student like me. Moonlight Han Feng, I will assist you with theoretical lessons if you teach me kunai throwing. Let us exchange knowledge, shall we? These admirers had previously written him notes. But yesterday afternoon's practical training had thoroughly impressed them with Han Feng's prowess. However, Han Feng is a person of principles, forever mindful of his allegiance to the six-person team. And he cannot so easily betray his organization. After spending the morning in this manner, Han Feng had scarcely finished lunch with Akane and the others when those admirers returned, eager to curry favor. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are rivals, and the sight of these individuals irked Han Feng. To evade them, Han Feng pondered for a moment and decided to visit the office of Kazamayu. After acquiring the kunai throwing technique from Kazamayu previously, Han Feng had refrained from further gathering, leaving him with 2 opportunities remaining. Upon seeing Han Feng, Kazamayu wore an unusual expression. Han Feng, Teacher Daji mentioned your performance in yesterday's practical training. I never expected your kunai throwing to be so exceptional. Kazamayu scrutinized Han Feng, recognizing him as the same individual, yet sensing subtle changes that he could not quite articulate. Teacher, I have come to seek your guidance on some specifics regarding chakra refinement, Han Feng stated directly, cutting to the chase. Refining chakra. Kajiwara nodded, of course. But you must have consulted with Teacher Daiji yesterday, right? Han Feng shyly remarked, yet I still have many areas of confusion. What could Kajiwara, as a teacher, do when students express such sentiments? He had to create challenges. Han Feng attentively listened to Kajiwara's explanation, and after approximately half an hour, he began to gather. The green orb in his mind surged and roiled, soon ejecting a light blue speck, precisely as Han Feng had envisioned. It was the chakra refinement technique. Once this speck was integrated, he continued to seek Kajiwara's guidance on chakra refinement. Kajiwara's patience with Han Feng was evidently superior to that of Matsumoto Daiji, as he was indeed a student from his own class, so he spoke without hesitation, reiterating the explanation. Han Feng gathered again, and the green orb once more expelled a light blue speck, still the chakra refinement technique. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Han Feng bowed sincerely in gratitude. As a teacher, it is my duty to assist. Kajiwara stated earnestly. Han Feng, I must admit my previous evaluation of you was somewhat biased. I hope you do not take offense. Moving forward, I will hold you to a stricter standard, especially in theoretical knowledge. You must not neglect any aspect. I understand. Thank you, teacher. The afternoon's lesson took place on the training grounds at the playground, with Kajiwara personally demonstrating the transformation technique. The hand seals for the transformation technique are quite simple. Pay close attention. Kajiwara formed the seals and then walked around the students, ensuring they could all see clearly. Apart from a few students such as Yono Ketsuki, Inazuka Sera, and Han Feng, the rest of the bronze students excitedly waved their hands, shouting for transformation, reveling in their enthusiasm. After all, in the eyes of these bronze students, the transformation technique was the true ninjutsu, a vital indicator of one's status as a ninja, far surpassing the act of throwing ninja tools. Irika, you seem to lack interest in the transformation technique. Han Feng noticed Irika standing beside him with an expressionless demeanor, finding it somewhat peculiar. Irika chuckled, saying, actually, I began practicing the body flicker technique last year. Really? Who taught you? Han Feng inquired, somewhat surprised. It was my parents. Irika beamed with pride. They are both jonin of the village. Oh, impressive. How have you been progressing? Han Feng, eschewing any familial comparisons, went straight to the point. Irika scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Hanfeng instantly understood and refrained from further questioning, as some things are better left unspoken. Classmates. Although the transformation technique is the simplest form of ninjutsu, it is not something one can master instantaneously. Kajiwara-yu, observing the overly enthusiastic demeanor of the bronze students, couldn't help but chuckle. While you form the seals, you must also visualize your target transformation, and then utilize your chakra to complete the transformation. Allow me to demonstrate. Kajiwara-yu performed the seals while conjuring the image of Matsumoto Daiji in his mind, then summoned his chakra. Boom. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke. Kajiwara-yu had transformed into Matsumoto Daiji. A group of enthusiastic bronze-level students, perhaps not fully grasping the meaning of Kaji Island's words, began their earnest attempts once more. After delivering his instructions, Kaji Island started to pace. Ito, your hand seals are incorrect. This is the tiger seal, not the goat seal. Kaneko, your goat seal is reversed. How did I teach you last semester? After completing more than half a circle, Kaji Island felt weary, shaking his head at the reality that a significant portion of this year's students truly struggled to keep up. Of course, students like Inuzuka Sasa and Yui, hailing from prestigious ninja families, had practiced their hand seals from a young age and required no additional guidance from Kaji Island. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Hanfeng's hand seals were quite proficient, with no flaws to be found. After all, Hanfeng had already mastered the three-body technique. Had he not been reluctant to waste chakra, he could effortlessly demonstrate a stunning transformation. While Kaji Island was distracted, Hanfeng quietly observed the other bronze students. Those like Ito, who were more grassroots, were progressing at an excruciatingly slow pace, while students like Inuzuka Sasa and Yui were already so advanced that they were practically idle, representing two extremes. At this rate, Yui and her peers might only need 2 or 3 years at the Ninja Academy to directly apply for graduation. Whereas Ito might find it challenging to graduate successfully even after 6 years of study. Contemplating this, Hanfeng could not resist glancing at Irika. If memory served correctly, Irika had also spent 6 years at the Ninja Academy, despite his parents being jounin. Your gaze is rather peculiar, Hanfeng, Irika remarked, sensing a hint of malice. Irika, you truly are sensitive, Hanfeng replied with a smile. Irika squinted at Hanfeng, feeling that his words were not meant as a compliment. Well, your intuition is not misplaced, Hanfeng added. Irika felt an urge to retaliate. As the lively banter continued into the late afternoon, Kaji Island checked the time and declared, all right, class is dismissed for today. Oh, and I almost forgot. Today's assignment is to write a reflection on the transformation technique, no less than 500 words. Make sure to put your hearts into it. Understood? A chorus of exhausted responses followed. Understood. Although they had practiced vigorously, the prospect of writing assignments felt daunting. It seems we won't be able to play today, Irika lamented. For him, crafting a 500-word reflection would require at least 2 hours, leaving little time for leisure. Hanfeng also felt a twinge of discomfort. Writing reflections seemed a task reserved for elementary school students. He had only written one reluctantly the day before, furrowing his brow in thought. He suddenly had an epiphany. He had a younger sibling who was, after all, an elementary school student. An idea sparked within Hanfeng, and he realized he no longer needed to worry about his little brother's diligent training wearing him down. He finally had a legitimate way to intervene. After bidding farewell to Irika and the others, Hanfeng waited at the entrance of the Ninja Academy for his younger brother. Moments later, the school bell rang, and a throng of students rushed out from the classroom. Brother, in the midst of the crowd, Moonlight swiftly spotted his brother waiting at the school gate and joyfully ran over. Upon seeing his younger sibling, Cold Wind was equally elated. Having a brother was truly delightful. Upon returning home, Cold Wind noticed their mother's shoes at the entrance, but upon entering, he discovered she was still fast asleep. So he took his little brother to the backyard. My foolish little brother, Cold Wind began seriously. Today, I shall teach you the art of transformation. What do you say? The art of transformation? Moonlight's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, I want to learn it. Cold Wind nodded with satisfaction and said, then let us start with the hand seals. He devoted half an hour to meticulously instructing his younger brother on the intricacies of the transformation technique, and then encouraged him. Now, give it a try and see if you can succeed. With a determined expression, Moonlight focused hard and shouted dramatically, I'm going for it. Transformation technique. After a brief pause, brother, it seems I have not succeeded. Moonlight felt a bit embarrassed. Do not worry. No one in this world succeeds on their first attempt. Just keep trying, and you will surely succeed, my dear Moonlight. I believe in you. Cold Wind encouraged him. offering a comforting dose of wisdom. Instantly invigorated, Moonlight prepared to practice the transformation technique once more. After about half an hour of practice, Moonlight seemed to realize the issue. Brother, my chakra is insufficient. Their father had already taught him the chakra refining technique, but being a lively child, Moonlight preferred wielding a wooden sword against a training post rather than sitting still to refine chakra. Coupled with his natural talent, both Moonlight and Cold Wind's father supported him, so his chakra was comparable to Cold Wind's. Then, Cold Wind finally revealed his cunning plan. You must write a reflection on the transformation technique of no less than 500 words. Huh? Why? Moonlight protested. I still need to practice my swordsmanship and kunai throwing. Writing this reflection is for your own good. Only in this way can you truly engrave all that I have just taught you in your heart. Cold Wind earnestly explained. Moonlight felt reluctant, his little face full of resistance. Moonlight, do you think that mastering swordsmanship alone will make you a ninja? When gentle persuasion failed, Cold Wind adopted a stern tone and admonished, naive, immature. Do not underestimate the ninja world. Now, go write your reflection. Understood. Seeing his brother's anger, Moonlight caved, lowering his head and obediently retreated to the house to write his reflection. Watching his little brother enter the house, Cold Wind felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to the air, roaring, do not underestimate the ninja world. Do not underestimate the ninja world. Indeed. It was quite a powerful declaration. As Moonlight leaned over the living room table to write his reflection, their mother, Huizuko, finally awoke, opened the sliding door, and stepped out of the bedroom. Upon seeing Moonlight diligently working at the table, a smile of appreciation spread across her face. Moonlight, are you doing your homework? Hello. Aunt Huizuko, Moonlight replied, looking up with a somewhat aggrieved expression, as if he had much to say but could not voice it. Coughing twice loudly, Cold Wind interjected. The younger sibling promptly became obedient. Swift Wind, cheers. Wazizi, oblivious to the brother's antics, smiled encouragingly before turning to enter the house to prepare dinner. Upon recalling the matter of Shinong, Cold Wind immediately followed her into the kitchen. Before speaking, Cold Wind organized his thoughts in his mind and then calmly inquired, Mother, I heard that a remarkably skilled doctor named Shinong has arrived at the hospital? Winchan, how did you know? Wazizi paused for a moment, then replied with a smile. It must have been Swift Wind who told you, but that Dr. Shinong hasn't arrived at the hospital yet. Cold Wind asked, when will he be coming? Wazizi looked at him with curiosity. Winchan, is there something you need? With a face full of admiration, Cold Wind responded, I greatly admire him and wish to meet him. If possible, I would like to learn medicine from him. Wazizi was taken aback, her first instinct to dissuade her son from such unrealistic aspirations. Winchan, your current task is to study well in school, do you understand? Is that so? Cold Wind reluctantly settled for a compromise. Then I won't learn medicine from him. Can I at least just meet him? Wazizi hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. In her view, she had already denied Cold Wind's request to learn medicine, and it would be unreasonable to refuse a meeting as well. Yet, despite this reasoning, Wazizi felt an odd discomfort. Thank you, Mother, Cold Wind exclaimed with joy. When will Shinong arrive, so I can meet him? Wazizi snapped back to reality, saying, he will arrive tomorrow afternoon. If you truly wish to meet him, I'll take you to the hospital after dinner. Yes, it's a delightful decision. Cold Wind beamed. I'll head out now. After he exited the kitchen, Wazizi took a moment to reflect. This child. She was unsure whether to laugh or cry, shaking her head with a sigh as she returned to her cooking. In the living room, brother, I've finished. As Cold Wind emerged, Swift Wind handed him the homework notebook. Cold Wind glanced at it, noticing just a single page. This is certainly insufficient, he declared, shaking his head. This doesn't even reach 500 words. Rewrite it. Swift Wind pouted. Brother, writing 500 words is so difficult. Swift Wind, do not let this small task of 500 words overwhelm you. Remember when you practiced swordsmanship? Dripping sweat and utterly exhausted? Wasn't that far more challenging and arduous? Yet, you persevered, didn't you? Cold Wind began to dispense motivational words, encouraging him to bravely strive, to toil diligently, to persist, and to create brilliance. Swift Wind, thoroughly entranced by Cold Wind's words, found himself disoriented. This is the plight of growth, Cold Wind concluded. Everyone must face this hurdle. Swift Wind, go forth, cheers. I understand, replied Swift Wind, indeed inspired by his brother's encouragement. He took the homework notebook and earnestly began to rewrite. Witnessing this scene, Cold Wind smiled with satisfaction. For Swift Wind, writing 500 words would take at least 2 hours, and if he pushed himself further, it would stretch to 3 hours. For Jifeng, Practicing swordsmanship is akin to those who become engrossed in a game, unable to extricate themselves once they succumb to its allure. The mere thought of Jifeng growing up resembling a frail specter tugs at Hanfeng's heartstrings. Thus, he must establish an unyielding barrier against this obsession, compelling Jifeng to engage less in both play and sword training. Of course, there are repercussions. He might find himself incapable of completing his own homework in the future. Such is the lament of my growth, alas. After dinner, Hu Huizi washed the dishes and prepared bento for Hanfeng and Jifeng for the following day before heading to the hospital. Hanfeng had long since relinquished any hope for Hu Huizi's bento, opting instead to sit in the living room, urging Jifeng to continue writing his reflections. Jifeng's writing pace was languid and often interrupted by moments of contemplation. At this rate, controlling the time would prove difficult even after 2 hours. Growing somewhat bored, Hanfeng moved aside and sat cross-legged. "Brother, what are you doing?" Jifeng exclaimed, noticing his elder brother's unusual demeanor and hastily putting down his pen. "Continue writing. Do not stop." Hanfeng instructed with gravity. "I must refine my chakra. Later, I will review your homework. Do you understand?" "Understood," Jifeng replied, grasping his pen once more. Meanwhile, Hanfeng closed his eyes, initiating the process of refining both mental and physical energy, merging them in a 1-to-1 ratio. As the fusion commenced, he discerned something extraordinary. Previously, the refining process had been excruciatingly slow, but now the speed had increased by at least 40%? A spark ignited within Hanfeng. He had collected the chakra refining technique twice from Tai Matsumoto and twice from Weiken Shima, perfectly amalgamating 4 iterations of the technique. This suggested that each fusion resulted in a 10 enhancement. If this efficiency persisted, 10 fusions would yield a doubling effect, 100 would amplify it tenfold, and 1,000 would result in a 100-fold increase. If I were to collect 1,000 iterations of the Great Fireball technique, its potency would be 100 times greater than the ordinary version. Hanfeng felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet the reality of being limited to 3 collections per day dampened his enthusiasm. Even with success at each attempt, 1,000 collections would take nearly a year. Thus, if he were to select a jutsu to amplify 100-fold, he must ponder carefully. It should be widely known and possess formidable power. In this light, the Great Fireball technique indeed seemed quite suitable. Hanfeng felt his imagination spiraling out of control, quickly centering his thoughts and silently continuing to refine his chakra. Half an hour later, he sensed he had reached his limit. Although his speed had increased by 40, adapting to this pace revealed it was still sluggish. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood, he mused, realizing he needed to gather more. Upon opening his eyes, he found a large head mere centimeters from his own, and instinctively he lunged forward. Bang! Ouch! Jifeng yelped, clutching his reddened forehead. It hurts. Brother. Oh, it's little Jifeng, Hanfeng replied, rubbing his own head. Why are you not diligently writing your reflections instead of lurking here watching me? Brother. My hands are sore. I shall rest a moment before continuing, the wind of swiftness lamented. The cold wind's eyes brightened. It's only natural for your hands to ache. Swift Wind is but a child. To feel sore after writing 500 words is to be expected. Yet, he has practiced swordsmanship for hours on end without uttering a word of discomfort. What does this signify? It suggests that during his sword training, he pushes his body to its limits, gritting his teeth in perseverance. Let us not speak of surpassing physical boundaries. Swift Wind does not possess the extraordinary physique of the Might family. If this continues, his body will surely falter. The cold wind patted his shoulder and chuckled. Then take a 10-minute reprieve. Swift Wind's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I shall practice my swordsmanship. The following day, on the way to school, Swift Wind marched ahead alone. His cheeks puffed out, his expression fierce. The previous night's endeavor to write 500 words on the transformation technique consumed 3 long hours, and by the time he finished, it was nearly 8:30. A wave of guilt washed over Swift Wind, prompting him to rush to the backyard for sword practice. Meanwhile, the cold wind happily meticulously copied his younger brother's insights, then obliterated the evidence. Around 9 o'clock, the cold wind called for his little brother to come inside and sleep, not granting him ample time for sword training. Consequently, Swift Wind sulked. On the way to school, he walked ahead, refusing to utter a word to the cold wind. The cold wind paid him no mind. After all, what child has thrown a tantrum? A little coaxing would suffice. Upon returning home from school, he would teach him the shadow clone technique, and then have him write another 500-word reflection. Indeed, this was a necessary measure against addiction. Upon arriving at school, Swift Wind's mood had yet to improve. He scowled as he bid farewell to the cold wind and headed to his classroom. The cold wind noted how adorably petulant Swift Wind could be, particularly when he was being teased. Upon entering his own classroom, the cold wind promptly submitted his homework to his classmate, the rotund one. The rotund one tucked away the assignment, but suddenly called out to the cold wind, "Moonlight Cold Wind, there's a theoretical exam tomorrow morning. And shall we engage in a one-on-one sparring session in the afternoon?" The cold wind recognized the telltale signs of mischief and brusquely interrupted him. The rotund one glared in frustration. "I need to prepare for the theoretical exam tomorrow morning, and I absolutely must spar in the afternoon?" The cold wind shot back. "Theoretical exam? I am absolutely up for a duel." The rotund one, exasperated, retorted, "I am discussing theory while you speak of practice." The two exchanged heated glances. The rotund one feeling a mix of indignation, anger, and sadness before huffing and turning away, resolving never to engage with the moonlight cold wind again. Returning to his seat, Irika had arrived and was seated with a grin. "Cold Wind, is it truly acceptable for you to tease the rotund one like that? Oh, have you now become addicted to calling him the rotund one?" The cold wind quipped. "Is it not your incessant calling that has led to this?" Irika huffed, then couldn't help but chuckle, though, I must admit, the nickname suits him quite well. The cold wind recalled the rotund one's earlier provocations and inquired, "Is there indeed a theoretical exam tomorrow morning?" "Indeed. The practical test is followed by a theoretical examination, but the timing of the latter remains unpredictable." Irika elucidated. "Hanfeng, how well do you grasp the theoretical knowledge?" Hanfeng, feeling a headache, replied, "What theory are we being tested on? Is it the material taught a couple of days ago, or last year's content?" "It is, of course, last year's knowledge," Irika replied. After a moment of contemplation, Hanfeng murmured, "Irika, about tomorrow morning's exam, Irika raised his eyebrows. Hanfeng nodded solemnly. Irika shook his head. Sigh. Hanfeng exhaled, feeling disheartened that his deskmate offered no assistance, reflecting on the fragility of their friendship. Fortunately, Hanfeng maintained a tranquil mindset. Even if he were to fail the theoretical exam, he would remain unperturbed. This composure was cultivated through countless examinations in his previous life, an endurance few possess. This morning's theory class was personally conducted by Jidao Yuyong. As the bell rang, he entered the classroom with a grave expression, clutching a stack of homework. The insights on transformation techniques submitted earlier could not have been graded so swiftly, so this homework must pertain to the previous assignment on ninja tool throwing. "Classmates," Jidao Yuyong surveyed the room with a serious tone, "I know you all dislike doing homework, but it is the most accurate reflection of whether a student pays attention in class. From the previous assignment on ninja tool throwing, I noticed a few of you clearly did not listen. I am quite disappointed." With that, he opened the topmost assignment and read aloud. "The most important aspect of ninja tool throwing is to throw freely, however you wish." Who wrote this? Stand up. One student, feeling unjustly accused, stood up and protested, "Teacher, during the practical training, I saw Moonlight Hanfeng throwing exactly like this." "What?" Hanfeng erupted in fury, feeling wrong that trouble had found him without cause. "Do you not have a conscience?" Jidao Yuyong, trembling in indignation, pointed at the student and exclaimed, You. The ninja tool throwing insights were assigned on the first day of school, while the practical training occurred the following day. Did you foresee what would happen the next day while writing this insight? You are to rewrite the ninja tool throwing insights tonight, no less than 800 words. 800? No, please, teacher, I was mistaken. The student panicked. Composing 500 words had already drained him of countless brain cells and leisure time. An additional 300 words meant he would be confined to his desk all night. Mistakes require correction. Jidao Yuyong retrieved another assignment. Reading. Ninja tool throwing primarily relies on luck. Is this how I taught you? Stand up. A hesitant student rose, yet before Jidao Yuyong could speak, he preemptively confessed, Teacher, while writing the assignment, my mother was ill, and I had to care for her. So I had no time to think and wrote whatever came to mind. Caring for your sick mother? Jidao Yuyong's lips twitched slightly. Were you also attending to her during class? I would feel embarrassed to point this out. You too shall rewrite the ninja tool throwing insights. No less than 800 words. The bronze students sat dejectedly, and then YG Kajima proceeded to address a few unreliable students, mandating them to rewrite their reflections. Following this, he offered praise. You should learn from classmates Yui, It, and Inazuka, observing how they craft their reflections. And let us commend Kenkazi, whose progress has been remarkable this time. Let us applaud him. The clapping echoed, tinged with resentment, from for Kenkazi, once the underperformer, had suddenly transformed into the exemplary student. It was a bitter pill to swallow for many. I hope you continue to excel, Kenkazi, Kojima remarked, casting a glance at him. Do not disappoint the teacher in tomorrow's theoretical examination. Kenkazi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had just resolved to abandon his studies. Now, with Kojima's expectations weighing heavily upon him, the prospect of failing seemed inevitable, which would certainly embarrass Kojima. His dwindling desire for survival began to stir as he turned to his desk mate, Irika. Despite Irika's average talent, his potential to become a teacher indicated a thorough mastery of theoretical knowledge. Irika hesitated, but Kenkazi, this is not right. Both of your parents are elite ninjas in the village, and they have always taught you to be honorable and upright. Cheating is simply unacceptable. Kenkazi, your reasoning is flawed. He insisted. We are destined to become ninjas, embarking on missions outside the village. When gathering intelligence in enemy territories, we must not only procure information but also relay it accurately back to our comrades in the village, correct? Irika instinctively nodded. His argument had merit. Therefore, consider tomorrow's exam as a mission where you gather intelligence and discreetly relay it to me, thus completing this task. Kenkazi declared earnestly. He was not merely shifting the narrative. After all, Naruto's first Nin exam involved cheating, which was essentially the transmission of intelligence. After a moment of internal conflict, Irika was ultimately persuaded. The afternoon practical training continued, with Kojima instructing on transformation techniques. Although transformation was one of the fundamental ninjutsu, mastering it was no simple feat for the bronze students, otherwise they wouldn't have spent 6 years in school. Kojima tirelessly reiterated the technique, his forehead glistening with sweat, yet the results remained mediocre. Kenkazi, Irika, Gantetsu, and Kamizuki stood among the crowd, quietly discussing whether Kojima would approach them as they observed. Today, no new ninjutsu had been imparted, suggesting there would be no homework for the evening. Gantetsu felt a surge of excitement. How about we play at Senju Park after school? Aizen, Kenkazi, Irika? Sure, Kamizuki nodded. Always inseparable from Gantetsu. But there's an exam tomorrow, Irika said hesitantly. What does that matter? We can play until 6 and still make it home. Steel spoke nonchalantly. Very well then. Irika, being in a playful mood, was unable to resist the allure of his companions. What about you, Cold Wind? Steel turned to him. Cold Wind hesitated. He indeed wished to join them. If he could encounter that enigmatic old woman resembling Tsunade, perhaps he could unravel her true identity. However, he replied, I'm sorry. I have matters to attend to this evening. After school, he needed to escort his younger brother home, soothe his little temper, and later accompany Hui to visit the legendary doctor, Shinobu. Compared to the elusive Tsunade, Shinobu seemed far more reliable to Cold Wind. That's all right, Steel smiled. Then it shall just be the three of us. Should we invite Red Bean and Shauna? Irika inquired. Let us pass on that this time, Steel replied softly, glancing at Red Bean and Inuzuka Shauna, who were whispering to each other in the distance. As men, we occasionally require our own space. As they chatted, time swiftly approached 3:30. The school bell rang, and Kaji Island felt liberated, while the bronze students couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. Remember to review at home. We have a theoretical exam tomorrow morning. Everyone must do their best. Yes, understood. Thank you for your hard work, teacher, the students replied. Once they dispersed, Cold Wind bid farewell to Irika and the others, making his way to their usual spot to wait for his younger brother. When Jifeng emerged, he was accompanied by a few new friends, presumably the ones he had mentioned before. Brother. Upon seeing Cold Wind, Jifeng dashed over, but halfway there, he recalled last night's events, and his face contorted into a fierce expression. He haughtily huffed and intentionally walked past Cold Wind, heading home first. Oh, my foolish little brother, Cold Wind teased, quickening his pace to follow Jifeng. Do you want to learn the shadow clone technique? Jifeng halted and declared loudly, no, I want to train in swordsmanship. Cold Wind chuckled. Little brother, without mastering the shadow clone technique, you won't be able to graduate from the Ninja Academy. If I can't graduate, then so be it. I still want to practice swordsmanship. Jifeng pouted defiantly. If you don't graduate, you won't become a ninja, Cold Wind continued to tease. Is that true? Jifeng turned around, looking at Cold Wind. Brother, don't lie to me. Of course, I would never deceive you about such matters. You can ask anyone else and confirm it, Cold Wind said with a serious expression. Naturally, he withheld the fact that the Ninja Academy graduation exams were random. This year, it might be the shadow clone technique, while next year could focus on physical techniques or ninja tool throwing. However, These details were too complicated, and Cold Wind decided to inform his little brother only after he mastered the shadow clone technique. I see. Jifeng lowered his head, visibly conflicted. Cold Wind spoke earnestly. Jifeng, I understand your desire to inherit the Konoha sword technique, but it is a highly advanced skill. To inherit it, you must first become an exceptional genin, or even a chunin. However, if you cannot graduate from school, how can you inherit the Konoha flow swordsmanship? Shifeng blinked his eyes a couple of times, then lowered his head in shame. Brother, I was wrong. Hanfeng smiled reassuringly. When we return, I will teach you the shadow clone technique, and then you must compose a 500-word reflection. Although there is no homework today, Hanfeng knew that in a few days, Jidao you would undoubtedly impart the shadow clone technique. Thus, this reflection would come in handy. As a time traveler, being prepared for the future is merely fundamental. Oh, Shifeng replied weakly. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. Do you understand? Hanfeng suddenly recalled something and hastily instructed, you must not tell the teachers or classmates at school. Nor my mother. Why? Shifeng asked in confusion. Because what I am teaching you comprises the second-grade curriculum. Hanfeng whispered, if others find out, they will claim you are aiming too high. What does aiming too high mean? Shifeng inquired. Let me illustrate. There is a little brat who has yet to graduate from school or become a ninja. Yet he constantly clamors about practicing swordsmanship and inheriting the Konoha flow swordsmanship. That is what it means to aim too high. Shifeng once again lowered his head in shame. Upon returning home, Waziko was already up, tidying the house. Mom, don't forget to take me to the hospital tonight, Hanfeng said, fearing Waziko might change her mind. All right. But once we arrive at the hospital, Feng-chan must stay close to me and not run off. Understand? Waziko replied. Hanfeng immediately nodded in affirmation. Then, he took his younger brother to the backyard and began teaching him the shadow clone technique. After more than half an hour, Shifeng had memorized all the key points of the technique. However, due to insufficient chakra within him, he was still in the theoretical stage. Next, you must write a 500-word reflection on the shadow clone technique. Hanfeng proclaimed with righteousness. I do this solely for Shifeng's benefit. Understood, Shifeng replied, glancing at the wooden post and the wooden sword stuck in the grass with a sense of nostalgia and reluctance. Finally, he lowered his head and returned to the living room, took out his homework notebook, and began to write. Hanfeng, meanwhile, sat cross-legged on the ground, starting to refine his chakra. Feng-chan, Shifeng, dinner is ready. After over an hour, Waziko had finished preparing dinner, interrupting the brothers' endeavors. Shifeng, do you already have so much homework just after starting school? Waziko observed Shifeng bent over his desk, somewhat curious. She remembered that when Feng-chan was in first grade, he had no homework for several months and was immediately taken to the backyard by their father to practice swordsmanship upon returning home. Shifeng hesitated to speak, but recalling his promise to keep it a secret, he said this was his reflection on what he learned in school to reinforce his understanding. Waziko's face brightened with a smile, then she glanced at Hanfeng with mild disdain. Can this also affect me? Hanfeng felt his appetite diminish. After dinner, Hanfeng once again urged his younger brother to diligently complete his homework before he and Waziko headed to the hospital. Once the cold winds had passed, the fervent wind could hardly restrain itself and dashed to the backyard to seize the wooden sword. Yet, after merely half an hour, it recalled the words of its brother, aim too high. Indeed, how could it aspire to inherit the Leaf Village's swordsmanship without even having mastered the basic body flicker technique? It was a prime example of overreaching. Reluctantly, the fervent wind set down the wooden sword and returned indoors, casting glances back with reluctance as it went upon its reflections. Meanwhile, the cold wind followed Waziko once more to the Leaf Hospital. Although dusk had settled, the hospital was ablaze with light, revealing the busy silhouettes of medical personnel bustling between various wards. Feng-chan, don't run around, understand? Waziko cautioned. I understand, replied the cold wind. Upon entering the hospital, it scanned the surroundings but discerned no signs of any prominent figures arriving. Has Sharingan really come? The cold wind pondered as it ascended to the third floor alongside Waziko, arriving outside a room marked as an experimental surgery suite. Dr. Sharingan is inside. Remember not to speak when you enter, all right? Waziko reiterated. The cold wind felt a twinge of excitement. I understand. As they pushed the door open, the cold wind was greeted by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Incredible! No wonder Dr. Sharingan is renowned. He has completed the hemostasis and suturing so swiftly. The accolades reverberated. And Dr. Sharingan, sporting a full beard, smiled brightly as he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, Surgical procedures are the fundamental skills of a physician. If you wish to learn, I can impart my years of surgical experience to you all. Is it true? Thank you so much, Dr. Sharingan. Your generosity is remarkable. The selflessness of Sharingan drew yet another wave of praise. Standing behind Wazuko, the cold wind gazed into the room where a surgical table held a man, anesthetized. With a 10-centimeter laceration on his right arm, already stitched up, it appeared that the operation had been performed by Sharingan, and judging by the reactions of those around, his surgical prowess was indeed exceptional. The cold wind focused on the middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, with a dense brown beard and dressed in substantial clothing, exuding an air of meticulousness akin to that of a foreigner. Is that Dr. Sharingan? As the cold wind observed him with narrowed eyes, Dr. Sharingan commenced sharing his surgical insights, articulating various professional terminologies that captivated the nearby medical staff, including Wazuko, who had just entered. Several individuals even took out paper and pens to record the information. A surge of inspiration coursed through the cold wind. Regardless of whether Sharingan's intentions were genuine or feigned, this opportunity was too precious to squander. Gathering its focus, a vibrant green orb of light surged within its mind, soon releasing a brilliant azure point that radiated far more luminescence than the other pale blue dots. This color. The cold wind's eyes sparkled with excitement as it enveloped the radiant light with its consciousness, only to be momentarily taken aback. Surgical procedure, perfect. As the cold winds gathered the incomplete version of the shuriken throwing technique, they also captured a usable ninjutsu for throwing. Yet, this was the first time he had acquired his skill in its perfect state. Enveloping the azure light within his consciousness, a stream of indescribable warmth surged into his mind, akin to a sudden epiphany. In that moment, the esoteric terminology from Sharingan's teachings became as simplistic and comprehensible as up, down, left, right, baba, while the medical personnel beside him diligently absorbed the knowledge. Hanfeng had already fully digested it all. At that moment, with sufficient experimental experience, Hanfeng could effortlessly achieve Sharingan's level of expertise, albeit solely in the realm of surgery. However, such considerations were trivial to him. What truly mattered was the profound significance represented by the word perfection behind that azure light. Reflecting on the incomplete skills he had previously gathered, along with their fusion and enhancement capabilities, Hanfeng gradually came to understand. Incomplete, complete, perfect. These are the three tiers of skills acquired through the gathering technique. Taking shuriken throwing as an example, if the target has not mastered the technique thoroughly, what is gathered will be an incomplete version. In this state, Hanfeng cannot utilize it. If the target has indeed mastered it, then a complete version of the technique will be obtained, which can be directly employed, allowing him to reach the throwing proficiency of the target with experience accumulation. And then there is perfection. If the target has refined shuriken throwing to an extraordinary degree, then what is gathered will be a flawless version. The perfection level of shuriken throwing undoubtedly surpasses that of the complete version. Just as Uchiha Sue's shuriken throwing in his prime could easily outmatch even 10 combined forces of any adversaries. Of course, what mattered most to Hanfeng was that through the fusion and enhancement capabilities of the gathering technique, incomplete skills could be transformed into complete ones, and complete skills could evolve into perfection. This function was of paramount importance. With fusion and enhancement, Hanfeng's shuriken throwing, great fireball technique, body replacement technique, and chakra refinement technique could all evolve to perfection, provided he gathered enough quantities. Hanfeng even began to envision himself adorned with an arsenal of perfect ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and even bloodline limits, envisioning a strength that would overpower all ninjas of equal rank. He felt elated, yet reminded himself to remain grounded and focused on steady development. Just then, Sharingan's lecture concluded. The head of the medical department, Nakajima Naka, along with the other medical personnel, respectfully escorted Sharingan to an adjacent surgical room. Inside lay a patient who had been bitten on the left arm by a venomous snake. Dr. Sharingan, Nakajima began, after the snake bite. We took immediate measures to contain the toxin within his left arm. But the quickest and most effective way to eliminate this venom without leaving any residual effects is through medical ninjutsu. Please, take a look. Very well, Sharingan replied. Sharingan's voice, imbued with a gentle warmth, harmonized with his enigmatic medical prowess, effortlessly evoking a sense of closeness and dependence in those around him. While the venom of snakes posed a significant challenge, it was not insurmountable. Aside from medical ninjutsu, there existed alternative methods for its complete eradication. As Sharingan examined the patient, he spoke, requesting an assortment of herbal remedies. Yusuji Nakakatsu exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby individual, who promptly departed to gather the necessary supplies. Simultaneously, Shinnong began to impart knowledge on the use of herbs to eliminate toxins from the human body. As he commenced his discourse, the medical staff began taking diligent notes, with even Hanfeng's mother, Huihuzi, pulling out her notebook to record the information earnestly. Meanwhile, Hanfeng stood behind Huihuzi, caught in a moral quandary, to collect or not to collect. He could only acquire 3 skills from Shinnong, and having just attained a perfect-level surgical technique, he was left with but 2 opportunities. Yet, the medical skill set possessed by Shinnong likely numbered over 10, with the possibility that all were of perfect caliber. The immense value of such skills was undeniable. Yet Hanfeng could only afford to collect 1 more, for his primary objective during this visit was the forbidden technique of physical activation. Thus, he had to reserve 1 collection opportunity, even if the likelihood of successfully acquiring the forbidden technique was slim to the point of rendering Shinnong friendless. On the 3rd floor of Konoha Hospital, within the experimental operating room, Hanfeng and the medical personnel watched in awe as Shinnong meticulously crushed and blended various herbs, applying the mixture evenly to the wounds of the snakebite patient. Before long, dark blood began to seep from the wounds, a remarkable testament to the herb's efficacy in expelling the venom. It was a profound lesson that one could learn throughout life. The medical staff stood, wide-eyed and astounded at the sight. While herbs could cleanse snake venom, the world was replete with countless varieties of it, necessitating a multitude of antidote formulations. With a hint of pride in his voice, Shinnong declared that he would generously share these formulas and corresponding emergency treatment methods without charge should they be needed. "Is that true?" exclaimed Yusuji Nakakatsu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Dr. Shinnong, we are immensely grateful. On behalf of the Konoha Hospital's medical department, I sincerely thank you for your generosity." The medical department consisted of ordinary individuals who, upon encountering a poisoned patient, had to refer all but mild cases to the hospital's medical ninjas for treatment. Now, armed with Shinnong's herbal formulas and emergency methods, the department's competitiveness had undoubtedly ascended to a new level. "There's no need for thanks. My hope is to extend my medical skills to aid more people," Shinnong replied with humility, his noble charisma effortlessly captivating all present, including Hanfeng. An actor, Hanfeng thought to himself. This guy is undoubtedly an Oscar-worthy performer. The sheer skill of his acting was such that, had Hanfeng not already been aware of Shinnong's true nature, he too might have succumbed to his charm. Yet, now was not the time for admiration. Hanfeng's mind raced with thoughts. The herbal formulas in Shinnong's possession likely possessed the capacity to counteract the majority of serpentine toxins within the ninja realm. Speaking of snake venom, one cannot help but think of Orochimaru. This particular substance must be collected. In an instant, Hanfeng recalled the encounter with Orochimaru from that fateful night, and his survival instinct surged. Collection. In a flash, a verdant orb of light swirled rapidly in Hanfeng's mind, subsequently expelling a brilliant azure point of light. Azure. Is it truly of perfection? Hanfeng, filled with excitement, enveloped this azure point of light with his consciousness. Snake venom first aid treatment. Perfect. Hanfeng opened his eyes with exhilaration, although uncertain of the sparks that might fly from future meetings with Orochimaru. This perfect-grade medical kit would enable him to largely disregard Orochimaru's venom. However, before Hanfeng could bask in pride, he was abruptly cast into the abyss by Shinnong. It is crucial to note that the environmental conditions of serpents significantly influence their growth, prompting either evolution or regression. While my herbal formula may be suitable for the majority of current snake venoms, I firmly believe new venoms will emerge in the future, necessitating the development of new antidotes. Shinnong stated earnestly. Hanfeng felt disheartened. This medical kit is only applicable to the current toxic serpents? This is quite bothersome. Given Orochimaru's prowess, he could likely cultivate dozens of new venomous snakes within half a year. This situation is rather awkward. With a grimaced expression, Hanfeng silently cursed his impulsiveness while digesting the contents of the medical kit. Ah, how delightful. At that moment, Kamishima Nakazu was visibly moved, fervently grasping Shinnong's hand and exclaiming, "Dr. Shinnong, your noble integrity and medical expertise have profoundly impressed me. If possible, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Konoha Hospital." Shinnong smiled and shook his head. "Minister, my dream is to disseminate medical knowledge throughout the ninja world, thus I must decline your invitation." "No need to apologize, Dr. Shinnong. Compared to you, our skills and vision are truly insignificant. We are utterly incomparable," Kamishima Nakazu complimented. "Now, shall we proceed to the next patient?" Shinnong suggested with a smile. "This way, please." Kamishima Nakazu transformed into an eager aide, leading the way with enthusiasm. A group of medical personnel followed closely behind Shinnong, resembling interns trailing their chief physician. Waihuzi took a few steps forward, then turned to find Han Feng standing still, urging, "Feng-chan, let's go." "Oh, I'm coming." At this moment, Ha Feng had nearly absorbed the medical kit's contents, feeling as though he had memorized thousands of snake venoms along with their corresponding first aid measures and herbal formulas. Yet, when he attempted to recall them, it seemed he had retained none, a curious sensation indeed. Upon arriving at the third surgical room, Han Feng stood at the threshold, his expression gradually becoming grave as he silently reminded himself, "My goal is the physical activation forbidden technique. My goal is the physical activation forbidden technique. My goal is..." As he chanted his mantra, he entered the operating room and witnessed Shinnong diligently bandaging a patient with a severed leg. The role of medical bandages is profoundly significant. They not only assist ninjas in their training by preventing joint dislocations and injuries, but they also serve to staunch bleeding and avert the expansion of wounds. Furthermore, they can immobilize the bones of fracture patients, albeit this requires considerable experience to execute effectively. As Shinnong demonstrated, he simultaneously imparted knowledge, and a divine radiance enveloped the entire operating room. Han Feng declared fervently, "My objective is the forbidden technique of physical activation. My objective is the forbidden technique of physical activation. My collection." From the verdant orb, a third azure light burst forth, revealing a perfect level bandage treatment technique. Alas, what a calamity! Why was his resolve so feeble? Just as Han Feng successfully collected, he was filled with regret, feeling as though his aspiration for the forbidden technique of physical activation had flown away like a cooked duck. It was agonizing. Wandering listlessly alongside the others through one experimental operating room after another, his spirit waned. Yet, at the last moment, Han Feng suddenly discerned that he might still have a chance. "Minister, here is the herbal formula for treating snake venom." In the final experimental operating room, Shinnong unfastened his brown backpack and carefully retrieved a scroll, presenting it to Yushima Nakakatsu. Yushima stooped respectfully, accepting it with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Shinnong." "Do not mention it, Minister. That will be all for today," Shinnong replied with a smile. Han Feng, standing nearby, craned his neck to glimpse into Shinnong's backpack, his eyes glowing with fervent anticipation. A scroll. There were other scrolls within Shinnong's backpack. Could they pertain to the forbidden technique of physical activation? Han Feng's heart raced as he began to analyze the possibilities. The forbidden technique of physical activation encompassed profound realms such as cellular division, cellular activation, and the stimulation of cells by chakra, subjects that could not be succinctly elucidated in just a few words. For Shinnong to develop this forbidden technique from scratch, he would undoubtedly need to meticulously document his thoughts, conduct experiments, make corrections, and refine his approach until he achieved success. Would he then destroy the records of this development? Perhaps, yet it was far more likely that he would compile these experimental records into a scroll. If that were the case, then in addition to Shinnong's humanoid collection pack for the forbidden technique of physical activation, there would exist a scroll version of this collection pack. However, Han Feng furrowed his brow. Given Shinnong's cautious nature, if such a scroll truly existed, would he bring it into Konoha within his backpack? Han Feng's expression fluctuated. Regardless, he must attempt to find out. Around 9 o'clock, as the diagnosis concluded, Yushima Nakakatsu warmly and enthusiastically grasped the hand of the weary Shinnong, insisting on treating him to a late-night meal. Unable to decline, Shinnong acquiesced. Accompanying them were several doctors from the medical department, while Waihuzi, a mere ordinary medical staff member, did not join them, leaving Han Feng to watch as Shinnong departed with his backpack. Yet, Han Feng remained unperturbed. Shinnong, upon his arrival at the Hidden Leaf Village, not only disseminated medical knowledge but also generously provided herbal formulas, resembling a benevolent deity of fortune. It would be utterly unbelievable if he were to depart without further ado. "Feng-chan, it is time for you to return home." Hui Wei glanced at the time and hurriedly urged Han Feng to make his way back, reminding him to be cautious on the way and not to indulge in distractions along the route. "Do you understand?" Han Feng nodded, and just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. He turned around and inquired, "Mother, where does Dr. Shinnong reside?" Hui Wei paused, perplexed, and asked, "Why do you wish to know?" "I want to seek his autograph." Ha Feng feigned the enthusiasm of an ardent admirer, exclaiming how incredibly handsome Dr. Shinnong was and how he idolized him immensely. Hui Wei chuckled and replied, "Dr. Shinnong resides at the Shunchao Izakaya in the Guten district, near the northern side of the hospital. Izakaya? Hanfeng was taken aback, contemplating why he would choose to reside in an izakaya. He had visited the Moonlight izakaya owned by his clan before, although the ambience was pleasant. It was primarily a dining and drinking establishment, often noisy. While accommodations were available, given Shinnong's status in the martial world and the recent attitude of Zhongjing upon entering the island, it seemed improbable that Shinnong would be assigned to reside in an izakaya. Wee laughed. This izakaya was chosen personally by Dr. Shinnong. It is said that he is particularly fond of the beverages they offer. Fond of their drinks? Such reasoning could only deceive a 6-year-old like my little brother. The glint in Hanfeng's eyes sparkled. He could already sense the thick aroma of conspiracy wafting through the air. With so many inns in the hidden leaf village to choose from, why had he specifically selected the Shinchao izakaya? There must be something amiss. Hanfeng was eager to investigate the Shinchao izakaya immediately, but upon glancing at the time, he resolved to wait until the morrow. Upon returning home from the Hidden Leaf Hospital, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The living room was shrouded in darkness, and the sounds of his little brother practicing with wooden stakes were conspicuously absent. To his surprise, his little brother had not been secretly honing his swordsmanship. Upon switching on the light, Hanfeng noticed an assignment book on the living room table, filled with 500 words of insights penned by his little brother. After a brief review, he found it to be quite commendable. Subsequently, he ventured into the backyard but found no trace of his sibling. Had he already retired for the night? Returning to his bedroom, Hanfeng gently slid open the sliding door and was met with the sight of his little brother peacefully slumbering on the tatami mat. Observing his sleeping form, Hanfeng couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. It seems my measures against indulgence have proven effective. Now, it was time to contemplate the plans for the following day. Hanfeng lay on the tatami mat, gazing up at the ceiling, and a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. The next morning, the two brothers rose and tended to their morning routines. However, just as they were about to step outside, Hanfeng suddenly broke into a fit of coughing that seemed relentless, as if he might cough up a lung. Brother, what is wrong? His little brother was alarmed, flustered, with tears welling up in his large eyes. As Hanfeng coughed, he silently marveled at his own acting prowess. Cough. He coughed again and then, with a pained expression, declared, Jifeng, I think I have caught a cold. I need to visit the hospital. Brother, I will take you. Jifeng exclaimed loudly. No, you must go to school. I cannot delay you. The cold wind weakly parted its lips, asking for a favor to request a leave of absence. However, the younger brother, Jifeng, was deeply concerned. Enough said. Jifeng, go ahead. I'll manage. Hanfeng reassured as he patted his little brother's shoulder. I am in class 2 to 8, and my homeroom teacher is Waika Kaji. Don't forget. Understood, brother. Jifeng replied, reluctantly stepping outside, glancing back with uncertainty. Please lend me some pocket money. Hanfeng extended his hand. Brother. Jifeng immediately rushed back. Ahem. I seem to be short on change for the hospital visit. Hanfeng felt a bit awkward. His pocket money had already been spent on picnic expenses with Red Bean, leaving him in a tight spot. Without hesitation, Jifeng pulled out his allowance. Hanfeng's lips twitched slightly. This child from another family had twice as much pocket money as he did. He then took half of it. Once Jifeng departed, Hanfeng stopped his coughing and headed straight for the Shinchao izakaya in Gudianga 4th District. Feigning illness was merely a means to facilitate his actions. Considering that in this world there were no mobile phones and communication was quite inconvenient. With his mother often busy day and night, Hanfeng was not afraid of being exposed. Upon arriving at school, Jifeng hurried towards class 2 to 8. However, Kaji Waika had yet to arrive, so he waited at the door, soon being recognized by someone. You are Hanfeng's younger brother? Irika, entering the classroom, recalled the little boy he had met at the beginning of the semester. Hello, senior. I am Tsukikage Jifeng. Hanfeng's brother? Jifeng, upon being recognized, politely replied, my brother has a cold and is at the hospital, so I'm here to request a leave for him. A cold? Irika paused, taken aback. Is it true? There is a theoretical exam this morning. He wouldn't be pretending to be ill, would he? Yet, having already promised to relay information, Hanfeng had no reason to feign sickness. Observing Jifeng's worried expression, Irika concluded that Hanfeng must indeed be unwell. I understand. I will help Hanfeng request a leave. Jifeng, you should return to your classroom now, Irika said earnestly. Thank you, senior. Jifeng bowed sincerely before turning to leave. Half an hour later, the class bell rang, and Kaji Waika entered with a stack of exam papers. Prepare for the test, he announced straightforwardly. At this moment, Irika stood up, ready to request a leave for Hanfeng. But, teacher, Tanaka asked me to request a leave for him. He is ill. Teacher. Aaron has a cold and fever, requesting a half-day leave. Teacher, Ichiro is also sick. Kaji Waika's expression darkened as he scanned the room, finally resting his gaze on Irika, who remained silent in the back row. Kaji Waika asked with a stern tone, Irika, who are you requesting a leave for this time? Irika felt beads of sweat forming, awkwardly stating, Hanfeng has a cold. Keidu, fatigued and devoid of the strength to express his grievances, gestured for Irika to take a seat and began. All students who have taken leave will be deemed unfit for this theoretical examination. Once they have recovered from their illness, I shall administer the test anew. Itu, please distribute the examination papers. Yes. Itu, robust and triumphant, strode to the podium as if he had vanquished a fierce dragon and rescued the princess of milk tea. The moonlight and the cold wind feigned illness, perhaps out of fear of being overwhelmed by my presence. I, Itu, shall never forgive him. Scoundrel. At 9 in the morning, in the 4th district of Gudian, the cold wind had traversed for over 2 hours, finally locating this secluded izakaya. Nestled at the end of the street, its exterior did not suggest a thriving business, and the foot traffic on this street was rather lackluster, far less vibrant than the commercial avenues of the Moonlight clan. In summary, the first impression of this izakaya was one of isolation. Isolation? Could this be the reason that Shinong chose to reside here? What clandestine dealings could he be involved in? Pondering this, the cold wind resolved to venture inside. As it was not yet lunchtime, the izakaya was serene, with only a young waitress in her early 20s present. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the newcomer. Welcome, young sir. Are you alone? Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable, the cold wind feigned innocence and replied, Excuse me, does Lord Shinong reside here? Lord Shinong? Who is that? The waitress inquired, puzzled. A middle-aged man with a full beard, he described, closely observing her reaction but regrettably finding no sign of unusual behavior. Oh, you mean that peculiar guest? He indeed stays here. He even drank 5 bottles of sake during breakfast today, the waitress said with a smile. Do you know him? This man. Truly a masterful actor, drinking 5 bottles of sake at breakfast, as if to ensure that everyone knew he was here for the liquor. Yet, even if he could deceive others, he could not fool the cold wind. Sister, I would like an order of tempura. Without responding to the waitress's question, he produced a 1,000-yen note and handed it to her. Tempura, a delightful fried delicacy made from a batter of flour, eggs, and water, enveloping fresh fish, shrimp, and seasonal vegetables, is particularly favored by children, with a serving typically containing 10 pieces costing 50 yen. Please wait a moment, young sir. It will be ready shortly. The waitress said as she made change and began preparing the ingredients. Once she was busy, the cold wind spoke again. Sister, the peculiar guest, Lord Shinong's, is a remarkably skilled doctor. I admire him greatly and came this morning specifically for his autograph. Is that so? How unfortunate. Lord Shinong left shortly after finishing his breakfast. The waitress replied with a smile. How could this be? I should have arrived earlier. The cold wind wore a look of vexation, yet a sense of perplexity lingered within. Last night, Shinong had dined with the medical staff led by Shangdao Zhongjing, and given their enthusiasm, such a nocturnal feast must have lasted until the late hours. Thus, a question arose. After engaging in live demonstrations for half the night, and partaking in supper until the witching hour, how could Shinong possibly rise so early today? Was he heading to the hospital for further demonstrations? This seemed utterly implausible. Even if Shinong were willing, the medical personnel, especially those led by Shangdao Zhongjing, would undoubtedly insist that their esteemed guest take a half-day's rest. It was a matter of basic etiquette, absent any obligations at Konoha Hospital. The cold wind found himself at a loss regarding Shinong's intentions. Thus, he continued to pry into the young lady's words. Sister, are there any interesting or meaningful places nearby? He inquired, firmly believing that Shinong's presence here was linked to some local attraction. Well, it seems there isn't much. The waitress replied while preparing tempura. What else is around here? The cold wind pressed on, undeterred. Dear boy, just behind this street lies a residential area for the common folk. There are neither parks nor bustling commercial streets. If you seek amusement, you'll need to venture to the village center, the waitress chuckled, handing him the tempura. Oh, thank you. The cold wind accepted a paper bag with a hint of disappointment, peering inside to find approximately 10 golden brown tempura pieces, emanating a delightful aroma of eggs, shrimp, and flour. Well, at least this was a small reward. The cold wind pierced a piece of tempura with a bamboo skewer. Placing it in his mouth, the flavor exploded upon chewing. Delicious. His eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, the perceptive cold wind sensed someone was watching him. No, to be precise, they were fixated on the tempura in his hand. Turning towards the entrance of the izakaya, he glimpsed a green figure darting past like a rabbit startled by a sudden noise. The cold wind's chewing faltered. Who was that? He dashed out the door, glancing to the right, and spotted a youth clad in a tight green suit sprinting ahead. If you can't complete 10 laps around the Guten district before 10 o'clock, do 1,000 squats. If you can't finish 1,000 squats, jump rope 10,000 times. This is youth. Gambat, Gambat. The fervent, spirited voice faded into the distance, leaving the cold wind momentarily dazed. Might Guy? Did Guy's home lie nearby? Wait, could Shinong's purpose be the 8 gates of Duanjia? The cold wind's pupils constricted. Just then, a voice called from behind him. Dr. Shinong, my home is just ahead. Please allow me the honor of hosting you. It was a voice laced with gratitude. The cold wind turned slowly to find a bearded man, his face adorned with a thick scruff, approaching jovially alongside another man clad in a green combat suit. Ah, you are too kind, Dai, said Shino with a warm smile. As I mentioned before, my dream is to spread my medical skills throughout the ninja world. If you find it agreeable, I would be delighted to impart my knowledge of bandaging techniques to you. Really? Thank you so much, Dr. Shino, exclaimed Might Dai, filled with excitement. However, a sense of dread settled in Hanfeng's heart. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Shino's true objective was to acquire the 8 gates of might from Dai. Shino had intentionally chosen the Deep Grass Tavern as his meeting place for its proximity to Might Dai's residence. By mastering Dai's training schedule beforehand, he could effortlessly orchestrate a chance encounter. The next part was simple. As physical ninjas, the Might father and son engaged in an astronomical volume of training daily. To prevent injuries during their rigorous sessions, they invariably wrapped themselves in bandages for protection, and Shino's bandaging technique was nothing short of perfection. With this impeccable skill as his leverage, Shino could easily approach Might Dai. Old fox. Hafeng muttered inwardly, masking his frustration with a beaming smile. Dr. Shino, I have finally found you. Shino was startled by the high-pitched cry, his brow knitting momentarily before he regained his composure, turning to Hafeng with a friendly expression. Little brother, do you know me? Yes. I followed you all last night. I admire you greatly, Hafeng said excitedly, pushing past Might Dai to grasp at Shino's clothing with one hand while reaching for the brown backpack slung over Shino's shoulder with the other. In response to Hanfeng's audacious attempt, Shino gracefully sidestepped, subtly concealing his backpack behind him. Little brother, even if you admire me, you must remember to attend school on time, Shino said with a gentle smile. Dr. Shino, I'm only 5 years old. I won't start school until next year, Hanfeng replied, wide-eyed, fabricating a tale. I merely appear a bit older than my age. Shino's smile faltered. Even as a seasoned actor, he nearly lost his composure. A 5-year-old can't possibly be this tall. Do you think I've studied medicine in vain? At 7, Hafeng was already 5 meters tall, a remarkable stature among his peers, let alone at the tender age of 5. You are quite amusing, little brother, Shino chuckled. What is your name? My name is Moonlight Hanfeng. Greetings, senior, Hanfeng politely replied, then pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket, eagerly presenting them to Shino. Dr. Shino, please give me your autograph. An autograph? Shino, having regained his composure, accepted the pen and paper with a smile, signing his name for Hanfeng. Now, little brother, once I finish signing, you must be sure to return home. Hanfeng shook his head adamantly. I want to go back. I want to follow you and learn medicine, Dr. Shino. Please, I beg you. Haha. Certainly, little Hanfeng, but studying medicine can be quite tedious. Are you able to endure it? Although there was a smile on Shinong's face, he secretly wished for the cold wind to dissipate swiftly. Just moments ago, he had expressed to Might Guy that his aspiration was to spread medical knowledge throughout the ninja world. To refuse this young boy would be akin to slapping his own face. I can do it. Hanfeng nodded earnestly. With that, Shinong glanced at Might Guy and replied with a smile, then you shall accompany us for now. Consider it a little adventure. However, you must return home by noon. Your parents will worry otherwise. Thus, the trio set forth, soon arriving at Might Guy's residence. Hanfeng turned back and noticed that it was merely a few dozen meters from the Shinchao Tavern. Shinong was quite the character. Where did he procure such information? A sense of unease crept over Hanfeng. Yet, upon reflection, Might Guy was well known in Konoha, a perennial genin, yet not overly conspicuous. So gathering intelligence about him shouldn't be too challenging, which eased his mind. Might Guy's home was a modest 70 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom with no backyard. This is my home. It may be a bit simple, so please don't mind it, Dr. Shinnong, Might Guy said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. As a perennial genin, the missions he could undertake were predominantly of C and D rank, yielding modest compensation, thereby limiting his living conditions. Not at all, Shinnong replied with a smile. Guy, your place is very tranquil, quite conducive for medical research. Hanfeng chuckled awkwardly. Hey, you're not planning to stay here, are you? Dr. Shinnong, about that. Might Guy hesitated, gesturing to the bandages on his hands. Shinnong's expression turned serious as he spoke. Guy, the requirements for bandages are far more stringent for physical ninjas than for regular ninjas, especially for practitioners like you and Kai who engage in extensive physical training daily. If the bandages are wrapped either too tightly or too loosely, they can inflict unseen harm on the body. Over time, these injuries may manifest as latent damage, forever residing within. Might Guy's countenance became grave. He could bear it. But the well-being of his son, Kai, was paramount. Kai was 9 years old and had graduated from the Ninja Academy 2 years prior. Aside from missions, he had been diligently honing his physical techniques. To ensure Kai could inherit the 8 gates of might, Might Guy relentlessly increased his training regimen, allowing him no respite until every ounce of strength was expended. Such intense training bore significant tolls on the body, and if the issues with the bandaging exacerbated the strain, leading to latent injuries within Kai, Might Guy would never forgive himself. Dr. Shinnong, I implore you, please impart your bandaging techniques to me. Might Guy rose and bowed deeply to Shinnong. Shinnong immediately stepped forward to support him, emotionally exclaiming, Guy, what are you doing? Did I not say that my dream is to spread my medical knowledge throughout the ninja world? I am truly delighted that you wish to learn. Once he helped Might Guy to his feet, Shinnong added with a serious tone, if possible, I would like to examine your body first. The expression on Dai's face shifted slightly. Dr. Shinnong, could it be that my body is already? Do not be anxious. If there are indeed hidden injuries within you, I shall exert my utmost abilities to remedy them. Dr. Shinnong replied with a smile. I truly appreciate your help, Dr. Shinnong. Dai bowed deeply once again. Ha Feng, standing nearby, forced a smile, thinking that Dai was exceedingly straightforward. Despite being on the verge of being sold out, he still expressed gratitude. Unable to bear the affectionate display between the two men, Hanfeng impulsively interjected, Dr. Shinnong, I can assist you. Dr. Shinnong shot a playful glance at him, his lips twitching with amusement. I almost forgot about this little rascal. Haha, little Hanfeng, you are still too young to be of assistance to me. Haha. Hanfeng responded with a chuckle, then continued, I can help you carry things. Dr. Shinnong, smiling, shook his head, then gestured for Dai to recline on the sofa. He placed his backpack on the floor and bent down to examine Dai's body. Hanfeng's gaze fell upon the backpack, his hands itching with excitement. Dr. Shinnong, I will fetch your backpack, he exclaimed, pouncing on it like a hungry tiger, cradling it in his arms. In that moment, Hanfeng felt an ephemeral stillness in the air. Almost imperceptible. Was it merely an illusion? Impossible. Hanfeng had always trusted his instincts. His grasp of the backpack must have alerted Dr. Shinnong. Yet, he felt no fear. If Dr. Shinnong dared to act against Dai in his presence, his identity as a ninja would be exposed, thwarting his guise of a harmless fool. However, the ensuing events took Hanfeng by surprise. Dr. Shinnong continued to examine Dai silently, seemingly unfazed by Hanfeng's actions. What could this mean? Was Dr. Shinnong truly unconcerned about the potential exposure of the forbidden technique scroll contained within the backpack? Or was it possible that such a scroll did not exist within? Hanfeng watched Dr. Shinnong's back, his thoughts swirling in uncertainty. Should I accidentally open it for a peek? He pondered hesitantly. After a lengthy examination, Dr. Shinnong spoke gravely. What exactly are you training in? Your body has reached an extraordinary level. Dr. Shinnong, the technique I practice is a forbidden art, Dai replied, now an adult, aware of what could be shared and what should remain unsaid. A forbidden art, you say? Dr. Shinnong nodded slightly, yet a hint of a smile betrayed his amusement. Still being coy, as if I were unaware? Humph. The 8 gates of the Duanjia. However, my true objective lies elsewhere. Within the intricate chakra network of the human body exist 8 points that regulate the flow and velocity of chakra, known as the opening, rest, life, injury, dying, view, shock, and death gates. These 8 gates typically restrict the flow and speed of chakra, but once opened, the chakra's flow and velocity surge dramatically, granting a power equivalent to several dozen times the norm, even surpassing human limits. This is the essence of the 8 gates of the Duanjia. Taking Might Guy as an example, prior to unlocking the 8 gates, he relied on sheer willpower to engage in combat, earning the derisive title of a perennial underachiever. However, upon mastering the 8 gates, Might Guy's prowess transformed as if fueled by the mighty 3 gorges. The fortunate Shinomori, while developing the forbidden technique of physical activation, discovered within his own chakra meridian system the 8 crucial points that restrict chakra. He soon realized that although the 8 gates formation is formidable, it lacks any technical complexity. With sufficient training to strengthen and harden the body, one can unleash chakra to strike these points, thereby attaining power that surpasses the ordinary. Nonetheless, the 8 gates formation bears significant flaws. Firstly, the gates cannot be opened permanently. Secondly, after their use, one experiences varying degrees of fatigue. And thirdly, the most critical flaw, opening all 8 gates results in certain death. Despite these numerous shortcomings, the 8 gates formation remains the most powerful physical technique in the ninja world. Without exception. Regrettably, even the mightiest technique in the ninja realm is inadequate to fulfill Shinomori's ambition for vengeance against Konoha. Since the downfall of the Sky Ninja Village at the hands of Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War, Shinomori has concealed the surviving Sky Ninjas, allowing them to nurture their strength in the shadows, all while he himself has devotedly intensified his own abilities. Shinomori has developed the forbidden technique of physical activation and mastered the 8 gates formation, growing ever stronger. Yet Konoha remains even more formidable. The so-called strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is in his prime, alongside the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the mightiest Umbu, and the illustrious Uchiha, Hyuga, and other powerful ninja clans. On the other hand, the Sky Ninjas seem to have only Shinomori to rely upon. Faced with such overwhelming resistance and pressure, will Shinomori give up? Certainly not. He seeks to rectify the 3 flaws of the 8 gates formation. He aims to enable the gates to be opened permanently. He desires to unleash all 8 gates without succumbing to death. He yearns to obliterate Konoha, forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to weep amidst the ruins of the village. He intends for the Sannin of Konoha, along with the so-called noble clans, to scatter like stray dogs, struggling for survival. The hardships endured by the Sky Ninjas over the years will be visited upon all of Konoha's ninjas. Thus, Shinomori finds himself here. In any experiment, data is paramount. To amend the 3 flaws of the 8 gates formation, he must possess ample data to support his endeavors, and within the ninja world. The only practitioner of the 8 gates formation he knows of is Might Guy. Hence, the time and energy Shinomori has invested in approaching Might Guy is to procure his bodily data. However, acquiring comprehensive bodily data from a taijutsu ninja without raising suspicion cannot be achieved through a cursory examination. Thus, Shinomori requires a legitimate reason to continuously touch Might Guy's body. Dr. Shinomori, is there an underlying injury to my body? Might Guy's voice interrupted Shinomori's reverie. Indeed, there exists a subtle injury, a remnant of your years of arduous training. However, fret not. I shall provide you with a medicinal bath recipe. If you indulge in it daily and allow me to massage and tend to you afterward, the injury shall be eradicated within a month, Dr. Shinon cheerfully remarked. I am profoundly grateful to you, Dr. Shinon. Mighty Dai rose from the sofa, bowing earnestly. Then hesitantly inquired, Dr. Shinon, is the recipe for the medicinal bath costly? My family's means are limited, and if it is too expensive. With a gentle wave of his hand, Shinon reassured him, do not worry. It consists merely of inexpensive herbs, which I shall bring along later. There is no need for concern, Dai. For the sake of obtaining Might Dai's physical data, Shinon was entirely unconcerned about incurring a minor loss. Truly, Doctor, Shinon is remarkable. Han Feng interjected, eager to make his presence known, while handing his backpack to Shinon. Shinon casually accepted it and placed it on the ground. Han Feng felt a twinge of concern. Was he so nonchalant? Did the backpack not contain the vital activation scrolls? As Han Feng pondered, Shinon began to impart the bandaging techniques to Might Dai. Yet, given Dai's innate talent, mastering the art of perfect bandaging would likely require more than just a day or 2. Dr. Shinon, may I learn this as well? Han Feng suddenly came to his senses and exclaimed from his position nearby. Shinon paused, then nodded. Of course, you may. Thank you. Han Feng expressed his gratitude with excitement, then feigned clumsiness as he began to learn. Although he had already acquired the bandaging technique, his motives for further study were twofold. First, he aimed to showcase a perfect level of bandaging in the future, thereby attributing his skill to Dr. Shinon, with Might Dai as his witness. Secondly, since Shinon intended to assist Might Dai for a month, Han Feng sought a legitimate reason to maintain close contact with him. An hour later, a sudden rush of heavy breathing echoed from outside the door. followed by a young man clad in a green, tight-fitting combat suit, staggering in, drenched in sweat. It was none other than Might Guy, who had trained vigorously for most of the morning. "Father, Dr. Shinong, and who are you?" Though exhausted and nearly out of breath, Guy maintained his politeness. "My name is Moonlight Hanfeng. I am honored to meet you." Hanfeng promptly set aside the bandages to introduce himself earnestly. After all, he stood before the illustrious Might Guy, the man who nearly delivered the final blow to the conclusion. "Moonlight Hanfeng." "Hello," Guy exclaimed as he entered the room, quickly grabbing a cup of water and gulping it down. "Dr. Shinong, please examine Guy as well." Might Guy stood and bowed once more to Shinong. "Certainly." Shinong replied with a smile, as such matters were trivial for him. As long as it fostered greater trust from Might Guy, he was more than willing to assist. Upon hearing Shinong's words, Guy immediately set down his cup and expressed his gratitude with fervor and youthful exuberance. After spending a few minutes examining Kai's physique, Shinong displayed a hint of surprise. "Kai's body is remarkably sturdy." "How is it, Dr. Shinong?" Might Guy inquired. Regaining his composure, Shinong smiled. "Kai's physical condition is excellent, with no hidden injuries." A sigh of relief escaped Might Guy. "Then, I shall take my leave." Shinong stood, stating, "I will return this afternoon once I have prepared the herbs." "Thank you, Dr. Shinong. We are truly grateful." The Might father and son promptly rose to express their sincere thanks. Once Shinong departed, Hanfeng felt no reason to linger at the Might residence. "Dai-senpai, I shall also take my leave," Hanfeng suggested. "Be careful on your way, little Hanfeng. You are welcome to visit my home anytime." Might Dai said with a smile as he escorted Hanfeng to the door. Observing Dai's demeanor, Hanfeng hesitated, torn between revealing the truth about Shinong and the consequences that would ensue. Though Shinong might face dire repercussions, Hanfeng feared for his own safety, knowing that he could incur the wrath of Shinong and potentially all remnants of the Konoha ninja. Furthermore, Shinong's identity remained shrouded in mystery, unknown to all in the Leaf Village. How could Moonlight Hanfeng possess such knowledge? The fear of scrutiny loomed large, particularly for someone like Hanfeng, who could ill afford to be investigated. Thus, he resolved to tread cautiously. Upon exiting Might Dai's home and basking in the warmth of the sun, Hanfeng suddenly recalled something. "All right, I have yet to utilize the 3 collection techniques today." Turning back, he noticed Might Dai slowly retreating indoors. Collection. Hanfeng cast a collection technique, and a verdant orb of light surged in his mind, subsequently erupting into a pale blue light orb. Raising an eyebrow, he saw Might Dai on the verge of disappearing into the doorway and hastily unleashed the remaining 2 collection techniques. In the next instant, 2 more pale blue light orbs burst forth from the green orb. Ecstatic, Hanfeng thought, "This fellow Might Dai truly is a good person." At that moment, Hanfeng's sentiments mirrored those of Shinong. However, was it somewhat unfair to Might Dai to think this way? Shaking his head, he contentedly enveloped the 3 pale blue light orbs with his consciousness. The first orb contained the body flicker technique. Unfortunately, this technique was not a ninjutsu, but rather a physical technique reliant on muscle and skeletal power for rapid displacement. Without a formidable physique, it was utterly unusable. The second orb contained the martial art, nunchaku. The smile on Hanfeng's face faltered. The third was impressive, a lethal move, nunchaku, double strike. The smile on Hanfeng's face became increasingly strained. Was this meant to make him engage in playful antics? But he was no milk tea princess. Who would he perform nunchaku for? "Why can't I acquire a couple of more conventional physical techniques?" he lamented, wishing for techniques like the Leaf Whirlwind or the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Though feeling somewhat exasperated, Hanfeng realized that since he had already collected these techniques, he could only absorb and digest them. Who knows when they might prove useful? Quite delightful. Half an hour later, Hanfeng traversed several streets and arrived at the Moonlight Izakaya, located a few hundred meters from his home. He paused his steps. At this moment, is it truly appropriate to return home? Wahuzi is on the evening shift, working at the hospital, and rests at home during the daytime. By now, it is nearing noon, and she should be at home unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The potential consequences of skipping class are trivial, yet disturbing my mother's rest would be an unforgivable offense. No, that won't do. After some contemplation, I resolved to head to school. I must not interrupt my mother's repose. Wait, school? A frown creased my brow as I realized I had overlooked something significant. The Ninja Academy. The lunch bell had already rung, marking the time for a meal. The air was filled with the enticing aromas of food wafting from numerous shaded corners of the playground, various classrooms in the teaching building, and the cafeteria. Unfortunately, I had left my lunch at home when I departed that morning, and hunger was beginning to set in. I needed to seek assistance from Hondo and Inazuka-sa. Thus, I hastened towards Class 2-8. Upon entering, however, I was abruptly confronted by a rotund classmate blocking the doorway. Yuegwon Hanfeng? Humph. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Ito Nippo. As he spoke, he seemed to lose his composure. His round face suddenly flushed with indignation, his eyes glaring fiercely at me, red with fury. What is the matter? What do you wish to say? I was taken aback. Why was he suddenly enraged mid-sentence? Faced with my bewilderment, the chubby classmate, humiliated and unable to articulate his feelings, could only huff in frustration before shoving past me and exiting the classroom. Hanfeng, are you feeling better? Just then, Hondo's teasing voice echoed from the back of the classroom. I looked up to see her, Irika, Inazuka-sa, as well as Gangzi Tai and Shinyu Kong, all wearing peculiar smiles. Instantly, I became wary. Could this group of mischief makers be plotting against me? Youth is indeed a delightful phase, where ailments arrive promptly and depart even more swiftly. Indeed, I wish for such fortune. I mused. Alas, teachers are not to be trifled with, I chuckled. Woof, woof, woof. Their tone was laced with sarcasm, and they exchanged knowing glances. Frustrated, I charged forward and snatched food from their lunchboxes. Hey, you didn't come here without lunch, did you? Hondo exclaimed, exasperated, as I inadvertently pilfered a substantial portion of her meal. Inazuka-sa, being magnanimous, did not obstruct me, but the little pup, Baiwan, felt his status was under grave threat and could not help but yelp in protest. Having satiated my hunger somewhat, I inquired. I sense that none of you can bear to see me take a sick leave. Am I correct? Irika scrutinized me from head to toe and remarked, Hanfeng, you hardly appear to be unwell. That's because I took my medicine on time, I retorted, unwilling to admit I had feigned illness. Surely, I had some pride to uphold. Is that so? Hondo interjected. Is it not because you were worried about performing poorly on the exam that you intentionally took a leave? Perform poorly? Suddenly, a bolt of realization struck me. The theoretical examination. No wonder I felt a sense of forgetfulness just now. It turns out to be this. Gangzi Taikwai remarked with a grin. Hanfeng, along with you, there are 5 people who have taken leave today. The teacher is quite upset and has decided to conduct a theoretical examination specifically for the 5 of you. If you do poorly, there will be consequences. Hanfeng, somewhat incredulous, inquired, how many people are absent? Including you, 5. Kamizuki Izumo replied with a twinkle in his eye. Hanfeng pressed his forehead, feeling drained. This group of bronze-level students, was it truly necessary for so many to take leave for a mere theoretical exam? It should be noted that there are only 30 students in their class, and yet 1/6 of them are away. Hanfeng, feeling vexed, glanced at Irika. Irika shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of helplessness. Even if he were one of the 5, he wouldn't dare to take the makeup exam. It would be too obvious. When is the makeup exam? Hanfeng asked weakly. Who knows? We must wait for all 5 of you to be present before the exam can take place. Gangzi Tai patted Hanfeng on the shoulder, wearing a serious expression that seemed to convey, take care. Let's not dwell on this. Let us discuss something else. Given the circumstances, overthinking would be futile. Hanfeng could merely rely on his true abilities to ace the exam. What's the big deal? Hongdo's eyes sparkled as he mysteriously said, I heard that this afternoon's practical training will have senior students guiding us in throwing ninja tools. Seniors? Inazuka-sa expressed disinterest. It's together with Class 1. Hongdo chuckled. Really? Inazuka-sa instantly became animated, picking up the little puppy and affectionately squeezing its head. Then, I can learn alongside Shursui. How wonderful. Shursui is the best. Shursui is supreme. How about we change the subject? The others found it hard to endure Inazuka-sa's enthusiasm. In the deep grass izakaya, in a small room of less than 20 square meters at the very back of the 2nd floor, was Shinnong's abode. Upon returning, Shinnong casually tossed his backpack into a corner and knelt before a small table, closing his eyes in concentration, as if sensing something. After a while, he retrieved a dark blue scroll from his bosom, roughly the size of a palm and as thick as an infant's fist. To conceal this scroll, Shinnong had to wear a thick garment. Otherwise, a short sleeve would offer no cover. Fortunately, he could regulate his body temperature. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to the heat. Shinnong unfurled the scroll, which was filled with a multitude of characters, densely packed until 5 meters away, where the characters began to thin out, revealing large swathes of blank space behind. He then picked up a pen and began to inscribe a series of numbers on the blank section. These numbers represented some of the most elementary physical data he had acquired from Might Guy. Shinnon quietly compared these figures with his own physical data and discovered an astonishing truth that left him incredulous. My physique cannot even compare to Might Guy's? How is that possible? After Shinnon developed the forbidden technique for physical activation, he diligently employed this method to enhance his physique. In contrast, Might Guy relied solely on rudimentary exercises such as running, squats, sit-ups, and jump rope. It was inconceivable that his results could surpass the efficacy of Shinnon's forbidden technique. After much contemplation, Shinnon could only attribute this disparity to innate physical talent. However, this realization subtly illuminated the underestimated complexity of rectifying the 3 flaws in the 8 gates of Duanjia formation. Regardless, he vowed not to relinquish his pursuit. With that resolve, Shinnon rolled up the scroll, tucked it close to his chest, and descended to partake in a meal and drink. At 1:30 in the afternoon, in a corner of the ninja school's playground, 60 bronze students from Class 1 and Class 8 gathered, chattering animatedly in small clusters. Among them were a few exceptional talents, untouched by the mundane, standing out like lotus flowers in muddy waters. Among these prodigies, the radiant Yu Guang Hanfeng stood beside a group of 6, his gaze drifting over his classmates to the bronze students of Class 1 nearby. However, after a prolonged search, he could not discern which among them was Uchiha Shursui. Xiao Sha, can you help me identify Uchiha Shursui? He inquired, seeking assistance from the infatuated student. In response, Inazuka Sha, cradling a small puppy, rose on her tiptoes and scanned the group, her eyes darting like radar until she excitedly pointed at a small boy. It's him. That's our hero, little Neza. A lyric inexplicably flashed through Hanfeng's mind. Hanfeng, that's Shursui, handsome, right? Inazuka Sha exclaimed, shaking his hand enthusiastically. Isn't he handsome? Isn't he? With a wry smile, Hanfeng replied, Yes, very handsome, but please, Sha, calm down, my hand hurts. Sorry, she said, releasing his hand, her face radiating joy. This is wonderful, I can attend class with Shursui. Hanfeng chose not to engage with his infatuated friend and instead focused on the small boy, Uchiha Shursui. Slightly shorter than Hanfeng, standing at about 1.30 meters, Shursui sported a neat short haircut, his eyes sparkling with vitality and a subtle smile gracing his lips. Exuding warmth and confidence, he frequently engaged in conversation with his classmates, his smile never faltering, a quintessential warm-hearted boy. Unbidden, Hanfeng's mind conjured images of sharing life and shopping adventures with Uchiha Shursui. What was he thinking? Was infatuation contagious? He cast a disdainful glance at Inazuka Sha. At that moment, Yuji Kagoshima and the head teacher of Class 1, Hiramatai Shur, approached, leading a group of 5th grade students. Classmates, today's training session will focus on the throwing of ninja tools. To expedite your familiarity with these tools and master throwing techniques, we have invited senior students to guide you. Please give them a warm welcome. As the 2 teachers initiated applause, the bronze students of Classes 1 and 8 responded in kind. However, the arrival of the senior students elicited a largely indifferent attitude among the 2 classes, with some even displaying disdain, believing that the seniors were no more than average. Who knew who would be guiding whom during the training? In the frigid wind, the small group gathered, with Hong Do being one of them. She gazed at the upperclassmen across from her, her eyes brimming with a restless desire, as if she were ready to engage in a contest of strength with him. Irika, Kamizuki Izumi, and Gongzi Tai maintained a watchful demeanor, while Inazuka Sa remained utterly enraptured by the striking visage of Uchiha Shursui. Teacher, a voice suddenly called out from Class 1. What is it? Paimatsu Daichi inquired. Could we have Shursui compete against the seniors? The voice suggested. Paimatsu Daichi furrowed his brow, poised to reprimand this troublemaker, when he heard the other students clamoring. Yes, Daichi-sensei. Let them compete with Shursui. We wish to see how formidable the seniors' ninja tool throwing is. After all, they were merely a bunch of mischievous children. Once one took the lead, they dared to pursue the most audacious of ideas. While Paimatsu Daichi was troubled by the commotion, voices from Class 8 joined in. Teacher, let us send a representative to compete with the seniors as well. Let's have Kenkazi. His throwing skills were extraordinary last time, though flattered by the praise. Kenkazi was reluctant to take the spotlight. He was fine with showing off within his class, but doing so outside could lead to unwanted attention, and he worried about the consequences of being cornered at the school gate. As he pondered how to decline, Kajima Yu interrupted with a disgruntled tone. Enough. This is a training session, not a personal contest. If anyone wishes to compete, they should step forward themselves and stop this ruckus. Kajima Yu cast a disapproving glare at the rowdy students. Kenkazi, the teacher is calling for you. Hongdo pushed Iriko aside and leaned toward Kenkazi, begging him on to take the stage, eager for chaos to ensue. Kenkazi chuckled. Hongdo, I just recovered from an illness. I shall not participate. Kenkazi, are you afraid? Hongdo taunted. Kenkazi nodded. Indeed, the novice trembles in fear. You scoundrel. Hongdo was momentarily silenced, unable to retort, and playfully punched his arm. Hey, do you think Shursui will participate? Inazuka-sa was unconcerned about Kenkazi, her attention solely fixated on Uchiha Shursui. He will, Hongdo exclaimed. Certainly not, Kenkazi replied. Geniuses in this world are often precocious. Uchiha Shursui would never engage in such a competitive display. As anticipated, after a brief uproar in Class 1, silence ensued. Uchiha Shursui did not take the stage. See, I told you. How could mere mortals comprehend the thoughts of us geniuses? What, pray tell? Do you geniuses think about all day? Hongdo seethed, feigning an attempt to pounce on Kenkazi. Since no one wishes to compete, we shall now begin group training. Kajima Yu exchanged glances with Paimatsu Daichi, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. The current cohort of students truly presents a challenge. Their talents are lacking. Their tempers are volatile, and their speech often lacks decorum. With a mere moment of inattention, they can conjure chaos, leaving one utterly unprepared. The esteemed Waihei and Daisher have gathered 30 students from Class 7 of the 5th grade. As per their prior agreement, each upperclassman will mentor 2 students, chosen from Classes 1 and 8, establishing a training regimen that encompasses 3 classes in equal measure. I wish to be grouped with Shizukawa, echoed the persistent voice of Inazuka-sa, who clutched her small puppy, by one, tightly while incessantly murmuring her desire. Alas, her aspirations remained unfulfilled. The most striking student from Class 1 ultimately paired with the portliet. Why him? It's utterly unfair, Sa lamented, despondently fixating her gaze on her unfortunate classmate. The elite group of 6, including Akkad and Irika, swiftly formed their alliances, while Kenkazi was assigned a student of the esteemed Haijie clan. I am Haijie Tsu. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The bespectacled Tsu greeted Kenkazi with a reserved yet polite smile. I am Tsukikage Kenkazi, likewise a pleasure, he replied. Though internally he recoiled at the sight of Tsu's pale eyes. Had he known the repercussions of his earlier choice, he would have refrained from selecting Might Dai. Now he felt quite uncomfortable. Tsukikage? Are you of the Tsukikage clan? Tsu inquired, to which Kenkazi nodded. Withholding the identity of his father to avoid any comparisons that might lead to disdain. After all, competing on that front could prove futile. Impressive. My father claims that Tsukikage clan has inherited the 2nd-generation leaf flow sword technique, a formidable ninja lineage within our village. Tsu entered a mode of mutual flattery. Kenkazi opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond, and ultimately succumbed to the pressure of Tsu's expectant gaze, reluctantly engaging in reciprocal praise. Not at all. In comparison to the Haijie clan, we fall short. The gentle fist of the Haijie is renowned as the strongest martial art in the ninja world. Where's the strength? Kenkazi, you are far too modest. Tsu blushed at the compliment. Just then, the upperclassman assigned to Kenkazi and Tsu approached. What are you discussing? Little sapling? Kenkazi felt a surge of regret as he recognized the newcomer, another member of the Haijie clan. Haijie Shinichi, Tsu exclaimed, promptly concealing his smile and bowing respectfully. Greetings, I am Haijie Shinichi, the upperclassman said, extending his hand to Kenkazi with a friendly demeanor. Hello, I am Tsukikage Kenkazi. He replied, shaking hands and noticing the roughness of Shinichi's palms, calloused and thick. A thought flickered in Kenkazi's mind. This individual must possess significant skill in the gentle fist. Are you the infamous Kenkazi? Shinichi inquired with curiosity. Kenkazi was taken aback. You've heard of me? Indeed, just moments ago, Shinichi chuckled, recalling the raucous chants emanating from Classes 1 and 8. With Shizukawa and Kenkazi's names being called out the loudest, easily overheard by the upperclassmen nearby. A biting cold wind swept through, carrying an air of awkwardness. Hee. They are deliberately trying to provoke me. Well, time is of the essence, so let us not dwell on such matters. Let us commence our training. Hinata Shinichi guided Kenkazi and Hinata Juki to a secluded area, where he opened his pouch of ninja tools, distributing shuriken, kunai, and sanban to both Kenkazi and Hinata Juki. Subsequently, Hinata Shinichi began to elucidate various techniques for throwing these ninja tools. Compared to the explanations of Kajima Yu and Hirama Daiji, Shinichi's instruction appeared somewhat juvenile, yet was decidedly more comprehensible for novices. Kenkazi surmised the intent behind Kajima Yu and Hirama Daiji's training session. Regrettably, Kenkazi had already mastered the art of throwing ninja tools, and he found himself listening with a sense of ennui, occasionally glancing at Hinata Juki, who had become notably more earnest since Hinata Shinichi's arrival, embodying the demeanor of an obedient pupil. Kenkazi suspected the shift was tied to the Hinata family's stringent division of clans, yet he refrained from broaching the subject. After covering the foundational concepts, Hinata Shinichi proceeded to provide hands-on instruction to Kenkazi and Hinata Juki on the gestures, techniques, and force involved in the throwing of these tools. Kenkazi feigned ignorance, diligently absorbing the teachings. Soon enough, over half an hour had elapsed. Observing the smooth progression from the sidelines, Kajima Yu and Hirama Daiji strolled and engaged in conversation, exchanging their teaching experiences, gradually drifting away from the scene. Then, trouble began to brew. Everyone, if my information is correct, this should be your first class alongside the senior students, am I right? A young man, adorned with patterns reminiscent of Inuzuka Sawa, suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of all present. The trio paused their practice to focus on the speaker. Hinata Shinichi also halted, wearing a look of helplessness as he regarded the young man. Inuzuka Ryota, that rascal. Senpai Shinichi, who is he? Kenkazi inquired. Hinata Shinichi offered a wry smile. Inuzuka Ryota, a dear friend of mine. Inuzuka? Kenkazi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the ground where a small wolf pup was spinning in circles, chasing its own tail. Ryota brother, what are you up to? Inuzuka Sawa, standing nearby, immediately interjected, glaring fiercely at him. No mischief allowed. Bark bark. The little pup, Shiro, readily supported its young master. Sawa, this is a tradition in ninja school, do not interrupt. Inuzuka Ryota chuckled ominously and then surveyed the second-year students surrounding him. As your senior, we have an obligation to let you experience the harsh realities of the ninja world in advance. Indeed, as seniors, this duty is inescapable. Do not hold back. Feel free to consult with your seniors. Immediately, several students from Class 7 of Year 5 echoed Inuzuka Ryota's sentiments, their expressions brimming with excitement. However, what awaited them were the stubborn hisses of the bronze students from Classes 1 and 8. Hiss. Hiss. Are you relying on your seniority? How shameless. What is there to be proud of? You're merely 3 years older than us. This guy seems rather foolish. Moments ago, the teacher intervened to halt the competition. Is he unaware of the reason behind it? Jishui, Jishui, a voice from Class 1 shouted, eager to reprimand this audacious individual. Hanfeng, exclaimed Idu, the robust classmate, his voice strained with fervor, you are indeed the strongest in the ninja academy. Upon hearing his exuberant shout, Hongdo also leapt in excitement, proclaiming, the mightiest in the Hanfeng realm. Subsequently, the remaining bronze warriors from Class 8 caught on, and under the leadership of Hongdo and Itu, they echoed each time Class 1 shouted Jishui, creating a resounding chorus that reverberated with the formidable aura of the celestial elder. Standing apart from the throng, Hanfeng wore a bemused expression, pondering, haven't you lot had enough? Hanfeng, I didn't expect you to be so well-liked in your class, chuckled Hinata Shinichi, who stood beside him. Well-liked? Hanfeng glanced at the distant, exhilarated Itu, whose ears had turned crimson, and the radiant Hongdo, feeling reluctant to reveal the truth in front of Hinata. However, if you don't mind, Hanfeng, I encourage you to give it a try, Hinata Shinichi suggested. Huh? Why? Hanfeng was taken aback. Hinata explained, remaining confined to your little circle can sometimes lead to confusion and a lack of clarity regarding your path ahead. What you perceive as the pinnacle may not truly be so. You must challenge those who stand at greater heights. Do you understand what I mean? Hanfeng shot him a surprised glance, realizing that such profound thoughts indicated Hinata was nearing maturity. It seems both your classes have produced remarkable individuals. Very well then. Uchiha Jishui and Moonlight Hanfeng, how about you experience the might of your seniors and the harshness of the ninja world ahead of time? At this juncture, Inuzuka Ryuta, brimming with enthusiasm, waved his hands to quell the clamorous cheers from both classes, chuckling. If you're scared, fret not. The seniors one team mock you. Humph. Jishui isn't afraid of you. Inuzuka Sasa was the first to retort. You big fool. Ryuta? Ryuta shot her a resentful glance, muttering, this incessant undermining of my authority cannot possibly be my sister. Nearby, it is shouted, you self-important rascals, Hanfeng alone could defeat all of you. If you don't believe it, feel free to come at him together. Hanfeng will never concede defeat. Hanfeng felt a surge of anxiety. If it had continued, he feared he might lose his composure. Just then, Hongdo, Irika, Gongzi, and Kamizuki Izumi rushed to Hanfeng's side, seizing his hands and pushing him forward. Hanfeng, hurry up. You can do it. Defeat them. I say, Hongdo. Irika, why do I feel you're even more excited than the seniors? Hanfeng complained. No time for complaints, Hanfeng. You are the one everyone is counting on. The honor of Class 8 rests entirely upon your shoulders. Irika patted Hanfeng's shoulder, urging, go for it. In a hesitant manner, Hanfeng found himself pushed to the center by these few individuals. On the other side, Shirzue was similarly drawn to the middle by the bronze members of Class 1, coincidentally facing Hanfeng. Hello, Hanfeng greeted with a wave. Hello, Shirzue replied. His expression a mixture of reluctance and acknowledgement. Under the enthusiastic calls of the two classes' bronze competitors, the two had become familiar without the need for formal introductions. For Hanfeng, this encounter provided a seamless opportunity to approach Uchiha Shirzue in the future, sparing him considerable effort. Now, my junior brothers, who will step forward first? Inuzuka Ryota. Witnessing Uchiha Shirzue and Hanfeng at the center, wore an even broader smile. Seniors know how to gauge their strength. You need not worry. Awoof. Inuzuka Ryota's ninja dog. A fierce-looking wolf yelped as it bit its own tail, yelping in pain and tumbling over clumsily. Ryota maintained his smile but quickly maneuvered the dog behind him, muttering, what an embarrassing creature. Ryota, be mindful. Shirzue is the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan. Do not play with fire, a student from Class 7 cautioned. Humph. Now you're afraid, are you? Our Shirzue is the strongest. A bronze member from Class 2 immediately rallied in support. I'll let you in on a secret. Hanfeng, a chubby classmate, eager to join the fray, attempted to interject, but Hanfeng swiftly turned and shot him a menacing glare, effectively silencing him. The chubby student chuckled awkwardly, wriggling his plump body back into the crowd, surrendering to discretion. So are we really going to fight? Hanfeng turned his gaze towards Inuzuka Ryota, an amused glint in his eyes. Hanfeng, since you're already here, there's no need to decline, Ryota said confidently, arms crossed. Do not fear. Seniors know how to control their strength. Well, since you insist, Hanfeng shrugged nonchalantly. Let us do this. Initially, Hanfeng was reluctant to engage. As he perceived Inuzuka Ryota and his companions as bullies exploiting the so-called traditions of the ninja school to intimidate the younger students. He feared losing and being ridiculed. Or worse, winning and facing their relentless pursuit, thus inviting unnecessary trouble upon himself. However, a recent remark from Hinata Shinichi dispelled his prejudices. Upon observing and interacting with Inuzuka Ryota, he found the latter, though slightly cliché and ostentatious, to possess a decent character. Perhaps fighting him could lead to a budding friendship. Moreover, Hanfeng pondered why he felt that the malice exhibited by the likes of the chubby student and Akane seemed more pronounced than that of Ryota and his senior peers. Was he merely overthinking? He discreetly glanced at Akane and others nearby, who were even more animated. Hanfeng, you're doing great. Now what about you, Shirzue? Ryota's gaze shifted from Hanfeng to Shirzue, who, in comparison, seemed easier to provoke. Yet, Ryota was more eager to test his skills against the genius of the Uchiha clan. Well then, Uchiha Shirzue nodded in agreement, resigning himself to seek guidance from his senior. Ryota Inuzuka's eyes lit up as he turned to his two friends, Shinichi Hinata and Aoyama Aburame. Shinichi, Aoyama, which of you will offer some guidance to the junior? Shinichi and Aoyama exchanged glances, silently urging each other to step forward. Ultimately, Shinichi took a step ahead, nodded at Kaze, and tossed a pouch of ninja tools to Izumi Uchiha, saying, Izumi, I look forward to your instruction. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd instinctively retreated, swiftly creating a circle with a 50-meter diameter. It seems I shall have to offer you some pointers, Junior Kaze, Ryota remarked. He too tossed a pouch of ninja tools to Kaze, adding with a smile, feel free to unleash your skills. I assure you, as a senior, I shall strike with due consideration. Kaze gazed at Ryota with an enigmatic expression, securing the pouch to his thigh. Ryota, under the weight of Kaze's stare, felt an unsettling premonition that something rather unpleasant might transpire. Let us commence. Kaze intoned softly. In the next instant, Kaze, Izumi Uchiha, Shinichi Hinata, and Ryota Inuzuka simultaneously reached into their respective pouches. However, Kaze's years of solitary practice rendered his hand speed unparalleled. In a swift motion, he produced 2 shuriken, launching them at Ryota. Izumi followed suit, hurling 2 kunai towards Shinichi. How swift! Shinichi's expression grew serious as he executed a roll to evade Izumi's kunai. Conversely, Ryota found himself in an awkward predicament. Having just retrieved a kunai from his pouch, he was struck by Kaze's shuriken, causing the kunai to fly from his grasp. As he reached for another, he was horrified to discover that the pouch secured to his thigh had been sliced open by another shuriken thrown by Kaze, spilling its contents all over the ground. Is this a joke? Ryota was utterly dismayed. Wow. Instant defeat. Incredible. Kaze is the best. As Ryota's tools clattered to the ground, the bronze members of Class 8, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into excited cheers. Meanwhile, the previously vocal supporter of Kaze, a chubby classmate, was moved to tears, though his expression bore a tragic air that tugged at the heartstrings. The seniors from Class 7 found it challenging to process the events. Am I seeing things? How could Ryota be so easily? Was it merely luck? That kid. Kaze, how could he throw shuriken with such precision? But wait, aren't the shuriken unsharpened? How did Kaze manage to slice open the pouch? They contemplated, recognizing that the quality of the training pouches was inherently poor. Nevertheless, Kaze's shuriken displayed remarkable prowess. I believe Ryota simply acted foolishly, they concluded. Amidst the murmurs, Ryota Inuzuka cast a resentful glance at Kaze, exclaiming, Junior, with your remarkable skills, why didn't you hold back a little? Does the senior have no dignity? Recalling the earlier remarks about the senior's varying degrees of severity, Ryota Inuzuka felt a profound disquiet within his soul. He conceded. Hanfeng took 2 steps forward, extending his right hand. At that moment, Inuzuka's loyal canine companion, a small wolf dog named Langya, finally adopted a serious demeanor. Nimbly picking up a shuriken from the ground and raising it to offer to his master, Inuzuka silently grasped the nape of Langya's neck, leading the dejected creature over to Hanfeng, where they exchanged a gesture of reconciliation before turning back to Aoyama. Aoyama, may I borrow your coat and sunglasses? I can hardly face anyone. Aoyama, clad in a high-collared trench coat and sporting short hair, with sunglasses obscuring most of his face, appeared perfectly attired for anonymity. Upon hearing Inuzuka's request, Aoyama took a couple of steps aside, distancing himself. Once Hanfeng retreated to the periphery, the bronze members of Class 8 immediately surrounded him. Hanfeng, impressive. I had no idea you had grown so strong. How about this? I teach you theory, and you teach me shuriken throwing. We can each share our knowledge. Step aside. What are you all doing here? Hongdo, accompanied by Irika, Gongzi Tai, and Kamizuki Izumi, pushed through the flattery-seeking bronze members, insisting on standing together as a complete team. Her words sounded somewhat unsettling, prompting Hanfeng to hastily interject, let us observe the match for now. At that moment, the battle between Uchiha Shursui and Hyuga Shinichi had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Both combatants unleashed a torrent of ninja tools at one another, shurikens whistling through the air, leaving behind a series of straight, fleeting afterimages. Kunai spun through the air, slicing the atmosphere, while the harsh sound of their passage surged in from all directions like stealthy serpents, poised to strike at any moment. The onlookers found themselves entranced yet anxious, captivated by the spectacle yet filled with concern. Though the training tools were not sharpened, the speed and force with which they were thrown could still inflict significant damage if they struck a vital point. Observing the scene, Hongdo could not help but chastise. Hanfeng, look at them, and then at yourself. Can't you show a bit more spirit? She was displeased with Hanfeng's swift defeat of his opponent, deeming it devoid of excitement. Fighting should be flashy to attract attention. She lamented. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Hanfeng retorted. You were the loudest in urging me just now. I do feel embarrassed to point out your intentions. Hongdo felt a twinge of embarrassment and pulled Irika over, swapping places with him. Hanfeng. Actually, it was the chubby classmate who shouted the loudest just now. Irika chuckled, glancing around. Hey, where did the chubby classmate go? The chubby classmate. Hanfeng couldn't help but laugh, imagining that he was likely hiding somewhere, crying. Hanfeng, who do you think will win? Gongzi Tai inquired excitedly, nudging closer to Hanfeng. It will likely end in a draw, Hanfeng replied casually, casting a glance at the match. Nonsense. Shursui will definitely win. Upon hearing Hanfeng's words, Inuzuka Saki immediately pushed aside Gongzi Tai, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at Hanfeng. I say. Hanfeng chuckled and inquired, Little Saki, why are you so indifferent towards your brother? I just obliterated him. Humph, he brought this upon himself. I won't bother with him. Saki retorted, turning her head arrogantly to focus her gaze on Shursui, her big, watery eyes brimming with affection. Unfortunately, when Uchiha Shursui's final kunai clashed with Hyuga Shinichi's in midair and fell to the ground, the battle concluded in a draw. How can it be a draw? Saki expressed her displeasure, but upon reflection, considering her opponent was a 5th-grade senior, achieving a stalemate already showcased Shursui's brilliance. This thought brought a smile to her face as she felt proud of Shursui. Uchiha Shursui truly is a prodigy, being able to draw with Shinichi. Yet, a draw in kunai throwing pales in comparison to what would happen in actual combat. Shinichi would undoubtedly excel. After all, Shinichi's gentle fist technique had already reached the 8th palm. However, speaking of which, Ryota was rather pathetic. Indeed, it's embarrassing. 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 Inuzuka Ryota, grasping the scruff of his little wolf dog, was so overwhelmed by the surrounding jeers that he could hardly lift his head. Woo-woo. The wolf dog, having been held for quite a while, curled its limbs and lowered its head, displaying a look of grievance even more pronounced than its owner, resembling a pitiful husky. Truly, the strongest genius of the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Shinichi remarked gravely, glancing at the scattered kunai on the ground. You held back just now, didn't you? Uchiha Shursui smiled and deftly shifted the conversation compared to Hanfeng. I still have a long way to go. Hyuga Shinichi paused, recalling Hanfeng's earnest attempts to learn from him earlier, only to turn around and swiftly obliterate Ryota. With a resigned sigh, he reflected, these kids either conceal their talents or feign ignorance, placing immense pressure on us seniors. The teacher is back. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the periphery, causing the crowd to erupt into chaos. The bronze students from Class 2-1 and Class 8 hurriedly sought out their respective captains and pretended to begin their studies. Hanfeng also rushed over to stand beside Hyuga Shinichi and Hyuga Juki. Hanfeng, your kunai throwing is so exceptional, yet you feign being a novice in front of me. Hyuga Shinichi teased. You must be trying to see me make a fool of myself. No, I am showing respect to my seniors. Hanfeng replied earnestly, fabricating her words. Brother Shinichi, who is more outstanding in kunai throwing, Hanfeng or Shursui? Hyuga Juki inquired curiously. Well, Hyuga Shinichi glanced at Hanfeng and replied, Hanfeng only threw once. So it's hard to say. Just as Hyuga Juki was about to ask further, he caught sight of Kajima Isamu and Hiramatsu Daichi in his peripheral vision and promptly closed his mouth, focusing intently on his practice. Not far away, Kajima Isamu and Hiramatsu Daichi appeared oblivious, casually weaving through the trio's study group. In truth, they had been aware since Ryota began to cause a ruckus. Kajima Isamu intended to intervene, but Hiramatsu Daichi thought allowing them a little leeway wasn't entirely detrimental, so they chose to observe from the shadows. Daeong, what is the situation with that student named Moonlight Cold Wind in your class? Hiratsuka Daiji slightly parted his lips and spoke in hushed tones to Katashima Yu, somewhat incredulous that he could slice open a ninja tool pouch with an unsharpened shuriken. Why do I feel his proficiency in throwing ninja tools rivals our own? Well, perhaps he possesses an exceptional talent in this regard. Katashima cast a glance at Cold Wind in the distance, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Daeong, why not let me have this student? Hiratsuka suggested. After all, I was the first to notice his talent for throwing ninja tools. Katashima scoffed, absolutely not. I will never relinquish any student in my class, regardless of how lacking their talent may be. Cold Wind's talent is not lacking, is it? Hence, it is even more impossible. At 3 o'clock, with half an hour remaining until the end of school, Katashima Yu and Hiratsuka Daiji announced the conclusion of this outdoor training, allowing an early dismissal. The 30 groups of 3 immediately disbanded, each returning home to their respective families. After bidding farewell to Hinata Shinichi and Hinata Ju, Cold Wind was about to join Irika and the others when Katashima called out, Cold Wind, Hauren, Tanaka, Ikaru, Shimada, you 5 come back to the classroom with me. A chill ran down Cold Wind's spine. Katashima had precisely retained 5 students, in recalling the matter of his absence in the morning. He realized this was for a makeup exam. Irika approached and patted Cold Wind on the shoulder, saying, Cold Wind, good luck. Actually, I still need to pick up my younger brother after school. Cold Wind thought he could make a case for himself. Hey, Cold Wind, you have a younger brother? Akane exclaimed, hearing this for the first time. Is he cute? Should I escort him home? You haven't even seen him. Cold Wind glanced at Irika, who was the only one present familiar with Shippu. No worries, I'll take him home, Irika offered. Thanks. Cold Wind waved his hand and turned to follow Katashima. Returning to the classroom with the other 4 academically challenged students, Katashima immediately produced 5 exam papers, stating, I want to mention why you were absent this morning. But suffice it to say, makeup exam. As the papers were distributed, the 5 students wore glum expressions, exchanging furtive glances. What are you all looking at? Katashima noticed their subtle actions and moved behind them, declaring, you have 1 hour. Get to it. The students reluctantly complied, steeling themselves to proceed. Cold Wind glanced at the exam questions and was unexpectedly relieved to find them not overly difficult. What is chakra composed of? What should one be aware of when refining chakra? If one were to throw a kunai from a height of 5 meters with the same force, at what angle would it travel the furthest? Wait a moment, what is this third question? Cold Wind looked at the question, inexplicably reminded of a primary school math problem from his previous life involving a pool, where water was both drained and filled, no matter the world. Primary school students have it tough. Cold Wind sighed silently, then continued to review the questions. Discovering bird droppings while camping in the forest signifies what? Perhaps roasting birds for dinner? The biting wind made its mark, leaving me with a throbbing headache. Yet, I decided to let it be. I would do what I could. Reassured by the presence of the first question, ensuring I wouldn't score 0. With focused determination, I pinned down my answer to the first problem. While the subsequent questions would rely solely on my creativity and imagination, the outcome was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the paper was filled. An hour later, the group of 5 underachievers submitted their papers. Aoshi Y, clutching the test, exited the classroom with a pallid complexion. The teacher had been hovering behind us, undoubtedly privy to our answers. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken a leave. At least I could have copied from others. How did you fare, Hanfeng? The 4 underachievers encircled me. The present Hanfeng was a far cry from the past, especially after his stunning triumph over Inuzuka Rita from Class 7. His reputation soared within the class, with every move drawing the attention of numerous underachievers. My feelings mirror yours, I replied calmly. What do you think my performance was? Fantastic. I was worried you'd excel too much, one exclaimed. Indeed, given your exceptional skills in throwing shurikens, if you underperform, the teacher's focus will undoubtedly shift to you. Hanfeng is the best. The underachievers, wearing expressions of relief, chattered jovially as they departed, leaving behind the prominent figure. You all. I stared in disbelief as they exited, incredulous at their shallow hearts. Frustrated, I stomped on her paying desk twice before leaving the classroom. Just as I descended the stairs, I spotted my little brother's figure. Jifeng? Brother. Jifeng scampered over with his small backpack. Are you feeling better? Leaning against the wall, Arika remarked with a wry smile. Your brother insisted on waiting for you to finish your exam. I apologize, Arika, for wasting your time. Seeing the worry etched on Jifeng's face lifted my spirits considerably. I'm fine now after taking my medicine. Let us head home. After bidding farewell to Irika at the school gate, I glanced around to ensure no one was watching and hurriedly instructed my little brother not to disclose my illness. Why not? Doesn't Aunt Huizuko know? Jifeng asked. Puzzled, I nodded earnestly. She's too busy with her hospital duties. I don't want her to worry. Jifeng, you're growing up. You must learn to keep secrets. Understood? Jifeng nodded, seemingly enlightened. I understand, brother. Excellent. Tonight, I shall teach you the art of substitution. I chuckled. Brother, I haven't practiced swordsmanship in ages, Jifeng mumbled. Somewhat aggrieved. Observing his forlorn expression, I pondered that it was better to be accommodating than stubborn, and said, then let us train for an hour before anything else. Great. Jifeng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Upon returning home, Huizuko was already awake, tidying up the house. She greeted the 2 brothers with a smile. You're back. Feng-chan. Why didn't you bring your bento to school? Jifeng turned to look at Hanfeng. Hanfeng cleared his throat and replied, well, is it that Feng-chan no longer enjoys the bento made by her mother? Huihuzi's expression instantly changed, and she gazed at him with a pitiful look. Hanfeng chuckled awkwardly. No, I simply forgot it by accident. Did you truly forget? Huihuzi turned to glance at the younger brother. Under Hanfeng's guidance, Jifeng, who had grown up, nodded solemnly. Yes. Indeed, Aunt Huihuzi. The moment Jifeng spoke, Huihuzi immediately believed him, demonstrating the influence of well-mannered children. Hanfeng was unsure whether to feel pleased or disheartened. Brother, I'm off to practice swordsmanship, Jifeng exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards the backyard. Let us go together. Hanfeng also sought a quiet place to ponder over Shinong's matters. By the way, Feng-chan, are we still visiting Dr. Shinong at the hospital tonight? Huihuzi suddenly recalled and asked. Hanfeng waved his hand dismissively. No, we want to be going. I just met with Shinong this morning. If we encounter him again tonight, it would surely reveal that I skipped class. Upon arriving at the backyard, the younger brother immediately grabbed a wooden sword and began fervently practicing against the wooden posts. Perhaps it was due to a few days without proper training. But as he wielded the wooden sword, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Hanfeng, on the other hand, lay down on the grass, hands supporting his head, legs crossed. Leisurely gazing at the sky, his thoughts slowly drifting towards Shinong. Shinong was now close to Maite Dai and, under the pretext of treating hidden injuries, intended to give Maite Dai an additional month of rest. Thus, Theoretically, Hafeng also had a month's time. First and foremost, I must ascertain whether Shinnong possesses the scroll for the physical resurrection forbidden technique. However, how to confirm this? Hafeng stared at the white clouds in the sky and the setting sun, his mind a tangled mess. Moreover, with the younger brother vigorously practicing against the wooden posts, Hafeng found it impossible to concentrate. Forget it, I'll change locations. As Hafeng stood up and turned to head indoors, he noticed that the younger brother had already begun to remove his clothing. Although it was September, the weather remained quite warm, and after practicing for a while, Jifeng was already drenched in sweat. Hafeng glanced at his own short sleeves, and suddenly, a realization struck him. His scalp tingled, and his eyes gleamed with insight. I understand. The scroll is with Shinnong. Later that evening at Konoha Hospital, the esteemed Dr. Shinnong returned for further instruction. This time, Nara Shikaku, the hospital director, personally accompanied him to express respect and gratitude for Shinnong's contributions. During the consultation, both parties engaged in a series of significant discussions regarding the challenges of popularizing medical techniques and potential solutions, and they preliminarily devised 4 plans for medical outreach: A, B, C, and D. Throughout the conversation, Dr. Shinnong reiterated his commitment to sharing all of his medical knowledge to ensure the safety of the ninja world as populace. As the dialogue drew to a close, Nara Shikaku posed a critical question. Dr. Shinnong, aren't you hot wearing so many layers? As September dawns, the average temperature in Konoha remains a warm 28 to 29 degrees Celsius. With the exception of a few ninjas from the Oil Woman clan, the majority of the populace is clad in short sleeves. In stark contrast, Shinnong, donned in a thick, gray-brown coat, stands out among the crowd like a penguin among chickens. With a calm smile, he extends his hand to grasp Nara Shika's, who feels a cool touch, devoid of warmth. Shinnong explains, Director Nara, in my youth, I ingested numerous toxic herbs to test their medicinal properties, which has led to my current condition. Understanding dawns on Nara Shika, who envisions Shinnong traversing the wilderness, braving thorns and consuming flora solely for the sake of herbal experimentation. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaims, Truly, Dr. Shinnong, your dedication to medicine is remarkable. Please, do not flatter me so, Shinnong replies with a wry smile. Had I possessed the aptitude for a medical ninja, perhaps I would not have undertaken such risks. After a brief exchange, Shinnong expresses his intention to procure some herbs. Enchanted by Shinnong's noble character and integrity, Nara Shika finds no reason to refuse. With several large bags of herbs in hand, Shinnong exits the Konoha Hospital, adjusts his attire, ensuring the scroll concealed within is secure, and with a gentle smile, he heads directly to the Shinso Izakaya for a drink and late-night meal. The following morning, at the Ninja Academy, Class 2-8, the results of the theoretical examination have been released, including those of 5 students, such as Case, who are retaking the test. Kajima Isamu stands at the podium, his face ashen with disappointment as he slams his hands on the desk, calling up each underperforming student for a stern reprimand, particularly targeting Case. Due to Case's exceptional throwing skills with ninja tools, Kajima's expectations had grown, and consequently, the errors in Case's theoretical exam were magnified. The combined shortcomings of the entire class endured an hour of Kajima's chastisement, with Case bearing the brunt of it all. Feeling unjustly criticized, Case remains silent as he cannot afford to be defiant, aware of the dire consequences that would follow. In the front row, a classmate, Eriko, listens to the reprimand, unable to resist sitting up straight, eyes gleaming with determination. Even the psychological shadows cast by yesterday's failed prank seem to evaporate in an instant. After the reprimands, Kajima distributes the test papers and, gritting his teeth, begins to explain all but the first question. In the oppressive atmosphere of seriousness, the morning's lessons finally come to a close. As Kajima departs with a stern visage, Case swiftly grabs his lunch and dashes outside. Case, where are you going? Arika inquires, astonished. You can't just leave after being reprimanded. I have something to attend to. You all eat without waiting for me. Case waves back without looking, hastily exiting the classroom. As he runs, he opens his lunchbox. Today's bento was remarkably sumptuous, featuring seaweed and sesame sushi alongside seaweed and sesame rice balls. What was particularly precious was that Hui had added a few slices of vegetables, which, to be honest, appeared somewhat overwhelming. However, there was no choice. Without food, there would be no strength. Braving the biting cold, he devoured the meal, and by the time he reached the school gate, the entire bento was consumed. Upon arriving at the school gate, he glanced around and discreetly hid the bento box before departing, making his way directly to Might Guy's house. Last night, an epiphany struck him as he pondered a critical flaw in Shinong's strategy, the issue of clothing. As a ninja specializing in physical enhancement techniques, Shinong's physique was undoubtedly robust, yet he chose to wear heavy clothes in such sweltering weather. Something was amiss. Thus, Han Feng boldly speculated that the scroll containing the physical enhancement technique was secretly concealed by Shinong. With this hypothesis in mind, Han Feng promptly spent half an hour devising an initial plan to steal the scroll. The first step was to ascertain when Shinong would present that burden to Might Guy. The round trip from the ninja school to Might Guy's residence would take approximately an hour if he ran, and with 2 hours before afternoon classes, he had ample time. After a vigorous run, Han Feng arrived breathlessly at Might Guy's house half an hour later. However, having just eaten, he felt a bit uneasy. But such discomfort was trivial compared to his grand scheme. He approached the entrance and knocked on the door. Before long, it swung open, revealing a pair of thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a shockingly vibrant green visage. "Senior Kai," Han Feng greeted with a cheerful wave. Might Guy tilted his head, his expression serious and solemn as he scrutinized him with unblinking eyes. Han Feng felt a shiver run down his spine under his gaze, and his smile began to wane. After a prolonged silence, Kai finally spoke. "Who are you?" Han Feng struggled to catch his breath. Just yesterday they had met, and today he couldn't recognize him. How was that possible? Frustration and discomfort welled up within him. "Kai, who is it?" Might Guy's voice called from within the house. Han Feng's eyes brightened. Just as he was about to shout, Kai abruptly slammed the door shut, a muffled voice emanating from inside. "I don't know, just a strange little brat." 3 black lines appeared on Han Feng's forehead. This unexpected rejection caught him off guard. Truly a formidable opponent, he mused. With a deep breath, he knocked again and called out, "Uncle Dai, it's me, Moonlight Han Feng." "Little Han Feng?" Might Guy inside the house exclaimed in surprise as he rose to open the door. "Dad, do you know him?" Kai asked curiously. Might Guy sighed. "Kai, you really ought to work on recognizing people." Kai frowned, seemingly lost in thought. "Have I seen him before? Odd, I have no recollection." Hearing this, Han Feng felt an inexplicable sense of being a mere extra in this scenario. "Little Han Feng, have you eaten?" Might Guy asked with a smile. "Oh, I've already eaten." The cold wind carried the unmistakable scent of seaweed as it spoke, and without wasting a moment, it directly addressed Uncle Dai. "Uncle Dai, I came to inquire when Dr. Shinong will be here to treat you." Might Dai was momentarily taken aback, then, with a serious tone, asked, "Little Han Feng, do you truly wish to study medicine under Dr. Shinong?" Han Feng nodded earnestly. "Yes, Uncle Dai, I must become an exceptional doctor." It was no surprise that little Han Feng, at such a tender age, was already pursuing his dreams. "Kai, did you hear that? As a senior, you absolutely cannot be outdone by little Han Feng." Might Dai was unexpectedly stirred by Han Feng's words, feeling an exhilarating rush, as if a vast ocean was singing behind him. "I understand, Father. On the path of pursuing dreams, I will never allow myself to fall behind others. Because this is my youth." Kai set down his bowl and chopsticks, his eyes blazing with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Han Feng. "I will remember your face. What is your name?" Han Feng's eyelids twitched slightly as he thought, "Forgive him, forgive him, forgive him. Fool, he is little Han Feng." Might Dai turned to Han Feng, finally revealing the information he sought. "Due to my training schedule, Dr. Shinong and I have agreed upon a time of 4 p.m. this afternoon. If little Han Feng truly wishes to learn medicine from Dr. Shinong, he may come then." "Thank you, Uncle Dai." Han Feng finally felt a sense of relief. At 4 p.m., if he didn't have to escort his little brother home, the timing would be perfect. It seems he would need to rely on Irika over the next few days. After leaving Might Dai's home, Han Feng hurried back to the Ninja Academy. Upon retrieving the lunchbox hidden at the school gate, he rushed back to the classroom, panting heavily. The moment Han Feng stepped into the classroom, he found himself blocked at the door by his rival, the chubby classmate. "Hey, Chubby," Han Feng greeted. "Humph." Chubby responded with an exaggerated huff, his face displaying a proud demeanor. "Moonlight Han Feng, I disdain you. To avoid being defeated by me, you even feigned illness. But it was of no use. Your makeup exam score doesn't even reach my lowest point." "Oh, this is turning into a showdown." Han Feng recalled the events of the previous afternoon, an idea forming in his mind. He feigned a look of gratitude, patting Chubby's shoulder with familiarity. "Chubby, let us not dwell on the past. Yesterday, I owe you a great debt. Without you, I wouldn't have garnered such attention. Now, classes 1, 2, and 3 are all discussing me. Chubby, I misjudged you. You are truly a good person. I've decided. I want to be good friends with you from now on. Chubby's proud facade faltered, revealing a face of indignation, as if he had been wronged all night. Why would I help you steal the spotlight? I was trying to set you up. Why? Why is this happening? Chubby thought. No, I cannot get angry. I must not let Moonlight Han Foam triumph. He struggled to maintain an air of nonchalance. Chubby, how about it? Be my friend. Join my 6-member team. When we graduate, we can debut together, complete missions, earn a fortune, and buy a big house. Han Foam gazed at Chubby with fervor. The student, Pang, was thoroughly vexed by the biting cold wind, and his previously serene expression shattered in an instant. Moonlight and Cold Wind, abandon all hope. I shall never befriend you. With that proclamation, Pang forcefully pushed past the cold wind and stormed out of the classroom. The cold wind watched Pang's retreating figure and could not help but chuckle. This hefty fellow is rather amusing. Upon returning to his seat, the cold wind noticed that Irika was absent. Just then, Gongzi Tai and Shinwei Xingyun approached. Cold Wind, where did you just go? You didn't join us for lunch, Gongzi Tai inquired. Indeed, your mother's sushi and rice balls are truly delectable. It's a pity I missed out today, Shinwei Xingyun added, a look of regret plastered across his face. When did your taste buds turn into zombies? The cold wind retorted. Then turned to Gongzi Tai. I had something to attend to outside the school during lunch. By the way, where is Irika? He went off to hang out with that senior, Gongzi Tai replied. A senior? The cold wind exclaimed, surprised. Is it the one you met yesterday afternoon? Things have escalated quickly. Speaking of which, today he felt invigorated, with 3 opportunities for collection, yet he wondered why Hinata Shinichi and Hinata Ki weren't seeking him out. No, it's that senior named Mizuki, Shinwei Xingyun clarified. Mizuki? The cold wind paused, quickly recalling the individual as the first antagonist from the Naruto series. He had a vivid impression of Mizuki. A few years older than Irika, Mizuki had looked after him during his time at the Ninja Academy. But due to his own character flaws, he ultimately descended further down a path of self-destruction. Cold Wind, let us go play at Senja Park after school, Gongzi Tai invited. The cold wind shook his head. For the next month, I might not have the time. What is going on? Gongzi Tai asked curiously. I need to go to an uncle's house after school to learn some things, the cold wind explained. I might also need Irika to help take my brother home. So I really can't spare the time. Oh, how unfortunate. Gongzi Tai lamented. Will it really take a month? Perhaps not, the cold wind mused. If all goes well, I might procure the scroll in half a month. But until everything is settled, I cannot guarantee anything. Before the afternoon outdoor training session commenced, Irika finally returned. The cold wind hurriedly relayed his request. You want me to take Jifeng home? Irika agreed without hesitation. Although his home was not in the same direction as the cold winds, it was not entirely opposite either. It would merely require a few extra blocks. Hardly wasting much time. Thank you, Irika. The cold wind expressed his gratitude. However, you need to make sure Jifeng agrees first. Otherwise, he won't follow me, Irika advised. Of course, no problem, they replied as they descended the teaching building alongside the main group, ready to commence the day's outdoor training. Yoshida Isamu had already been waiting at a corner of the playground. Once the bronze students gathered, he began the day's lesson. Today, we shall learn the shadow clone technique. No way. Does that mean we have to write a 500-word reflection on the shadow clone technique today? I harbor a strong aversion to writing reflections. While a multitude of bronze-level individuals lament their plight, I secretly relish the moment. Fortuitously, I possess the foresight to prepare my younger brother's 500-word reflection in advance, which brings me immense satisfaction. Silence, everyone. Listen attentively. Kajima, you felt a twinge of irritation. This group incessantly indulges in play, feigning misfortune over the slightest assignment, even resorting to the audacious tactic of feigning illness to evade exams. Kajima, you, exasperated, began to impart the art of replication with a stern countenance. As time flowed, and 3:15 in the afternoon, he deemed the time ripe to conclude the day's lessons, assigning everyone a 500-word reflection on the art of replication. After dispersing, Han Feng and Irika returned to the classroom to collect their lunchboxes and assignments, and upon reaching the school gate, the bell signaling the end of classes rang. A throng of students erupted from the building like unbridled hounds, surging forth in a chaotic rush. Han Feng and Irika stood at the edge of the gate, awaiting the arrival of their younger brother. Brother, Irika-senpai. A swift figure emerged from the crowd, bounding towards them. Jifeng, I have matters to attend to. So you must accompany Irika back home, understood? Han Feng instructed. Why? Brother, I want to stay with you, the younger brother pouted. Be obedient and return home with your Irika-senpai. Han Feng admonished, adopting a stern expression. Otherwise, you shall not practice swordsmanship tonight. The younger brother blinked twice, caught between following his brother and practicing swordsmanship, ultimately deciding to heed Han Feng's words. I understand, brother. You're really strict, Irika remarked, gently nudging Han Feng's side. What is it like to be an older brother? With a melancholic expression, Han Feng replied, I am truly burdened with concern. Irika could not continue the banter. I shall entrust him to you then, farewell. Han Feng decided to carry his lunchbox while leaving behind the assignment notebook. After all, it would be troublesome if the younger brother discovered its contents, truly complicating matters. After bidding farewell, Han Feng sprinted towards the Might Guy's residence. At 4 o'clock, a slightly inebriated Shenong arrived promptly at Might Guy's home, backpack slung over his shoulder. Dr. Shenong, you have arrived. Might Guy greeted him warmly, ushering him inside. After yesterday's medicinal bath, and with your assistance, I feel rejuvenated, bursting with vitality and a sense of youthful exuberance. I am immensely grateful to you, Dr. Shenong. Haha. I am delighted to have been of service, Dai, Shenong replied, smiling as he placed his backpack on the living room table and retrieved several bags of herbs from within. Meanwhile, Might Guy fetched the bath bucket he had meticulously crafted the previous day from a corner of the living room and positioned it beside the sofa, pouring freshly boiled water into it. As the scalding water filled the bucket, a billowing cloud of white steam rose. Shenong carefully added the bags of herbs in sequence, and as they submerged in the hot water, a somewhat pungent aroma wafted from the bucket, gradually permeating the entire living room. Continuing, Shenong picked up a wooden stick from the side and stirred it in the bathtub, the pungent aroma of herbs growing increasingly intense, suddenly bursting forth. Maite tightly clenched his lips and gritted his teeth, attempting to shield himself from the acrid scent, yet how could one possibly refrain from breathing? After 3 arduous minutes, his nostrils uncontrollably flared, and he could no longer hold his breath. The sharp herbal odor surged into his chest and abdomen. Ah, this is the scent. Maite's stomach churned violently as he hurriedly opened the windows and door of the living room, allowing fresh air to flow in, which slightly alleviated his nausea. Haha. This is the essence of herbs. Maite, you will grow accustomed to it. Shenong laughed heartily. I beg your pardon, Dr. Shenong, but this scent is exceedingly overwhelming. Maite replied somewhat sheepishly upon returning to the living room, where the pungent odor had dissipated somewhat thanks to the influx of fresh air. However, the bathtub remained akin to a hellish swamp, continuously emanating its acrid stench. Maite hastily retreated to the kitchen to boil water, seeking to evade the peak of this noxious aroma. It's almost ready, Maite, Shenong remarked, withdrawing the stick and glancing at the murky, dark gray water in the tub. Then nodded at Maite. I understand. Maite gritted his teeth as he exited the kitchen, shedding his clothes with a face that reflected a willingness to face death. He plunged into the bathtub. The water was still around 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. The scalding waves accompanied by the pungent aroma crashing over Maite's body and spirit, as if attempting to dissolve him within the tub. Yet, nothing in this world could conquer him. I will never surrender. Maite glared with bloodshot eyes, his forehead lined with bulging veins, soaking in the medicinal bath and exuding an aura as if he were destined to save the world. Shenong stood by, chuckling, just about to speak when suddenly a figure darted in from outside. Uncle Maite, I'm here. Cold Wind rushed in, panting, only to cover his mouth and dash back out, retching, oh, little Cold Wind, you've arrived. Maite bellowed from the bathtub, for your dreams, come in quickly. Outside, Cold Wind leaned against the door of Maite's home, one hand clutching his throat, his stomach experiencing spasms. The odor within the house was truly. After a while, Cold Wind finally caught his breath, then pursed his lips and carefully stepped inside. Uncle Maite, Dr. Shenong. Shenong, smiling beside the bathtub, looked at Cold Wind and asked, Little Cold Wind, you've come again. Yes, I've come to learn medicine. Cold Wind declared earnestly, Dr. Shenong. You promised to teach me. Haha, Shenong chuckled. Your eagerness to learn brings me joy. However, I cannot remain in Konoha for long. So how much you learn will depend on your own efforts. I will strive diligently, Cold Wind exclaimed passionately. In that case, Shenong squinted. Come over and help pour some water. Pour water? Cold Wind's eyes brightened. Before the biting wind. The plan was to wait for the opportune moment to pour water on Shenong, compelling him to shed his upper garments, thus allowing me to stealthily seize the scroll. Now, not only is fate on my side, but even Shenong himself appears to be assisting me. How delightful. The medicinal bath must last for half an hour, during which you must continuously pour hot water into the tub. Can you manage that? Shenong explained with a smile. Yes, I can, Han Feng replied, brimming with excitement. Indeed. Little Han Feng, you are destined to become an exceptional physician. Might Dai said, enveloped in the hot water, surrounded by the pungent aroma of herbs. His voice quivering with anticipation. The water was boiling in the kitchen and would soon reach a fervent boil. Little Han Feng, let's go. Though feeling somewhat nauseated, Han Feng stifled his discomfort, embodying the fervor of a spirited youth as he dashed into the kitchen. The kitchen was modest in size, lined with empty hot water bottles on either side, and at its center, a coal stove with a large kettle atop it, releasing wisps of steam as it neared boiling point. Han Feng did not reach for the kettle directly. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered a small basin, roughly the size of a human face, atop the cabinet. Perfect size. A thrill of delight surged within him as he placed the basin on the floor and proceeded to pour hot water from the kettle. After filling it halfway, he paused, grasped the basin by its edges, and exited the kitchen. Under Shenong's watchful gaze, Han Feng dutifully poured the hot water from the basin into the tub. Be careful not to splash your Uncle Dai, Shenong remarked, not questioning why Han Feng did not simply carry the kettle, considering the child was merely 5 years old and likely unable to manage it. I understand. Han Feng nodded. Don't worry, little Han Feng. I'll lean to the side while you pour. So I want to get splashed. Might Dai gritted his teeth, clearly finding the medicinal bath quite uncomfortable. For the next half hour, Han Feng busily traversed between the kitchen and the living room, not only pouring water but also replenishing the kettle on the stove, fully occupied. Meanwhile, in an effort to forge a closer bond with Might Dai and Shenong, he continuously sought conversation. Uncle Dai, where is Senior Kai? Han Feng inquired. He has a task this afternoon, so he is not at home, Might Dai replied, eager to engage in conversation to divert his attention. What sort of task? Han Feng asked awkwardly. Helping an elderly widow find her cat, Might Dai responded, recounting that the cat frequently went missing, which was rather peculiar. How does Uncle Dai know this? Han Feng questioned. Haha, because I've helped this old lady find her cat a dozen times before, Might Dai chuckled, only to inhale a large amount of the pungent scent, causing him to sneeze twice. Shenong occasionally interjected, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere. Han Feng resisted the overwhelming urge to pour hot water on Shenong, knowing it was only the first day, and such an act would be too conspicuous. Finally, after half an hour, Might Dai's medicinal bath came to an end. Now, it was time to proceed with the next phase of the plan. As Might Dai rose from the bathtub, his muscular physique emerged through the steam, exuding a primal strength that was visually striking. Shenong, standing nearby, handed him a towel while instructing Han Feng. Little Han Feng, please tidy up the sofa. Yes. Han Feng promptly cleared away the clutter from the sofa, just as Might Dai finished drying himself and approached to recline upon it. Subsequently, Shenong showcased his skills, dedicating a full half hour to attend to Might Dai's needs. Throughout this time, Han Feng stood obediently to the side, engaging in conversation while observing his surroundings. He noted that the entrance of Might Dai's home was quite similar to his own, featuring a drying rack positioned above the shoe cabinet, capable of holding 5 garments. Should Han Feng inadvertently dampen Shenong's clothes, there existed a 50% chance that Shenong would remove them to hang there. As for the remaining 50%, well, Shenong might just serve Might Dai while clad in garments soaked by boiling water. However, surely Shenong would not be so shameless? Han Feng chuckled to himself, amusement dancing in his thoughts. As the cold wind returned home, it was already past 6 o'clock. It wasn't that he had lingered on the road, but rather that Shenong had spent considerable time attending to Might Dai's body, and afterwards, devoted an additional half an hour to teaching the art of bandaging. The cold wind had expressed a fervent desire to learn medicine, leaving no choice but to indulge in this half-hour delay. By the time he departed from Might Dai's residence, it was already 5:30. He hurried back home, just in time for dinner. Brother, you were so slow. Upon returning home, Ji Feng was already eagerly engaging with wooden stakes in the backyard, having been quite famished after more than an hour of exertion. I apologize. I'll get accustomed to it in due time, the cold wind replied earnestly. I don't want that, Ji Feng exclaimed, agitated. Winchan, what were you up to? Hui Huizi inquired with curiosity. I went to learn bandaging techniques from Dr. Shenong, the cold wind replied with affection. Ji Feng has been tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship, which places considerable strain on his wrists. Once I master the art of bandaging, I can alleviate that burden. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng was deeply moved, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the cold wind. Brother, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. Hui Huizi couldn't help but smile warmly, affectionately ruffling Ji Feng's hair. Our Winchan has finally grown up. How wonderful. The cold wind felt a tinge of resistance within, yet in the face of reality. He found it necessary to seek balance through his younger brother. After all, it was his duty as an elder sibling. Brother, you were too kind to me, Ji Feng said, biting his lip, on the verge of tears. All right, let us have dinner. After dinner, Hui Huizi washed the dishes and then headed to the hospital for her shift. She had already prepared bento boxes for the cold wind and Ji Feng, placing them neatly in their lunch containers. All right, Ji Feng, come here. It's time for today's learning task. The cold wind waved his hand, beckoning his younger brother to follow him to the backyard. Brother, are we learning the substitution technique today? Ji Feng asked. Having practiced swordsmanship for over an hour and surprisingly not opposed to the idea of learning something new. Indeed, after mastering the substitution technique, you must write a 500-word reflection. The cold wind stated with seriousness. I will keep a close watch on you, Ji Feng. Do not slack off. Thank you, brother. I will do my best. Ji Feng felt a surge of motivation upon recalling his brother's efforts to learn bandaging for his sake. The cold wind dedicated half an hour to teaching the substitution technique to his younger brother, followed by another half hour of guidance. Once Ji Feng had fully grasped the technique, the cold wind instructed him to head to the living room to write his reflection. Brother, the reflection I wrote last time is missing. Ji Feng flipped through his notebook and discovered that all his notes on the transformation and duplication techniques had been torn out. I tore them out, the cold wind said nonchalantly. Ji Feng, I want you to write reflections to help you remember the knowledge I imparted. Have you achieved that? Ji Feng tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then excitedly nodded. Brother, I remember everything about the transformation and duplication techniques. That confirms my method is effective. Ji Feng, write it down 500 words, not a single word less. The cold wind retrieved his homework notebook, then turned and walked into the bedroom. And you, swift wind, stay in the living room to write. I have matters to attend to in my room, so do not come in. Understood? Understood. With a loud slam, he shut the sliding door. The cold wind found the notes on the shadow clone technique that he had torn from his younger brother's homework and crouched on the floor to begin copying. Though this position was somewhat uncomfortable, there was no desk in the bedroom, and he had no choice but to make do. Fortunately, copying required little thought, and he completed his task in less than half an hour. He then hid his homework notebook and crumpled the younger brother's notes into a ball, stuffing it into his pocket before whistling his way to the bathroom to flush it away. At that moment, his younger brother was still diligently writing notes at the table in the living room. Perfect. The cold wind stretched lazily, unable to resist the urge to sleep early. But upon recalling his plan, he forced himself to sit on the floor and refine his chakra. His plan had commenced smoothly, and soon, when the time was ripe, he would inadvertently splash water on Shinnong. To let Shinnong lower his guard, after splashing the water, the cold wind would leave, leaving only Shinnong and Might Guy in the room. Naturally, Shinnong would press Might Guy against the sofa, leading him to remove his clothes and hang them on the coat rack by the entrance to dry. At that moment, the cold wind would stealthily enter through the entrance and openly retrieve the scrolls from the clothing. The plan was somewhat rudimentary and fraught with variables, yet it was the best way the cold wind could think of to maximize the use of his advantages to steal the scrolls. For now, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Thus, he needed to refine more chakra to ensure his 3-second stealth would last longer. Approximately an hour later, the cold wind was on the verge of exhaustion from chakra refinement, as sitting cross-legged on the floor for an hour was no easy feat. Just then, a knock sounded from the entrance, prompting him to stop his refining. Brother, we have guests. At this point, the swift wind had diligently written over 400 words in his notes. Upon hearing of guests, he promptly closed his homework, planning to take a break. The cold wind rushed to the entrance and opened the door, revealing 2 elderly men in their 60s or 70s with white hair and wrinkled faces, appearing particularly kind under the gentle moonlight. Hello, the cold wind greeted. Whom do you seek? Haha, little cold wind, do you not recognize us? Moonlight Jing said with a smile. I am your grandpa Jing. I am your grandpa Songxia, said the nearby Moonlight Songxia, patting the cold wind's shoulder and adding, it has been a while, little cold wind has grown so tall. After the cold wind's soul had crossed over, it seemed to have accelerated his physical development, as he now stood just over 1.5 meters tall, while his peers, such as Irika and Gongzi, barely reached 1.4 meters. However, in response to the elderly men's praise, the cold wind could not muster any joy. I am your grandpa Jing? I am your grandpa Songxia? I am your damn grandson. As the cold wind chuckled, unsure of how to respond, the young lad had already dashed out. Hello, Grandpa Inoue, Grandpa Matsushita. Indeed, it was truly the two grandfathers. Though Cold Wind felt an urge to roll his eyes, he suppressed his discomfort and graciously invited the esteemed elders inside. Haha, it has been a long time. Little Swift Wind, you've grown taller, splendid. After the two elders entered, they began to lavish praise upon the young boy. Meanwhile, Cold Wind rummaged through his memories, finally recalling the identities of these venerable men. They were the last two robust special jonin of the Moonlight clan, masters of the leaf flow sword technique, who had survived the Second Shinobi World War, earning great respect within the clan. With this realization, he thought to himself, "Humph, you have willingly walked into my domain. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Grandpa Inoue, Grandpa Matsushita, have you eaten yet?" Upon entering, Swift Wind excitedly circled around the two elders, leaving Cold Wind to personally handle the task of pouring water. "We have already eaten. Thank you for your concern, little Swift Wind. How have you been? Have you been practicing your swordsmanship? Ensure that you focus on your sword techniques and refrain from delving into your bloodline limit, understand? Everyone places their hopes upon you. You must elevate the name of the Moonlight clan through the leaf flow sword technique, so do not slack off. If you have any questions, feel free to consult your grandfathers." The two elders exchanged words, pouring forth their wisdom, while Swift Wind, overwhelmed by their fervor, fervently vowed not to disappoint them and to carry forth the name of the Moonlight clan. Cold Wind stood at the kitchen entrance, his expression impassive, before quietly turning away to dispose of the 2 cups of water in his hands. "Those old geezers are wicked. They intend to lead my little brother astray. May thirst befall them." After their lengthy discourse, the elders grew parched. "Ahem, little Cold Wind?" Grandpa Inoue turned to seek Cold Wind, but not finding him, he directed Swift Wind, "Little Swift Wind, could you fetch a glass of water for your grandfathers?" Of course. At this moment, Swift Wind was brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, he dashed into the kitchen, only to find his elder brother leaning against the wall, regarding him with a peculiar gaze. "Brother?" The intensity of that gaze sent shivers down Swift Wind's spine. "Pouring water, huh?" Cold Wind asked with a cheerful demeanor, simultaneously shutting the door. "Yes. The two grandfathers are thirsty." Swift Wind glanced at the door and proceeded to fetch a cup. What a coincidence, there was just no water in the house. But luckily, I discovered it in time. "Look, it's boiling now, it will be ready shortly," Cold Wind stated earnestly. "We cannot let the two grandfathers suffer from thirst." "But I just poured myself a drink while writing my notes," Swift Wind remarked, placing down the cup and grabbing the nearby thermos, shaking it. "Oh, there really is no water left. How strange." He then looked at Cold Wind, then at the gas stove and the kettle atop it, blinking his innocent eyes. "Brother, the fire isn't on." "Oh, brother, how can we boil water if the fire isn't lit?" Jifeng puffed his cheeks in frustration. Hafeng hesitated for a moment before turning around to ignite the stove, but after a prolonged attempt, he lamented, "Oh dear, how peculiar, it just won't light." "Brother." Jifeng pushed past Hanfeng, twisted the gas canister open, and successfully ignited the flame on his first try. "Impressive. Jifeng, you actually know how to do this." Hafeng exaggeratedly applauded his younger sibling. "I often cooked with Dad before," Jifeng replied with a hint of pride. However, he soon noticed that the kettle on the stove was oddly positioned, tilting precariously. With his kitchen experience, Jifeng could not resist poking it with his finger, only to discover it was unexpectedly light. In a flurry, Jifeng turned off the flame, lifted the kettle, and upon opening the lid, realized it was completely empty, turning his face a shade of green. "Brother. I forgot to add water. My apologies." Hanfeng immediately took the kettle and rushed to the sink to fill it to the brim. "Brother, that's too much. It will take forever to boil." Jifeng pouted. "Both grandfathers are thirsty. My foolish little brother, your grandfathers are merely teasing you. They aren't truly parched. They only wish for you to pour water to express your filial piety. Do you understand?" Hafeng slowly placed the kettle back on the stove and lit the fire, turning it down to a gentle simmer. "Brother, this will take even longer." Jifeng stamped his foot in impatience. "Boiling water is akin to simmering soup. It must be done slowly to allow the flavors to melt," Hafeng explained. "Consider this. Do your grandfathers prefer water hastily boiled over a vigorous flame or water carefully simmered to perfection?" "Well, that does make some sense," Jifeng mused, tilting his head, though he felt something was off. Indeed, it felt strange from the moment he entered the kitchen. The thermos had contained hot water, yet suddenly it was empty. Moreover, the gas had not been lit, and there was no water in the kettle. Why was he now using a low flame? "Brother, you are truly mischievous." Just then, the two grandfathers, Ingshang and Songxia, approached the kitchen. "Why has it been so quiet in here for so long?" Is pouring 2 glasses of water really so complicated? Upon hearing their voices, Ha Feng promptly turned up the flame and opened the door. Jifeng, witnessing his brother's actions, felt dismayed but refrained from speaking ill of him in front of others, instead lowering his head in a resigned tone. Grandfather Ingshang, Grandfather Songxia, the water is still boiling. But it's empty. Ah, so little Ha Feng is the one boiling water. I wondered why no one was around, remarked Grandfather Ingshang with a look of satisfaction. Little Ha Feng, you have grown. No, I am still just a child, Ha Feng humbly replied. Remembering his earlier task, he quickly instructed his younger brother, Jifeng, you continue boiling the water. I have something to discuss with the 2 grandfathers. Okay. After several days of accumulated authority, Jifeng had grown less inclined to resist Han Feng. With that, Ha Feng closed the kitchen door and led Grandfather Ingshang and Grandfather Songxia to the living room sofa. A gentle breeze whispered through the air as Xiao Feng inquired. What questions do you have for us? The art of chakra refinement, he articulated, each word deliberate. A 40 acceleration remains insufficient. I must gather more techniques for chakra refinement to amalgamate. This would not only enhance my abilities, but also keep my younger brother at a distance. Achieving 2 goals with one endeavor, what could be more advantageous? Chakra refinement, you say? Moonlight Jingshang and Moonlight Songxia exchanged glances, chuckling softly. Very well. Let us commence anew. They were acutely aware of the disparity in talent between Cold Wind and Swift Wind, which led them to favor the latter and offer guidance. However, this did not imply any disdain for Cold Wind. Indeed, children who toiled diligently despite their lack of innate talent often earn the affection of the elderly, particularly when one is the son of the clan leader. Minutes later, as the water reached a boil, Swift Wind poured 2 cups of steaming liquid. Concurrently, Cold Wind gathered energy, successfully extracting a technique for chakra refinement from both Moonlight Jingshang and Moonlight Songxia. In his mind, a vibrant green orb erupted, releasing 2 pale blue points of light that were swiftly consumed and integrated. Consequently, Cold Wind's chakra refinement technique now boasted a 60 efficiency boost. However, this enhancement was rooted in Cold Wind's own innate abilities, and despite the augmentation, his progress remained sluggish in comparison to others. Seizing the moment as the 2 elders savored their warm beverages, Cold Wind dispatched his final technique for the day. The hour was late, and Moonlight Jingshang and Moonlight Songxia announced, "It is time for us to take our leave. We shall return when time permits. Farewell, esteemed elders." Swift Wind politely escorted them to the door, while Cold Wind quietly followed, his mind racing. The 3rd technique extraction, predictably successful, yielded not chakra refinement but rather the Leaf Village's sword technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Cold Wind enveloped the newly minted pale blue orb with his consciousness, and a torrent of knowledge regarding the Dance of the Crescent Moon surged into his mind, permeating his meridians and flesh, as if instinctively imprinted deep within his being. He sensed a transformation within himself. The ninjutsu he had previously gathered felt akin to elementary arithmetic, flashy yet ultimately superficial, lacking any true essence. Now, however, he had acquired advanced mathematics, and with this knowledge, he emanated an aura distinct from the frivolous students languishing in the back rows of the classroom. This was an elevation of his very essence. "Brother, what troubles you?" Swift Wind asked, having seen the 2 elders off, only to find Cold Wind standing still, an enigmatic smile gracing his face. Heh, Cold Wind chuckled softly, finally managing to close his mouth. "Swift Wind, those 2 elders are truly benevolent. Next time we see them, we must invite them to our home. Brother, I thought you did not hold them in high regard." As the Tempest reminisced about the recent incident involving the pouring of water, he could not suppress his suspicion regarding his elder brother's ulterior motives. "What utter nonsense!" exclaimed the Cold Wind, playfully tapping the young lad on the head. "I have always adhered to the principles of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. There is no room for rebuttal. Do not waste time and swiftly write your reflections for me." The Tempest replied, "Understood." Eagerly pressing the young lad down at the table to compose his thoughts, the Cold Wind calmly strolled to the backyard, where he excitedly picked up the wooden sword lying on the grass. The Cold Wind recalled the time he had just traversed into this world, wielding a wooden sword himself. Back then, he felt exceedingly out of place, akin to an ancient scholar clad in flowing robes brandishing a submachine gun, an inherently awkward sight. Yet now, as he grasped the wooden sword once more, simply standing there, an aura reminiscent of the Leaf Village's sword masters enveloped him. The intensity of that presence was palpable. Standing upon the grassy expanse, his eyes gently closed, he contemplated the Dance of the Crescent Moon, revered as the pinnacle of the Leaf Village's sword techniques. This technique required the summoning of 3 shadow clones to charge at the adversary, while the original swiftly identified the enemy's vulnerabilities from a distance, culminating in a decisive strike. Previously, having watched Naruto, he had held a dismissive view of the dance of the crescent moon, influenced by the young lad's casual play. He thought it trivial, unworthy of such an esteemed title, akin to Naruto unleashing hundreds of shadow clones to distract opponents while he seized the moment to deliver a finishing blow. What technical prowess could there possibly be? However, now, through the faint blue luminescence, the cold wind finally grasped the profound truth. The execution of the dance of the crescent moon demanded an instantaneous sequence of actions, from the creation of the 3 clones to the original stealthy observation of the enemy's flaws. Culminating in the execution of a fatal strike, all must transpire in the blink of an eye. The shorter the duration, the greater the threat. Achieving this feat within 1 second, or even half a second, or a mere tenth of a second, would render the ascent from the lower ranks to victory entirely plausible. Thus, the execution of the dance of the crescent moon necessitated not only formidable and precise swordsmanship, but also keen eyes capable of instantly discerning the opponent's weaknesses, along with a robust and resilient physique capable of enduring rapid movement. The second Hokage conceived this technique based on his own prowess, making it exceedingly challenging for others to reach his level, even if they mastered it. In the original tale, the young lad faced Maki. Executing the dance of the crescent moon in his frail condition, how could he possibly achieve such speed? Moreover, although the young lad did not suffer from myopia, he lacked the Sharingan, Byakugan, or the extraordinary perceptive abilities of the second Hokage, which would allow him to instantly detect his opponent's vulnerabilities. How could he hope to seize upon Maki's flaws in an instant? Furthermore, Maki was a seasoned jonin, undoubtedly possessing far more combat experience than the young lad. Would he not intentionally expose a slight weakness, leading the young lad to fall into a trap? How could such a rendition of the dance of the crescent moon ever hope to triumph over Maki? Yet perhaps, in this incarnation, things might be different? The cold wind inhaled a breath of the cool air, calming the tumultuous emotions within, and commenced his practice. He attempted to dance with the wooden sword, his arm muscles already infused with the memory of the crescent moon dance. Without the need for conscious thought, his body began to move in rhythm with the sword. However, this was akin to the stiff sensation he experienced when familiarizing himself with the throwing techniques of ninja tools after collecting them. Nevertheless, with experience, Hanfeng realized that through diligent practice, this rigid sensation of being systemically managed would dissipate. After half an hour of swordplay, he managed to slightly break the shackles of the system's oversight and then returned indoors, seated on the sofa to begin refining his chakra. Despite recognizing the power of the crescent moon dance, Hanfeng understood it was premature for him at this stage. His swordsmanship, vision, and physical condition were all insufficient to meet the requirements for executing the dance. Thus, rather than squander excessive time on this single technique, he deemed it wiser to refine more chakra in preparation for acquiring the Shinong Scroll. Today, he had collected 2 chakra refining techniques from his granduncle, and after merging them, his refining speed had increased by 60 from its original rate. Yet, this pace remained painfully slow, primarily due to Hanfeng's poor physical aptitude. Chakra is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. Hanfeng's spiritual energy thrived thanks to his crossing over and the presence of a golden finger, remaining exceptionally vibrant. In contrast, his physical energy was as stagnant as still water, unperturbed. Even with a 60 boost, the refining speed was still excruciatingly sluggish. However, there was a potential solution: the Shinong's forbidden technique for physical activation. Once he obtained the scroll and mastered the forbidden technique, Hanfeng could enhance his physical condition through its practice, thereby extracting greater amounts of physical energy. Moreover, this forbidden technique promised continuous improvement of his physique as he practiced. His physical condition would invariably strengthen, and his physical energy would naturally increase, making it impossible for his chakra refining speed to diminish. Of course, the refining speed could not rise indefinitely, as spiritual energy could not be enhanced through the physical activation technique. "Brother, I have finished." Around 9 o'clock. His younger brother's 500-word reflection was finally complete. Elated, he approached the sofa, eager for his elder brother to review his work. Hanfeng opened his eyes, accepted the assignment notebook, glanced through it without much comment, and tucked it away into his embrace. He then spoke, "Jifeng, it's past 9. You should head to bed." "But I..." Jifeng hesitated, wanting to continue practicing swordsmanship. Hanfeng fixed his gaze upon him, emanating an aura of scholarly authority that subdued his younger brother's spirit. After a pause, Hanfeng slowly articulated, "Jifeng, have you forgotten what I told you before?" Jifeng struggled, "Brother, Do not aim too high. Hanfeng's words were deliberate and firm. Finally, Jifeng lowered his head and turned towards his bedroom, saying, "Brother, I will go to sleep now." In the subsequent fortnight, Hanfeng's life briefly fell into a rhythm, oscillating between the ninja academy, the Meidodai household, and his own home. During his time at school, he occasionally teased his classmate Air Pao and engaged in light-hearted banter with Irika and Hongdo. However, the most pivotal aspect of his day was the frenzied pursuit of chakra refinement, as he relentlessly consulted all the second-year teachers during his lunch break, thoroughly exhausting them with his inquiries, cycling through them 3 times in total. Over the course of 2 weeks, with 45 opportunities for collection, he faced failure only 4 times, achieving success an impressive 41 times. Coupled with his previous 6 successes, Hanfeng's chakra refinement speed had escalated to an astonishing 470, nearing a 5-fold increase. After fusing his chakra 47 times, the pale blue light representing his chakra refinement technique deepened in hue, almost indistinguishable from a vibrant azure, seemingly just a final step away from perfection. While at Meidodai's home, he acted as a jack of all trades, boiling water, serving it, and tidying up various messes. Once Shinong finished massaging Meidodai's back, Hanfeng dedicated another half-hour to learning bandaging techniques, all the while engaging in mundane conversation to strengthen their bond, a tiring endeavor indeed. Upon returning home, Hanfeng did not rest. He diligently mentored his younger brother, striving to mitigate the influence of the 2 elderly men, Moonlight Jing and Moonlight Song, while subtly shifting his own homework onto his brother's plate. As for himself, he continued his chakra refinement. With each successful collection, fusion, and enhancement of his chakra refinement technique, Hanfeng's speed improved daily, and by the end of the fortnight, the amount of chakra within him had more than tripled. In simple terms, his elusive technique had transformed him from a mere 3-second weakling into a formidable 10-second powerhouse. Consequently, Hanfeng contemplated that perhaps it was time to take action against Shinong, lest the night stretch on with too many uncertainties. One day, as the Ninja Academy enjoyed a break, Hanfeng and his brother Jifeng stayed home to practice on wooden stakes, thanks to the dance of the crescent moon. Hanfeng's wooden swordplay had become quite impressive, striking the wooden post with a resounding clang. He was unconcerned about the noise, as the hospital operated on a bi-weekly shift. And a few days prior, Hui had transitioned from the night shift to the day shift, leaving the house empty aside from the 2 brothers. "Brother, you're amazing," Jifeng exclaimed, utterly astounded. Despite Hanfeng's lack of serious training in swordsmanship, why did his technique appear so formidable and imposing? "This is merely the beginning," Hanfeng chuckled, instilling wisdom in his younger brother. "As long as you establish a solid foundation and progress step by step, swordsmanship will naturally improve." Jifeng, though somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. In essence, the key was to avoid lofty aspirations and to approach any endeavor methodically. Hanfeng tossed the wooden sword to his younger brother, instructing him to practice swordsmanship for an hour, followed by a review of the 3-body technique, and then refine his chakra. Understood. Faced with such a commanding and sharp sword brother, Jifeng had completely succumbed. As the cold wind turned to enter the house, it suddenly glanced upwards at the sky, where a massive dark cloud was slowly drifting from the horizon towards the direction of Konoha. Would it rain? The cold wind stood still, his eyes gradually illuminating. Perhaps today indeed was a propitious day to act. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stepped inside to begin refining his chakra. Lunch consisted of sushi and rice balls, prepared in advance by Hui, and while the taste was unremarkable, he was fortunate to find some vegetables at home. The cold wind boiled a pot of vegetable soup, providing a slight improvement to the meal for himself and his younger brother. After dining, he urged his little brother to refine his chakra. However, less than half an hour into the process, the younger one grew restless. Being young, he could not escape the natural inclination towards activity over stillness. Sitting on the ground to refine chakra was far less appealing than playing with wooden stakes in the backyard. Yet, recalling the cold wind's admonition about gradual progress and avoiding lofty ambitions, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to continue. The cold wind opened his eyes, observing with a slight smile before closing them again to resume his practice. When he next opened his eyes, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking ahead, he noticed his younger brother had dozed off on the floor. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he retrieved a blanket from the bedroom to cover him and then made his way to the backyard. The cold wind looked up. The vast dark cloud had drifted directly above Konoha, casting a large shadow, and the air was thick with a damp heaviness. Rain was imminent. It was time to head out. He turned and rummaged through the entrance for an umbrella, then changed his shoes before stepping outside. With nearly an hour until his appointment with Shenong and Might Guy, the cold wind took his time, strolling leisurely. Halfway through his journey, the first raindrops began to fall. The rain danced in the air, cool and refreshing against his face, but soon transformed into a steady downpour, cascading down like countless beads from the dark clouds above. Overwhelming in their number and intensity, filling the entire sky, the cold wind opened his umbrella and quickened his pace. At 3:50, he arrived at Might Guy's house. Just as Shenong appeared at that very moment. Amidst the curtain of rain, visibility was limited, yet he could vaguely make out Shenong holding an umbrella and carrying a backpack. His beard dampened by the raindrops, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. "Dr. Shenong," the cold wind called out respectfully. "Little Han Feng," Shenong responded, taken aback by the sight of the slender figure braving the heavy rain. "You came all this way in such downpour?" "Yes, I promised to become a doctor." The cold wind's voice sounded somewhat weak amidst the rain. At that moment, Shenong's emotions were mixed. He recalled the cold wind's diligent efforts and commitment to learning bandaging techniques. Feeling a strong urge to accept him as a student, though he knew that was not feasible. Knock, knock. Shenong approached the door of Might Guy's house and knocked twice. Shortly after, the door opened, and Might Guy, smiling, welcomed both Shenong and the cold wind inside. "You can leave the umbrella here, at the entrance of the Maidai residence. There is not only a coat rack, but also a small wooden stand for umbrellas, which is quite convenient. Today, it seems that Kai is also at home." After Shenong placed the umbrella properly, he noticed that in the living room, Maidai was energetically jumping rope. Completing 5,000 jumps in half an hour was no easy feat. So he resorted to doing 500 push-ups instead. Kai was vigorously swinging the rope with both hands while his feet propelled him with fervor, completely engrossed in his routine. Oblivious to the presence of two additional individuals in the house, Shenong, undeterred, casually walked into the living room. Unzipping the backpack he held close to his chest and retrieving several packets of herbs. Fortunately, the herbs remained dry. Otherwise, the efficacy of the medicinal bath would have been compromised. "Dr. Shenong, I truly appreciate your efforts. I have caused you so much trouble for the sake of my health." Maidai, feeling a bit shy, retrieved the bathing tub and filled it with hot water. "You are too kind." Shenong replied as he meticulously placed each packet of herbs into the tub, causing a pungent aroma to waft through the air. "I shall open a window," Ha Feng declared. Attempting to maintain composure as he swung open the windows and front door of the living room, allowing the cacophony of rain and the damp air to flood in. Ha Feng glanced back, noticing that Shenong paid him no mind. After all, for the past 2 weeks, every time Maidai took a medicinal bath, the windows and doors were opened. And everyone had grown accustomed to it, so Shenong naturally thought nothing of it. As Maidai settled into the tub, Ha Feng's expression grew serious. "Oh, Dr. Shenong and you." Just as Ha Feng was about to make his presence known, Kai, who was fervently jumping rope, was finally roused by the acrid scent of the herbs. "Senior Kai." Ha Feng weakly called out, "I am Moonlight Han Feng." "Indeed, you are Moonlight Han Feng. I remember you." Kai responded, his expression conveying that there was no misunderstanding. He had not forgotten. "Your dream is to become an outstanding doctor like Dr. Shenong, correct?" "Yes," Han Feng replied, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Despite visiting daily for the past fortnight, their paths had not crossed due to Kai's training in the mornings and missions in the afternoons. Otherwise, even if Han Feng was merely a background character, Kai should have remembered his name. "All right, enough chit-chat. You two, hurry and pour in the hot water, or the temperature of the medicinal bath will drop, and its effectiveness will diminish," Shenong urged. "Don't worry, I will handle it," Kai exclaimed, dashing towards the kitchen. The corner of Han Feng's eye twitched. This guy, truly deserving of the title of the strongest man, even if rarely seen, he always appeared at critical moments, creating chaos. Gritting his teeth, Ha Feng transformed into an exuberant youth and followed Kai into the kitchen, shouting, "Leave this to me. Ha Feng, you can trust me with this," Kai declared, holding the boiling kettle with fervor, exuding an overwhelming aura of enthusiasm. Han Feng's brow furrowed. This water, under no circumstances could he allow Kai to pour it. Taking a moment to gather his emotions, Han Feng earnestly spoke, "Senior Kai, in truth, I have always felt a profound sense of unease. For I have had the fortune to study medicine under Dr. Shenong without contributing anything in return. Therefore, I implore you to entrust this matter to me. For it is all I can do at this moment." Observing the sincere and heartfelt expression of Han Feng and listening to his moving confession, Kai was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. "Ha Feng, I did not anticipate that your pursuit of dreams would be fraught with such challenges. I apologize for attempting to take your task." With that, Kai thrust the steaming kettle into Hanfeng's arms. Hafeng nearly lost his composure and kicked back in frustration. Kai was truly overly zealous. Taking a cautious step back, Hanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief as he accepted the kettle and retrieved a small basin, roughly the size of a human face. He began pouring the hot water, then cradled the basin and approached the bath barrel, carefully pouring the hot water into it. Watching from the side, Kai felt that Hanfeng was being rather sluggish. Why not simply pour directly from the kettle? However, recalling that Hanfeng was merely an ordinary lad with little talent, Kai dismissed the thought. After several trips, Kai lost interest and naturally wandered to a corner of the living room to begin doing push-ups. Half an hour passed, and he barely managed 500 push-ups, followed by 1,000 squats. Listening to Kai's fervent aspirations, Hanfeng finally felt invigorated. At that moment, Dr. Shinong stood beside the bath barrel, conversing with Mate Dai, who was seated within. He paid no mind to Hanfeng approaching with the basin of hot water. Having grown accustomed to Hanfeng's routine, truly, habit is a formidable force. With his head bowed, Hanfeng reached the bath barrel when, oh no, he stumbled, and the basin slipped from his grasp, sending hot water splashing onto Dr. Shinong's attire. Mate Dai reacted swiftly, spinning in the barrel to evade the scalding water. But upon realizing Shinong was nearby, he shouted, "Dr. Shinong, be careful." However, Shinong's reaction was even more instantaneous. As Hanfeng fell, the basin swung outwards, and Shinong's leg muscles tensed in response. Yet, he did not evade. In the world of Konoha, Shinong's persona is that of a middle-aged, somewhat greasy man who lacks ninjutsu and taijutsu, with a body plagued by ailments from sampling various herbs. Faced with such an unforeseen incident, even Mate Dai, a taijutsu ninja who had mastered the 8 gates, was caught off guard. Did Shinong truly believe that a lowly ninja would simply evade? Moreover, due to Hanfeng's height, the boiling water splashed directly onto Shinong's clothing, which was notably thick. Thus, even if splashed, he would suffer no harm. Given these circumstances, Shinong chose not to dodge. Ultimately, the hot water cascaded over Shinong's garments, just as Hanfeng had intended. "Dr. Shinong, I am so sorry. It is all my fault." At this moment, the chilling wind seemed to play a mischievous role, rushing towards Shinong with wide, startled eyes. "Quick, Dr. Shinong, take off your clothes. Little Cold Wind, do not be anxious." "I am perfectly fine," Shinong chuckled as he calmed the flustered Cold Wind. "The water did not scald me. There is no need for concern." "Really?" Cold Wind's expression reflected a mix of relief and gratitude. In a corner, Kai, who had been doing push-ups, heard the commotion and hurried over. Seeing that everyone was unscathed, he contemplated returning to his training. "Cold Wind, do take care." Mate Dai, soaking in the bathing tub, also exhaled in relief. Had Shinong been scalded, it would have been rather embarrassing for the earnest Cold Wind to continue learning medicine from him. "I apologize," Cold Wind said, lowering his head. "I am not quite myself today. Perhaps the heavy rain outside has affected me." Shinong recalled the image of Cold Wind braving the rain with an umbrella before entering the house, and chose to forgive him. Thus, his persona of a benevolent and gentle healer would grow even more nuanced. However, amidst his smile, there lingered a hint of concern. If his clothes were to be taken off and left to dry nearby, what if the kind-hearted, guilty Cold Wind attempted to wipe away the water stains? Even though Shinong could swiftly intervene if the scrolls hidden in his garments were discovered, explaining that they contained precious yet perilous medical knowledge, there remained an element of risk. Yet, Shinong was unprepared for what came next. "Dr. Shinong, Uncle Dai, may I please return home early today? I will leave the task of fetching water to Senior Kai." Cold Wind's expression was one of despondency, as if he felt he had committed a grave error and could no longer remain among them. "Let me go, please." "Just let me leave," he implored, head bowed. "Little Cold Wind." Just as Mate Dai was about to call him back, Cold Wind had already turned to exit. "Perhaps he is simply exhausted. Allowing him to rest would be beneficial," Shinong remarked with a subtle smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort at Cold Wind's understanding. "In that case, leave the task of fetching water to me." Kai, upon hearing Cold Wind's request, dashed into the kitchen, grabbing a steaming kettle and emerging swiftly. "Dr. Shinong, your clothes are wet. You should take them off and hang them up to dry, or you might catch a cold." With that, Mate Dai turned to the freshly emerged Kai and instructed, "Kai, please fetch a coat for Dr. Shinong." "I understand." Knowing that Dr. Shinong was unwell, both Mate Dai and Kai took heed of this advice. Kai promptly set the kettle down and rushed into the bedroom, rummaging through drawers. Shinong observed Mate Dai seated in the bathing tub, listened to the commotion in the bedroom, and then gazed at the figure of Cold Wind. who had opened his umbrella and was gradually disappearing into the rain. After closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, he reopened them to find Kai standing before him, holding a trench coat. Once assured that everything was in order, Shinnong graciously accepted Maitadai's kindness, removed his wet clothes, handed them to Kai, and donned the coat that Kai offered him. Under the watchful gaze of Shinnong, Kai swiftly dashed to the entrance, hanging Shinnong's garments on the coat rack atop the shoe cabinet before turning back and busily attending to his tasks. The torrential rain poured down as Han Feng, sheltered by an umbrella, traversed the desolate street for 5 minutes, then silently turned and retraced his steps, reappearing near the home of Mai Dai shortly thereafter. The door to Mai Dai's residence remained ajar, and from the threshold, one could glimpse directly into the living room where a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, stood beside a bathtub engaged in conversation with another greasy man soaking within. The rain fell heavily, muffling Han Feng's footsteps entirely. Yet the more concealed he became, the more cautious he felt. He moved forward, soundlessly approaching the entrance of Mai Dai's home. Han Feng dared not peek inside. Should he be discovered, his carefully laid plans would be in jeopardy. A faint twitch of his nostrils revealed the sharp scent of medicinal herbs wafting from the living room. He silently calculated the time. The medicinal bath should not yet be concluded. Pressing his head against the doorframe, he discerned the voices of Shinnong and Mai Dai chatting, accompanied by the sound of Kai pacing about. He subtly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of the entrance with his peripheral vision. To his left, adjacent to the wall, stood a wooden shoe cabinet, and above it, the coat rack awaited its garments. With great caution, Han Feng inched his head out from the doorframe, striving to remain concealed while stealing a glance at the coat rack. Success. His breath hitched as he spotted a thick brown garment hanging there, the front stained with large splotches of water, unmistakably Shinnong's attire. A weight lifted from Han Feng's heart, yet he knew it was not the time to relax. The critical moment lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he gently moved his feet, only to discover an issue with his shoes. After traversing the damp ground for a while, they had become wet, and should he step into the entrance in his current state, even in invisibility, he would leave behind suspicious footprints. With utmost care, he secured the shoe tops with his heels and removed his feet from them, then bent down to place his umbrella on the ground. In his mind's eye, the green orb glimmered, and the red stardust representing his bloodline limit burst forth in resplendent crimson light, illuminating his internal organs and meridians. A surge of intense, enigmatic energy violently merged with Han Feng's body from this radiant glow. Teleportation, invisibility. In the next instant, an invisible ripple surged from within Han Feng, swiftly enveloping him, transforming into a flowing membrane akin to liquid mercury. 1, 2. He silently counted, stealthily stepping forward, boldly entering the entrance. At that moment, Shinnong happened to cast his gaze toward the entrance. Confident in his invisibility, Han Feng paid no heed, deliberately avoiding Shinnong's eyes to prevent detection. Shinnong glanced around, detecting no anomalies, and returned his attention to conversing with Mai Dai, who was immersed in the bath. 3, 4, 5. The cold wind approached the coat rack, extending its hands to delve into the garments, swinging left and right. Shinnong nodded slightly, instinctively glancing towards the coat rack at the entrance, where he noticed his own clothes appearing to sway gently. It must be the wind, he thought, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. He detected no other chakra fluctuations aside from those of Mai Dai and Kai. Nevertheless, he decided to be cautious and turned to Mai Dai, saying, "Dai, when you come to retrieve it, please shut the door. I worry you might catch a chill." "Dr. Shinnong, I never expected you to care for me so deeply." "I am truly touched," exclaimed Mai Dai, brimming with enthusiasm. 6, 7. He had found it. 8, 9. The cold wind swiftly extracted the scroll from within the garments and, in a flash, darted out through the entrance, rolling to the side. 10. The moment time elapsed, the layer of fluid, mercury-like film enveloping the cold wind dissipated instantaneously. In that fleeting instant, he felt utterly drained, as if he had toiled against a wooden post for 3 consecutive days and nights, exhausted to the point of desiring sleep. At that moment, a torrential downpour began, drenching the cold wind lying in the muddy ground. Clenching his teeth, the cold wind forcefully stuffed the palm-sized scroll into his pocket and struggled to rise from the ground. One hand clutching his shoe and the other holding the umbrella, staggering forward. He frequently glanced back, anxiety etched on his face, until Mai Dai's home gradually faded from view amidst the rain. Only then did he involuntarily exhale, but the moment the breath escaped, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. It was not yet time to rest. The cold wind lay on the rain-soaked ground, biting his lower lip with fierce determination. And once more, he forced himself to rise, propping up the umbrella and laboriously taking steps toward home. The rain intensified, and passers-by could barely discern faces from a meter away, so none noticed the cold wind's pitiful state. The traces he left behind were swiftly washed away by the deluge. 10 minutes later, Might Dai's medicinal bath concluded. Shenong handed a clean towel to Might Dai, and then instructed Kai, please empty the water from the bath. Understood. Kai replied earnestly, moving to grasp the edge of the tub. In the next moment, the pungent aroma of the herbal concoction surged into Kai's nostrils. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Bleck. Unable to withstand it, he immediately began to vomit into the tub. Haha, Kai, this won't do. You still need more training and practice. Might Dai laughed heartily. Indeed. Ugh. Kai retched twice more before. Once he regained some composure, he quickly covered his nose and mouth, distancing himself from the tub. Shenong couldn't help but chuckle. Kai, if you wish to overcome the sin of the herbs, the best method is to take a medicinal bath. Your father reacted just like you during his first experience, but now he has grown accustomed to the aroma. No, I will absolutely not partake in that. Kai, with unwavering resolve, let out a low growl and dashed towards the door, inhaling a few deep breaths of the fresh, humid air. Kai, close the door, Shenong suddenly interjected. His gaze fixed intently on Kai. Yes. Kai took one final deep breath before turning to shut the door. He paid no mind to the droplets pooling beneath the shoe cabinet, after all, with the wind howling and rain pouring outside. It was hardly surprising that some moisture had seeped in. Half an hour later, Shenong successfully completed the task of pushing back for the day. During this process, he had also acquired further data regarding Maida Dai's physical condition. Faster than I had anticipated, Shenong remarked with a smile. At this pace, in 4 or 5 days, he would have gathered all the data he sought. Following this, Shenong imparted half an hour of knowledge on the art of bandaging before preparing to depart. Dr. Shenong, with the rain pouring so heavily outside, why not stay here for dinner? Maida Dai invited. No, I must return to the Shinshao Tavern. The wine there is unsatisfying if one does not partake daily. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kind invitation, Dai. With that, Shenong removed his windbreaker, adding, and thank you for your clothing. Farewell. As Shenong approached the entrance to retrieve his garments, his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. The body activation forbidden technique scroll was missing. Lost? Impossible. He had checked it thoroughly before removing it. Therefore, had it been stolen? By whom? Who could have taken it? Maida Dai? But he had been under Shenong's watchful eye and had no opportunity to tamper with his clothing. Then was it Mei Kai? Shenong recalled the moment when Kai had hung his clothes on the rack, confirming that Kai had not made any suspicious movements. Moreover, clad in a fitted green combat suit, Kai had no pouch for ninja tools, leaving no place to conceal the scroll. Who else could it be? Wait, could it be the Moonlight Cold Wind? Shenong's expression darkened. Upon reflection, he had taken off his clothes only because Moonlight Cold Wind had splashed him with boiling water. However, Moonlight Cold Wind had left before he had undressed. Even if he returned midway, how could he silently steal the scroll right under Shenong's nose? Although Shenong surely had moments of distraction during this process, even so, given his perceptive abilities, it would require an elite J-Nin to steal the scroll from the entrance without a sound. Moonlight Cold Wind an elite J-Nin? Ridiculous. Shenong would never believe that the self-proclaimed 5-year-old brat could be an elite J-Nin. And most importantly, the body activation forbidden technique scroll was known only to him within the entire ninja world. Whoever had taken it, how could they have obtained such intelligence? Wait, could it be the Shinshao Tavern? Every time Shenong returned from Maida Dai's residence to the Deep Grass Tavern, he would promptly inscribe Maida Dai's data onto a scroll. If there were to be any exposure, it would only be at that moment. Could it be that Konoha, someone is surveilling him? Someone capable of evading his perception to monitor him. Could it possibly be the Umbu of Konoha? A wave of dread washed over Shenong. If indeed the Umbu were involved, the moment the contents of the scroll were revealed, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly summon him for an investigation. If Shenong had nothing to hide, he would be unafraid, yet his true identity as the leader of the Sky Ninja made him vulnerable to Konoha's thorough scrutiny, regardless of how skillfully he disguised himself. Contemplating this, a sense of urgency surged within him, compelling him to consider fleeing Konoha altogether. However, he was also burdened by reluctance, on one hand. He had yet to acquire all of Maida Dai's bodily data, and on the other, what if it was not the Umbu who were involved? Shenong's thoughts drifted further and further from the truth, spiraling into confusion. Dr. Shenong, what is wrong? Maida Dai inquired, noticing Shenong standing motionless at the entrance, perplexed. It's nothing, Shenong replied, suppressing his inner turmoil and leaving without a backward glance. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly, mischievous droplets bypassing his umbrella and splattering against his face. At that moment, Shinon faced a daunting dilemma: to depart or to remain. Upon returning to the Deep Grass Tavern, Shinon was greeted by an exuberant waitress who promptly presented 5 bottles of sake. His emotions were fragmented. He yearned to indulge in a drunken stupor, yet he dared not. Meanwhile, the cold wind struggled against the torrential rain, his exhausted body battered by the downpour, on the verge of collapse. "Is that not Hanfeng?" A somewhat familiar elderly voice suddenly called out from the side. Before Hanfeng could ponder the identity of the voice, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. When Hanfeng next opened his eyes, his eyelids felt heavy, and his mind was clouded. He realized he had caught a cold. "Brother, you're awake?" Jifeng exclaimed, leaning over to peer at him from his shoulder. Hanfeng instinctively pushed him away, recalling the events that transpired before he fainted. "The scroll." He began to utter, but abruptly clasped his mouth shut, nearly biting his own tongue, then struggled to rise from the tatami mat. "Brother, it was Grandpa Inoue who brought you back. Aunt Huiko examined you and said you had a cold, advising you to rest more. Are you hungry?" Jifeng chattered incessantly. Hanfeng, feeling a throbbing headache, could hardly muster the appetite for food at that moment. "I, gurgle. Fine, I am somewhat hungry. Jifeng, please fetch me something to eat." Hanfeng replied with a stoic expression. "Understood." Jifeng immediately dashed out. Once Jifeng left, Hanfeng hastily checked his pants. As expected, his previous attire, soaked by the rain, had been replaced. The scroll, naturally, was not with him. After all, it had taken considerable effort to acquire it. The cold wind howled and rushed, yet at this moment, he needed to remain calm. The worst-case scenario looming over him was the possibility of his mother, or even the old man from the well, discovering the scroll. How could he possibly explain that? He contemplated fabricating a story to brush it off. But as he began to think, dizziness enveloped him. Suffering from a cold, he found it utterly impossible to concentrate. Just then, his little brother entered, carrying a bowl. "Brother, please have some rice balls. They are seaweed and sesame flavor." "Of course, I know the flavor," he thought. "Wait, this is not the time for such trivial remarks." Coldwind inquired, "Where is Grandpa from the well?" "Grandpa has already left," replied his brother. "And my mother?" Coldwind pressed on. "Aunt Huizi is cleaning the house." His brother answered. This was a shortcoming of Japanese women. Regardless of whether the house was clean, they insisted on tidying up every day. Coldwind offered a silent tribute to his mother for 3 seconds before finally addressing the crucial question. "What about the clothes and pants I changed out of?" "They're in the bathroom," his brother said proudly. "Brother, I helped you take off your clothes, and your pants are there too." Coldwind's expression darkened. Why did it feel as though he had regressed to being a child? No, at least the child goddess had some awareness. "What about my belongings in the pants?" he asked, his face clouded with annoyance. "Is it that scroll?" His brother stood up and dashed to the corner, retrieving a scroll. Upon seeing it, Coldwind let out a sigh of relief and accepted the scroll from his little brother's hands. As he examined the navy blue scroll, he casually inquired, "Has anyone seen it?" "I wanted to look, but Aunt Huizi wouldn't let me, saying it was your property," his brother replied. "Good boy." Coldwind reached to pat his little brother's head. "But I couldn't resist. I peeked," his brother chuckled sheepishly. Coldwind nearly lost control of his hand but ultimately sighed and retracted it, asking, "So, besides you, has my mother or Grandpa from the well seen it?" "No," his brother declared triumphantly. "I opened it secretly. They don't know. That's more like it." "Did you understand what you saw?" Coldwind inquired. His brother shook his head, a frown adorning his face. "There are some characters I don't recognize, and it's difficult to read." "Difficulty is expected." Coldwind felt utterly reassured this time but still felt the need to issue a warning. Thus, he said, "Little Wind, about the scroll. Do not mention it to anyone in the future, understand?" His brother instinctively nodded, then cautiously asked, "Why?" Coldwind explained, "This is a secret of mine. No one can know, or I will find myself in serious trouble." Little Wind quickly backed down. "I understand, brother. I will absolutely not disclose it." Through their days together, Coldwind knew that his little brother could keep a secret. Otherwise, he could never have concealed his feigned illness from Aunt Huizi. "But brother, how should I respond if Aunt Huizi and Grandpa from the well ask?" his brother inquired. "Just say it's a technique I learned at school and plan to teach you, all right?" The cold wind had been driving for quite some time without a pause. The swift wind nodded vigorously, acknowledging, "I understand, brother." After finishing his rice ball, the cold wind dismissed the swift wind under the pretext of wanting solitude. Once alone in the bedroom, the cold wind grasped the scroll but refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he seated himself on the tatami mat to ponder. Acquiring the scroll of the forbidden technique for physical activation did not signify the conclusion of his endeavors. At that moment, Shinnong must have already realized that his scroll had been stolen. What would he do? Would he remain in Konoha to conduct a covert investigation, or would he, out of guilt, flee the village? If Shinnong chose to leave, then the cold wind would be safe, affording him time to grow gradually. Even if Shinnong eventually uncovered the truth, he would not be intimidated. However, if Shinnong were undeterred by danger and opted to stay behind for a secret investigation, the cold wind promptly closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the events that had transpired. When he had pilfered the scroll and departed from Might Dai's residence, Shinnong had not noticed, indicating that his operation had indeed been executed flawlessly. Of course, the cold wind had fallen at the entrance of Might Dai's home, leaving traces of hair and skin flakes in the pouring rain, but such remnants hardly constituted evidence, as the cold wind had frequented Might Dai's residence daily over the past fortnight, leaving such traces inconclusive. Thus, the only potential clue that Shinnong might suspect lies in the fact that I splashed hot water on his garment. Yet, there was no alternative. Had the cold wind not acted thus, how could Shinnong have possibly removed his clothing if he had not disrobed? Even with the cold wind's ability to utilize the technique of phasing for 100 seconds, it would have been impossible to steal the scroll from Shinnong. Fortunately, the cold wind had promptly feigned illness to leave Might Dai's home, and now, serendipitously, he found himself unwell again, making it exceedingly unlikely for Shinnong to suspect him further. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, the cold wind must swiftly master the forbidden technique for physical activation and subsequently destroy the scroll. With this thought in mind, the cold wind lowered his head to scrutinize the scroll closely. The scroll was a deep navy hue, approximately the length of an adult's palm and the thickness of an infant's fist. Its material was an exquisitely fine silk, smooth to the touch, imbued with texture, and exceedingly pleasant. As the cold wind gradually unfurled the scroll, he was greeted by a dense array of minuscule characters, akin to the size of flies. A cursory glance at the beginning unveiled terms such as body, cells, chakra stimulation, and cellular activation. There was no doubt this was the scroll of the forbidden technique for physical activation. The cold wind felt a surge of excitement and continued to read further. But the increasing volume of text caused his head to throb. Perhaps it would be best to collect the information directly later. With painstaking effort, the cold wind unfolded the scroll, extending it fully until it reached a length of 1.5 meters, yet it still seemed to have no end. With the characters within resembling a swarm, enough to terrify anyone afflicted with a phobia of clusters. The cold wind felt a slight tingling at the back of his neck. Struggling to rise, he laid the scroll on the ground to fully extend it, only to find that the text began to thin out at a distance of 5 meters. The cold wind noticed a series of numbers at the very end, each sequence distinctly spaced apart, and judging by the color of the ink, it appeared to have been inscribed recently. A sudden realization struck him, upon careful counting. He discovered that the intervals between these numbers precisely corresponded to the number of times Shinnong had given Might Dai a push. Could it be that these figures represent the legendary 8 gates of Duanjia formation? Shinnong's intent was to gather data on Might Dai's physical attributes to bolster the advancement of the 8 gates of Duanjia, yet Han Feng was unaware of this, having mistakenly believed that Shinnong's goal was solely the formation itself. Truly, Shinnong is a genius. He has managed to encapsulate the 8 gates of Duanjia in numerical form. Han Feng's heart raced with excitement. However, I am no less capable. I have achieved full marks in both my linear equations and linear algebra. I shall unravel the secrets of these figures and attain the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yet, why did the mere thought of mathematics induce such a headache? Han Feng closed his eyes for a moment to steady himself before approaching the beginning of the scroll. The 8 gates of Duanjia could be deciphered in due time. What was urgent was to master the forbidden technique of physical activation. If he could succeed in one attempt, Han Feng would promptly destroy the scroll, ensuring that the 8 gates of Duanjia were meticulously transcribed onto a small piece of paper, thereby remaining unperturbed even if Shinnong came to inquire. Han Feng gazed at the scroll, which spanned over 5 meters, devoid of any numerical symbols, inhaling deeply before commencing the collection process. The verdant orb in his mind churned rapidly, and after a while, it subsided. Was this a failure? Or could it be that collection was impossible? For days, Han Feng had been collecting from living beings and had never attempted to gather from inanimate objects, thus he was uncertain if the collection technique was applicable to the latter. In a moment of desperation, he seized a nearby towel and frantically began to collect. Yet, there was no response from the verdant orb. Han Feng turned to collect from the wall, then the pillow, a pin, and even his own underwear. But predictably, the orb remained silent. He then attempted to collect from the scroll again. The verdant orb surged momentarily, but after a brief period, it calmed once more. The lack of reaction to the pillow and blanket contrasted sharply with the engagement provoked by the scroll containing the forbidden technique of physical activation, indicating that the collection technique could indeed gather data from inanimate objects, provided there was something of value to collect. Relieved, Han Feng made one final attempt with the collection technique, but predictably it ended in failure. He chuckled ruefully, shaking his head, with all attempts thwarted. It seemed he would have to keep this troublesome scroll at home for the time being. However, where could he hide it safely? As he surveyed his bedroom, shaking his head in denial, he considered that not only might Shinnong come by, but his mother, Hui Wei, would also be entering daily to clean. If Hui Wei had not opened the scroll this time, there was no guarantee she wouldn't be curious next time, making it unsuitable for hiding in the bedroom. What was the key to hiding things? The darkness beneath the lamp? The most dangerous places are the safest? An idea suddenly sparked in Han Feng's mind. He placed the scroll in his pocket and, dragging his weary body, exited the bedroom. "How's your health, Feng-chan?" Hui Wei inquired, having nearly finished cleaning the house. "Mom, I just stumbled on the way. I'm fine," Han Feng replied. "Regardless, you must take your medicine properly, understood?" Hui Wei insisted. Han Feng nodded. "By the way, what is that scroll?" Hui Wei inquired casually. "It is the three bodies technique," Han Feng replied with a calm demeanor. "I composed it myself." "What purpose do you have in writing this?" Hui Wei asked, puzzled. "To teach Jifeng," Han Feng nonchalantly stated. "He wishes to learn the three bodies technique. And I took the liberty of jotting it down at school for him." "Ah, indeed," Jifeng suddenly appeared, nodding fervently, "and Hui Wei, I want to learn the three bodies technique." "Mother, I must ask you to keep this a secret. It appears the teachers at school do not wish for the first graders to be exposed to the three bodies technique prematurely." Han Feng hastily concocted an excuse. "Understood," Hui Wei chuckled. Then turned to Jifeng. "Make sure to study diligently, and you shall become an exceptional ninja in the future." "I understand," Jifeng replied earnestly, gazing at Hui Wei. Han Feng observed his younger brother's flawless expression from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of complexity in his emotions. He recalled the first time he had asked Jifeng to provide cover. The boy had looked somewhat awkward and blushed. Now, has he grown accustomed to it? What a formidable Jifeng he has become. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Han Feng quietly strolled toward the backyard. The sky had darkened, and the relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. Visibility was reduced to mere inches. Han Feng paced along the corridor, then leaned over the edge to glance downward. The wooden corridor of Han Feng's home was hollow beneath, supported only by slender stone pillars, with gaps small enough to allow only a child like Jifeng to pass through. Without hesitation, Han Feng retrieved the scroll from his pocket and decisively tossed it into the crevice beneath the corridor. As night deepened, in the depths of the grass-steeped tavern, Shinnong was stealthily concealed at the turn of the staircase leading to the second floor. Within the tavern, only the last patron remained, continuing to drink. "Ah, Aiko. If you were willing, I would be willing to. Eat. I want to eat. No, I want to drink. No. I want a woman. I want to die. I am so sleepy." The solitary patron, inebriated, spoke nonsensically, teetering on the brink of drunkenness. The waitress cast a glance at him, unbothered. Had it not been for the pouring rain outside, she would have ensured he was escorted out. Shinnong silently observed the waitress, suspecting that the intelligence regarding his scroll had been leaked by her. This waitress was not a ninja. There was no chakra fluctuation emanating from her. If she were to spy from the shadows, she might indeed evade the notice of Shinnong, who consumed 5 bottles of liquor each meal. Curse be it. Shinnong now deeply regretted his decision to stay here for the exquisite wine. Was the cuisine not satisfactory? Yet the food here was indeed lacking. Gritting his teeth, Shinnong's formidable mental fortitude quickly reigned in his wandering thoughts. Something's amiss? Shinnong sensed a shift and swiftly concealed himself. With a series of hurried footsteps, 3 young men clad in red and white fan-patterned clothing burst into the izakaya, calling out loudly for drinks and dishes. The Uchiha clan? A jolt of apprehension shot through Shinnong's heart. Why would members of the Uchiha clan be here at such a late hour? Patrol duty? Indeed. With the war between Konoha and Sunagakure currently underway, the Uchiha, serving as the police force, would certainly be intensifying their patrols to prevent infiltration by Sunan spies. However, could it be possible that during his visit to the Might Dai household, he had fallen victim to an Uchiha genjutsu, leading to the theft of the scroll? And now, with these Uchihas appearing here, was he already surrounded by countless Sharingan? Shinong hurriedly closed his eyes, carefully sensing his surroundings. But aside from the three Uchihas drinking and dining within the izakaya, he detected no other chakra fluctuations. Was he merely frightening himself? Shinong's expression darkened. If he continued in this state of suspicion, he would inevitably reveal a flaw. Although he could not ascertain who had stolen the scroll, he was certain of one thing: that person undoubtedly harbored animosity towards him. In a situation where the enemy lurked in the shadows while he stood in the light, remaining in Konoha would only escalate the risks he had to bear. Unconsciously, the scales within Shinong's heart began to tip towards the decision to leave Konoha. Moreover, I have already acquired most of Might Dai's physical data, which constitutes the bulk of my objective. Although lacking the entirety may hinder the progress of improving the Eight Gates formation, given time, these issues are trivial. As for the stolen scroll, while Shinong felt a pang of sorrow over his being pilfered, the reality was that the theft bore no real impact on him. After all, he had already mastered the forbidden technique of physical activation. Undoubtedly, in the future, one or more ninjas who practiced the same technique would emerge. Should I find out? A silent, cruel smile crept across Shinong's lips as he turned and descended to the second floor. The following day, as the cold wind sneezed its way into consciousness, Ha-Feng felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the physical activation scroll hidden in the corridor, instantly banishing the discomfort of his illness. Soon, however, worry began to creep in. Had Shinong come by last night? Would the scroll hidden in the corridor be snatched away by a rat? Brother, hurry up. It's time for breakfast. Outside the sliding door, his elder brother, Jifeng, urged him, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Oh, got it. Ha-Feng snapped back to reality, remembering that he had school today. Previously, the Ninja Academy operated on a 5-day school week with 2 days off, but now, in wartime, it had shifted to 6 days of classes with only 1 day off. Ha-Feng speculated that if the war escalated and casualties mounted on the front lines, the academy might soon adopt a 7-day week to churn out lower-ranking ninjas through a rigorous education system, replenishing the frontline forces. Of course, this was merely Han Feng's malicious conjecture. Bravely breaking free from the confines of his blanket, Han Feng dressed, washed up, brushed his teeth, and took 3 minutes to tidy himself. Once he had finished, he was pleasantly surprised to find that today's breakfast was tomato, egg, and shredded meat noodles. Is it due to illness? Winchan, make sure to finish the eggs. Hui Wei's face beamed with delight as she added, tonight, Mom will prepare braised pork ribs, so remember to return home early. Oh, so you can cook. I thought you only knew how to make seaweed and sesame. Ha-Feng felt a pang of sorrow, muttering that the living room felt stifling, and cradling his bowl. He ambled towards the backyard. Brother, wait for me. The little brother eagerly mimicked him, clutching his bowl as he hurried to catch up with Ha-Feng. Upon reaching the corridor, Ha-Feng plopped down at the edge of the corner, the very spot where he had discarded the scroll the previous night. As he nibbled on his noodles, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The heavy rain from yesterday lingered until dawn, leaving the air outside refreshingly crisp, imbued with a hint of cool moisture. The radiant sunlight pierced through the dissipating clouds, casting a fan of light upon the village, with one beam illuminating a spot not far from Ha-Feng. At that moment, Jifeng dashed out, unable to resist the allure of the sunlight, leaping off the corridor and running into its embrace. So warm, he exclaimed, grinning foolishly while holding his bowl. Ha-Feng chose to ignore his little brother, continuing to observe his surroundings. He felt an urge to peer beneath the corridor, yet hesitated, uncertain if it stemmed from guilt. At that moment, he sensed that Shinong was lurking nearby. Any excessive movement might reveal the scroll's location. Naturally, Ha-Feng would never admit that this was merely an overactive imagination. Ultimately, he refrained from lowering his gaze to the gap beneath the corridor until he finished his noodles. On the way to school, Ha-Feng was distracted, troubled by thoughts of the scroll below the corridor. Upon arrival, he found it hard to concentrate, as another thought intruded. Should he visit Might Day's house after school? Would he be walking into a trap? Conversely, if he chose not to go, would it imply cowardice and arouse Shinong's suspicions? Suddenly, he touched his forehead, finding it slightly warm. Perhaps he could swing by Might Day's, claiming illness and that his family was worried, thus needing a day to rest. This way, he could appear unperturbed while subtly distancing himself from Shinong. Ha-Feng felt a flicker of satisfaction with his cleverness. Indeed, if one does not push oneself relentlessly, one may never realize their true potential. After the outdoor training class in the afternoon, Ha-Feng entrusted Jifeng to Irika and headed straight for Might Day's residence. After nearly an hour of walking, he finally arrived, noticing the door wide open, indicating that Might Day's medicinal bath was still in progress. Upon entering, he found only Might Day and Kai, who was continuously pouring hot water. Uncle Day, Senior Kai. Ha Feng greeted as he changed his shoes at the entrance and purposefully coughed heavily twice to signal the severity of his condition. Little Ha Feng, what brings you here? Might Day exclaimed in surprise, quickly donning a complex expression as he added, so you didn't know. Know what? Han Feng's heart raced. After the legendary physician Shenong left behind his herbal formulas, he has departed. The voice of Mai Dai carried a hint of sorrow. Upon hearing this, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of joy. Oh no, rather it was profound sadness, and so he tremulously inquired, Uncle Dai, has the physician Shenong passed away? What? Mai Dai was taken aback, then vigorously shook his head. No, I meant, the physician Shenong has left the village. A wave of relief washed over Han Feng. He had feared that Shenong had indeed perished. Nevertheless, the performance must be complete. Han Feng immediately donned a sorrowful expression and lamented, how could this be? I still wish to learn the art of healing from the physician Shenong. Little Han Feng, do not be disheartened. Mai Dai sat in the tub, tears welling in his eyes, lamenting. I can no longer be guided by the physician Shenong. Observing Mai Dai's overwhelming grief, Han Feng felt that remaining any longer would shatter his facade, so he feigned illness. Claiming he could not stay outside for too long, and left Mai Dai's home with a desolate demeanor. Upon exiting, Han Feng did not allow the slightest hint of joy or relief to cross his face. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous individuals standing at the threshold of success, only to be undone by their own hubris. Take, for instance, the villains who, after intricate plots and relentless trials, finally succeeded in subduing the protagonist. They could have ended the narrative with a single decisive blow, unified the realm, or embraced their beloved. Yet in their triumph, they began to wax poetic about their arduous journeys, or indulged in grand ideals, or engaged in mindless bravado, rambling incessantly. In essence, these villains, poised at the very gateway of success, would meander back and forth before the door, utterly failing to enter. Unsurprisingly, they all fell victim to the protagonist's resurgence. Han Feng had witnessed this too many times in dramas and films. Thus, he resolved never to tread the same path as those villains. I stand at the threshold of success. I must not reveal even the slightest crack. Consequently, over the next few days, Han Feng summoned great fortitude to refrain from retrieving the scroll from beneath the corridor, even avoiding a glance at it, pretending it did not exist. Thus, 3 tranquil days passed, devoid of incident. Of course, if one were to say something did occur, it was that Han Feng struggled to find restful sleep at night, perpetually anxious that some mischievous creature might abscond with the scroll. On the 4th day, while attending class, Han Feng was in a daze, repeatedly reprimanded by Kaidoyu for his inattentiveness. Yet, there was little he could do. His mind was consumed by thoughts of the scroll, rendering him incapable of focusing on his studies. Han Feng, what has been troubling you these past few days? Inquired Irika, concern etched upon his face. Does it relate to what you did after school? Han Feng shook his head, then nodded. This was a matter he could not disclose to anyone. A burden he must carry alone. Upon seeing this, Irika's worry deepened. He hurried to discuss with Hongdo and the others, deciding to go shopping and indulge in ramen after school, hoping to lighten the mood with the chill of the evening breeze. In consideration of the cold, both Hongdo and Inuzuka made considerable sacrifices. Otherwise, they would surely have opted for sweet treats like dumplings, red bean paste, and filled buns. Let us all enjoy ramen together this evening, Irika declared upon returning to his seat, addressing Kankazi directly. Ramen? Kankazi's heart stirred, and the imposing figure of a middle-aged man suddenly flashed through his mind. Yes, I know a ramen place where the flavor is unparalleled in Konoha, Irika exclaimed with enthusiasm. I visit it every month. Kankazi's eyes brightened. Great, let us go for ramen tonight. When ramen was mentioned, Kankazi's thoughts immediately turned to the legendary Ichiraka ramen. Without his unique advantages, he might have been an apprentice there now. After school, Kankazi promptly sent his little brother home, reminding him not to expect dinner. Before heading out to meet Irika and the others at their agreed-upon location, the 6 of them hurried towards the ramen shop. Along the way, Hongdo hummed and remarked, Kankazi, be grateful. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be eating ramen. Nothing compares to red bean paste. I want to eat red bean paste too, Inuzuka said, swallowing her saliva. Woof woof. The little puppy, Baiwan, wagged its tail, always ready to respond at the first call of its young master, regardless of the weather. Compared to red bean paste, I still prefer ramen, said Gongzi Tai and Shingitsu Izumi, both men who were not particularly fond of sweets. You two ate plenty during the last picnic, Hongdo retorted, clearly displeased. That was only because you bought those super spicy beef dumplings. Irika couldn't help but interject. Hongdo turned her head defiantly, refusing to admit any fault. Before long, the lively group arrived at the ramen shop. Kenkazi looked up and suddenly panicked. Irmu Ramen? Staring at the sign outside the ramen shop, he felt utterly bewildered by the peculiar name. Kenkazi, this is the best ramen shop in Konoha. Irika said excitedly. Irmu Ramen. Kenkazi looked at Irika with a blank expression. I never imagined you, with your pronounced brows and large eyes, would betray Ichiraka Ramen. The handmade chef and I are quite disappointed in you. Let us go in, Irika said, leading the way as a regular customer. The interior of Irmu Ramen resembled an izakaya, with a ramen counter on the right and small square tables on the left. As dinner time approached, there were surprisingly few patrons at these tables. Irika seemed to sense Kenkazi's confusion and sighed. The ramen here is the best, but it comes at a steep price. That's just the way it is. As the financial steward of the group, Hondo immediately pulled out her money, glancing at the price list with a frown. Irika, our funds will only suffice for the cheapest flavor-enhanced ramen, and even that is a small bowl. Do not worry, even the most inexpensive flavored ramen is absolutely delightful, exclaimed Irika. At that moment, the server from Irmu Ramen spotted them and approached with a smile, inviting them to take a seat. What would you little ones like to order? 6 bowls of flavored ramen, small size. Irika replied, and please, extra broth, thank you. Understood, please wait a moment. After the server departed, the group resumed their conversation. Ha-Fong, seated in the center, rested his chin on his hand, idly watching the ramen chef behind the bar as he skillfully prepared the noodles. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the young man in his 20s, with small eyes, seemed oddly familiar. Suddenly, a thought struck Ha-Fong. He turned to Irika and whispered, Irika, who is the owner of Irmu Ramen? It's Master Fujino Matsuki, Irika replied. Fujino Matsuki? Ha-Fong blinked in surprise, then pointed at the young chef and asked, and who is he? He's Master Fujino's apprentice. Irika leaned closer to Ha-Fong and whispered. Although he is the owner's apprentice, his ramen is actually even more delicious than the master's. What is his name? Ha-Fong's heart raced. Handmade, everyone calls him Uncle Handmade. Irika informed him. What's wrong? Nothing. Ha-Fong understood now. No wonder there was no Ichiraka Ramen. It turned out Uncle Handmade was working for someone else. Ha-Fong recalled the narrative. The first mention of Ichiraka Ramen in the original story was in the theatrical version The Lost Tower, where Uncle Handmade had opened his shop, attracting a crowd that stretched for hundreds of meters. Kakashi, Guy, Hinata, and Asuma were also in line, and then Minato appeared, taking Kakashi to the Lulan ruins to undertake the Dragon Vein mission. Huh? Dragon Vein? Ha-Fong's eyes suddenly sparkled. The ramen arrived. Uncle Handmade prepared the noodles swiftly, and within 5 minutes, 6 bowls of small ramen were ready. The server cheerfully presented each bowl before the 6 diners, interrupting Ha-Fong's musings. Ha-Fong glanced at the ramen in his bowl. Though the portion was small, the broth was abundant and fragrant, enticing even the most dormant appetite. I'm starting, Irika announced, gripping his chopsticks, and the others followed suit. Adapting to local customs, Ha-Fong mumbled weakly before picking up his chopsticks to begin eating. Delicious. The nearby Gongzi Tai had already succumbed to the allure of the broth after just 2 sips. After tasting it himself, Ha-Fong had to admit it was impressive, truly ramen worthy of Uncle Handmade's reputation. In less than 5 minutes, the 6 of them had devoured every last bit of ramen and broth. Indeed, the small bowls were utterly insufficient. Irika looked regretfully at the empty bowls, instinctively glancing toward Hondo. Hondo shot him a glare and retorted, we really have no money left. Oh, what can we do? Gongzi Tai placed his chopsticks on the table and addressed the others, let us go shopping. Onward. Inazuka gently fed the last bit of broth to Shiramaru, raising her hand in response. Woof, woof. The little pup expressed that such a meager amount of broth was hardly sufficient to fill its belly. However, after barking a few times, its young master paid no heed, leaving it feeling quite dejected. The cold wind trailed behind them as they exited the Iriki ramen shop. Neither too far nor too close, yet within his mind, thoughts were incessantly swirling. Upon recognizing the sign of Iriki Ramen as handmade, the first idea that struck Ha-Fong was to invest in it. Although he lacked funds, the Tsukuyami clan possessed wealth. He could reach out to the retired, idle old men, Tsukuyami Inoue and Matsushita, and, under the clan's name, partner with the handmade ramen chef to open a ramen shop that would surely thrive. Yet, recalling the events that transpired on the opening day of Ichiraka Ramen gave him pause. The Dragon Vein mission that was indeed the Dragon Vein. Ha Feng had already confirmed from the scroll detailing the physical activation technique that the collection technique could be applied to inanimate objects. The Dragon Vein. A reservoir of energy flowing beneath the earth, contained chakra that surpassed even that of tailed beasts. If he could collect even a fraction of it, it would be sufficient for Han Feng to traverse the world. Thus, he was determined to involve himself in the Dragon Vein mission led by Minato, Namikaze, and Kakashi. However, Ha Feng was oblivious to the specific timing of this mission. He did not know the year, month, or day, only that it coincided with the opening of Ichiraku Ramen. If he persuaded the Tsukuyami clan to invest in handmade ramen, resulting in an earlier opening for Ichiraku, there was a 99% chance he would miss the Dragon Vein mission. And once the Dragon Vein was sealed by Minato, Namikaze. Ha Feng, why are you daydreaming again? Irika remarked, noticing Han Feng lagging behind, clearly displeased. After all, everyone was accompanying him on this outing. He should not appear so burdened by his thoughts. Indeed, Ha Feng, what is troubling you? Inuzuka-san inquired while cradling the little pup. Nothing much, just feeling a bit unwell these past few days, Ha Feng improvised, then pulled Irika aside. Irika, are you familiar with the handmade ramen chef? Ha Feng asked softly. Huh? Why do you suddenly ask that? Irika responded with curiosity, but under Han Feng's urging, he replied, I come to eat here every month, so I suppose I am somewhat familiar. Do you know if the handmade ramen chef intends to leave Ariki Ramen? Ha Feng subtly probed. Leave Ariki Ramen? Why would he do that? His ramen is incredibly popular. Irika paused abruptly, then his eyes lit up. Ha Feng, I just remembered. The handmade ramen chef seems to have been dissatisfied with the pricing at Ariki Ramen. He often says that delicious ramen should be accessible to everyone, so he has been urging the owner to lower the prices, but the owner has refused. Ha Feng smiled. Exactly. The handmade ramen chef, in his desire to make his ramen available to more people, will surely leave Ariki Ramen to establish a more affordable ramen shop. That does indeed seem plausible, Irika praised. The handmade ramen chef is truly a good person. Irika, if the handmade uncle truly departs from Irmu Ramen to establish his own ramen shop, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity, Han Feng declared solemnly. Indeed. Irika clenched his fists. Absolutely. If the handmade uncle does so, I shall be able to indulge in his ramen weekly. What are you two whispering about? Hongdo interjected, squeezing between Han Feng and Irika, visibly displeased with the secretive exchange between the two boys. It's a secret, Han Feng replied with a grin. Ah, Han Feng, you smiled. Hongdo suddenly exclaimed, delighted. I told you, I'm fine. No need for such fuss. Han Feng shrugged, an expression of helplessness on his face, yet deep within. He felt a sense of warmth. After all, the feeling of being cared for is undeniably cherished. After strolling with Irika and the others until around 8 o'clock, they finally dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Han Feng found his mother, Hui, already fast asleep, having spent the day busy at the hospital. Meanwhile, Ji Feng, that rascal, was in the backyard practicing with a wooden sword, drenched in sweat. The moment Han Feng appeared, Ji Feng hastily concealed the wooden sword behind him, then offered Han Feng a bashful smile, saying, Brother, I just started practicing swordsmanship. You must be joking. With all that sweat, you couldn't have been at it for even an hour. However, Han Feng chose not to expose him. He understood the principle of moderation. If he pressed too hard, the rebellious phase of this little rascal might arrive prematurely, which he could hardly tolerate. Ji Feng, come here. I need to trouble you with something. Han Feng beckoned Ji Feng into the corridor. What is it, brother? Ji Feng, relieved by the absence of reprimand, felt a surge of gratitude. Resolving to comply with whatever unreasonable request his brother might make to repay his generosity, Han Feng pointed to the dark, shadowy space beneath the corridor, flashing a harmless smile. Please go in and help me find something, brother. Ji Feng crouched down, peering into the pitch-black darkness beneath the corridor, panic setting in. And he quickly stood up, apologizing loudly. Brother, I was wrong. From now on, I promise to listen to you and won't practice swordsmanship anymore. The little brother was almost in tears from anxiety. No, I'm not blaming you. Han Feng scratched his head, then leaned closer to Ji Feng's ear, softly revealing the secret of the hidden scroll. Now, nearly 4 days have passed since Shenong's departure, and the surroundings have been tranquil. Coupled with the temptation of the Dragon Vein quest, Han Feng felt it was time to retrieve the scroll, to gather the physical activation forbidden techniques and enhance his strength. Really? Ji Feng wiped away his tears, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he asked, Brother, why did you hide the scroll down there? Are you trying to deceive me? Han Feng shook his head in disappointment, then, with a serious tone, said, My foolish brother, think carefully. Have I ever deceived you since childhood? Ji Feng contemplated deeply. It seemed there were instances, yet the specifics eluded him. Conversely, if he claimed there were none, a feeling of unease settled in his heart. Such a strange sensation. Under the urging of the cold wind, the swift breeze reluctantly ventured into the pitch-black corridor with unwavering courage. Alas, the corridor was enveloped in darkness and confined in space. And the swift breeze, in a moment of carelessness, collided with a stone pillar. Be cautious and feel your way slowly, advised the cold wind. Having grown rapidly to a height of 1.5 meters, the cold wind could not squeeze through the narrow gap between the stone pillars, even when bent over, and thus had to rely on the swift breeze. Fortunately, the corridor was not extensive, and after a few minutes, the swift breeze managed to locate the scroll. Brother, my clothes are dirty. As he emerged from the corridor, the swift breeze was cloaked in a deep shade of black. However, having been exhausted from practicing swordsmanship, he was drenched in sweat, and the cold wind felt no guilt, promptly sending him off to take a bath while he himself retreated to the bedroom with the scroll, which was lightly dusted. After cleaning the surface of the scroll, the cold wind unfurled it to its full length. Once again gazing at the over 5-meter-long forbidden technique for physical activation, along with the 8-door escape formation recorded in numerical code, his heart raced like thunder. Collection. Without hesitation, the cold wind attempted to gather the scroll's essence. A green orb surged in his mind, only to gradually settle down after a while. Failed again? The cold wind furrowed his brow. With 3 previous unsuccessful attempts from 3 days ago, this marked the 4th failure. If the target of collection were a person, the cold wind could employ charm, innocence, or inquiries to guide them, thus enhancing his chances of success. Yet this time, the target was a scroll. How could one guide it? Was reverence the answer? The cold wind rolled up the scroll, holding it respectfully against his chest, silently praying to Oda, no, to Kishimoto. 3 minutes later, he attempted to collect once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. It was the 5th attempt. The cold wind glared at the scroll. Recognizing that the difficulty of collecting the forbidden technique for physical activation was undoubtedly many times higher than that of techniques such as the Great Fireball or Chakra Refinement. Moreover, given that the target was a scroll, he could only rely on luck in the absence of guidance. Why did this feel akin to gambling on a lottery? The lottery was inherently irrational. One could strike it rich in a single try, or take 10 attempts, or perhaps not win for a decade. Wasn't this a scam? Brother, what scam? The swift breeze, freshly bathed and clad in pajamas, dashed in, and, upon spotting the scroll on the ground, immediately expressed curiosity. Brother, what is on the scroll? A very difficult ninjutsu, the cold wind replied casually. Please be quiet, I need some peace. Oh. The swift breeze obediently sat down but was unable to restrain his hands, inching the scroll closer to himself. Having seen the scroll previously, he quickly began pointing at the characters, asking, Brother, how do you read this? And this one? And this one? I don't recognize this one either. The swift breeze proudly pointed at various characters, quickly counting dozens that he did not know. The cold wind, holding his forehead, wished to ignore him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck the cold wind's mind. He swiftly brought the scroll closer, examining the densely packed characters before him. Must one thoroughly read it to succeed in the gathering? Han Feng's eyes gradually gleamed with anticipation, even if his conjecture proved erroneous. What if he managed to learn the corporeal activation forbidden technique through a single reading? Without pushing himself to the limits, how could he ascertain his own excellence? Glancing at the time, which was not yet 9 o'clock, he thought it prudent to read it once. Brother? Jifeng noticed that his elder sibling had ignored him. Feeling a twinge of disappointment. Jifeng, you should sleep. I will review the scroll's contents. Brother, I wish to see it too. I do not recognize many characters. Jifeng pleaded as he leaned closer. Han Feng firmly nudged him onto the tatami mat and, in an unwavering tone, declared, Behave yourself. Once I master it, I will teach you. Understood, Jifeng replied, turning over on the tatami. Brother, do not deceive me. When have I ever deceived you? Han Feng retorted. Jifeng found himself at a loss for words. Han Feng then took the scroll to the light and began perusing it silently from the beginning. After nearly 2 hours of diligent reading, he had skimmed through the scroll's contents. By then, it was almost 11 o'clock, and despite Han Feng's spirited demeanor, the prolonged reading was beginning to wear on him. Gather. Han Feng mustered his remaining energy to attempt the final gathering technique of the day. Regrettably, it ended in failure. Damn it. Han Feng cursed inwardly, gritting his teeth as he rolled up the scroll and concealed it beneath his pillow before collapsing into sleep. In the days that followed, Han Feng secretly stashed the scroll beneath the corridor before school, knowing that the backyard was fenced off from prying eyes. He discarded it with ease, and upon returning home, he instructed his younger brother to retrieve it. Secluding himself in his bedroom, he read it repeatedly, gathering knowledge time and again, and before long, half a month had quietly slipped away. Since the autumn rain that followed Shinnung's departure from Konoha, the weather had finally turned cool. By mid-October, the villagers had donned long sleeves. One day, after school, Han Feng once again had his younger brother discreetly retrieve the scroll from the corridor. "Brother, my clothes aren't even dirty," Jifeng remarked as he crawled in to fetch the scroll, inspecting his attire and finding it dust-free, which only fueled his irritation. The lack of dust was due to Jifeng's daily crawling, which had effectively wiped it clean. Jifeng's grievances were not trivial. Han Feng resorted to familiar reassurances, offering motivational words while promising to pass on the technique once he mastered it, which finally coaxed a smile from his younger brother. In the bedroom, Han Feng rubbed his tired eyes and reviewed the scroll once more. Checking the time on the wall, he noted that barely an hour had passed. The first time he read it, he had spent nearly 2 hours, yet now he could complete it in under an hour. "At this rate, I could recite it backward," Han Feng muttered to himself while gathering. The green orb of light in his mind began to swirl rapidly as usual, but this time, a pale blue light point surged forth like a comet from the green mass, trailing a soft blue glow as it swiftly orbited around the verdant sphere. The cold wind left him momentarily dazed, and after a while, he finally regained his senses. Had he succeeded? It felt so abrupt. A blend of surprise and joy overwhelmed him, and recalling the hardships endured over the past fortnight, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear the scroll to shreds. However, with Shinnung having departed from Konoha and his promise to convey it to his younger brother weighing on him, he silently withdrew his outstretched hand. Simultaneously, he excitedly enveloped the freshly minted azure light with his consciousness. The forbidden technique of physical activation. In an instant, torrents of knowledge surged into his mind like a deluge, causing his temples to throb painfully, as though 2 golf balls had been shoved inside, creating an unbearable discomfort. It took a full 10 minutes for this sensation to slowly dissipate. When he finally reopened his eyes, it felt as if he had just emerged from water, drenched in sweat. Yet, it was worth it. At that moment, he had finally mastered the forbidden technique of physical activation. This technique, in essence, involves stimulating the cells in various parts of the body with chakra, activating them to enter an excited state, thereby significantly enhancing one's strength, speed, flexibility, and overall physical prowess in a short time. To Han Feng, the forbidden technique of physical activation resembled the explosive power of a past life, akin to the eruption of a small universe, bestowing strength upon the weak and magnifying the prowess of the strong. Moreover, prolonged practice of this technique could gradually and permanently increase the vitality of one's cells, making it easier to extract the latent physical energy within them. This was of utmost importance to Han Feng at this stage. Of course, the reason this technique is labeled as forbidden is due to several factors. Firstly, its cultivation poses significant challenges. The human body comprises a myriad of cell types: muscle cells, red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, cardiac muscle cells, skeletal muscle cells, and so forth. Each type of cell possesses distinct characteristics and strengths. Thus, the methods to stimulate and activate them vary greatly. A minor misstep could lead to varying degrees of bodily harm. Secondly, during the activation of cells, it can easily trigger cell division. Cell division. Tsunade possesses a forbidden technique known as creation rebirth, which utilizes chakra to stimulate proteins, rapidly accelerating the frequency of cell division, thereby allowing all bodily organs and tissues to regenerate. In battle, this equates to an immortal state. However, the number of times cells can divide over a lifetime is finite, so the cost of employing creation rebirth is one's lifespan. Therefore, when utilized correctly, the forbidden technique of physical activation serves as a gradual means of enhancing cellular vitality, capable of dramatically boosting physical attributes in combat. Conversely, if misapplied, it could lead to rampant cell division, akin to a death sentence. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Han Feng's forehead. Fortunately, he possessed the gathering technique, or else it might have been only Orochimaru who dared to covet this forbidden art. Nevertheless, even so, Han Feng felt compelled to express his gratitude to Shinnung, the one who developed this technique. Well, perhaps a simple thank you would suffice. Thank you. After dinner, Han Feng, invigorated by the chilly wind, decided to practice swordplay in the backyard. However, he soon returned to his bedroom to commence his training in the forbidden technique of physical activation. The chakra within Han Feng had been refined over the past month, resulting in a significant restoration and enhancement. He could distinctly sense the tiny flickering flame of chakra at his heart growing ever more vibrant. Seated cross-legged on the tatami mat, Han Feng closed his eyes and focused, mobilizing the chakra within him. Under normal circumstances, chakra flows solely through the chakra meridian system, which does not stimulate the body's cells. Thus, the first step was to allow the chakra to flow out of the meridian system, considering that using chakra to stimulate cells could lead to cellular division. Han Feng decided to focus on muscle cells, as they are akin to nerve cells. Once matured, muscle cells do not divide, allowing him to stimulate them without concern. 1 minute later, Han Feng successfully guided the chakra from the meridian system to the muscles of his left arm. However, he suddenly furrowed his brow, a vein protruding from his forehead, as he realized that upon entering the muscle cells, the chakra had explosively ruptured them. The mild yet excruciating sensation was akin to the torment of a needle being thrust repeatedly. Pain was the only appropriate word for it. Swiftly, Han Feng directed the chakra through the meridian system to his right hand, and, hissing in discomfort, he found that the muscle cells in his right hand had also succumbed to the chakra's destructive force. Fortunately, the amount of chakra he had mobilized was minimal, so the number of sacrificed cells was limited, sparing his body from severe repercussions. Subsequently, Han Feng continued to lavishly expend his muscle cells, his entire body tinged with a persistent ache. In less than half an hour, he ceased his efforts, feeling utterly vexed. This was no mere human endeavor. Han Feng was increasingly frustrated, while practicing the technique of throwing ninja tools or the dance of the crescent moon. He had managed to execute them with relative ease, even under supervision. Yet, the forbidden technique of physical activation eluded him. The flow of chakra within his body depended entirely on his focus. Even the slightest distraction could cause chaos, leading to cellular destruction, making the training exceedingly challenging. Han Feng felt as though he had grasped the key to unlocking the treasures of his body, yet the key was somewhat rusted, requiring refinement. How could he polish it? The first thoughts that sprang to his mind were climbing trees and wading through water, two fundamental methods for honing chakra control among ninjas. Although he had utilized his 3 collection attempts for the day, climbing trees and wading through water were not complex skills. He could easily learn them through practice. Without hesitation, Han Feng rose and made his way to the backyard. Though the yard was small, devoid of trees and water, it mattered little. Walls would suffice. The cold wind approached the wall, realizing it wasn't particularly tall. He then dashed to the wall of his own house and, looking up, estimated its height to be over 3 meters, sufficient for his purpose. Subsequently, he began to channel chakra into the soles of his feet. "What are you doing, brother?" The energetic Jifeng rushed over, his forehead glistening with sweat from striking a wooden post with his wooden sword. "Climbing the wall," replied the cold wind, already placing one foot against the wall. He focused, adhering the chakra from his foot to the wall, creating a grip. As he attempted to lift his other foot, he found himself perfectly balanced above the ground. Impressive. Jifeng's eyes lit up. "I want to learn this. I want to learn this." To master wall climbing, one must possess a sufficient amount of chakra. Standing atop the wall, the cold wind glanced sideways at the ground, which lay parallel to him, and then at Jifeng, who was positioned perpendicularly. His heart raced with excitement at this extraordinary visual perspective, a first for him. However, as the elder brother, he maintained a calm demeanor, imparting wisdom. "Jifeng, chakra is paramount. Even the Leaf Village's sword techniques require a vast reservoir of chakra. Thus, you must dedicate 2 hours daily to refining your chakra, understood? Wasn't it just 1 hour before?" Jifeng protested, sitting on the ground. The monotony of chakra refinement felt unbearable to him. Even 1 hour was torturous, let alone 2. "Do you not wish to be like me? To inherit the Leaf Village's sword techniques and bring glory to the Tsukikage clan?" The cold wind posed a penetrating inquiry. "Of course." Jifeng nodded without hesitation. "Then why are you still standing here? Go refine your chakra," the cold wind said, placing his other foot against the wall and once more controlling the chakra to grip it securely. "I understand." Jifeng, with a reluctant glance at his wooden sword, trudged back to the living room to refine his chakra. Meanwhile, the cold wind ascended step by step, the chakra on the soles of his feet firmly gripping the wall. Whether he moved horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, it felt effortless. After some time on the wall, he discovered that his control over chakra had become increasingly adept, akin to an extension of himself. To be honest, the cold wind was slightly astonished. He recalled how Naruto and Sasuke struggled for days before mastering tree climbing and water walking, while he had succeeded almost effortlessly on his first attempt. His talent rivaled even that of Sakura. After circling the wall of his home 1.5 times, he descended. Convinced of his aptitude for chakra manipulation, he deemed further practice unnecessary. "Then, it's time to confront this head-on." The cold wind gritted his teeth, instinctively feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body. Entering the living room, He spotted Jifeng seated on the sofa, refining his chakra. He moved quietly, careful not to disturb him. Back in his bedroom, he closed the sliding door, stretched his limbs, and assessed the muscles in his hands and feet. Then, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to channel the chakra within him. As the chakra coursed through his left arm, a trickle of energy escaped from the chakra meridian system into the muscles of Han Feng, guided by the cold wind. In that moment, accompanied by a sharp pang of pain, the visage of the venerable and somewhat loathsome Wrong Mama resurfaced in Han Feng's mind. Gritting his teeth in silence, he endured the discomfort, employing a strategy of relentless effort. Within 20 minutes, he had once again exerted his influence over the muscle cells in his limbs. Yet, Han Feng did not allow himself to pause, fearing that halting would rob him of the courage to confront Wrong Mama. Thus he persevered. As time elapsed, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his biceps and calf muscles became speckled with small, visible red dots. Fortunately, after 2 hours, the red spots ceased to multiply. Is this the sensation of stimulating cellular activation with chakra? Han Feng mused, distinctly aware of the vigorous tremors of several muscle cells in his left arm. Invigorated by a mere hint of chakra, he perceived an intangible energy continuously emanating from these muscle cells. The toil had not been in vain. He had finally discovered the wondrous sensation of chakra-induced cellular stimulation, and his body's energy was now poised for release. However, contemplating that these were merely muscle cells, along with red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, and cardiac muscle cells, he felt as though Wrong Mama was approaching with a needle, calling out in her insufferable manner. The following morning, in Class 8 of the Ninja Academy, on the podium, YG Kasada was passionately expounding on various techniques of counter-tracking. Han Feng, in a state of languor, listened intermittently, occasionally stifling yawns, embodying the essence of a lackluster student. Fortunately, apart from him, there were at least a dozen other obstinate classmates sharing his disposition, allowing Han Feng to blend in without feeling out of place. During the break, Inazuka S., cradling a small puppy, returned from the restroom, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Red Bean, Han Feng, Irika, Little Iron, and Izumi. She enthusiastically gathered her friends and conspiratorially whispered, "Do you know what day after tomorrow is?" Irika inquired, "What day?" Han Feng speculated, "The school anniversary? I believe it's the weekend, so we should have a day off." Little Iron pondered for a moment. "That's not it." Inazuka S. shook her head, suppressing her voice as she continued, "Let me tell you, day after tomorrow is Shirsue's birthday." Little Iron appeared somewhat speechless. "I thought it was something significant." Izumi shrugged. "Shall we all go for ramen the day after tomorrow?" Irika's mouth watered at the thought. Inazuka S. pouted, feeling frustrated that despite her efforts to eavesdrop on this secret information, her friends displayed little enthusiasm. However, Han Feng found himself contemplating this revelation. He had recently focused his attention on Shinon and the forbidden technique of physical activation, inadvertently neglecting Shirsue. Now that Shinon had departed and he had successfully grasped the fundamentals of the forbidden technique, he realized that as long as he persevered through the hardships and pain in a methodical manner, his physical prowess would inevitably grow stronger. Thus, the current chilling winds allow Han Feng to forge connections with Shirsue, and even with Hinata and Hinata Shinichi, through whom he can become acquainted with more members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and subsequently, collect them. Han Feng remarked, "Xiao, we are not particularly familiar with Shirsue, and even if you wish to celebrate his birthday, we are of little help." Inazuka puffed her cheeks, visibly displeased. Woo-woo. The little puppy, Baiwan, wagged its tail in an attempt to please its young master, but to no avail. However, Han Feng shifted the conversation, smiling as he said, "There is indeed someone in our class who has a good relationship with Shirsue." "Who?" Inazuka tightened her grip, accidentally pulling out a few strands of Baiwan's fur. "Woo-woo." The little puppy whimpered. "Airpal." Han Feng grinned widely. "Over a month ago, Kashimayu and Hiramatsu Taisha invited seniors from Class 7 to guide Classes 1 and 7, and at that time, it was Airpal who teamed up with Shirsue. Since then, Han Feng had frequently seen Airpal running to Class 1, evidently maintaining a good rapport with Shirsue. Suddenly, Airpal sitting in the front row felt an ominous chill creeping down his back, as if he were being watched by some wild beast. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He remained calm, keeping his body still below the neck, and cautiously turned his head slightly. Catching a glimpse of Moonlight Han Feng, Inazuka and others staring at him with mischievous intent. "This is bad. Moonlight Han Feng is going to hit me." Airpal impulsively leapt from his seat, intending to escape, but then reconsidered. He hadn't provoked Han Feng in recent days, so why would he attack him? Clenching his teeth, Airpow sat back down, thinking, if they do hit me, I'll report them to the teacher. No, I'll tell Shui and have him stand up for me. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a heavy hand clap down on his shoulder. Don't hit me. Airpow shrieked as he stood up. Hanfeng appeared somewhat bewildered. Airpow, what is the matter? Humph. Airpow sensed he may have overreacted, yet he remained composed, gruffly asking Moonlight Hanfeng, what do you want by hitting my shoulder? I need your help, Hanfeng stated candidly. Huh? Airpow burst into laughter. Moonlight Hanfeng, let me tell you. I want help. You're rejecting me without even knowing what I need? Hanfeng sighed. If Teacher Kashima knew you were like this, he would be so disappointed. Then, go ahead and say it. Airpow hesitated for a moment before resolutely adding, but even if you say it, I still want help. Such spirit. Hanfeng couldn't help but commend Airpow, then proceeded to make his request. Let me take you all to celebrate Shusui's birthday? Airpow was momentarily taken aback. While celebrating Shusui's birthday was acceptable, bringing them along was unnecessary. I want help. He placed his hands on his hips defiantly. Even if you hit me. I want assist. Ito Airpow, I beg of you. Inizuka-sa rushed over with the little puppy upon witnessing the scene. I. Airpow's anger flared, exclaiming, I am not called Ito Airpow. I am Ito Air. Ever since the moniker Moonlight Cold Wind was bestowed upon him, his classmates have nearly forgotten his true name, leaving him in a state of dismay. My sincerest apologies, Pang. In a heartfelt gesture, Inizuka-sa bowed deeply in apology. Pang's face revealed a hint of melancholy. Then, Akat approached, playfully asserting, Pang, little sa desperately wishes to befriend Shui. I beg of you, allow it. And I shall treat you to dumplings later. Once again, you call me Pang. Pang gritted his teeth in frustration, yet as he beheld Inizuka-sa, who remained bowing and reluctant to rise, his heart softened. After a moment of internal conflict, he conceded, very well, but I shall only take Inizuka-sa. No one else is allowed to join, especially not Moonlight Cold Wind. Not a problem, Cold Wind replied with a smile. Inizuka-sa, filled with joy, straightened up. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you. Pang. Call me Pang one more time, and I shall revoke my offer. Pang retorted in irritation. Understood, Pang. 2 days later, on October 19th. The Ninja Academy was on break, coinciding with Shusui's birthday. Pang, after much effort, managed to invite Shui to his family's sushi restaurant for the celebration. As for why it was not in the evening? Obviously, with Shusui's popularity, his evening was already monopolized by the bronze class. Pang had to stubbornly outmaneuver his competitors to secure the afternoon slot. I apologize, it is my birthday, yet I find myself causing you expenses. Shui remarked upon entering at sushi. Expenses? Nonsense, Shui. Come in and take a seat. Allow me to introduce you. Pang replied, ushering Shui into the sushi restaurant. He first introduced his father, the owner of its sushi, Ichi. Ichi, of average build and appearance, possessed hands that were notably fair and delicate, exuding cleanliness. Welcome to my humble establishment, Shui-kun. My son has been a bother to you, Ichi said with a warm smile. Uncle. Sans theoretical knowledge surpasses mine. I am the one causing him trouble, Shui replied with a smile. Next came the introduction of Inizuka-sa. She had arrived early at its sushi, waiting for over 2 hours, and upon seeing Shui, felt an exhilarating rush. Hello, Shui-kun. I am Inizuka-sa from Class 8. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me. She stood upright, cradling a small puppy, her cheeks flushed as she declared. My dream is to become an exceptional ninja, and then. She cast a furtive glance at Shui, her face reddening. Hello, Inizuka-san. Please take care of me. Shui responded warmly, his demeanor friendly. Inizuka-sa was instantly entranced, standing frozen in place. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the sushi restaurant. Ah, how peculiar. There's a sushi restaurant here, since I haven't had lunch yet. Shall we indulge in sushi today? Upon hearing the commotion, Pang felt an immediate sense of urgency. He rushed to the entrance, bouncing off the ground like a ball, and seized the sign hanging outside the shop. Today, we are closed. Leave at once. Moonlight, Hanfeng, you must go, he bellowed. Pang, taking advantage of his ample physique, stood defiantly at the sushi shop's doorway, blocking the entrance against Hanfeng and his companions. Pang, what brings you here? Hanfeng feigned surprise, turning to Irika and the others. What a coincidence. This Ito sushi shop is owned by Pang's family. Indeed. It seems fate has led us here while we were merely wandering about. Irika chuckled. Red Bean, Gangzi Tai, and Shinsetsu Izumo all joined in, marveling at the whims of destiny with feigned seriousness. You shameless rascals. Airpang trembled with indignation. What coincidence? What fate? You despicable rogues. You clearly came here on purpose. As Han Feng and his group clamored to enter, Airpang puffed out his belly, attempting to shove them back. Airpang. This is rather unkind of you, Han Feng remarked, hands in pockets. Your door is always open, welcoming guests. Now that we have arrived, you refuse us entry? Airpang. We merely passed by, hungry for sushi. We will leave promptly after, Red Bean asserted earnestly. Absolutely not. Airpang glowered at Han Feng, exclaiming, Moonlight, Han Feng. You have deceived me. Deceived you? Han Feng looked at him innocently. What have I lied about? I stated I would only bring Inuzuka-sa to celebrate Shizuki's birthday. And you were not to join. Airpang growled under his breath. Yet here you all are. Airpang, you are misunderstanding us. Han Feng sighed, shaking his head, pondering how stubborn this plump fellow could be. Precisely, Airpang. We are merely out shopping. In our wanderings, we found ourselves here, and our stomachs beckoned for sushi. We did not come to celebrate Shizuki's birthday. We did not deceive you. Irika, Red Bean, Gangzi Tai, and Shinsetsu Izumo chimed in, each adopting an increasingly innocent and naive expression. Airpang's anger was palpable, causing his flesh to quiver. Listen to yourselves. Is this even a coherent argument? Just days ago, you assured me otherwise, and now you turn your backs on our agreement. Utterly shameless. Little Air, have any guests arrived? Ito Shio, overhearing the ruckus outside, grew concerned that his son was causing trouble. Father, no. Airpang quickly replied. Ito uncle, we are all classmates of Airpang. Han Feng called from within. Airpang's expression shifted dramatically. Little Air, invite your classmates inside. Ito Shio's hearty laughter echoed from within. This is the first time you've brought so many friends. I must show off my skills. Upon hearing his father's command, Airpang realized the futility of resistance. Filled with both anger and resentment, he glared at Han Feng, exclaiming, Moonlight Han Feng, I shall never speak to you again. Generally, Airpang had a good temperament, and Han Feng, unfazed, chuckled as he playfully poked Airpang's belly, which was surprisingly resilient. Airpang huffed and swatted Han Feng's hand away, maintaining a stern expression as he opened the door. Once inside, Han Feng introduced himself to Airpang and his father, Ito Hidaichi, before reuniting with Inuzuka Seo, forming a harmonious six-member group. It's you. Ji Shui exclaimed upon seeing Han Feng, his eyes lighting up. Do you remember me, Ji Shui? Han Feng asked, visibly delighted. Ji Shui nodded, recalling. Moonlight Han Feng from Class 8. I have a vivid impression from our last practical training session. That was merely luck. I cannot compare to you, Han Feng responded, grinning as he entered into a cycle of mutual flattery with Ji Shui. Behind Ji Shui, Airpang pretended to gag, attempting to disgust Han Feng. However, this spectacle caught the attention of his father, who shot him a fierce glare. Feeling wronged, Airpang lowered his head, on the verge of tears. Irika, Gangzi Tai, and Kamizuki Izumi were not particularly interested in Ji Shui. They merely followed Han Feng to enjoy a meal of sushi from Airpang's home, currently seated at the bar, admiring Ito Hidaichi's culinary skills. Meanwhile, Hong Do was engaged in whispered conversation with Inuzuka Seo, causing Seo's cheeks to flush with shyness. After concluding their exchange of compliments, Han Feng grew more familiar with Ji Shui and presented a carefully prepared birthday gift, a string of beads he had purchased on the way, a bargain at 50 strings. Another string tucked in his pocket was meant to console his little brother, as he felt it necessary to show some appreciation for leaving him at home with rice balls. Ji Shui received the beads with a smile. Although the gift was not extravagant, it brought him joy. Witnessing this, Airpang's aura of resentment intensified. You claim not to be here to celebrate Ji Shui's birthday, yet you've even prepared a gift. How despicable. Soon after, Inuzuka Seo and Hong Do presented their gifts as well, all trivial trinkets, which Ji Shui graciously accepted with a smile. Airpang forced a smile, but his spirits sank further, feeling as though the friends he had finally made were being taken away by Han Feng and his companions. Fortunately, Ito Hidaichi had prepared several types of sushi and called everyone to come and taste them. Seizing the moment, Airpang quickly pulled Ji Shui away from Han Feng. Guiding him to the bar, he enthusiastically introduced, Ji Shui, this is salmon sushi, made with the freshest salmon. Han Feng shrugged, intending to sit beside Ji Shui, but was unexpectedly restrained from behind. Turning around, he saw Inuzuka Seo gripping his shirt, her expression sullen and silent. Feeling his heart race, Hanfeng promptly offered his seat to Seo, who then brightened, shyly taking her place next to Ji Shui. Hanfeng, over here, called Irika and the others, seated nearby, waving cheerfully at him. The cold wind shrugged and took a seat, where several plates of sushi were arranged on the bar, unable to identify their types. The cold wind randomly grabbed one and popped it into his mouth, finding the taste quite agreeable. Cold wind, why do I feel you possess more enthusiasm than Xiao Sha? Irika inquired with a smile from the side, having chatted with Shizuki for quite some time, while Xiao Sha's expression darkened in response. Nonsense. I am merely lightening the mood. Look at you all, hiding in the corners as soon as you arrived. Xiao Sha blushes when speaking to Shizuki. And if she were to converse with Hongdo, she might just seek vengeance on her, so it's best that I take charge, Cold Wind declared, shaking his head to absolve himself of any blame. Is that so? Irika scratched his head in confusion. Irika, Cold Wind is undoubtedly talking nonsense. Look over there. Without Cold Wind, isn't Airpang managing the atmosphere splendidly? Gongzi remarked with a chuckle. Go away, you talk too much, Cold Wind retorted, rolling his eyes. That being said, Airpang's father's sushi is indeed delicious, Shinwei Xianyan commented. Indeed, but I still prefer Uncle Xiaoda's ramen, Irika responded. I share the same sentiment as you, Cold Wind declared as he stuffed a salmon sushi into his mouth, firmly expressing his stance. Irika, how about we go have ramen tonight? Irika suggested. No money. I think we should wait until Uncle Xiaoda's ramen shop opens before we go. Cold Wind replied with a smile, adding, So, Irika, you must keep a close watch on Uncle Xiaoda. Understood, Irika replied, somewhat puzzled, as Cold Wind frequently reminded him about this matter despite Uncle Xiaoda's delicious ramen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hongdo extended an invitation to Shizuki. Shizuki, my birthday is in 5 days. May I invite you to our gathering? Shizuki paused, seemingly surprised that Hongdo would invite him. However, as Hongdo would be attending his birthday as well, he felt compelled to go and nodded with a smile, sure. Sitting nearby, Inuzuka Sha was overcome with excitement. Really? Shizuki, you will come? Shizuki was puzzled by Inuzuka Sha's reaction. Why did it seem that she was even more excited than Hongdo about the birthday invitation? Hongdo tugged at Inuzuka Sha's hand, signaling her to calm down, and then expressed her gratitude to Shizuki. Airpang, seated at the side, wore a disgruntled expression, pondering how events had spiraled to this point. Shizuki was truly being whisked away by them. These incessant interlopers, he thought. I must sever all ties with them. The simple birthday sushi feast continued until 3 in the afternoon. Cold Wind and the others indulged until they were quite full, while Airpang seethed with frustration. This little scoundrel, Moonlight Cold Wind, not only stole his friend Shizuki but also gorged on his family's sushi. And the worst part was that Cold Wind didn't even have to pay. Airpang, I must take my leave for today. I have other classmates to meet this evening, but I sincerely appreciate your hospitality, Cold Wind announced, influenced by his companions, and without realizing it. Shizuki began referring to Airpang as well. Certainly, Ji Shui found it more endearing and natural to refer to his classmate as Airpang rather than Itu. However, when this name fell upon Airpang's ears, it resonated quite differently. Ji Shui, you have changed, Airpang stammered, his cheeks quivering, unsure whether it was excitement or indignation that stirred within him. Airpang, we are leaving too, Hanfeng said, waving cheerfully. After all, the chubby fellow was a good-hearted soul. Airpang, why not bid farewell to your classmates? His father, it is Shuichi, chimed in. Dad, you are calling me Airpang now too. Airpang gazed at him in disbelief. It is Shuichi retorted, who told you to eat so much? Besides, Airpang is far easier to pronounce than Xiaoer, so from now on, you shall be Airpang. Father, you have changed, Airpang lamented, tears welling in his eyes. He hung his head, his rotund belly obscuring his toes, yet how could this be termed as being overweight? It was merely a sign of fullness. Surely, he would slim down to a six-pack in the future. After bidding farewell to Ji Shui, the 6-member troop of Hanfeng sauntered leisurely down the street, digesting their meal. I am quite full, Gongzi remarked, patting his belly and unable to suppress a couple of hearty belches. Indeed, Uncle Itu's sushi was truly delectable. I didn't realize I had consumed so much, Irika added. Still, I feel somewhat guilty towards Airpang, he continued. Stop overthinking it. Though Airpang may not voice it, he surely appreciates our presence, Hanfeng asserted confidently. Hey. Now is not the time for this. Hongdo suddenly interjected, her demeanor serious as she approached. In 5 days, it's my birthday, so fork over the cash. What nonsense is this? Hanfeng glared at her sideways. If it's your birthday, go ask your dad for money. Exactly, This isn't a picnic. Gongzi supported Han Feng's stance. Speaking of which, I believe I have to look after my little brother that day, Han Feng solemnly stated. And I seem to have plans to eat ramen that day. Irika followed suit. As for me, I was supposed to go with Qian. Gongzi's words were abruptly cut off by Hongdo. You lot. Humph. My birthday will be a picnic. And I've already invited Jishui. You all must not hold me back. Even so, Han Feng spoke earnestly. I suppose I will have to pay up. Hey, Han Feng, where's your pride? Gongzi scoffed. Irika looked on with skepticism. Han Feng, you still claim you have no interest in Jishui? Not a chance. Inazuka-sa declared fiercely, Jishui is mine. Each person owes 500 yuan, Hongdo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she squeezed past Inazuka-sa. Money is nothing. The key is I believe Jishui, being a boy, may not fancy sweets, so sa, when you buy the ingredients, do not heed Hongdo. Han Feng discreetly cautioned Inazuka-sa. Han Feng, you are saying too much. Hongdo retorted, displeased. Han Feng was about to respond with a smile when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something refreshingly unique. Green? He turned to look, his eyes brightening. Kai. And Kakashi? Not far from a weapon shop, Guy, donned in a tight-fitting green combat suit, was circling around a silver-haired youth wearing a mask. The young man, languidly selecting shurikens, paid no heed to Guy's presence. Kakashi, you scoundrel. Why do you refuse to accept my challenge? Guy bellowed from the left. Didn't I defeat you just yesterday? Kakashi replied, tilting his body as he examined the sharpness of a shuriken. But youth is boundless, Guy exclaimed, darting to the right with clenched fists. As long as I possess youth, I shall continue to challenge you. Kakashi turned his back, his head facing away. Last time, I merely faltered, but this time, I will certainly triumph over you. Surely you aren't too afraid to accept my challenge? Guy shouted again, confronting Kakashi. How bothersome. Kakashi muttered, turning once more to inspect another shuriken. Damn it. Guy hopped in frustration. Kakashi, are you even listening to me? I am, Kakashi responded, still presenting his back to him. Guy's irritation peaked, evident in the veins popping on his forehead. Senpai. Although the timing seemed inopportune, Han Feng seized the moment to approach Kakashi. Not wanting to miss the chance to greet him and make a memorable impression, he felt it imperative to introduce himself. Who? Guy frowned, glancing at Han Feng. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Han Feng struggled, knowing that if it weren't for Guy's notorious inability to remember faces, he would have surely been cast aside. Is that Kakashi-senpai? Hongdo suddenly recognized him, rushing over in excitement. Are you Kakashi-senpai? Kakashi lazily shook his head. You have mistaken me for someone else. No, it's definitely you. You are Kakashi. Hongdo squealed. Kakashi? The prodigy who graduated from the Ninja Academy in just 1 year? Impressive. To encounter him here, Gongzi, Tetsu, Kamizuki Izumo, and Irika were all Kakashi's fans. And even Inazuka Sasuke joined the throng, unintentionally pushing Han Feng aside. What is going on? Guy grumbled, feeling disgruntled. I also graduated from the academy in just 2 years. So why is everyone flocking around Kakashi? Humph. Both Guy and Kakashi had entered the Ninja Academy at the age of 5, however. Kakashi graduated the following year and became a CHnin soon after, earning the title of a genius that overshadowed his peers. In Kakashi's generation, most of his contemporaries had graduated early from the academy. Guy graduated in the 41st year of Konoha at the tender age of 7, while Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Shizen, and others graduated the following year, which was the 42nd year of Konoha. They entered the academy at 6, thus graduating at 9. Even Uchiha Obito, who was often deemed mediocre and labeled as the underachiever, graduated at the same age. Regrettably, all of their brilliance was eclipsed by Kakashi alone. Guy was not envious of Kakashi. Rather, each of his challenges felt akin to running a marathon, which left him filled with resentment. Senpai. Han Feng approached once more. Kai gazed at his face, and after a moment, a recollection dawned upon him. Ah, you are the Moonlight Cold Wind, the one who aspired to be a doctor? Indeed. That is I, Cold Wind, with tears welling in his eyes, felt as though he had finally transformed from an inconsequential extra into a significant extra. A doctor? Cold Wind, your dream. Irika, overhearing, turned to interject. Silence. A fierce glare from Cold Wind made Irika understand, and then he enthusiastically pulled Kai aside. Senior Kai, are you on a mission here? Indeed, this is my life's mission. Kai pointed towards Kakashi, surrounded by Azuki and Inazuka, his expression earnest. Do you see that arrogant fellow? His name is Kakashi. He is my peer, a friend, and a rival. No matter the effort required, I must defeat him. Is he the Kakashi who graduated in just a year? Cold Wind looked on with respect, taking Kakashi as a benchmark. As expected of Senior Kai. I believe you can surely defeat him. Really? You genuinely think so? Kai's tense expression softened immediately. Cold Wind, I also believe you can become an excellent doctor. Let us ignite our youth for our dreams together. Cold Wind found himself at a loss for words. I simply wanted to meet Kakashi. Could you refrain from this youthful fervor and introduce me already? Boss, how much for this kunai? After much deliberation, Kakashi finally chose a dark, black kunai. Senior Kakashi. Are you purchasing ninja tools for a mission? Senior Kakashi, I know a store with exceptional ninja tools. I could take you there. As Red Bean, Irika, and others turned into enthusiastic admirers, crowding around Kakashi, Cold Wind, standing beside Kai, could no longer bear to watch and rushed forward to intervene. Enough of this. Step aside. Cold Wind boldly approached, and then offered to pay. Senior Kakashi, allow me to cover the cost of your ninja tools. Shoo. Red Bean and the others showed no regard for Cold Wind, immediately shushing him. Cold Wind found himself helpless. Despite Kai's fervent encouragement, he showed no intention of introducing them. Thus, Cold Wind had no choice but to take the plunge himself. To clarify, you have mistaken me. I am truly not Kakashi. Kakashi, with a resigned expression, covered his forehead, appearing exasperated, and then, in a flash, he vanished. What just happened? Cold Wind was bewildered, glancing around, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Incredible! That was the body flicker technique. Gongzi exclaimed excitedly. It is an advanced ninjutsu, one that only true ninjas can master. As expected of Senior Kakashi, Irika's eyes sparkled with admiration. Though he is only 2 years our senior, he is already so far ahead of us. Inuzuka Shea seemed conflicted. Even so, I prefer Shursui. No one asked you that, Shasha. Red Bean couldn't help but tease. As they bickered animatedly, the owner of the ninja tool shop strode directly into the biting wind. 5,000. Huh? What? Ha Feng was momentarily taken aback. But young lad, weren't you just saying you would pay for that esteemed ninja? The shopkeeper chuckled. Did I say that? Han Feng replied, feeling somewhat flustered. No. But how did you arrive at that figure of 5,000? Earlier in the morning, Ha Feng had spent 50 on 2 wristbands. And he had thought the prices in Konoha were quite reasonable. Yet, now he was being charged 5,000 for a single shuriken, though you may be young. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, the shopkeeper explained earnestly. The kunai that esteemed ninja took was forged from refined iron by the craftsmen of the Tool Ninja Village, making it far sharper and more resilient than an ordinary kunai. Hence the higher price. Han Feng, devoid of hope, cast a glance at his companions. I did indeed hear Han Feng say he would pay for Kakashi-senpai. Although it was a bit pricey, if it's for you, you will surely find a way, Han Feng. Kakashi-senpai might be watching you from the shadows. Gambada, Red Bean, Irika, Inuzuka Saha, and Gongzi Tai, along with Kamizuki Izumi, encouraged him in unison before retreating step by step, then darting behind Guy, their smiles barely concealed. Ha, ha, ha. Han Feng's lips twitched in irritation, and he turned to the shopkeeper with a forced smile. Did Kakashi-senpai not pay? The shopkeeper regarded Han Feng with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? What I mean is, Kakashi-senpai is truly straightforward. Han Feng's face turned a shade of green. That scoundrel, who kept insisting he was not Kakashi, had brazenly taken the kunai and run off. How utterly cunning. With no other recourse, Han Feng directed his gaze towards Guy and approached him. Although Guy was merely 2 years his senior, he was already a genin, and having trained and taken on missions for several years. He must have saved a fair bit of money. In the short distance of a few steps, the quick-witted Han Feng had concocted a scheme, Guy-senpai. I've thought of a brilliant way to compel Kakashi to accept your challenge. Really? What is it? Guy was immediately excited, urging him to continue. It's simple. You pay for the kunai, Han Feng stated earnestly. If you pay, then Kakashi-senpai will owe you a favor, making it difficult for him to refuse your challenge. Han Feng, you. Guy's eyes suddenly sparkled with fervor, igniting a fiery excitement in Han Feng's heart. Life can be cruel, can't it, brother Guy? Faced with Guy's intense gaze, Han Feng felt his very being tremble. You make such a compelling argument. How did I not think of that? Guy exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Han Feng on the shoulder before dashing towards the shopkeeper. Boss, I'm here to pay. I was utterly startled, thinking. Han Feng couldn't help but reflect on the straightforwardness of Senior Kai. Could it be? Did he actually believe it? Irika appeared dumbfounded. Han Feng could hardly afford the fee to hire a big target. How could Senior Kai be so oblivious to such an obvious matter? Gongzi Tai remarked, Han Feng, you are leading him astray. Shinwei Azumo unsheathed his metaphorical sword. How despicable. Hongdo decisively followed suit. This senior Kai has grown to be. I never expected his intellect to. Such a pity. Indeed, indeed. Woof woof. Hongdo and Irika exchanged disdainful glances at Han Feng. Even the little puppy, Baiwan, joined their ranks. Enough of this. Han Feng exclaimed, exasperated. If I weren't short on funds, I wouldn't have wasted my wits. And what was the meaning of your hasty retreat just now? Can we still enjoy our time together in the future? Hush, hush. Irika and the others showed no mercy towards Han Feng, merely hushing him. Meanwhile, Kai had swiftly settled the payment for the kunai with the shopkeeper. Now, it was time to challenge Kakashi. Kai turned to Han Feng, a serious expression on his face, and said, Han Feng, thank you for your suggestion. I will truly remember it this time. Farewell. With that, Kai's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Han Feng looked at Irika and the others, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, and said, you all saw that, right? I did not lead him astray. Senior Kai even expressed his gratitude. Hush, hush. Came another round of hushing from the group. After Kakashi and Kai departed, the 6 of them resumed their leisurely stroll, discussing where to hold Hongdo's birthday picnic in 6 days. Inuzuka-sa had numerous demands. It needed to be serene, sunny, adorned with lush greenery, and filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant flowers, turning Hongdo's birthday into her own the non-negotiable event. Whenever the group teased her, she would retaliate by letting Baiwan nip at them, quite fiercely too. Amidst their chatter, a distant sound of weeping suddenly pierced through the air. What is that sound? It resembles sobbing, and it seems to be more than one person. What has transpired? That direction. It seems to be towards the hospital. Han Feng's heart raced. The hospital? A multitude of cries? The village has been peaceful lately. How could there be such a cacophony of sorrow? A dreadful premonition surged through Han Feng's mind. Could it be? Unbeknownst to them, the war between Konohagakure and Sunagakure had persisted for over a month. During this time, ninjas from both hidden villages engaged in numerous large-scale battles along the borders of the Land of Fire, resulting in heavy casualties. Subsequently, the confrontations gradually shifted from direct combat to various assassinations, and as the scale of battle diminished, the front line of Konoha promptly returned the bodies of fallen ninjas, along with those severely injured and unable to fight, as well as captured enemy ninjas back to the village. The mortuary of Konoha Hospital was now overflowing with numerous corpses, and bereaved family members rushed in from all directions, their grief spreading like a plague. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and elder advisor Nara Shikako had already arrived early, gently comforting the mourners, though their efforts bore limited fruit. Hokage-sama, the director of Konoha Hospital, Nara Shirkue, approached with a grave expression, murmuring that the statistics were accurate. A total of 132 bodies had been returned from the front lines, along with 74 severely injured ninjas who would no longer be able to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. Out of a mere 2,000 ninjas dispatched to the front, losing 1/10 in just a month was a devastating blow. Filled with both sorrow and indignation, after a moment of contemplation, he turned to T-Rune Koha, stating, Koha, let us lay to rest the heroes who sacrificed themselves for our village in the martyrs' cemetery tomorrow morning. Shirkue, the injured comrades will be entrusted to the hospital. Both T-Rune Koha and Nara Shirkue nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed from Konoha, heading directly to the AMBU headquarters. In addition to the bodies and injured ninjas, Konoha had also returned 3 sand ninja captives, 2 of whom had committed suicide en route, leaving only 1 survivor who was now in the hands of the AMBU, undergoing severe interrogation. However, this remaining captive proved to be resilient. Despite the AMBU's relentless methods, he remained silent, responding only with stoic indifference. Upon learning of the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned Yamashiro Kaichi. The Yamashiro clan excelled in mental ninjutsu, capable of directly invading the opponent's mind to extract desired information, rendering the subject's compliance irrelevant. Naturally, such an invasion would inflict irreversible damage on the victim's psyche. But who cared about that? Once Kaichi arrived, the defiant sand ninjas soon succumbed. Wait, you are from the Yamashiro clan? How despicable. What do you wish to know? I will tell you everything. Please, don't stop. In the midst of his terrified screams, Kaichi unleashed his jutsu, forcefully invading the captive's consciousness with overwhelming mental prowess. The pain of such an invasion was secondary. The psychological pressure was immense. Although the sand ninja did not physically feel pain, the terrifying mental strain nearly shattered him. After a while, Kaichi slowly opened his eyes, while the sand ninja, drooling and with a vacant gaze, lost all semblance of struggle, descending into a state of utter confusion. Take him to Konoha prison, Sarutobi Hiruzen decreed, sealing the fate of the sand ninja. He then turned to Kaichi, inquiring, "What intelligence have you procured?" With a somber expression, Kaichi replied, "Hokage-sama, I have uncovered the true reason behind Tsunagekyu's invasion of Konoha." "Speak," Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded in a low tone. "The third Kazekage has gone missing," Kaichi stated darkly. "The higher-ups in Tsunagekure have deemed this a conspiracy orchestrated by Konoha, shifting all their grievances onto our village." "Unbelievable," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in outrage. "To think that while the Kage of your village is missing, you choose to attack us instead of seeking him out is utterly unforgivable." Sarutobi Hiruzen longed to dispatch all the ninjas from the village to the front lines to eliminate the sand ninjas, yet he understood the impracticality of such a notion. Following the outbreak of war with Tsunagekure, other great nations and hidden villages were already stirring with anticipation. Hiruzen was compelled to assign a sufficient number of ninjas to guard the borders that connected them with various countries, to thwart any potential sneak attacks from those hidden villages. Therefore, in the conflict against Tsunagekure, Konoha could muster no more than 30 to 40% of its full strength. After some contemplation, Hiruzen resolved to summon additional ninjas from the prominent clans to reinforce the front lines. Meanwhile, Camp, Irika, Enko, Inazukasera, Gantetsu, and Kamizuki Izumi hurriedly arrived at the Konoha hospital. "So many people?" Gantetsu exclaimed, astonished by the throng gathered at the hospital entrance. "Look." Irika pointed excitedly at several masked ninjas maintaining order. "Those are the Umbu." Indeed, Camp realized that his suspicions had been confirmed. The war between Konoha and Tsunagekure had persisted for over a month, and in such a span, it was inconceivable that there had been no casualties. The previous silence suggested that the front lines were tense, and once the situation eased, the fallen would surely be returned to Konoha at the earliest opportunity. With a grave expression, Camp noted that the Moonlight clan had also dispatched dozens of its members, including his adoptive father, Moonlight Hashino, and Ship's father, Moonlight Seishi. "I understand now. It is the ninjas who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield being brought back," Enko suddenly exclaimed. Upon her utterance, the others fell into silence. "Damn it. The sand ninjas are truly despicable." Gantetsu gritted his teeth. "Camp, your father." Irika, aware that Camp's father had gone to the front lines, expressed concern. "Though I have faith in my father, I still wish to see for myself," Camp replied. "We will accompany you." Inazukasera's face was filled with worry. "Woo-woo." The little puppy wagged its tail at Camp. "No need. I can manage alone." Camp waved his hand and trotted into the hospital. Outside the hospital, a considerable crowd had gathered, yet inside, an eerie silence prevailed. The personnel moved quietly, as if to avoid disturbing the spirits of the heroes. Camp made his way directly to the nurse's station where Huizuko worked. Upon arrival, his gaze immediately fell upon two elderly figures, Moonlight Inoue and Moonlight Matsushita. Beside them stood Huizuko, several middle-aged women, and two young men, slightly older than Camp, around their teenage years. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of them as Moonlight Keikaze, who had visited his home over a month ago to consult with Moonlight Hashino about chakra refining techniques and transformation jutsu. Why was he here? Observing the sorrowful expressions on Keikaze and the others, Camp felt a heaviness in his heart. "Mom." Camp rushed over and greeted the two retired elders. "Kazekage." Huizuko was somewhat surprised to see Camp. "Weren't you attending a classmate's birthday party? What brings you to the hospital?" As she spoke, Ha-Fong felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed his rather unremarkable father had not met his demise. He replied, "I just passed by the hospital and noticed many people in tears, so I thought I would come in and see. Fong-chan, there is nothing of interest here. You should head home soon, all right?" Huizuzi remarked, giving him a knowing wink. "Oh," Han-Fong replied absent-mindedly, his attention diverted elsewhere. At that moment, Tsukikage Inoue and Tsukikage Hate greeted Huizuzi before proceeding to the basement, and Ha-Fong instinctively felt the urge to follow. Unfortunately, Huizuzi intercepted him, insisting, "Fong-chan, hurry home. Don't make Mom worry." However, Ha-Fong suspected they were headed to the morgue to bid farewell to their loved ones. Although the thought of his clan's sacrifices weighed heavily on his heart, he also sensed that the place might emanate a certain kindness toward him. Nevertheless, under Huizuzi's stern gaze, he reluctantly departed from Konoha Hospital, glancing back 3 times before leaving. Once outside, he discovered that Akamami and Irika had already left, compelling Ha-Fong to return home. As he walked, his mind was occupied with a singular thought. Could his unique collection technique be applied to the bodies of ninjas? Logically, since he had successfully collected the forbidden technique of flesh activation from a scroll, it should be possible to collect other entities as well. However, practice was indeed the only true measure of his abilities. Han Feng felt a twinge of regret for not sneaking into the morgue to take a quick glance and attempt a collection. If he had seen the green light swirling, it would have indicated success. Irritated, he returned home, and upon opening the door, he was startled by the sound of a middle-aged man's laughter emanating from within. Quickly changing his shoes, he rushed inside to find Jifeng playfully interacting with a man whose silhouette was strikingly familiar. "Ah, Dad." Han Feng was taken aback. His father had returned from the battlefield? No wonder Huahuzi had been subtly urging him to come back. "Brother," Jifeng exclaimed upon seeing Han Feng, dashing over. "Where is my gift?" Han Feng produced a string of 50 coins, casually tossing it to him. "Han Feng, you've grown taller," Sukikage Hashinoya remarked with a proud smile. "Dad, you?" Han Feng instinctively questioned. "Aren't you on the battlefield?" Sukikage Hashinoya explained. "The front lines have reached a stalemate, and no significant battles are expected in the near future. I was ordered to escort injured comrades and prisoners back while also bringing supplies." "I see," Han Feng replied, understanding the situation. "Han Feng, I heard from Jifeng that your throwing technique with ninja tools is exceptional and that you've begun training in wall climbing. Is that true?" Sukikage Hashinoya looked at him with eager anticipation. Han Feng nodded. "Yes, it is. Though your swordsmanship may be lacking, with effort, you can still become an outstanding genin." "Gambat, Han Feng?" Sukikage Hashinoya encouraged his son. "Understood," Han Feng replied with a nervous chuckle, then inquired, "Dad, how long will you be home?" "It shouldn't be more than a week," came the response. Under the moonlight, Xingye smiled and remarked, "Once the supplies and support for the village arrive, I shall head to the front lines." "Father." Han Feng hesitated, recalling the countless time travel novels he had perused in his previous life, where protagonists often met their demise shortly after crossing over. He hoped not to share such a fate. "Ha, Han Feng, are you worried about your father?" Xingye said reassuringly, "Fear not, for I shall certainly return alive." "My father too." Jifeng chimed in happily after putting on his wrist beads. "Indeed," Xingye responded with a smile. "Father, why not share some tales from the front lines?" Han Feng inquired. His curiosity about the conflict between their village and Sunagakure was piqued, especially since his mother would undoubtedly prohibit his father from discussing the battlefield upon her return. "Very well." Xingye organized his thoughts and began to recount the events at the front. After Sunagakure invaded the border city of Kaiki in the Land of Fire, they established it as a stronghold, aggressively expanding their territory, capturing cities, plundering resources, and taking many civilians from the Land of Fire as prisoners. Simultaneously, the feudal lord of the Wind Country dispatched numerous guards and civilians to cities like Kaiki that had been occupied by Sunagakure. While their presence did not bolster Sunagakure's combat capabilities, it aided in managing the cities, monitoring the captives, and providing excellent service. It was not until the arrival of the Konoha ninja forces that the invasion was halted. Subsequently, both sides engaged in numerous fierce battles, resulting in significant casualties. Sunagakure, fighting on foreign soil, faced long supply lines that stretched even across the Land of Rain, rendering their efficiency far inferior to Konoha's. As the duration of the conflict extended, their decline became evident, and under Konoha's aggressive advance, they were compelled to retract their front lines. Konoha sought to press on and expel Sunagakure from the Land of Fire. But Sunagakure, unyielding, insisted on a respite. When Konoha refused to acquiesce, Sunagakure shamefully pushed forward their prisoners from the Land of Fire as a bargaining chip. Cautious of the ramifications, Konoha did not press too hard, leading the warfare to shift from large-scale battles to more targeted strikes. "Today, you might assassinate a few of my high-ranking officials, and tomorrow, I would retaliate by eliminating several of your advisors." Although grand battles ceased, the level of danger seemed to escalate. Jifeng listened, captivated, wishing he could age 10 years overnight to join the battlefield and fight for their village. Meanwhile, Han Feng was equally entranced. With so many ninjas perishing in these conflicts, it presented a wealth of potential resources to be gathered. "Uncle, what about my father?" Jifeng asked again. "Your father is with the assassination unit. When I returned, he was on a mission, which is why he has not come back," Xingye explained. "Father's mission will surely succeed," Jifeng said, his eyes sparkling with hope. Han Feng then inquired, "Father, what is the casualty rate among the Moonlight clan?" Xingye looked at Han Feng in surprise and chuckled. "I did not expect you to start caring about the family already." As the words fell, the smile on Moonlight Xingye's lips vanished, replaced by a grave expression as he spoke. "By the time I returned, our Moonlight clan has already lost 2 members, both elite CHNI. Additionally, 13 clan members were injured, 3 of whom suffered severe wounds and can no longer engage in battle. The 2 fallen comrades and the 3 heavily injured have been sent back. A cold breeze made Han Feng furrow his brow. How many ninjas did we send in total? 72. Moonlight Xingye replied without hesitation. Han Feng's heart sank. 72, only a little over a month had passed, and already 2 had perished, 3 were severely injured, and 10 lightly wounded. According to Han Feng's knowledge, Konoha had driven the Sand Ninja out of the Land of Fire during the Battle of Drekking Mountain in the 46th year of Konoha. Which means there are still about 3 years left. 3 years equals 36 months. Han Feng could not bear to imagine how many of the Moonlight clan would remain after 36 months, unless everyone could return from the battlefield with merely light injuries. Thus, he subtly inquired, "Father, if you were severely injured, would you still be able to return from the battlefield?" Huh. Moonlight Xingye paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Han Feng, are you worried about me? But there's no need to fret. Unless I encounter an insurmountable enemy, I will absolutely not suffer severe injuries. Moonlight Xingye declared with great confidence. Yet, if he were to truly meet an unbeatable foe, it would not merely be a matter of severe injury. Han Feng scoffed quietly. What did you say? Moonlight Xingye did not catch it. Nothing. Han Feng shook his head. Brother said if we really encounter an unbeatable. Jifeng, who had been sitting beside Han Feng, immediately echoed. Be quiet. Han Feng shot him a gentle glare, signaling him to comprehend it on his own. Jifeng lowered his head, looking rather aggrieved. Oh, Han Feng, you should show more concern and affection for your younger brother. You cannot be so stern with him, you understand? Moonlight Xingye chided with a serious face. Han Feng feigned ignorance, chuckling. Around 5 o'clock, after Wazuko returned home from work, she promptly ushered Han Feng and Jifeng to the backyard. The couple had much to share after being apart for over a month. In the backyard, Jifeng, stimulated by the battlefield, wielded a wooden sword with fervor as he struck fiercely at a wooden post. Han Feng sat on the corridor. Beneath him lay the forbidden scroll for the body activation technique, obtained from Shinnō. After acquiring the body activation technique, Han Feng had whimsically thought that he could collect 3 ninjutsu from each individual, and thus he attempted to extract from this scroll as well. However, reality proved harsh. During the second attempt, the green orb in his mind did not respond at all, indicating that the scroll had lost its value for extraction. Frustrated, Han Feng noted down the final series of numerical codes from the scroll and discarded it inside. Days passed, and he had nearly forgotten about it. However, forgetting did not mean Jifeng had. Brother. After practicing on the wooden post, Jifeng scampered over, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he glanced at the gap beneath Han Feng. He whispered, Brother, when will you teach me the ninjutsu from that scroll? As the chilly wind stirred, one could sense the gravity of the situation. The training of the physical activation forbidden technique posed an immense challenge. Stimulating cells with chakra proved to be a delicate balance. Too gentle, and no results would manifest. Too forceful, and one risked either annihilating the cells or hastening their demise through accelerated division, a perilous endeavor. Moreover, the human body comprises over 200 types of cells, each serving a vital function. The loss of even a few could wreak havoc on one's health. Therefore, despite having acquired the forbidden technique, Han Feng dared only to practice on his muscle cells in recent days, proceeding with utmost caution, as if treading on thin ice, fearful of jeopardizing his meager muscle mass. Such a treacherous technique was not one Han Feng would dare to impart to his younger brother. Brother. Jifeng pouted, a look of betrayal etched on his face. Han Feng hesitated to meet his brother's gaze, but then the realization struck him. Had he not once gathered the knowledge of the great fireball technique? Ah, my Navi sibling. Han Feng sighed dramatically. Since you have inquired with genuine intent, I shall graciously share this wisdom with you. Jifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really, brother? Han Feng nodded solemnly. From now on, you must never doubt my words. Understood. Jifeng's eyes shone with adoration. This technique is known as the Great Fireball Technique. Han Feng leaned closer, whispering into Jifeng's ear. The Great Fireball? Jifeng's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, far surpassing his interest in transformation or substitution techniques. Indeed, the Great Fireball. It is a powerful fire-style ninjutsu, and most importantly, Han Feng emphasized each word. This technique is the signature ninjutsu of the prestigious Uchiha clan. Should they discover that we are secretly practicing the Great Fireball? Jifeng shuddered at the thought, hastily raising his hand in assurance. Brother. I promise I won't let them know. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. Good. I believe in you, Jifeng. I will now teach you the Great Fireball. Brother. Jifeng was profoundly moved. He had previously harbored doubts about his brother's honesty, yet here was Han Feng, risking so much to share this powerful technique with him. Overwhelmed by a mix of gratitude and shame, tears welled in Jifeng's eyes. Ha Feng patted his brother's shoulder. Do not weep, not for your sentimentality, but rather due to my impeccable performance. One could say the Oscars owe me a great debt. Enough of the tears. Han Feng took a deep breath. Let us begin with the hand seals. Brother. Jifeng wiped away his tears and instinctively asked, should I write a 500-word reflection? Han Feng contemplated for a moment, realizing that the Ninja Academy likely wouldn't cover the Great Fireball, rendering any such assignment pointless. Thus, he replied, yes, you must write, this time, 800 words. And it must remain a secret from our parents. I understand, Jifeng exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. 5 minutes later, the Swift Wind successfully mastered the hand seals for the Great Fireball technique. Half an hour passed, and the Cold Wind methodically explained the flow of chakra during the execution of the Great Fireball to his younger brother. Brother, can I perform the Great Fireball now? The Swift Wind asked, his eagerness palpable. The Cold Wind replied, the Great Fireball is no ordinary ninjutsu. Not only is its training arduous, but it also requires chakra many times that of the clone technique. Tell me, can you currently perform the clone technique? The Swift Wind nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Brother, I can use the clone technique now. I'll give it a try. The Cold Wind said with a calm demeanor. The Swift Wind stepped back, then formed the hand seals, clone technique, with a puff of white mist erupting from beside him. A younger version of the Swift Wind, resembling him to a degree, materialized within the fog. Cough, cough. The Cold Wind cleared his throat and said, well done, little brother. Although you still have much to improve, if you persist, you may one day catch a glimpse of my back. For now, we shall conclude here. It's nearly time for dinner. The Cold Wind retreated into the living room. It had been noted that the Cold Wind's chakra reserves had been gradually increasing lately. Yet he had not practiced the clone technique or the Great Fireball. Ambition without a solid foundation leads to folly. How can one construct an underground reservoir without proper groundwork? After a moment of profound reflection, the Cold Wind resolved to put in the effort. After dinner, Tsukikage Hoshino intended to rigorously evaluate the Swift Wind's swordsmanship but was met with refusal. Uncle, I need to refine my chakra for 2 hours after dinner, the Swift Wind declared seriously, holding up 2 fingers. The sooner he refined more chakra, the sooner he could perform the Great Fireball. His heart brimmed with positive energy. Tsukikage Hoshino appeared bewildered. This state of the Swift Wind felt amiss. Previously, he would seize every opportunity to practice swordsmanship. How had he changed so? It was that chakra lacked importance. Rather, at his young age, his physical and mental energy were limited. Instead of expending effort on chakra refinement, it would be more beneficial to focus on honing his swordsmanship and establishing a solid foundation in the leaf-style sword technique. Yet, observing the Swift Wind sitting cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed and face taut with concentration, Tsukikage Hoshino could only manage a wry smile before turning to his son. Dad, I think I should rest now. See you tomorrow. The Cold Wind found a stone in the backyard, waved his hand, and carried it into his bedroom. Closing the sliding door behind him, Tsukikage Hoshino was taken aback. Had he just had dinner and was now resting? What had transpired in his absence over the past month? Yoshino, let us go for a walk, Wiko said as she emerged after washing the dishes. All right. Tsukikage Hoshino's attention quickly shifted, for some reason. He felt as though it had been ages since they had last walked together. It's because the pressure on the battlefield has been too great for you, Wiko remarked. During your time in the village, you must take care to rest well. I hope that is the case, he replied. In the bedroom, the Cold Wind did not truly rest. Rather, it prepared to cultivate the technique of the 3 bodies. Initially, when the Cold Wind first gathered the essence of this technique, it was constrained by the limited chakra within, rendering cultivation impossible. However, that issue had now been resolved. Over the past few days of practicing the forbidden technique of physical activation, the Cold Wind's muscle cells had significantly awakened, and the energy released from his body gradually increased. Coupled with a remarkable 470 enhancement in chakra extraction, the chakra within the Cold Wind was now sufficient to sustain the consumption of the 3 bodies technique. Shadow Clone Technique. With a puff of smoke, a figure that bore a mere resemblance to him appeared beside the Cold Wind. His eyelid twitched, and with a swift kick, he obliterated the clone before resuming his practice. The challenges of the 3 bodies technique were primarily twofold: the need for ample chakra and the mastery of chakra control. Fortunately, the Cold Wind possessed an exceptional talent for chakra manipulation, and after numerous failures and reflections, within less than 10 minutes, he successfully mastered the Shadow Clone technique. Able to produce a clone that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, Subsequently, he trained with stones to refine the substitution technique and practice the transformation technique. In less than half an hour, he firmly grasped the essence of the three bodies technique. To be cautious, he dedicated an additional half hour to consolidating his skills, only pausing when the chakra within him approached depletion. He then confidently exited the bedroom. Regrettably, his younger brother remained on the sofa, extracting chakra, which was rather unseemly. Yet, a thought struck the cold wind. The luminous point in his mind, representing the chakra extraction technique, had shifted from a pale blue to a deep blue, though it seemed not yet to have reached perfection. For some time, the cold wind had been disinclined to seek candidates for extraction, relying instead on the bronze-level students from the Ninja Academy. This resulted in numerous failures in the acquisition of only incomplete versions of skills such as kunai throwing and shuriken throwing, all of which had been integrated into the ninja tool throwing technique. Thus, the chakra extraction technique had not undergone further integration. Now, it was time to witness the first technique transition from completeness to perfection. As the cold wind emerged from home, it was around 8 in the evening. The moon hung in the night sky, radiant and pure like a jade plate, casting a gentle silver glow. The cold breeze, bathed in moonlight, made its way directly to the bustling commercial street a few hundred meters away. Bathhouses, small gambling dens, clothing stores, and barbecue restaurants were teeming with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. In contrast, the Moonlight Clan's Moonlight Tavern suffered from a lack of customers, which was understandable given that dinner time had already passed. As the cold wind traversed the vibrant street, it occasionally turned its head, discreetly scanning for potential targets. A greasy uncle, passed. A gold-adorned aunt, passed. An elderly grandmother, too old, passed. A surly young man, likely difficult to ensnare, was also passed. After walking halfway down the street, the cold wind had yet to find a suitable candidate. Just then, a cacophony of heated arguments erupted from a nearby shop, and the cold wind's eyes lit up. The source of the quarrel was none other than the only ninja tool store on the street. Those who patronized a ninja tool shop must surely be ninjas. If they are ninjas, then let them come for me. With a fierce determination, the cold wind dashed inside. Upon entering, the clarity of the argument sharpened. Stealing a glance, the cold wind observed two spirited youths, around 15 or 16 years of age, fervently disputing with the shopkeeper. The cold wind quietly moved to the side, feigning interest in selecting ninja tools while eavesdropping on the conversation. After a while, the cold wind pieced together the unfolding drama. The two youthful ninjas were preparing for a mission the following day and had come to purchase new equipment. After much deliberation, they finally settled on their desired tools, only to encounter difficulties at the payment counter. As it turned out, during the outbreak of war between Konoha and Sunagakure, the prices in the village had inevitably experienced a slight uptick. Fortunately, the increase was not significant, but this afternoon, Tsukiyakari Hoshino had returned with over 200 injured and deceased ninjas from the front lines, which seemed to have greatly impacted local prices. By evening, the cost of various goods, particularly war supplies like ninja tools, had surged to double that of the daytime. Suddenly, the cold wind recalled the earlier scene of Kakashi purchasing ninja tools. Could it be that Kakashi had foreseen the price hike due to Tsukiyakari Hoshino's return and had made his purchase in time, managing to acquire a finely crafted kunai without spending a single coin? How astute. The cold wind felt a shiver run down its spine. Meanwhile, the argument between the two youthful ninjas and the shopkeeper reached its conclusion, with the shopkeeper emerging victorious. The two youths, begrudgingly paying the inflated prices, left the store with faces etched in frustration. The cold wind hurriedly pursued them. Hey, wait up. The two youths turned, their expressions still tinged with resentment and anger. Did you call us? The one with long hair asked, furrowing his brow. Who are you? What do you want? Upon hearing his tone, the cold wind instantly recognized that he was not from the Moonlight Clan. Otherwise, speaking to the clan's heir in such a manner would surely lead to dire consequences. Amidst the biting wind, Hanfeng took a deep breath, quietly retrieving 100 from his pocket. With a sincere expression, he spoke. I am a student of the Ninja Academy, and I wish to seek your guidance on chakra refinement. This is my remuneration, though modest, it is all the pocket money I possess. I implore you. Aware of their current discontent, Hanfeng opted for a straightforward approach, favoring the allure of currency over elaborate schemes. However, the long-haired youth regarded him with disdain before turning to leave. As a low-ranking ninja, he could easily earn thousands from trivial tasks like catching a cat or weeding. A mere 100? Ridiculous. Yet, the short-haired companion extended his hand. I have time to spare. The long-haired youth, visibly irritated, shot him a glare, stating, Then I shall take my leave. Remember to meet at our usual spot tomorrow. The short-haired ninja responded with an affirmative gesture. Thank you, kind sir. Ha-Feng grinned, acknowledging the lesser deception in their transaction. Shall we commence now? The short-haired ninja, having quickly recovered from the earlier frustrations at the ninja tool shop, was quite pleased with the 100 in his pocket. Indeed, please begin. Ha-Feng, brimming with enthusiasm, urged. Let us start with the essence of chakra. Chakra is the amalgamation of physical and spiritual energy. The short-haired ninja proceeded to lecture uninterrupted for half an hour on theoretical knowledge. As Ha-Feng absorbed the familiar concepts, he attentively observed the short-haired youth's demeanor, ensuring there were no signs of dissatisfaction or impatience before silently initiating his own collection. The green orb in his mind swirled rapidly, soon yielding a pale blue light point. After confirming it was the chakra refinement technique, Ha-Feng collected once more. Another pale blue light point emerged, and just as he was about to attempt a third collection, he abruptly halted. Nearby the green orb, the two newly formed pale blue light points seamlessly merged with the vibrant blue glow of the chakra refinement technique. However, upon completing the 49th fusion, this brilliant blue light point erupted in radiance, flooding Ha-Feng's heart with an overwhelming sense of completeness. This was a perfect level of chakra refinement. Ecstatic, Ha-Feng eagerly addressed the still chattering short-haired youth. I understand now. Thank you. He turned to flee, but after a couple of steps, he deemed it shameful to squander the opportunity and decisively turned back. Collection. In the next instant, yet another pale blue light point surged forth from the green orb. Ha-Feng enveloped it with his consciousness. It was not the chakra refinement technique, but rather the throwing technique for shurikens. Consequently, this newly birthed pale blue light point fused with the light point of the ninja tool throwing technique. Ha-Feng sensed that now, with the chakra refinement technique having attained perfection, it was unlikely he would ever collect it again. However, upon reflection, he realized that achieving perfection in chakra refinement made further collection a waste, thus rendering it a fortuitous outcome. Thus, after a total of 49 integrations of the chakra refinement technique, how much enhancement can I expect? Previously, after 47 integrations, the increase was 470. Now, after 49, it naturally should be 490, equating to an enhancement of 9 times. However, as I felt the radiant azure light emanating from the luminous points, a peculiar sensation washed over me. It seemed that the efficiency of the enhancement far exceeded 9 times. Eagerly returning home, I found my younger brother still seated on the sofa, refining chakra. Without hesitation, I took a seat beside him, closed my eyes, and commenced the chakra refinement. In that moment, I sensed a tremendous difference compared to before. Not only was the speed accelerated and efficiency heightened, but the refinement process also felt remarkably intuitive, as if my will guided the actions effortlessly. With a mere thought, the refinement would instantly halt, and with another thought, it would resume seamlessly, maintaining its rapid pace. In astonishment, I silently absorbed the speed of chakra refinement, and after a while, I finally confirmed that the perfected chakra refinement technique bestowed upon me not a mere 9-fold increase, but a staggering 9-fold enhancement. Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide, my gaze sparkling, unable to resist making a jest. If perfected ninjutsu grants a 9-fold enhancement, then once I complete the perfect set, could I not contend with 9 opponents? With a little more effort, perhaps even 10. The following morning, while dawn had just begun to break, my brother and I were abruptly roused by the imposing call of Tsukikage-seiya. Father, it's still too early for school. Glancing at the time, I realized it was only a little past 5, and I was immediately overwhelmed. Last night, after elevating the chakra refinement technique to perfection, I had refined chakra for half an hour, then practiced the physical activation forbidden technique, stimulating the activity of my muscle cells with chakra. This stimulation process demanded strict microscopic control over the chakra, which kept my mind in a state of high tension, and by 11 o'clock at night, my mental fortitude finally succumbed to exhaustion, leading me to succumb to slumber. Not for school. Tsukikage-seiya, clad in a black long-sleeve garment, solemnly handed me 2 garments of the same color and style but in a smaller size, urging, "Han-Feng, Ji-Feng, hurry up." Though I was unaware of the situation at hand, it appeared serious, so I dared not jest and promptly donned the clothing. Ji-Feng, still half asleep, groggily dressed and washed up as if in a dream. By the time he fully awoke, we were already outside, with only a rice ball in hand. "Brother, where am I?" Ji-Feng inquired, chewing on the rice ball and rubbing his eyes, curiously observing the throng of people ahead. What could everyone be doing up so early? "To attend a funeral," I replied softly. At that moment, outside my home, a gathering of individuals clad in black from the Tsukikage clan had assembled, numbering around 50 to 60, encompassing men, women, and children, including Tsukikage Izumi, Tsukikage Matsushita, and Tsukikage Ryuka, all wearing somber expressions. Not lacking in awareness. Needed no guesswork to discern the purpose of their gathering. Let us go. Under the moonlight. The Moonlight clan sighed as they made their way to the memorial cemetery of Konoha, followed by the rest of their clan, departing in a solemn procession. The chilling winds accompanied camp and ship, who walked behind, enveloping the atmosphere in a heavy silence that stifled any desire for conversation. By 6:30, the group finally arrived at the memorial cemetery, where the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Tsunade, Mito, and even Danzo Shimura, had already gathered. Surrounding them were several Umbu members clad in white masks, as well as Uchiha maintaining order. While the serene faces of 132 fallen ninjas lay peacefully in open coffins, allowing their loved ones to pay their final respects, Camp joined the crowd. First observing a moment of silence for the fallen clan members, then lining up to offer flowers to the deceased, ultimately standing quietly to await the moment of burial. His gaze, however, was not idle. He scanned the gathering of nearly 1,000 mourners, many kneeling on the ground, weeping as they bid farewell to their relatives. His attention naturally gravitated towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. This slender man donned the Hokage cloak, standing tall with a head of black hair, his face devoid of wrinkles or age spots. His eyes sharp and electric, betraying a hidden anger beneath his sorrow, showing no signs of aging. Camp then glanced at Tsunade and Mito, but chose to pass over them. His gaze shifted to Danzo Shimura, who stood a step behind Hiruzen, exuding a menacing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Danzo bowed his head in mourning, arms crossed, projecting an unspoken sense of dominance. Camp's eyes caught the bandage wrapped around Danzo's right eye, surmising that he had likely undergone a transplant for the Sharingan, while his right hand remained unbound, still his own. Daring not to linger, Camp shifted his attention elsewhere. His eyes widened in surprise as he caught sight of Orochimaru. Taken aback, his heart raced, and just as he was about to avert his gaze, Orochimaru seemed to sense his scrutiny, his golden slit-like eyes flicking in Camp's direction. Their eyes met, and Camp's heart quickened, yet Orochimaru soon dismissed him, redirecting his attention elsewhere. Swallowing hard, Camp continued to observe, spotting the representatives from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, as none from the three great clans had perished in this tragic event. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio had been sent as representatives for the funeral. Subsequently, Camp noticed the representatives from the Aburame and Inazuka clans. Just then, his eyelids twitched unexpectedly. A flash of gold and red abruptly caught his eye. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki? Camp's breath hitched as he instinctively contemplated using his collection technique. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. The distance was too great, and even if he could collect, the risk of acquiring a kunai would leave him regretting it profoundly. The spiral sphere of the fourth Hokage, the Sage Mode, the Flying Thunder God technique, and the formidable sealing techniques of Kushina, these are treasures one can scarcely encounter. One must ensure to prepare adequately before embarking on the arduous task of gathering them. As for how to approach these individuals, Hanfeng pondered for a long while, but could devise no plan, resigning himself to observe the unfolding events. Approximately half an hour later, the atmosphere at the site gradually settled, and Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly approached the assembly to announce the burial. Tombstones for each fallen ninja had been prepared, inscribed not only with the deceased's life stories but also with the glorious deeds they had performed for the village. Under Hanfeng's reluctant gaze, 132 coffins were interred into the earth. Following this, Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered a poignant speech regarding the will of fire, emphasizing that the sacrifices of their comrades would not be in vain. Their spirit would be inherited and would burn eternally, and he vowed that the village would exact a heavy toll from Sunagakure for their transgressions. Hanfeng, amidst the crowd, felt a surge of fervor as he listened to Hiruzen's impassioned words. At times, he longed to ignite himself to illuminate others, and at other moments, he yearned to rush to the front lines to avenge his fallen comrades. Fortunately, being a person of resolute will, Hanfeng continuously recited his dreams within his heart, ultimately quelling his inner turmoil. "Brother, I'm so hungry." The younger sibling suddenly tugged at Hanfeng's hand, his voice a pitiful whisper. The brothers had only consumed a rice ball before embarking on their hour-long journey, followed by 2 hours of standing, leaving Jifeng famished. Hanfeng could do little but murmur, "Just bear with it a little longer, it will soon be over." "Oh," Jifeng replied, realizing his elder brother was equally powerless to alleviate his hunger. The third Hokage's speech lasted approximately an hour and a half, and by the time it concluded, Jifeng was nearly in tears. "Let's go home," he said. Wahuzi. Seeing Jifeng's condition, felt a sense of relief as she remarked, Jifeng, do not be too sorrowful. Your uncles and aunts in heaven would not wish to see us with such mournful faces. And Wahuzi, that's not what I meant. Jifeng's face turned crimson, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Mother, let us hurry home. I'm starving. Ha Feng interjected softly. Wahuzi paused, and upon observing Jifeng's flushed countenance, she immediately realized something, casting a fierce glare at Han Feng. Han Feng feigned innocence. Is it my fault? After the funeral, the throng of over 1,000 gradually departed from the martyrs' cemetery. By the time Han Feng and the others returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Wahuzi hurried into the kitchen to prepare rice balls, anxious that the two children might suffer from hunger. Aunt Wahuzi, please add more sesame, Jifeng implored, his mouth watering outside the kitchen. Ha Feng, unable to witness his brother's plight, wandered into the living room, only to discover that Moonlight Hoshino had not returned with them. Mother, where is father? Ha Feng called out towards the kitchen. Your father is busy, Wahuzi's voice resonated from within. Ha Feng, after you've eaten the rice balls, take Jifeng to school. Remember to inform the homeroom teacher about your absence, understood? The cold wind echoed a response before striding into the kitchen, inquiring, what is father occupied with? Is he reporting on the front lines to the third Hokage? No, replied Keiko, continuing to prepare rice balls without turning her head. Your father is busy with matters concerning the relief funds. Relief funds? The cold wind paused. Is it the assistance provided by the village to the bereaved families? Not only for the bereaved, but also for those 3 severely injured clansmen who can no longer participate in ninja duties. They are also applying for relief funds, Keiko explained. The cold wind, puzzled, responded, shouldn't the relief funds be granted once applied for? Would the village really withhold them? They wouldn't withhold them. But the amount each individual receives can vary, Keiko sighed, adding, you are still young and do not understand these matters. Rolling his eyes, the cold wind retorted. What is there to not understand? If we look at it cynically, those with good connections receive more, while those with poorer relations receive less. Optimistically, those from more disadvantaged backgrounds receive more, and those from slightly better situations receive less. I have seen plenty of such things in my past life. However, even if the relief funds are somewhat generous, they can only barely cover the household expenses. To maintain a decent living, one must still seek employment. As the cold wind pondered this, Keiko had already prepared the rice balls. Finish your meal quickly and then head to school, Keiko instructed. Yes. The swift wind grabbed a rice ball in each hand, ready to devour them. The cold wind selected a rice ball with a generous amount of seaweed, grimacing as he swallowed it slowly, occasionally sipping water to wash it down. I'm truly tired of these rice balls. The cold wind couldn't help but reminisce about his past life, where he could simply order from Mate 1, pasta, steak, crayfish, everything one could desire. Suddenly, the cold wind raised an eyebrow. Perhaps this is a splendid opportunity to introduce some delicacies from my past life. He had previously contemplated assisting the Moonlight Izakaya but had abandoned the idea due to concerns regarding age and qualifications. However, now that the Moonlight clan was preoccupied with the relief funds, if the cold wind could help introduce 1 or 2 delectable dishes that could sell well, they could earn enough money, alleviating their reliance on relief funds. Moreover, he would have a legitimate reason to spend his days lounging at the Moonlight Izakaya. Pasta? Steak? Crayfish? If he had to choose among the 3, the cold wind would undoubtedly opt for crayfish. The succulent meat of crayfish is rich in protein and packed with various essential nutrients, and they possess remarkable adaptability and reproductive capabilities. If crayfish existed in this world, the cold wind could easily cultivate them in any nearby water body. Once the farming operation was established, he could dominate the Konoha crayfish market through a strategy of low prices and high sales volume, ensuring that the Moonlight clan would never again worry about finances. As for whether the people of Konoha would eat crayfish, the cold wind felt no anxiety. Firstly, crayfish can be prepared in a multitude of ways: steamed, braised, spicy, fragrant, and garlic infused. There is bound to be a flavor that would please every palate. Secondly, culinary preferences can be cultivated. When crayfish first entered the country in his past life, how many people dared to eat them? Yet, in time, they became a sought-after delicacy. The cold wind believed that the exquisite flavor of crayfish could undoubtedly captivate the natives of Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, after finishing their rice balls, the brothers were promptly ushered to school by Huzuko. As Han Feng walked along the road, his thoughts drifted to the subject of crayfish. He pondered whether such creatures existed in this world, and since he was uncertain, he felt the need to inquire. But whom should he ask? In a flash, a name sprang to mind. Upon arriving at school and parting ways with his younger brother, Ha-Feng sought out Kaidayu, explaining the reason for his absence that morning. Kaidayu did not utter much but simply patted Ha-Feng on the shoulder, offering his condolences. Afterward, Ha-Feng returned to the classroom. However, fate had other plans. As soon as he entered, he was confronted by a stout classmate. "Ah, Erpang," Ha-Feng remarked, glancing at the boy's round belly and chuckling. "You've gained weight again since we last met." Erpang tilted his head, remaining silent. "Why the silence?" Ha-Feng inquired, perplexed. "I've decided that I shall no longer converse with you," Erpang declared, becoming flustered as he stumbled over his words. I am Ituer." In his confusion, he lost his composure, exclaiming, "Moonlight Ha-Feng, do not speak to me again." With that, he used his rotund belly to shove Ha-Feng out of the classroom before swiftly departing. Ha-Feng watched Erpang's retreating figure with a sense of satisfaction, despite his protestations. His body told a different story. Once inside the classroom, Ha-Feng noticed Irika, Akkad, Inazuka-sa, Gongzi-tai, and Kamizuki Izumi at the back, enjoying their meal. But he refrained from approaching them directly. Instead, he stood at the entrance, surveying the room, only to realize, much to his confusion, that he had forgotten whom he intended to find. "Ha-Feng, you're blocking the doorway." A rather unfamiliar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Yen Yui, sporting a fresh, short haircut and a stylish high-collared coat, exuding confidence. "My apologies," Ha-Feng instinctively stepped aside. And then it struck him. The person he sought was none other than Yen Yui. He quickly moved back to block the entrance once more, saying, "Yui, I have something I would like to discuss with you." Yen Yui's presence was so subtle that, despite being in the same class for over a month, Ha-Feng had scarcely noticed her, save for the practical test on the first day. However, the prospect of crayfish piqued his interest. As a member of the Yen clan, renowned for their insect-controlling abilities, Yens can often traverse mountains and forests in search of insects dwelling in remote wilderness. Their journeys span the land of fire and much of the ninja world. Though crayfish are not insects, the Yen clan's extensive knowledge might provide some insight. Or so he hoped. "What is it?" Yen Yui inquired, her gaze indifferent. Do you know of a type of shrimp that grows in freshwater? About the size of a finger." Ha-Feng gestured to illustrate the size of the crayfish, before elaborating on their habits. Yen Yui shook her head. "I do not know." The cold wind, with a bashful expression, inquired, "Could you possibly ask the elders at home?" Yui nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. I will provide you with an answer by tomorrow." Was it really that straightforward? The cold wind found it hard to believe but soon regained composure, hurriedly expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Yui." Upon returning to his seat, before he could even sit down, the others began to anxiously question him about the previous day's incident at the hospital. The cold wind waved his hand dismissively, assuring them that his family was perfectly fine, and urged them not to dwell on it. "Cold wind, you just blocked Yui at the door. You're not going to confess to her, are you?" After addressing the serious matter, the relaxed group could not help but indulge in gossip. Mimicking the mannerisms of a friend, the cold wind tilted his head at them, remaining silent. "I never imagined you would be fond of such a style of girl," Irika remarked, shaking his head in disappointment at the cold wind's taste. "Enough of that." I approached her to discuss serious matters. The cold wind realized that if he remained silent any longer, the rumor would surely solidify. And who knows how far it might spread, perhaps even to the girls' restroom. "Yui is truly remarkable. Her character is exceptional," Shizuka said earnestly while cradling a small puppy. "It's just that there are some issues with her." The cold wind's lips twitched slightly. "Hey, those who know might think you're criticizing her. Those who don't might assume you're disparaging her." The time spent in casual conversation passed swiftly, with the six of them exchanging remarks, unaware that the afternoon outdoor training session was about to commence. Due to prior reservations by other classes, the afternoon's outdoor training consisted solely of basic endurance exercises. The ninja school's track measures 300 meters around. Thus, Kazama set a modest target, 20 laps. That amounts to 6,000 meters. Almost half of the 30 bronze students from class 2 to 8 felt their legs weaken. Gritting their teeth, they pushed through lap after lap, many drenched in sweat, their legs trembling. Kazama trailed behind, wielding a pointer, passionately proclaiming that students lacking sufficient stamina were not worthy of being ninjas. Even so, by the 4th or 5th lap, some students had already fallen behind. The hefty classmate resembled a beached fish, panting heavily, struggling to return to the water. Kazama felt a pang of sympathy for him. "Itu." Kazama approached the hefty student, asking, "If you truly cannot continue, feel free to take a break." Although his dream was to become a sushi chef, The hefty student possessed a solid theoretical foundation and displayed diligence in training, so Kazama treated him with care. No, the hefty student, panting heavily, yet displaying admirable resolve, refused. Gasping, I can do it. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling unsuccessfully to rise, feeling utterly defeated. Teacher, I'm sorry. Kazama knelt beside him, patting his shoulder gently, before assisting him to a nearby resting spot. With the commencement initiated by air paying, one by one, the bronze-level participants collapsed in various lamentable manners. A few struggled valiantly, even the little pup, Shiramaru, lay on its back with its legs in the air, panting as if it were on the brink of death. Yukishima, maintaining an impassive demeanor, assisted them to the side to sit down, simultaneously gauging their heartbeats through the arterial pulses in their arms. He could discern who was genuinely exhausted and who was merely acting from the rhythm of their hearts. Silently, you noted the names of several actors, resolutely deciding to deduct 10 points from their scores in the next examination, regardless of the circumstances. By the 7th lap, fewer than 10 individuals remained on the playground. Hanfeng, Irika, Inazuka-sa, Akadama, Gongzi Tai, Kamizuki Izumo, and Oil Girl Yui. To Hanfeng's delight, all 6 members of his team were present. However, his legs buckled, and he too succumbed to the ground. Yu approached to assist him, and upon grasping his hand, he noted the heartbeat pounding like a drum, filling him with satisfaction. Despite lacking theoretical knowledge, he exerted himself fully in training, a commendable student indeed. Once Hanfeng collapsed, one by one, Irika, Inazuka-sa, Gongzi Tai, and Kamizuki Izumo could no longer endure. After the 9th lap, only Akadama and Oil Girl Yui remained on the playground. Impressive. Indeed, Yui was undoubtedly the strongest in their class, bound to last until the end. A certain individual, who had previously been virtually invisible, finally regained the spotlight in the face of dwindling numbers. Hanfeng and Akadama were truly girls? Irika, panting beside Hanfeng, queried, astonished by her stamina, which surpassed their own. How remarkable. Hanfeng cast a puzzled glance at him and asked, Irika, why aren't you mentioning Oil Girl Yui? Because Yui has a bug inside her. Irika replied matter-of-factly, is that even humanly possible? Hanfeng opened his mouth in disbelief, left momentarily speechless. Ultimately, Oil Girl Yui and Akadama both successfully completed the modest target of 20 laps, one after the other. Yu was somewhat astonished. He was already aware of Yui's stamina from the previous semester, yet he had not anticipated Akadama possessing such formidable endurance. She certainly warranted focused training. Next, Yu gathered everyone for a rest and began to elucidate the significance of stamina for a ninja. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, once he observed that the group had sufficiently recuperated, he established a second modest goal, to frog jump around the playground. Unfortunately, even Oil Girl Yui and Akadama found this challenge too arduous, as not everyone possessed the extraordinary physical attributes of the Might Father and Son. The afternoon's stamina training course left the bronze-level participants thoroughly exhausted, with the majority limping as they departed. See you tomorrow, Hanfeng. Farewell. Leaning against the school gate, Hanfeng bid goodbye to Irika and the others, then awaited his younger brother's release from school. However, with nearly 5 minutes remaining before the bell rang, Hanfeng closed his eyes to rest, and with a mere thought, the spiritual energy within him began to merge with his physical energy. After mastering the art of chakra refinement to perfection, Hanfeng can now effortlessly enter a state of chakra extraction at any moment, completely unperturbed by any outside distractions. Suddenly, a voice tinged with surprise interrupted his concentration. Hanfeng opened his eyes, and his gaze widened in astonishment. It was Hinata Shinichi, his senior from Class 7, who had teamed up with him and Hinata Kishu over a month ago to guide them in the art of ninja tool throwing. It's been a while. Hinata Shinichi greeted with a smile. Are you waiting for someone? I'm waiting for my brother, Hanfeng replied, examining Hinata Shinichi from head to toe, his hands itching with anticipation. The affection he felt radiated like a vibrant green light, ready to burst forth. Hinata Shinichi, feeling somewhat uneasy, said, Well, I'll take my leave then. Do come over to my house sometime, Hanfeng. Really? Hanfeng gasped in surprise. Hinata Shinichi, this is you inviting trouble into your home. Not me forcing you, he added with a playful huff. If you ever see me rolling my eyes in annoyance, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. Hinata Shinichi chuckled. Of course it's true. Farewell for now. Goodbye. Hanfeng waved cheerfully as they parted ways. Around 4 in the afternoon, Wyan Yui returned home alone, finding her residence as desolate and empty as ever, devoid of any company apart from herself. Wyan Yui's mother had tragically passed away during her difficult childbirth, and her father had succumbed to a mishap involving toxic bugs he attempted to rear several years ago. Since then, YN Yui had been living alone. After setting her backpack down, YN Yui made her way to the bathroom. Inside, the toilet and sink occupied only a small portion of the space, while the rest had been cleared by YN Yui to serve her purpose of rearing insects. As she entered, the bug she had been nurturing in the bathroom rushed towards her as if drawn by a scent, quickly surrounding her. Yet, under her command, they soon danced through the air like marionettes, and YN Yui infused her chakra to nourish them, albeit in modest amounts, sufficient to satiate their hunger. All right, return now. YN Yui spoke softly, her voice slightly hoarse from infrequent use. Upon hearing her command, the airborne insects obediently retreated to their nest to rest. After washing her face, YN Yui stepped out of the bathroom and recalled Han Feng's request from earlier. The freshwater crustacean? She ventured outside, took a left turn, and within a few steps arrived at her neighbor's home. Her neighbor, also a member of the YN clan, was YN Jahaira, the eldest son of the clan leader. At 29, he was married, and 2 years ago, his wife had given birth to a son named YN Kigen. Knock, knock. YN Yui tapped gently on the door, and soon, YN Jahaira appeared, cradling his 2-year-old son. Auntie, YN Yui greeted politely with a bow. Oh, it's Yui. Come in. YN Jahaira exclaimed, gently shaking his son's chubby little hand. Kigen, say hello to your sister. Sister, the 2-year-old girl, with her soft and childish voice, spoke while drooling incessantly, appearing quite comical. Yui, her eyes shimmering faintly, gently reached out to touch the chubby little hand of the girl. Once inside, Yui articulated her purpose. The shrimp that thrive in freshwater are red and reddish-brown, roughly the size of 2 fingers, possessing strong adaptability and rapid reproduction. Jihei, holding his son, wandered about the living room when suddenly recalling something. He placed his son into Yui's arms and retreated to the bedroom, rummaging under the bed for an old notebook. Jihei quickly flipped to the latter pages and then smiled. Indeed, such shrimp exist. When my father was younger, he traveled to the land of Chuan in search of a certain insect and stumbled upon this creature in a small stream. He named it crayfish and brought some back for research, only to discover they held little value, leading him to discard them. Curiously, Jihei asked Yui, "What has sparked your sudden interest in crayfish?" Yui replied, "A classmate asked me about these crayfish. Uncle, are they still in the village?" "Ah. Since it's a request from a classmate, there's little we can do," Jihei continued, flipping to the next page. "After my father's studies, there were indeed quite a few crayfish still alive, but they were all discarded into the village's sewer. Even though crayfish are quite resilient, I fear they would struggle to survive in such an environment. If your classmate wishes to obtain them, a trip to Chuan would be necessary. However, during these times of war, venturing into Chuan could lead to an encounter with the ninjas from Sand-Hidden Village." "I understand. Thank you, uncle." Yui returned the drooling girl to Jihei, saying, "I must take my leave now." With a sigh, Jihei cautioned, "Yui, allow me to offer a word of advice. Do not confine yourself at home all day. Make sure to visit your uncle or spend time with your classmates when you can, all right?" "Yes, I understand." Yui nodded before departing. Jihei shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, the chilly wind brought the younger brother home. The house was empty, with Tsukiyuki still busy with matters concerning the relief funds. As for Keiko, she was occupied tending to the 74 seriously injured ninjas. Tsukiyuki had returned from the front lines. Although they had received treatment there, the medical conditions at the hospital were far superior, necessitating further examinations and care upon their return. Consequently, the hospital was exceedingly busy, and Keiko had taken the morning off, likely to work late into the night. "Brother, I'm going to practice my swordsmanship," Jifeng declared, eagerly dashing towards the backyard after dropping his backpack, unwilling to waste a moment. Such was the reality. Jifeng's schedule had been meticulously arranged by the cold wind. At 3:30 in the afternoon, school concludes, and I arrive home around 4 o'clock. Subsequently, I dedicate an hour to practicing swordsmanship, followed by a tutoring session with Han Feng lasting approximately half an hour. During this time, he either imparts a few ninja techniques or engages in motivational discourse, ensuring that the time is never wasted. After tutoring, we have dinner, and post-meal, I spend 2 hours refining my chakra. This is followed by various assignments that need to be completed. Throughout this process, Han Feng subtly transfers all of his assignments for the semester onto Jifeng, who, in turn, rises to the occasion and becomes increasingly adept at fulfilling these tasks, much to Han Feng's satisfaction. While Jifeng practices on the wooden post in the backyard, Han Feng retreats to his bedroom, closing the sliding door behind him, and begins to cultivate the forbidden technique of physical activation. He channels chakra through the chakra meridian system, allowing it to gradually flow into his muscle tissue. With unwavering focus, he guides the chakra to lightly stimulate the muscle cells, which, previously lethargic, begin to awaken and tremble under the coaxing of the chakra. In that moment, Hanfeng perceives a slight expansion in his muscles, akin to a sensation of enhanced strength. This is no mere illusion. The forbidden technique of physical activation is indeed designed to elevate one's physical prowess. However, Hanfeng has yet to master it fully across all his cells, and with a weak foundation, he realizes that if he were more proficient, the enhancement would not merely be 2, but an extraordinary 10086. With intense mental fortitude, Hanfeng maintains this level of stimulation, keeping his muscle cells in a state of excitement and trembling, during which the latent energy within them continuously unfolds. As 5 o'clock approaches, his mental resolve begins to wane, prompting him to decisively redirect the chakra back into the meridian system. The once excited muscle cells gradually revert to their previous lethargic state, yet, upon microscopic examination, one would observe a marked increase in their activity compared to before. The forbidden technique of physical activation serves as a metaphorical shovel, prying open the tightly locked cells. And Hanfeng is confident that one day, all his cells will be brimming with vitality. After retracting the powers of the forbidden technique, Hanfeng does not rise, but instead merges the bodily energy released by the muscle cells with his mental energy, refining it into chakra. Before long, his younger brother comes to knock on the door. "Brother, what are we learning today?" Hanfeng opens his eyes, contemplates briefly, and then, with earnest gravity, replies, "Jifeng, today I shall enlighten you on the vital balance of work and rest." The biting cold wind had been holding the little brother's hand, discussing the balance between work and rest for over half an hour, when finally, the inexpensive father, Moonlight Xingye, hurriedly returned. He quickly prepared a simple meal of noodles for the 3 of them. The quick-witted wind was like a salted fish, having little demand for food. Yet it was a torment for the cold wind. The noodles cooked by Moonlight Xingye were exceedingly soft. They broke apart at the slightest touch of chopsticks, sticking together in a clump that was not only devoid of any chewiness, but also clung stubbornly to the teeth. The flavor of the broth relied solely on the support of monosodium glutamate and salt. In a moment of desperation, the cold wind added a dollop of wasabi, resulting in a dish that could only be described as junk food. The only hope for the cold wind now rested on the shoulders of young Jie. If only there were crayfish, perhaps a brighter future awaited him. The following morning, in the classroom of Class 8, Year 2 at the Ninja Academy, the cold wind had already taken his seat early, yet despite waiting patiently, young Jie was nowhere to be found. "Cold wind, do you have something on your mind?" Irika, donning the guise of a psychological mentor, prepared to soothe the troubled heart of the cold wind. "No, I'm just waiting for someone," the cold wind replied, his gaze fixed on the doorway. "I consulted Jie yesterday about some matters. She said she'd provide me with an answer today." "Then why don't you go look for her?" Irika asked curiously. "She hasn't arrived yet," the cold wind answered helplessly. Irika pointed to a spot on the wall diagonally in front of them. "She just walked in. How did I miss that while staring at the door?" the cold wind exclaimed, taken aback. Irika couldn't help but be speechless at the cold wind's expression. Ahem. Thank you for the reminder, Irika." The cold wind collected himself and made his way over. "Jie?" he greeted with a beaming smile as he approached young Jie, softly inquiring about yesterday. Young Jie replied directly, "Yes." "Really? You have news?" the cold wind asked, excitement bubbling within him. "Yes, they are called crayfish. My uncle's father once brought some back from the land of rivers for research, but then he discarded them into the sewer." After a moment of thought, young Jie added, "I cannot disclose the exact location of the crayfish in the land of rivers unless the war concludes." Concerned that the cold wind might impulsively venture into the land of rivers, she was unaware that he was far more interested in the matter of the sewer. "Your uncle's father discarded them into the sewer? Were they alive when he tossed them in? Were they? The cold wind's anticipation was palpable, and young Jie, slightly bewildered, nodded in response. The cold wind was overjoyed. Sewers are designed to drain domestic wastewater and rainwater. However, given the current technological standards of Konoha, the water flowing into the sewers likely contained no heavy metals. Such wastewater would be akin to a spa experience for the crayfish. Yet, considering Konoha's ample rainfall, if the crayfish managed to survive, there was a significant chance they had been washed out of the sewer. Thus, the cold wind inquired, "Jie, where do the village's sewers lead?" "To the large river 2 miles east of the village," young Jie replied. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Cold wind, Do you think the crayfish can survive in the sewer? I am uncertain, however, regardless. Thank you. Yui. You have been immensely helpful. And I shall treat you to a grand feast in the future. Kanazuki is eager to rush over, yet considering the attitudes of Ijima Yu, Tsukikich, and Keiko after skipping class, he decides to exercise restraint. Upon returning to his seat, Kanazuki inquires with Irika about the great river to the east. After pondering for a moment, Irika responds, I am not entirely certain about the specifics, but I know that the village diverts sewage into that river, relying on its swift current to carry away the waste. What a crude approach to economic growth. Leaving aside the significant harm this inflicts on nature, one wonders how far the crayfish would be swept downstream if they were to emerge from the sewers. Kanazuki estimates that if he were to search alone, it would consume an inordinate amount of time. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. In just a few days, ISNT at the picnic for Azuki's birthday? Perhaps the picnic location could be changed to that river? It would also be a splendid opportunity for the friends to enjoy some background music. While the downstream area of the river is unsuitable for a picnic, the upstream remains untainted and is entirely appropriate for such an occasion. With rekindled enthusiasm, Kanazuki promptly sets his plans into motion. However, just as he is about to seek out Azuki, the school bell rings. Ijima strides in, stepping in time with the ringing bell, clutching a stack of examination papers. Once everyone is seated, the exam commences. Ijima slams the papers onto the podium, casting a stern gaze over all the students. Those who fail will be required to copy the questions and answers 10 times. Do you all understand? We heard you loud and clear. The classmate in the front row, Air Pang, shouts hoarsely, his breath quickening. And he cannot help but turn back to glance at the bewildered Kanazuki in the last row. For reasons unknown, he suddenly feels a rush of excitement. Perhaps sensing Air Pang's malevolent gaze, Kanazuki, snapping back to reality, raises an eyebrow provocatively at Air Pang and gestures with his eyes towards Irika, who sits beside him. A chill runs down Air Pang's spine. Irika is undoubtedly one of the top students in theoretical knowledge. If Irika were to assist Kanazuki in cheating, Air Pang feels a mix of shock, urgency, frustration, and discomfort. He wishes to report to Ijima Yu immediately, but what can he say before anything has occurred? Despicable and shameless Kanazuki, have I truly underestimated you? He mutters under his breath, gritting his teeth as he fidgets with his pen, failing to hear Ijima Yu calling on him to distribute the papers. Ito, please distribute the examination papers. Ijima Yu raises his voice and calls out twice more, finally rousing Air Pang from his stupor. Yes, I understand. Air Pang hurriedly stands up to hand out the papers. Once he receives his paper, Kanazuki glances over the questions, which are truly daunting, and cannot help but seek assistance in the moment. He nudges Irika's arm and sends a glance filled with urgency. Irika nods, then suddenly shakes his head, returning a look imbued with profound meaning to Kanazuki. The biting wind was enough for Hanfeng to discern the worry etched in his companion's gaze. This anxiety, a common affliction among diligent students, stemmed from the fear of others resorting to blatant copying, mimicking not only the answers but even the names, dragging one down into the depths of despair. With a subtle nod and a furrowed brow, Hanfeng signaled his understanding, which eased Irika's concerns. As the examination commenced, Kaji Island paced the classroom, his hawk-like eyes surveying the entire room. Although the classroom was neither particularly spacious nor cramped, whenever you turned his head, a few bronze students would peek cautiously from their corners. Hanfeng, seated in the back row, took in the sight of his fellow peers and felt a sense of camaraderie. We are not alone in this endeavor. As Irika posed 2 questions, Hanfeng discreetly glanced at the answers, smoothly progressing through the exam. Upon completing half of it, he stole a few more glances, jotting down responses to the remaining questions, adding his own interpretations to the mix. Though aware that this might incur some deductions, he was confident that he would still secure a passing mark without undue concern. An hour later, the examination came to a close. Kaji Island instructed everyone to set down their pens and collect the test papers. He then shuffled them and had the plump classmate redistribute them, assigning each student the role of an examiner to grade a peer's paper. I shall now announce the answers. Kaji Island declared with an air of solemnity. Everyone is to be diligent and serious in grading, and upon completion, write your name next to the score. Is that clear? Yes. The bronze students eagerly received their peers' papers, relishing the power bestowed upon them, eagerly brandishing their red pens. The plump student in the front row was particularly animated. Having distributed the papers, he had taken the liberty of orchestrating some mischief. The paper in his possession belonged to Moonlight Hanfeng, while his desk partner's was Irika's. If any cheating were to be uncovered, he could swiftly expose Moonlight Hanfeng, bringing daylight to the classroom's shadows. And the answer to the first question is, Kaji Island. You began to reveal the answers. The plump student meticulously graded each response, occasionally communicating with his desk partner. However, as he progressed through the answers, his expression grew increasingly grim, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of indignation. Moonlight Hanfeng, how could you stoop so low? To copy a test to this extent, you are truly inhuman. With gritted teeth, he scrutinized the paper in his hands, convinced that Moonlight Hanfeng had indeed copied Irika's work. Yet, this crafty individual had pilfered bits here and there, and even added his own flair to some answers, leaving no trace of plagiarism to expose. Even with Kaji Island you personally grading the work, there was no basis to convict Moonlight Hanfeng. The plump student felt as though he was striking a pillow with his fists, the sense of impotence leaving him frustrated. Once the papers were graded, Kaji Island you promptly announced, those who received failing marks, please submit your papers. The plump student glanced at his score, 67. Words failed him. He felt utterly dejected. Meanwhile, 7 students in the classroom stood up to hand their papers to the podium. 30 individuals gathered, among whom 7 failed, resulting in a mere passing rate of 76. 666. The expression on Kashimayu's face turned rather grim as he lowered his gaze to scrutinize the names on the examination papers. Notably, he deducted an additional 10 points from the scores of several students, all of whom had participated as actors in the physical training session the previous day. However, there were 7 actors, and only 3 names appeared on the list. Consequently, Kashimayu proceeded to announce the names of the remaining 4 actors with a grave tone. The papers of the students whose names I just read are also subject to a 10-point penalty. Why is this happening? The 4 actors gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. It seemed utterly unjust to impose a deduction without even reviewing the papers. Faced with Kashimayu's stern demeanor, the students lowered their rebellious heads. Are there any more failures? Kashimayu inquired, and the 4 students, clutching their papers, stood up. The realization struck the actors, and they lamented inwardly. It's inevitable. Those papers must belong to us. Excellent. A total of 11 students have failed. Remember to transcribe the examination paper 10 times when you return home. Kashimayu lamented internally, feeling the burden of instructing such challenging students. Yet, there was no alternative. Perseverance was essential. He then instructed everyone to return their papers for a detailed explanation. When Hanfeng received his paper and glimpsed a score of 67, he felt elated. However, upon noticing the name beside the score, Ito and I, he recalled something and quickly turned to check the name on Irika's paper. Indeed, it was his desk mate, Pang. In that moment, Hanfeng felt a surge of exhilaration, a delightful sensation emanating from within. He tore a small piece of paper from his notebook, vigorously inscribing the words "Thank you for the review," folding it neatly before passing it to the student in the front row for delivery to Pang. At that moment, Pang was distractedly listening to Kashimayu's commentary on the papers when he suddenly felt a poke from behind. With a wary expression, he turned around to find a small note approaching him. He accepted it nonchalantly and opened it to read, "Thank you for the review." Pang was momentarily stunned. But upon realizing who had written it, he felt a surge of anger. His breath quickened, his hands trembled, his teeth chattered, and his eyelids twitched. Yet, having matured into an adult, he clenched his jaw and violently tore the note into pieces, hiding it within his desk, then lowered his head to examine the paper. If I get angry, I've lost. I shall not be angry. I shall not be angry. Yes, nothing has happened. I am not angry, he muttered to himself as the school bell rang. Once Kashimayu departed the classroom, a cacophony of lamentations erupted. Pang had scored 98. Yet he appeared more distraught than those who had failed. Stealthily, he glanced back at the moonlit Hanfeng, anxious that he might provoke him, only to realize he was overthinking. At that moment, Hanfeng approached Hongdo's desk. "Hongdo, I wish to discuss something with you. For your birthday picnic in a few days, could we possibly change the location to near the Great River, 2 miles east of the village?" Hongdo blinked in confusion and asked, "Why? What is that place?" In that place, the chilling wind observed the gaze of Hongdo, perhaps unaware that it was the outlet for the village's sewage. With an air of righteous conviction, it declared, "It is a picturesque location, characterized by fresh air and natural beauty, with clear mountains and rippling waters, lush green grass, melodious birdsong, fragrant flowers, and fluttering butterflies. It is the most beautiful spot in the village." Really? Sitting beside Hongdo, Inuzuka Sada was utterly thrilled. Yes, let's choose that place," she exclaimed, affectionately clinging to Hongdo's arm. while her little puppy, Shiro, eagerly approached, tongue outstretched in a bid for affection. Hongdo sighed. But I already told Shishui we were going to Senju Park. That's fine. I can just tell him later, Hafeng replied with a smile. Is that so? Well, okay then. Hongdo said, not pondering further, and nodded in agreement. As Hanfeng exited the classroom, he passed by Erpang's seat and couldn't help but pause in his hurried steps. Erpang's expression grew increasingly serious. Initially thinking he might be overreacting, he soon realized he had not overthought. Indeed, the insufferable Moonlight Hanfeng had come to provoke him. Erpang resolved to take the initiative. Moonlight Hanfeng, do not speak to me. My disdain for you grows stronger by the day, Erpang huffed. You know very well how you scraped by with a score of 67. Despite this, you still sent me a note. Do not speak to me. And do not ask me for favors. I will not listen. I will not listen. Are you? Hanfeng inquired with keen attention. Have you consumed something unwholesome? Erpang regarded him with a blank expression, wondering why the mere act of Hanfeng insulting him made him want to strike back. Noticing Erpang's silence, Hanfeng shifted to the matter at hand. Erpang, you are aware that Hongdo has invited Shishui to her birthday picnic, correct? At the mention of this, Erpang's displeasure intensified. His round, chubby face contorted in frustration. How dare you bring this up? You lot are utterly outrageous for stealing my friend. Erpang, do not be agitated. We have conducted a profound self-reflection, Hanfeng asserted earnestly. Self-reflection? Erpang's face was one of disbelief. Indeed, after our reflection, we have decided to formally invite you to Hongdo's birthday picnic. Hanfeng patted Erpang on the shoulder. What do you think? I am not interested. Erpang turned his head away, feigning indifference. Oh, as if I never said anything. With that, Hanfeng swiftly exited the classroom. Erpang was left in a state of disarray. Moonlight Hanfeng, are you a devil? Class 8 was located on the 3rd floor, while Class 1 was on the 4th. After ascending the stairs, Hanfeng quickly located Class 1 by following the sign at the door. Peering inside, he saw many groups of students engaged in conversation and could not immediately discern who Shishui was. Thus, he addressed a student sitting by the door. Excuse me. Could you help me? I am looking for Shishui. The student turned and called out loudly. Shishui, someone is looking for you. I'm coming. Shishui replied. Uchiha Shishui emerged from a crowd and, upon noticing the biting cold outside the classroom, hurriedly stepped out. Hanfeng, you were looking for me? Indeed. It pertains to the picnic location for Hongdo's birthday, which has been temporarily changed to the riverbank, 2 miles east of the village, Hanfeng replied. Is that acceptable? Shishui's brow furrowed slightly. He was aware that the river was contaminated. However, after a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that the river was substantial enough to dilute the village's wastewater, rendering the odor negligible. Moreover, if they gathered upstream, they would be unaffected by the pollution. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Understood. Let us proceed with that then. Farewell. Hanfeng suppressed his urge to collect information and waved goodbye as he departed from Class 1. After descending 3 flights of stairs and returning to his own classroom, Hanfeng was abruptly confronted. Erpang, with eyes wide and a face contorted in indignation, glared at him and exclaimed, You Eguang Hanfeng, I have made up my mind. I shall attend Hongdo's birthday picnic. Hanfeng chuckled. Just now, do not mention what just occurred. Erpang retorted fiercely, advancing towards Hanfeng and nudging him back a couple of steps with his round belly. Regardless, I am going. Hanfeng's mind raced. Then make sure to bring plenty of sushi. I won't. Erpang firmly refused. Shishui particularly enjoys your family's sushi. Hanfeng countered. All right. Erpang's mood shifted instantly. Hanfeng struggled to contain his laughter and replied earnestly. Erpang, I can sense your sincerity. Thus, let us make this a delightful agreement. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. October 24th, Friday. Following the afternoon outdoor training, Hanfeng first escorted his younger brother home while Hongdo and her 4 companions went to procure food. Erpang, meanwhile, returned home to fetch sushi, and they had arranged to meet an hour later by the riverbank, 2 miles east of the village. On his way home, Hanfeng noticed his younger brother, Jifeng, trailing behind him with a glum expression, silent as ever. Hanfeng found this peculiar. Usually, at this hour, Jifeng would be lively, chattering away and bouncing along. Curiosity piqued. Hanfeng asked, Jifeng, did the teacher reprimand you today? Not at all. Jifeng huffed, then paused, turning to regard Hanfeng earnestly. Brother, the teacher assigned homework today. Hanfeng's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained his composure, smiling as he inquired, Is that why you are upset? Jifeng nodded, then shook his head, explaining, Brother, Today, the teacher taught us about the knowledge of kunai throwing, and the homework is to write a 300-word reflection. Hanfeng chuckled softly and continued homeward. Let us head back first. I must attend a classmate's birthday celebration shortly. Jifeng was insistent, quickening his pace to glare at Hanfeng. Brother, I have inquired and discovered that first-grade reflections require 300 words, while second-grade reflections demand 500. The reflections I've written these past few days on chakra refinement, body technique, kunai throwing, and fireball technique, even others, have all been 500 words, some even 800. These are essentially your assignments, aren't they? Brother, speak to me. The biting cold wind pressed forward, pursued relentlessly by the swift gale, which leaped and bounded in a fit of frustration and urgency. Although the cold wind had anticipated such a day, it arrived with unexpected swiftness. My foolish younger brother. The cold wind realized there was no escaping this fate. Thus it halted its steps, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, and let out a long sigh. At last, you have discovered it. Brother, you must admit. This is too much. The younger sibling glared at him indignantly, incredulous that he had the audacity to ask him to complete his homework. How cunning. No, that is not what I meant. The cold wind sighed again, its gaze deep and sorrowful as it regarded the swift gale. Tell me, dear wind. The knowledge you are acquiring at school pales in comparison to the techniques I have taught you, such as the three-body technique, the art of throwing ninja tools, and the great fireball. Do you believe your teacher's lessons are more beneficial? The swift gale blinked a couple of times, pondering carefully, although reluctant to admit it. It could not deny the truth. The brother's teachings were indeed useful, while the teachers imparted only theoretical knowledge, forbidding them even to touch the ninja tools. Do you understand why? The cold wind continued earnestly, because what I am currently teaching you consists of second-grade knowledge. Thus, I am holding you to the stringent standards of second-grade assignments. Do you comprehend? The swift gale wore a puzzled expression, unable to grasp the connection between the words he understood and their overall meaning. Do you not wish to become a ninja sooner, to inherit the Leaf Village sword technique? The cold wind pressed on without allowing him time to ponder. To achieve these aspirations, you must learn advanced knowledge ahead of your peers and complete more challenging assignments. I do not desire this burden either, but without it, I cannot lay a solid foundation for you. Do you understand? Oh, I see. The swift gale blinked, still wearing a bewildered expression. No, you do not truly understand. The cold wind shook its head, striding forward decisively. Forget it. I shall no longer teach you. You may obediently follow the school curriculum, advancing step by step. Perhaps by the time you reach 50, you will be ready to inherit the Leaf Village sword technique. The cold wind deployed its ace in the hole, and indeed, the younger brother grew anxious upon hearing this. Brother, I was wrong. Please do not abandon my instruction. The swift gale hastily pursued, calling out, Brother. With countless apologies and fervent pleas, they returned home, and at last, the swift gale managed to persuade the cold wind to reconsider, observing the relief on the younger one's face. The cold wind silently sighed. Children these days are becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. Subsequently, the cold wind washed its face briefly at home before heading out towards the eastern side of the village. By a little past 4 in the afternoon, 5 figures, Akane, Inazuka-sa, Irika, Steel, and Kamizuki Izumi, had already arrived at the riverbank, laden with bags of various sizes. This river spanned over 10 meters in width, with wild grass growing unchecked along its banks, occasionally revealing glimpses of wildflowers hidden amidst the foliage. However, there were no fragrant blossoms nor fluttering butterflies, nor the cheerful songs of birds. Akane and Inazuka-sa, with solemn expressions, scanned their surroundings, noting the absence of verdant hills nearby. A peculiar odor seemed to waft from the river, prompting a sense of unease. What could this be? Hongdo approached the riverbank, peering down at the murky waters, her expression darkening. Irika approached, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and remarked, Actually, this river is where the village's sewage drains. What? Inazuka-saka's face turned pale. What woof? In her clumsiness, she accidentally pulled out a few strands of fur from the puppy. Enraged, Hongdo thought. Although the purpose of this birthday picnic was to strengthen the friendship between Saka and Jishui, it was still her special day. How infuriating. That scoundrel Hanfeng dared to deceive me. He spoke of picturesque scenery, fresh air, clear waters, verdant grass, melodious birds, and fluttering butterflies, all lies. She glared fiercely at Irika. Since you knew, why didn't you tell me? Irika stepped back, saying, that was Hanfeng's misrepresentation. Besides, if we go upstream, there won't be any odor. Gongzi Tai and Shinwei Izumi seemed unfazed, shouldering their heavy burdens as they made their way upstream. Everyone, don't fall behind. Hongdo seethed. When Han Feng arrives, I shall not let him off the hook. Given the circumstances, there was no turning back. If they detoured to Qinsho Park now, night would surely fall. Hongdo, will Ji Shui be upset when he arrives? Inazuka Saka asked pitifully. If Ji Shui is unhappy, you can unleash Baiwan to bite Han Feng. Bite him to death. Hongdo gritted her teeth, kicking aside the obstructive weeds. What woof? Baiwan immediately pledged loyalty. After a brief interval, hurry up. I found a splendid spot. Gongzi Tai discovered a more open area by the upstream river. With a bit of clearing of the excess weeds nearby, it would be ideal for a picnic. Hongdo rushed over, first checking the clarity of the river water. After taking a few deep breaths to confirm there was no unpleasant odor, she sighed in relief. Looking around, she noticed that the elevation here was considerably higher than downstream. Sitting here and gazing downstream, there was indeed a semblance of beauty. And the open terrain allowed a refreshing breeze to sweep through, invigorating both body and spirit. Hongdo, isn't this place quite nice? Gongzi Tai asked with a smile. It's passable, Hongdo replied defiantly. Then this will be the spot. Gongzi Tai set down the numerous bags and immediately began to clear the nearby weeds with Irika and Shinwei Izumi. They spread a cloth on the ground and laid out the food. Not long after, Erpang, who had brought several boxes of sushi, and Ji Shui, carrying birthday gifts, arrived in succession. Now, only Han Feng remained absent. In truth, Han Feng had arrived before Erpang and Ji Shui. But upon observing the expressions of Hongdo and Inazuka Saka, he chose to retreat from the spotlight and instead ventured off to explore nature alone. In the biting cold, Ha Feng spent several minutes locating the outlet of the Konoha sewer. He then followed the river downstream, his gaze fixed intently upon the surface of the water. However, after a quarter of an hour, all he could see were the swirling currents, devoid of any sign of a single crayfish. The river, 10 meters wide with a swift current, made his solitary search quite inefficient. It seemed that he would need to enlist the assistance of Irika and the others. Ha Feng turned and sprinted upstream. Upon spotting the figures of Akamichi and the others, he was astonished to discover that they had already begun feasting. Seriously? Ha Feng chuckled in disbelief. I thought you wouldn't show up out of guilt. Akamichi, upon seeing Han Feng, let out a haughty hum, the earlier tension dissipating swiftly in the presence of delectable food. Hurry up, or there won't be any left. Irika urged with a smile. Ji Shui, sitting beside Erpang, hastily shifted his position to claim his spot. Unwilling to relinquish his throne, Ha Feng couldn't help but laugh at Erpang's antics as he settled next to Irika. Where have you been? You're so slow. Gongzi remarked while stuffing sushi into his mouth. I went downstream, Ha Feng replied, casually grabbing a skewer of meatballs. After cautiously tasting one and finding it only mildly spicy, he ate another and added, I'm searching for an aquatic creature. Now it makes sense why you chose this picnic spot. Akamichi glared at the meatballs in Han Feng's hand, indignantly thinking, how dare you steal my meatballs? Ha Feng, the water downstream is tainted with the village's sewage. It's difficult for fish to survive. What kind of creature are you searching for? Ji Shui inquired curiously, peeking out from beside Erpang. Seeing everyone so engaged, Han Feng promptly replied, I'm looking for a creature called the crayfish, also known as the small lobster. It's a delicacy. A delicacy? Is it tasty? Gongzi's eyes sparkled with interest. If steamed, it's quite similar to ordinary shrimp, but there are myriad ways to prepare crayfish, as you can imagine. Ha Feng chuckled. Have you found any yet? Akamichi huffed. No, not yet. Han Feng shrugged. Do you need help? Irika offered. Han Feng felt touched. Irika, you truly are a good person. Irika shrugged nonchalantly. I had my suspicions when you mentioned a picnic here. Was it that obvious? Han Feng looked at him with a hint of melancholy, feeling his prideful intelligence had been exposed. How could he continue to strategize against others after this? I can help too, Ji Shui exclaimed. Ha Feng, what do crayfish look like? If you catch one, you must let us taste it. Gongzi added enthusiastically. It's my birthday. Akamichi, feeling frustrated, turned to Inazuka Sa sitting on the other side of Ji Shui. Sa, what about you? Inazuka Sa, blushing, smiled modestly. Of course, I'll help Ji Shui. Traitor. Akamichi ground his teeth and then looked at Erpang. I'll stay here to help you clean up the trash. Erpang, still resolute, shot a sideways glance at Han Feng. I'd rather clean up trash than assist. Very well, Han Feng conceded. Hongdo feebly consumed the dumplings. Yet soon she found solace in the fact that this birthday celebration was meant to foster camaraderie between Inazuka Sa and Shimizu. Moreover, she unexpectedly received a birthday gift from Shimizu, which felt like a delightful bonus. Half an hour later, The group of 8 had devoured all the food they had brought, with Air Pow contributing particularly generously, his already round belly now nearly protruding. "Now, we will rely on you," Han Feng shyly began. "Please be cautious while searching. If any mishap occurs, just shout. Do not worry, we are not children," Gang Ziti waved dismissively. "Well, we are still children," Inazuka-sa interjected, standing beside Shimizu with an innocent expression. "Shao-sa, we." Gang Ziti started to retort, but Inazuka-sa shot him a fierce glare. "All right. I want to provoke you," he conceded. In the end, aside from Air Pow who stayed behind to clean up the mess, the remaining 7 followed the river downstream in search of their goal. However, Shimizu soon felt that this approach was flawed and suggested, "We should split up and search the other side of the river, otherwise, we might miss something on the opposite bank. But the river is so wide, and the current is swift," Irika frowned. "If we attempt to cross." "Do not worry, I can manage," Shimizu replied confidently, then leaped into the river. "Ah, Shimizu. Be careful," Inazuka-sa exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth as she screamed, but her voice quickly caught in her throat. To their astonishment, Shimizu stood firmly on the surface of the water, undeterred by the rushing current beneath her feet. "This is impressive. Truly remarkable, Shimizu." Irika and the others were both astonished and delighted. Inazuka-sa's cheeks flushed with admiration. "Shimizu, you are incredible." Meanwhile, Han Feng was left dumbfounded, feeling utterly outdone by Shimizu's display. "Darn, I am such a fool. I was so focused on searching the riverbank that I completely forgot I am a ninja." Han Feng mused, recalling his adeptness in chakra manipulation. He declared earnestly, "Then as the initiator, I shall take on the challenge and search in the middle of the river." "Eh? Han Feng, what are you saying? Can you also stand on the water like Shimizu?" The expressions of his friends were a mix of disbelief, shock, and surprise, which greatly pleased Han Feng. "Is it all right?" Shimizu approached the riverbank, wary of Han Feng's bravado, leading him to fall in. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively and stepped closer to the water. As he placed his first foot on the surface, his chakra rapidly spread beneath him. However, as his foot made contact with the water, he suddenly felt a slip. It was entirely different from climbing a wall. "Be careful," among the onlookers. Only Shimizu noticed Han Feng's unsteady form, but just as she moved to assist him, a hand restrained her. The cold wind gestured for Jishui not to approach, then turned to smile at Irika and the other companions, explaining, "Walking on the river's surface is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to cover their feet with chakra. However, the flowing water continuously disrupts the chakra beneath our feet, so we must," as he educated Irika and the others. The cold wind swiftly adjusted the chakra at his feet. For others, it might take days to adapt to walking on water. But for the exceptionally gifted cold wind and chakra manipulation, it took merely a few seconds to adjust flawlessly. By the time he finished his explanation, he stood confidently on the water's surface. Irika, Akane, Inazuka-sa, Gongzi Tai, and Kamizuki Izumi were all astonished by Cold Wind's remarkable feat. Even Jishui was taken aback. He had struggled to stand on the water initially, clearly still inexperienced, yet in such a short span, Cold Wind had mastered the technique of walking on water. Impressive. Cold Wind smiled slightly, grading himself an 82 out of 100, leaving 18 points to aspire for. After this impressive display, Cold Wind led the group onward in search of more. At that moment, Cold Wind walked alone in the center of the river, his gaze fixed on the surface below. Since the search radius was limited to this central stretch, the difficulty was significantly reduced. To his left, Jishui, and to his right, Irika and Akane, noticeably quickened their pace. As they drifted downstream, Cold Wind felt his chakra gradually depleting, but fortunately he had mastered the art of chakra refinement. With a thought, his mental energy instinctively fused with his physical energy, continuously producing streams of chakra without disrupting his search for crayfish. Half an hour later, the 7 of them had traversed a full 2 kilometers downstream, yet still, no crayfish appeared in sight. Cold Wind looked up at the sky. It was now late October, and the sun was setting earlier each day. The sun had nearly vanished beyond the horizon. It seemed that today's expedition would end here. Just as Cold Wind began to speak, he suddenly heard Jishui's voice from the left. "Cold Wind, there's a channel here." Startled, Cold Wind hurriedly moved through the water towards the sound, finding a dense patch of reeds along the left bank. Jishui had already drawn a kunai and was clearing away the obstructive reeds, revealing a small channel hidden behind them. Cold Wind leaned in for a closer look and felt a surge of joy. "Is this the crayfish?" Jishui, observing the reddish-brown crayfish swimming in the channel, noted their larger size compared to ordinary shrimp, particularly their heads, which nearly comprised half their body. This is it. Cold Wind exhaled in relief. Jishui, thank you. Jishui smiled faintly. You're welcome. Cold Wind, do you plan to catch them and take them back now? After a moment's contemplation, Cold Wind replied, let's go. We should first regroup with Irika and the others. Human nature is inherently selfish, and Ha Feng is no exception. Initially, his thoughts wandered to the prospect of crayfish, envisioning a future of silent prosperity. However, recognizing his lack of resources and youth, he resolved to collaborate with the Moonlight Tavern. With the support of Shishui, Irika, and Hongdo, Ha Feng decided to be forthright. Have you found it? Irika inquired, catching sight of Ha Feng and Shishui approaching. Yes, we have, Ha Feng replied, his countenance serious. But first, let me speak. Upon reaching the shore, he proclaimed, the crayfish is a resilient aquatic creature with rapid reproductive capabilities and high nutritional value. Its culinary versatility suggests that, if introduced to the market, it will undoubtedly garner immense popularity. Irika and Hongdo exchanged perplexed glances. So, your plan is to sell crayfish? Is it profitable? Ha Feng, have you forsaken your path as a ninja? Observing the expressions of Irika, Hongdo, Gongzi, and others, Ha Feng felt exasperated as they completely misinterpreted his intentions. Only Shishui, who had transcended narrow tribalism and thought like a Hokage, wore a look of enlightenment. I see. Consequently, Irika and the others turned their gaze towards Shishui, silently inquiring about the situation. The crayfish's adaptability and rapid reproduction indicated the potential for large-scale farming. As Ha Feng suggested, if the delicacy truly appealed to the villagers, the profits for those who controlled the crayfish would be substantial. Shishui pondered, however, if crayfish indeed become popular, other merchants will undoubtedly enter the market, leading to increased competition and consequently diminishing profits. Indeed, Shishui, you have transcended base interests, fully grasping my intention while also thinking critically, Ha Feng praised. Your knowledge is unparalleled among my contemporaries. What do you mean by that? Ha Feng's words ignited a sense of indignation among Irika, Hongdo, and Azuka-sa, and even the little pup, Hakamaru, as they bared their teeth at him. Ha Feng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. So, do you understand my point? Shishui stated it clearly. We certainly comprehend, Inuzuka-sa retorted. You merely wish to convey that selling crayfish can be lucrative. Not just me, but all of you can partake. Crayfish farming is not overly complicated. Your family's Han Feng's words were abruptly interrupted. Inuzuka-sa, with a haughty demeanor, declared, my family lacks for nothing. Same here, Shishui chuckled. Well, it seems both of you, one from the Inuzuka clan and the other from the Uchiha clan, are not short on funds. My aspiration is to become an exceptional ninja. Iruka chuckled. As for my parents, both of his parents are elite shinobi, earning substantial sums from even the simplest of missions. How could they possibly resort to farming crayfish? Hongdo remarked, I am only interested in sweets. Ha Feng then turned his gaze towards Gongzi Tai and Shinwei Izumi. The inseparable brothers exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, compared to profiting from crayfish. We aspire to become ninjas, and as ninjas, we can earn a significant income as well. Ha Feng sighed in resignation. Do you not have impoverished relatives? Let them cultivate crayfish. It could greatly enhance their living conditions. Ha Feng, this is indeed your true motive for seeking crayfish, isn't it? Jishui interjected. I have heard that the Tsukiyakari clan suffered casualties in this war. Though there are relief funds, to secure a better standard of living, alternative solutions are necessary. So, you. I see. Ha Feng, I did not expect you. Hongdo gazed at Han Feng with a complex expression, teetering on the edge of words unspoken. The others shared similar sentiments, rendering Han Feng awkwardly uncomfortable. He merely wished to improve his own meals. Why was it so challenging? Since you all lack such intentions, I suppose my Tsukiyakari clan must bear the burden. Ha Feng sighed silently. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared expressionlessly at the documents in his hand, which contained the list of ninjas submitted by various clans to replenish the losses at the front lines. Hyuga, Uchiha, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Akimichi, including his own Sarutobi clan. All major families had dispatched ninjas. From the shadows, Danzo's figure slowly emerged. Hiruzen, what are your thoughts after reviewing the list from the clans? Sarutobi Hiruzen set the document down, asking, what do you wish to convey? The Hyuga and Uchiha clans have dispatched only newly promoted shunin, based on my investigation. The Hyuga sent only branch family members, and as for the Uchiha, not a single one awakened the Sharingan. Danzo's tone carried a hint of discontent with such stinginess. How do they expect to exploit the Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, stating, Sunagakure is a village with scarce bloodline limits. There is no need to send Sharingan to the battlefield. As for the Hyuga clan, their actions are to protect the Byakugan of the main family. However, Danzo opened his mouth, but Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him brusquely. Enough. The list has been finalized and will not be altered lightly. Danzo, you may withdraw. You, Danzo snorted coldly, turning to vanish into the shadows. Hoshino. Once Danzo departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose. Yes. From the corner, Tsukiyakari Hoshino slowly stepped forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed him the list, saying, "We depart tomorrow morning." Understood. As Hanfeng returned home, clutching a small bag of crayfish. The moonlight and stars had already descended from the Hokage Tower, where they were now in the backyard, instructing on the art of swift swordplay. Huihui was silently molding rice balls in the kitchen. "Mom, haven't you eaten yet?" Hanfeng inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Without turning her head, Huihui replied, "This is for your father. He is heading to the front lines tomorrow." A sigh escaped Hanfeng's heart. What was inevitable had finally arrived. However, he quickly rallied his spirits, extending the bag of crayfish towards Huihui. "Mom, I caught these crayfish from the river. They are exceptionally delicious." Huihui glanced at the bag, frowning. "Crayfish? What is this? Is it edible?" "Indeed. We had it during our picnic," Hanfeng fabricated. "Mom, since Dad is going to the front lines, let's prepare a dish of braised crayfish for him." Instinctively, Huihui accepted the bag, but after a moment, she seemed to recall something and shot a resigned glare at Hanfeng, exclaiming, "Feng-chan, is this really for you?" Hanfeng grinned widely. Regardless of whether it was for him or not, as long as it was cooked, it would be a done deal. Huihui cleaned the crayfish once more and, under Hanfeng's guidance, prepared a dish of braised crayfish. Due to the limited spices at home, she only added soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, salt, ginger, dried chili, and scallions. Nonetheless, once the crayfish were ready, a rich aroma quickly wafted into the living room and drifted towards the backyard. How delightful! Huihui gazed at the vibrant red crayfish and the green scallions in the bowl, feeling an inexplicable surge of appetite. Huihui? The aroma of the crayfish had drawn Moonlight and the swift swordsman into the kitchen. "And Huihui, what dish are you making?" "It smells wonderful." The swift swordsman felt his hunger rekindle. "It's what Feng-chan brought back. They're called crayfish. Come, everyone, let us try some." Huihui retrieved 4 pairs of chopsticks. Hanfeng took a pair but did not eat the crayfish immediately. He waited until Moonlight had tasted one before asking, "Dad, how does it taste?" Moonlight nodded, "Very fragrant. Quite spicy, perfect for pairing with drinks. It's excellent." Hanfeng chuckled. "What if we sold crayfish at an izakaya, Dad? What do you think?" Moonlight's eyes lit up. An izakaya is inherently a place for dining and drinking, and if accompanied by crayfish, it seemed promising. "Feng-chan, this is an adult matter. Children should not." Huihui felt the crayfish was indeed delicious but instinctively thought Hanfeng's focus should be on his studies, not these frivolous ideas. Without allowing her to finish, Hanfeng interjected boldly, "The adaptability of crayfish is remarkable, and they reproduce rapidly. If promoted, we could establish a thriving industry within months." Feng-chan. Huihui's displeasure was evident. Yet Hanfeng, with unwavering conviction, declared, "Mom, everything I do is for our kin. The higher the profits from the izakaya, the better the lives of our people. This way, even if we suffer losses, we can adequately support their families and save the village's relief funds." Huihui was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Hanfeng. "Can you believe this? Is this something a child would say?" Yet, Yue Guangxingye was filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling. "Hanfeng, I never imagined you could be so considerate. To think of your kin, to think of the village. I am truly..." Hanfeng smiled shyly. "Once the izakaya starts earning, I can dine there every day without paying." The exhilaration on Yue Guangxingye's face instantly faded. Perhaps this was his true intention. However, Huihui's rice balls were indeed, cough, with a strong desire to survive. Yue Guangxingye hastily shifted the conversation. "Hanfeng, how did you come to know about the information regarding the crayfish?" Hanfeng replied, "It was shared with me by a classmate from the Oil Woman clan." The reputation of the Oil Woman clan gave Yue Guangxingye a sense of reassurance. Much more than mere words from his son. He said, "In that case, it is indeed worth a try." After clarifying where the crayfish could be found, Yue Guangxingye set out immediately. In less than half an hour, he returned with the idly lingering elders, Yue Guangjingshang and Yue Guangsongxia, to the large river on the eastern side of the village. Under the moonlight, the 3 discovered crayfish swimming about in the shallows. "Elder, are these truly delicious?" Yue Guangjingshang inquired, What if they are not well received after being introduced at the izakaya? Even if they are not popular, it will not incur any losses for the izakaya, Yue Guang Xingye reassured him. However, if they become a sensation, dear uncles, you should know what to do, right? Of course. Yue Guang Jingshang nodded solemnly. If the crayfish are indeed as Han Feng described, they could lead to rapid expansion for the Yue Guang izakaya, capturing a larger market. Yue Guang Song Xia couldn't help but chuckle. If the crayfish truly improve the family's finances, young Han Feng will have performed a great service. A great service? Yue Guang Xingye recalled Han Feng's words, shaking his head with a smile. Yet, after all, he was his own son. Clearing his throat, Yue Guang Xingye mustered the courage to say, the information about the crayfish was provided by Han Feng. If they are indeed popular, the izakaya will remain free for him. If not, he might feel too embarrassed to enter. The two elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. At home, Hui Huizi looked sternly at Han Feng. Feng-chan, why do you wish to dine at the izakaya so much? Is my rice balls and sushi not to your liking? Han Feng blinked a couple of times, then turned his serious gaze towards his younger brother, who was rushing to the backyard with a wooden sword, questioning, Jifeng, how many times must I tell you? After dinner, you must refine your chakra for 2 hours. Why are you off practicing swordsmanship? Is what your brother says falling on deaf ears? Brother. The younger sibling turned back, looking quite aggrieved. Uncle said he would be leaving the village tomorrow. So he is going to teach me swordsmanship tonight. Even so, you must not disregard my words. As Han Feng spoke sternly, he quickly approached his younger brother. But after just a couple of steps, his shoulder was firmly grasped by Hui Huizi. Feng-chan, when your mother speaks to you, you can simply disregard her words. Can't you? Hui's voice does not resonate with beauty. Cold sweat trickled down Han Feng's forehead as he continuously exchanged glances with his younger brother. Jifeng hesitated, casting a glance at the impassive Hui, and for some inexplicable reason, a sense of dread enveloped him. Without uttering a word, he seized a wooden sword and dashed towards the backyard. Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Jifeng, oh Jifeng, you have changed. You have transformed to the point where I hardly recognize you. Upon arriving in the backyard, Jifeng, still shaken, glanced back at the living room and inwardly mused. The sight of Aunt Hui in anger is truly terrifying. As for my brother, I am so sorry. The following morning, Tsukiyakari Yobiyuki departed from Konoha with ninjas from various clans and essential supplies. As for the crayfish, Tsukiyakari entrusted their care entirely to Tsukiyakari Inoue and Tsukiyakari Matsushita. Despite their advanced age, these two elderly gentlemen exhibited remarkable efficiency. They first excavated a small pond in their backyard, then hurriedly transported the crayfish from the canal to the pond, subsequently enlisting the help of a former fisherman from the seaside to tend to them. To ascertain whether the crayfish could indeed be a lucrative venture, under the guidance of the two elders, the Tsukiyakari izakaya unveiled 10 plates of braised crayfish that very evening. However, to their astonishment, all 10 plates were devoured by 3 tables of patrons, rendering any assessment of the crayfish's potential impossible. The next day, the two elders requested another 10 plates of crayfish, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Any customer who ordered a plate of crayfish would, before finishing, invariably request 2 or even 3 more plates, accompanied by several bottles of sake. The proprietor of the Tsukiyakari izakaya soon grasped the situation. These crayfish were not only in high demand, but also stimulated sake sales, a veritable treasure for the izakaya. He promptly reported this development to the two elders. After deliberation, Tsukiyakari Inoue and Tsukiyakari Matsushita resolved to temporarily cease selling crayfish at the izakaya. This decision stemmed from the desire to keep their secret from other izakayas and the fact that their current catch of crayfish was limited. Selling 10 plates a day would deplete their stock in less than a month. Thus, their immediate priority became the expansion of their breeding efforts. With a vigorous spirit for the sake of their clan, the two elders swiftly rented a large pond 10 miles away and relocated all the crayfish from their backyard pond, hiring individuals to care for them while dispatching clan members to guard the site. They then resumed their search along the Great River, thoroughly depleting the crayfish from the canal, leaving not a single one behind, and continued downstream for several miles to ensure that no crayfish remained in the lower reaches before halting their search. Afterward, they learned from Han Feng that crayfish could survive in sewers. Without hesitation, they ventured into the sewers under the cover of darkness, conducting a search that indeed led them to discover traces of crayfish in several locations. However, driven by a sense of responsibility, they refrained from extracting these sewer-dwelling crayfish. Instead, they eradicated them on the spot, ensuring that only the Tsukiyakari clan would possess crayfish in Konoha. After a week of diligent effort, The two elders finally set everything on the right path, allowing themselves to revert to retirement, wandering aimlessly and beginning to grow complacent. As the two elderly gentlemen busily engaged themselves, Han Feng, being a youth, did not remain idle either. Upon encountering Hinata Shinichi at the school gate once more, Han Feng resolved to infiltrate the enemy's territory. On Saturday, November 1st, after escorting his younger brother home following school, Han Feng resolutely made his way to the residence of the Hinata family. Though Shinichi belonged to the Hinata branch, his home was vastly larger than Han Feng's, with the backyard alone dwarfing Han Feng's entire property. Indeed, the phoenix's rear is far grander than the head of a mere chicken. Han Feng mused, reflecting on the disparity. Upon being led to the backyard by Shinichi's family, Han Feng found Shinichi engaged in light-hearted banter with his close friend, Inuzuka Ryuta, and oil girl Aoyama. The trio expressed surprise at Han Feng's arrival, though Ryuta seemed more uncomfortable than anything else, having previously been bested by Han Feng's shuriken. As for Aoyama, clad in a high-collared trench coat and large sunglasses, his expression remained inscrutable. "Welcome, Han Feng," Shinichi greeted with a warm smile. "I hope I haven't interrupted anything." "Not at all," Han Feng replied, returning their greetings with a smile. Suddenly, Ryuta's little wolf dog, RGA, bared its teeth at Han Feng while wagging its tail, leaping about in a playful yet fierce manner, as if to assert its dominance over this foolish human. Han Feng, looking down at the small wolf dog, was inexplicably reminded of a husky. "Ryuta, what breed is your ninja dog?" Han Feng couldn't resist asking. "RGA is a descendant of wolf dogs," Ryuta exclaimed. His spirits lifted as he introduced his pet. "Although it appears fierce, do not worry. RGA is quite intelligent. As long as you do not provoke it, it won't bite you." Descendant of wolf dogs? Fierce? Han Feng thought it resembled a husky and instinctively extended his right index finger, twirling it above Arga's head. The wolf dog eagerly chased Han Feng's finger in circles, and after several spins, Han Feng abruptly withdrew his hand, only to find RGA continuing to spin in place, eventually chasing its own tail. Ryuta's lips quivered slightly in discomfort. RGA never misses an opportunity to embarrass me, helping others undermine their own master. Suddenly, RGA lunged forward, biting its own tail and, upon feeling pain, rolled around on the ground with a howl. "Ah, my RGA. It's just feeling a bit unwell," Ryuta said, blushing with embarrassment as he discreetly nudged RGA behind him. "Ryuta, it's high time you trained your ninja dog," Aoyama interjected, unable to watch any longer. "You only have a year until graduation, and if RGA can't keep pace by then, it might be left behind." Ryuta sighed. "But every time we train, RGA cries, and I can't bring myself to be harsh." "Perhaps my insects could assist RGA," Aoyama suggested. "Really? That could be worth a try, but I can't guarantee anything," Ryuta replied, intrigued yet cautious. As the conversation flowed, Inuzuka Ryuta took Wolf Fong and Aburame Aoyama aside, commencing his training of Wolf Fong with insects. Meanwhile, Ha Feng engaged in a dialogue with Hinata Shinichi, where they initially indulged in mutual flattery, extolling the virtues of each other's families. Their discussion meandered from school life to the ninja world, traversing battlefields and peace, delving into the intricacies of throwing weapons and various formidable ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques. Ultimately, Ha Feng revealed his true intentions, suggesting a friendly sparring match. "A spar?" Hinata Shinichi regarded Han Feng with surprise. "Are you serious, Han Feng?" Despite Han Feng's prowess in throwing weapons, Hinata Shinichi was equally skilled, possessing additional trump cards that rendered Han Feng's chances of victory entirely negligible. Yet, Han Feng's expression was earnest, his tone sincere as he implored, "Senior Shinichi, I would be honored to witness the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan." "The gentle fist, you say? I see your intentions now." Hinata Shinichi comprehended that Ha Feng must have heard countless tales about the gentle fist and was unable to resist the urge to experience it firsthand. "Ah, the youthful spirit," he chuckled. "Let us proceed to the training grounds for our sparring session." "Thank you, Senior Shinichi." Ha Feng was elated. During their earlier conversation, he had gleaned that Hinata Shinichi could already utilize the Byakugan and had learned the gentle fist. Should fortune favor him, he might directly acquire the bloodline limit of the Byakugan. If luck were less favorable, obtaining knowledge of the gentle fist would still be a remarkable achievement. If luck were to fail him, I am no mere fool. The training ground of the Hinata clan was an indoor arena, roughly the size of a basketball court, lined with an array of ninja tools, shuriken, kunai, saban, swords, and katanas, all designed solely for training purposes and devoid of sharp edges. "Ha Feng, choose your weapon freely," Hinata Shinichi remarked as he strode confidently to the center of the training area, showing no inclination to select any tools himself. Not wishing to appear overly bold, Ha-Feng approached the weapon rack, first securing a ninja tool pouch to his thigh, followed by a collection of kunai, shuriken, and saban. Subsequently, he selected a sword. Having gathered the technique of the crescent moon dance from Tsukiyomi, he had been practicing diligently on wooden dummies. And although he had yet to master the technique, his swordsmanship had progressed remarkably. I am ready, Senior Shinichi. Let us begin. With his gear selected, Ha-Feng stood before Hinata Shinichi, the green orb of chakra in his mind stirring with anticipation. Hinata Shinichi raised an eyebrow, swiftly closing the distance between them with a single step, striking towards Ha-Feng's left rib with an open palm. Without hesitation, Ha-Feng aimed his sword at Hinata Shinichi's elbow, targeting a vulnerable spot. Hinata Shinichi narrowed his eyes, deftly sidestepping the blade and evading to Ha-Feng's right, pressing forward to deliver another palm strike aimed at Ha-Feng's abdomen. Ha-Feng felt a jolt of alarm. This opponent's reaction speed was astonishing. Moreover, the principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch perilous became evident as Hinata Shinichi closed the distance. Ha-Feng's longsword became unwieldy, hindering his movements instead of aiding them. In the biting wind, Ha-Feng decisively discarded his sword and swiftly drew a kunai from his ninja pouch with the dexterity acquired from years of solitude, thrusting it towards Hyuga Shinichi. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Hyuga's eyes as he deftly rolled away, executing a challenging rabbit kick that not only evaded Ha-Feng's kunai but also delivered a sharp kick to his chin. Bang! Ha-Feng was propelled into the air, his head buzzing. When he regained his senses, he found himself awkwardly sprawled on the floor, while Hyuga Shinichi stood a couple of meters away, watching him with a hint of concern. Are you hurt, Ha-Feng? No. Ha-Feng rose, instinctively touching his chin, relieved to find no cuts or loose teeth. It seemed Hyuga had shown restraint. Ha-Feng regarded Hyuga seriously, recalling their earlier exchanges. In terms of skill and battle experience, Hyuga far surpassed him, even managing to send him soaring without resorting to gentle fist techniques. It appeared that he would have to create distance and adopt a kite-flying strategy. Ha-Feng swiftly retreated, drawing kunai, shuriken, and other ninja tools from his pouch, aiming them at Hyuga. Recognizing Ha-Feng's exceptional throwing prowess, Hyuga assumed a gentle fist stance, his hands casually positioned before him, exuding a palpable intensity. Ha-Feng, not daring to underestimate his opponent, began hurling kunai, shuriken, and saban, a flurry of various ninja tools slicing through the air in relentless arcs toward Hyuga. With a swift movement, Hyuga evaded, his hands channeling chakra to deflect and strike away the incoming projectiles. Was this the gentle fist? Ha-Feng's expression grew grave, yet uncertainty lingered. In the original story, the members of the Hyuga clan would loudly proclaim their techniques, but Hyuga Shinichi remained silent, leaving Ha-Feng unsure if he had indeed employed gentle fist techniques. In the midst of Ha-Feng's distraction, Hyuga, leveraging his extensive combat experience, closed the distance, swiftly appearing just 3 meters from Ha-Feng. By the time Ha-Feng regained his focus, he saw Hyuga transform into a blur, charging at him with incredible speed. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 2 palms. The crisp sound of their palms colliding echoed as Ha-Feng was once again sent flying. Yet simultaneously, Ha-Feng's affection surged forth like a verdant light, tumultuously swirling within him. Unfortunately, when he landed awkwardly, the green glow in his mind began to subside. Ha-Feng lay on the ground, unable to rise for a while. This is too difficult. It is truly too challenging. He felt overwhelmed. After such a humiliating defeat, he had failed to gather any valuable insights. Ha-Feng, do you wish to continue? Hyuga maintained his gentle fist stance, having retracted his chakra in time during their previous exchanges, ensuring Ha-Feng was uninjured. Continue. Ha-Feng gritted his teeth, attempting to rise with a fish leap 1 leap 2 leaps 3, forget it. Finally, he pushed himself off the ground, glancing at his ninja pouch, which was now entirely empty. As Ha-Feng finished speaking, he bent down to retrieve the ninja tools scattered on the ground. Hyuga Shinichi, regaining his stance, smiled and remarked, Ha-Feng, your proficiency in throwing ninja tools is truly remarkable. I doubt any student from the Ninja Academy surpasses you in this regard. While gathering the tools, Ha-Feng inquired, but why do I feel like I can't even touch you? Because I have seen through your technique. Hyuga Shinichi replied with a grin. You used the Byakugan? Ha-Feng pondered, recalling that he had not observed any visible strain on Hyuga Shinichi's face moments ago. It is not the Byakugan, but rather battle experience. Hyuga Shinichi clarified. You lack combat experience, which makes your thrown tools, no matter how cleverly angled, predictable and easily discernible, allowing me to effortlessly counter them. All right. You are impressive, Ha-Feng acknowledged. Although he had mastered the art of throwing ninja tools, he realized that he could not acquire battle experience without continuous combat. Once he had collected the tools, he quickly distanced himself from Hyuga Shinichi while contemplating how to throw the ninja tools in a manner that would evade his keen perception. Hyuga Shinichi adopted a gentle fist stance and declared, "Let us begin." As Hafeng observed him, he suddenly recalled the throwing techniques of the Uchiha clan. His eyes sparkled with inspiration. He swiftly launched a kunai with his left hand, aimed directly at Hyuga Shinichi's right shoulder, while simultaneously hurling a shuriken with even greater velocity. In an instant, the rapidly spinning shuriken overtook the kunai, forcefully colliding with it. The sharp clang resonated, causing the kunai to not only accelerate but also alter its trajectory. Whistling toward Hyuga Shinichi's leg. Hyuga Shinichi's expression shifted slightly. He had discerned the kunai's path. With boldness born from skill, he moved forward instead of retreating, attempting to evade the kunai while closing the distance to Hanfeng. However, the kunai suddenly increased its speed and changed direction, vanishing from his sight and placing him at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience kept him composed in the face of danger. In a critical moment, he swiftly channeled chakra into his eyes, causing the veins to bulge. With a fierce determination, he activated the Byakugan, instantly gaining a panoramic view that revealed the kunai that had just evaded his line of sight. With a decisive motion of his right hand, he deflected the kunai aimed at his leg. That was close. But to think you could achieve this so quickly, you truly. Hyuga Shinichi regarded Hanfeng with a serious expression. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself preoccupied with the chaos that ensued. Hanfeng, drawing back his left and right hands, unleashed a flurry of kunai and shuriken that soared through the air, colliding and changing trajectories in a wild frenzy. In his haste, even Hanfeng struggled to control the erratic paths of the ninja tools post-collision, sending them hurtling towards Hyuga Shinichi in a disordered barrage. Thanks to the Byakugan, Hyuga Shinichi was able to perceive every tool approaching him from the front, sides, and even those rebounding behind him. Thus began his performance. Two fleshy palms infused with chakra struck left and right as Hyuga Shinichi spun and leaped, his eyes wide open, tirelessly and accurately swatting away the incoming ninja tools. In the blink of an eye, the ground around him was littered with shurikens, kunai, and senbon. Just as a chilling wind prepared to unleash a barrage of random attacks, it discovered that the ammunition had run dry. He glanced down at his empty tool pouch and sighed. Cold wind, continue. Hyuga Shinichi opened his Byakugan, his veins prominently visible, lending him a somewhat fearsome appearance. No ninja tools left, Cold Wind shrugged. Is that so? Hyuga Shinichi stood frozen, retracting his Byakugan. During the brief moment he had used Gentle Fist in conjunction with the Byakugan to fend off Cold Wind's weapons, he had experienced a peculiar sensation, as if his understanding of both techniques had deepened somewhat. Yet, in merely a few seconds, Cold Wind had ceased his assault, leaving him feeling slightly dissatisfied as he observed Cold Wind, who seemed to hesitate to speak. Cold Wind, perceptive as ever, recognized the expression on Hyuga Shinichi's face. Understanding he had just entered a state of training, he sensed that Shinichi wanted him to continue sparring but was too bashful to voice it. Hence, Cold Wind, with righteous resolve, declared, "Shinichi Senpai, let's go again." Cold Wind. Hyuga Shinichi's spirit instantly lifted, exclaiming, "All right, let's do this again. This time, I'll strap on 2 tool pouches." Cold Wind, eager to boost his rapport, tied 1 pouch to each thigh, filling them with a complete set of ninja tools, resembling a somewhat comical ninja. Hyuga Shinichi activated his Byakugan once more, adopting the stance of Gentle Fist and preparing for action. Simultaneously, Cold Wind grasped his ninja tools, the green light in his mind stirring with anticipation. Though he had failed to collect earlier, he sensed that Hyuga Shinichi must feel pleased with his own composure. Perhaps this time he would succeed. Taking a deep breath, Cold Wind began to launch kunai, shurikens, and senbon. Each projectile was thrown with the technique of secondary impact to increase speed and alter trajectory. Otherwise, he feared that Hyuga Shinichi would not find the experience satisfying. Indeed, after the secondary impact, the kunai, shurikens, and senbon flew toward Shinichi, invigorating him. As he deftly moved, his hands became a blur, effortlessly swatting the tools away. Cold Wind, while tossing the weapons, observed Shinichi's exhilarated expression, and he could no longer contain his sinister thoughts. Collect. In that instant, the green light in his mind surged forth, and amidst Cold Wind's eager anticipation, a pale blue light point suddenly burst forth. Cold Wind rejoiced, promptly enveloping the pale blue point with his mental will. Gentle Fist technique, Bagua, 64 palms, incomplete. Cold Wind's heart plummeted. What the heck? Shinichi just called upon and utilized the Gentle Fist, Bagua, 2 palms. Right? Why did I collect the 64 palms instead? And this incomplete version is unusable. Gritting his teeth, Cold Wind hurled the last of his collection techniques, only to meet with failure, and a wave of resentment surged within him, compelling him to concentrate chakra in his hands. With the assistance of chakra, the shuriken and kunai thrown by Hanfeng displayed a remarkable surge in both power and speed. Hinata Shin instantly sensed this change, yet rather than being alarmed, he felt a surge of excitement, his techniques becoming more fierce. However, this intensity lasted for a mere half a minute before Hanfeng's 2 bags of ninja tools were emptied once more. Hinata Shin, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, paused and gazed at Hanfeng with a hint of anticipation. Perhaps I should acquire 4 bags of ninja tools? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Hanfeng's mouth. Having exhausted his collection technique, he decided it was time to rest. Clearing his throat, he said, Shin, let us conclude for today. Hinata Shin sighed softly, then retracted his Byakugan, approaching Hanfeng with warmth as he patted his shoulder, saying, Hanfeng, your technique in throwing ninja tools is quite impressive. We shall spar again when the opportunity arises. Hanfeng nodded perfunctorily, then deliberately inquired, Shin, your gentle fist is formidable. But is it limited to just 2 strikes? No, it can deliver 64 strikes, replied Hinata Shin with a smile. In truth, the gentle fist comprises 64 strikes. But for the sake of ease in learning and mastery, it is often categorized into 2, 4, and 8 strikes. Currently, I can execute 4 strikes. Oh, I see. Hanfeng realized. This meant that he merely needed to acquire the techniques for 8, 16, 32, and 64 strikes to attain the complete gentle fist method. Wait, wouldn't it be simpler to just gather the 64 strikes directly? Hanfeng's thoughts wandered as he mused. However, the gentle fist requires the Byakugan of our Hyuga clan to unleash its maximum potential. Hinata Shin pointed to his own eyes. The Byakugan can see through objects, allowing one to perceive the body's meridians and chakra points. When combined with the gentle fist, it can directly attack an opponent's chakra network, leaving them in a state of ecstasy. Without the Byakugan, the gentle fist would merely be a series of continuous strikes infused with chakra, perhaps not even rivaling the Leaf Whirlwind or the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Thus, the essence lies in the Byakugan. Until Hanfeng acquires the Byakugan, even if he attains the gentle fist, it would likely be of little use. With this realization, Hanfeng quickly began to praise the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. In turn, Hinata Shin reciprocated the compliments by extolling the Moonlight Clan's Leaf Flow Sword technique. The Leaf Flow Sword technique was created by the second Hokage, but due to its high level of difficulty, few ninjas mastered it, most of whom belonged to the Moonlight Clan. Therefore, in Konoha, mentioning the Leaf Flow Sword technique invariably brings to mind the Moonlight Clan and vice versa. As the two engaged in this mutual flattery, Inuzuka Ryota and Yamanaka Aoyama approached. Shin, what are you two doing here? Inuzuka Ryota entered the training ground, cradling his wolf Fong. I was sparring with Hanfeng, Hinata Shin replied with a smile. How is the training with the wolf Fong going? Inuzuka Ryota, with a gleam of joy in his eyes, responded, the results have been remarkable. During the recent training session, Yujo Aoyama directly placed a bug beneath the fur of the wolf Fong, and as long as it dawdled, it would be subjected to a fierce sting. Wolf Fong, unaccustomed to such indignities, burst into tears. Although Ryota Inuzuka felt sympathy, he gritted his teeth and cheered for Wolf Fong from the sidelines. Left with no choice, Wolf Fong had to endure and cooperate with the training, managing to deceive the young master in the end. At this moment, Yujo Aoyama surveyed the training ground, observing the scattered shurikens, kunai, and senbon. Behind his sunglasses, his gaze sharpened slightly as he inquired, Shinichi, have you employed the gentle fist? Hinata Shinichi smiled and nodded. Not only the gentle fist, but I also utilized the Byakugan. Both Yujo Aoyama and Ryota Inuzuka gasped in disbelief, staring at Hanfeng. To think that he could compel Hinata Shinichi to unleash his bloodline limit in the gentle fist. Was this fellow's ninja tool throwing truly that terrifying? In response to their astonished gazes, Hanfeng displayed no hint of pride, instead humbly stating, it was because Senior Shinichi only defended and did not attack. Otherwise, I would have been defeated long ago. Hanfeng, you are far too modest, Hinata Shinichi beamed, realizing that the more he observed Hanfeng, the more amiable he appeared. With his affinity rating continuously rising, the four engaged in light conversation for a while before Hanfeng expressed his intention to take his leave from the Hinata household. Upon returning home, Hanfeng discovered that the two elderly gentlemen, Tsukikage Inoue and Tsukikage Matsushita, had once again come to his house to partake in a meal. Keiko, Make sure to add plenty of chili, ginger, and garlic while stir-frying the crayfish. And don't skimp on the scallions, it enhances the flavor. The two old men stood at the kitchen entrance like sentinels, conversing while swallowing their saliva. In the kitchen, the enticing aroma of braised crayfish wafted through the air. As Ha Feng swallowed hard, he felt a twinge of annoyance. The crayfish had yet to spawn their next generation, and these two old men were indulging themselves. Ha Feng genuinely worried whether the unfortunate crayfish would manage to reproduce successfully. Thus, he approached and inquired, "Gentlemen, how's the crayfish farming progressing?" "Ah, little Ha Feng has returned." "Aha." Tsukaki Inoue's face broke into a smile, his wrinkles resembling gnarled roots, quite unappealing. "Rest easy, little Ha Feng. We have hired numerous fishermen to oversee the crayfish, and there will be no issues whatsoever." Tsukaki Matsushita added, "Once the crayfish can supply the izakaya, you can dine there without a care, little Ha Feng." Han Feng declared with a sense of righteousness, "My actions are primarily aimed at alleviating the burdens of my kin. Dining at the izakaya is merely incidental." Little Ha Feng is becoming increasingly thoughtful. The two old men praised him enthusiastically. Shortly thereafter, Keiko emerged with a basin of crayfish exuding a pungent and spicy aroma. "Dinner is ready." Ha Feng turned to the backyard to summon his younger brother, who was busy with wooden posts. At the dining table, the two old men unceremoniously placed the crayfish before them, enjoying their drinks and the delectable feast with great delight. As Ha Feng and Jifeng reached for the crayfish with their chopsticks, the two old men immediately turned hostile. "Little Ha Feng, little Jifeng, this is a side dish for drinking. Since you do not drink, you may not partake. Wait until you grow up to eat. We will drink with you then." Observing the shameless demeanor of the two elderly men, Han Feng glanced at Hui Huizi and decided to refrain from stooping to their level. Jifeng, ever so carefree, watched the old men relish their crayfish while savoring the enticing aroma, and he too found himself indulging in the delicacy with delight. Upon finishing their meal, the two men leisurely extracted toothpicks and departed for a stroll to aid digestion. Hui Huizi then began to clear the table. "Brother, there's still some soup left. Would you like to drink it?" Jifeng, unbeknownst to him, had brought over a bowl filled with rich broth, floating with shrimp legs, scallions, ginger slices, garlic, and chili flakes, which smelled utterly appetizing. Although Jifeng had already consumed 2 bowls of rice and felt quite full, he figured he could manage another bowl of soup if he tried. Han Feng, however, looked at him with disdain, exclaiming, "Have some dignity. Pour it out for me." Yet, Jifeng hesitated. Despite his indifference towards food, the temptation of such a culinary delight was hard to resist. Under Han Feng's emotionless gaze, Jifeng reluctantly poured the soup away, prompting Han Feng to exhale in relief and say, "Jifeng, our Moonlight clan possesses integrity. We absolutely do not consume leftovers. Understand?" "Ah," Jifeng replied, his enthusiasm waning. "Once the izakaya starts serving crayfish again, I shall take you to indulge in a sumptuous feast." Han Feng swiftly changed the subject. "Brother, what is a sumptuous feast?" Jifeng's eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly intrigued. "A sumptuous feast is when one dines without paying." Han Feng chuckled. "Typically, those who partake in such feasts would face dire consequences, but only your elder brother can handle it." "How intriguing." Jifeng's eyes lit up, though he soon felt a pang of guilt. "But brother, isn't it wrong to eat without paying?" At that moment, Han Feng suddenly lost interest in the conversation and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of that. Why waste words? Hurry and begin refining your chakra. Do not open your eyes for the next 2 hours." "Understood." Jifeng promptly seated himself upright on the sofa, closed his eyes, and focused on refining his chakra. Han Feng, meanwhile, was not idle either. He retreated to his bedroom to practice the body activation forbidden technique. After days of rigorous training, Han Feng had successfully stimulated all his muscle cells with chakra, rendering them significantly more activated than other cells. Thus, he resolved to focus on other cells next. "Then it shall be you," he declared, targeting the subcutaneous tissue cells. The subcutaneous tissue lies beneath the dermis, forming a relatively loose layer that acts as a natural cushion, absorbing external pressure. This meant that activating the subcutaneous tissue cells would greatly enhance Han Feng's resilience against impacts. If stimulating muscle cells increased strength by 2, then activating subcutaneous tissue cells would bolster defense by 2. However, the composition of subcutaneous tissue is quite complex, containing blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, nerves, sweat glands, and hair follicles, making it a challenge to simultaneously stimulate these various cells with chakra. Fortunately, Han Feng had already mastered the body activation forbidden technique. As long as his microscopic operations were precise, he could manage the task at hand. After closing his eyes and concentrating, Hanfeng channeled a thread of chakra into his subcutaneous tissues, gently stimulating various cells within. In that instant, he experienced an illusion as though he were striking cotton, soil, steel. And with simultaneously, an array of distinct sensations relayed directly back to him through the chakra. Hanfeng hastily refined the chakra, meticulously stimulating these different types of cells. At that moment, he felt as if he were multitasking, engaging his mind in multiple pursuits, yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was not so. The chakra danced like the 10 fingers of his hands, deftly playing the piano of subcutaneous cellular structures, each finger exerting varying degrees of force, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, sometimes lingering, or merely brushing the keys, creating a melodious symphony. Previously, while stimulating muscle cells, Hanfeng had been intensely focused, fearful of any mishap. However, now, as he stimulated the subcutaneous cells, he found himself unexpectedly immersed in the experience, as if he were floating through an indescribable melody, reveling in a euphoric dance atop a grave. This sensation was intoxicating. An hour slipped by before Hanfeng finally opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face. I have understood. I have finally comprehended. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion. The forbidden technique for physical activation involved nearly 200 types of cells, numbering in the trillions. If he were to focus intently on stimulating each cell, even a person of iron would be overwhelmed. Yet now, Hanfeng had discovered the correct path, floating through the void, dancing atop a grave. Yes, that was the feeling. Taking a deep breath, he seized the moment and resumed his training. The sensation that had just faded had not entirely dissipated, allowing Hanfeng to effortlessly rediscover that extraordinary, subtle, and fantastical feeling. With a mere thought, he summoned all the chakra within him to surge into the subcutaneous tissues, commencing a widespread stimulation of the cells. In that instant, as the subcutaneous cells activated, an abundance of bodily energy was released. Hanfeng's mind shifted again, and he executed the perfect chakra refining technique. Astonishingly refining chakra while simultaneously practicing the forbidden technique for physical activation. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to take such risks. But in this state of floating through the void and dancing atop a grave, he was exhilarated. Unconcerned with the consequences, he sought pleasure first. Unbeknownst to him, he trained until midnight. When Hanfeng opened his eyes, he found the world silent, with only the sound of his younger brother's gentle breathing in slumber. Rising, he lightly stretched his limbs, recalling the earlier training with a hint of trepidation. Yet upon reflection, though the previous state of training had been somewhat perilous, practicing the forbidden technique for physical activation while refining chakra had significantly enhanced his training efficiency. Previously, he spent 2 hours on the forbidden technique and another 2 hours refining chakra. Now, he had trained for 4 hours on the forbidden technique while refining chakra for the same duration. How much had his efficiency increased? Doubled? Not merely. As the time spent cultivating the physical activation forbidden technique lengthens, the cellular activation within Hanfeng rises correspondingly. The higher the cellular activation, the greater the release of the bodily energy harbored within these cells. Coupled with the perfected chakra refinement technique, the speed and efficiency of Hanfeng's chakra refinement naturally accelerate at an exponential rate, akin to the exhilarating ascent of a roller coaster. Initially, the pace resembles that of a tractor, almost imperceptible, but as it progresses, it feels like soaring in a rocket, bouncing up and down with fervor. Having composed himself, Hanfeng engaged in a brief wash before retiring to bed, slumbering soundly until dawn. The following day, being a Sunday, he was spared the obligations of school. Upon awakening, Hanfeng noted the early hour and contemplated indulging in more sleep, only to be abruptly stirred by Jifeng. "Brother, hurry and buy a gift." Jifeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Hanfeng. Somewhat bewildered, Hanfeng inquired, "What gift?" Brother Jifeng looked at him incredulously. "Today is my birthday." Reacting swiftly, Hanfeng replied, "Jifeng, between brothers, there's no need to celebrate birthdays. It's rather sentimental, don't you think?" "But brother, I have already prepared your birthday gift," Jifeng protested, visibly distressed. "My birthday? Is our birthday on the same day?" Hanfeng had indeed overlooked this detail. "No." Jifeng shook his head. "Your birthday is on November 11th. Hanfeng was taken aback. "What date?" "November 11th, Jifeng stated earnestly. Hanfeng felt utterly disheartened, suspecting he was being deceived. "Brother, I am not lying," Jifeng remarked, finding it strange that his elder brother had even forgotten his own birthday. With a furrowed brow, Han Feng sighed and spoke earnestly, Jifeng. Let us refrain from discussing this in the future. Why? Jifeng queried, Brother, will you no longer celebrate your birthday? Not anymore. A man should not concern himself with birthdays. Only girls celebrate such occasions, Ha Feng expressed with a hint of gloom. What about me? Jifeng replied, displeased. You? You should not celebrate either, Ha Feng asserted resolutely. As the sons of the Moonlight clan, we ought to dedicate ourselves to diligent training rather than pondering birthday gifts throughout the year. What success can we hope for otherwise? Jifeng was left speechless. All right, after breakfast, let us refine chakra for 2 hours. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. You may think me unfeeling now, but when you grow up sighing, Han Feng continued, when you mature, you should not be able to surpass me, right? A sense of urgency washed over him. Sending the forlorn Jifeng away, Ha Feng hastily arose, washed up, devoured a couple of rice balls, and then made his way to the backyard. He practiced the body flicker technique twice before engaging in some shuriken throwing, followed by some wooden post training. Finally, Ha Feng began to practice the great fireball technique. In these recent days, his constant chakra refinement, particularly during last night's 4-hour session of vigorous training, had significantly boosted his chakra reserves. Ha Feng estimated that he was now sufficiently charged to execute a small fireball. Then, he chanted, serpent, horse, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. In the biting wind, Han Feng meticulously formed each hand seal, taking a total of 4 seconds. This pace was rather sluggish. Furrowing his brow, Han Feng noted that the seals for the 3-body technique were singular and could be completed instantaneously if the posture was correct, leaving no room for speed. However, the great fireball technique required a full 6 seals. If Han Feng attempted to execute the great fireball at this rate before Hinata Shinichi, he would likely be struck down before he even finished forming the seals. It seemed imperative that he devise a method to enhance his sealing speed. Han Feng felt the weight of his task growing ever more daunting. Regaining his focus, he began to form the seals for the great fireball once more. As he did so, he channeled the chakra within him, guiding it along a specific route through his chakra network, ultimately pooling it in his throat. It was crucial that the flow of chakra synchronized with the formation of his seals. Both had to complement each other, neither lagging nor advancing, but proceeding simultaneously. When the chakra amassed in his throat and began to warm, Han Feng knew he had achieved success. This was not merely due to innate talent, but rather the result of his mastery over the gathering technique. Having thoroughly absorbed the essence of the great fireball technique, coupled with his training in the body activation forbidden technique, he had honed his control over chakra to a fine degree, enabling him to unleash it with precision. In the next moment, Han Feng took a deep breath and released the chakra gathered in his throat with a forceful exhalation. Boom! At that instant, a fireball the size of an infant's fist erupted from his mouth, the searing heat causing the air to crackle ominously. It surged forward for several decimeters before reluctantly dissipating into the void. Han Feng gazed impassively as the great fireball vanished. Realizing that it had consumed nearly 1/3 of his chakra, he had thought himself a king, only to find he was still but bronze. The inadequacy of his chakra reserves reared its head beneath the great fireball. Han Feng wished he could devote every hour of the day to training in the body activation forbidden technique and refining his chakra, dreaming that 3 or even 10 years later, he would emerge as a ruler. Yet, such aspirations were patently unrealistic. Life encompassed more than mere cultivation. Subsequently, Han Feng executed the great fireball technique 2 more times, expelling all his chakra as fireballs, before he resumed refining his chakra in place. However, after a short while, a cacophony of laughter broke from the living room, interrupting his concentration. Although it was Sunday, the hospital was indifferent to such matters, and after leaving a rice ball behind, Huizuko had already departed, leaving him alone with his younger brother. Could it be? Han Feng's expression shifted as he dashed into the living room, only to find those 2 idly retired elders had arrived again. Xiao Jifeng, happy birthday. This is the gift we prepared for you. Let us see if you like it. Beamed Moonlight Inoue and Moonlight Matsushita as they presented 2 boxes with broad smiles. Thank you, Grandpa Inoue. Thank you, Grandpa Matsushita. The gusty wind was overwhelmed with excitement, neglecting the refinement of his chakra, and dashed forward to open the 2 boxes. One box contained a short sword, forged from fine iron, its blade emanating a faint glow, though the edge appeared dull, indicating it had not been sharpened. The other box contained a scabbard. Upon taking both gifts out and comparing them, he realized they formed a complete set, making him so elated that he nearly lost his sense of direction. Beside him, the cold wind marveled at the sight. From these gifts, he discerned the elderly gentleman's expectations for the gusty wind, as well as their frugality. The short sword and scabbard were evidently a pair. Yet they were presented as two separate gifts, as if they were treating the 7-year-old Gusty Wind like a mere 3-year-old. The Cold Wind could hardly bear to witness it. However, seeing the excitement on his little brother's face, the Cold Wind sighed. Life has already been quite challenging for my little brother due to my influence. Some truths are better left unspoken. Receiving his birthday gifts, the Gusty Wind was overjoyed and immediately ran to the backyard to practice on the wooden posts. Although the short sword was not long, its fine iron construction made it weigh over 10 pounds, requiring both hands for the Gusty Wind to wield it steadily. Moonlight Inoue and Moonlight Matsushita observed from the corridor, their expressions filled with satisfaction as they watched the Gusty Wind train. Little Gusty Wind is destined to carry forth the name of Moonlight. In less than 20 years, he will surely reach our heights. Nearby, the Cold Wind looked at them in astonishment. The two elderly gentlemen had a discerning eye. In the original tale, the Gusty Wind had already assumed the role of a special J-nin during Naruto's ch-nin exams at the age of 23. Calculating carefully, it would take only 17 years, though it could be even less, as the original story did not specify when the Gusty Wind became a special J-nin. However, the future would undoubtedly undergo various changes due to his existence, so rather than obsessing over what is to come, it is far better to seize the present. Thus, the Cold Wind sweetly called out, "Grandfather Inoue, Grandfather Matsushita." Upon hearing the Cold Wind's call, the two elderly gentlemen instinctively exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of skepticism. Though they were quite idle, they had become quite astute over time. They had noticed that when the Cold Wind sought their assistance, he referred to them as grandfathers. Yet when he had no requests, he called them grand old men. Moonlight Inoue, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Little Cold Wind, is there something you need?" I would like to seek guidance from both grandfathers regarding some ninjutsu." The Cold Wind feigned sincerity, his tone respectful, embodying the demeanor of a devoted grandson. Moonlight Inoue cast an expression of as expected towards Moonlight Matsushita. The latter squinted and nodded. These little rascals are becoming increasingly clever. They refuse to be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the two elderly gentlemen were neither malicious nor strangers. It was only natural that they would not refuse the Cold Wind's request for guidance. "Well then, Little Cold Wind, what ninjutsu would you like to learn from us?" Moonlight Matsushita asked with a smile. "Dear grandfathers, I wish to inquire about the advanced body replacement technique." The Cold Wind replied shyly. Although he had previously experienced a stroke of luck by acquiring the dance of the crescent moon from Moonlight Inoue, his current strength rendered him incapable of executing such advanced Leaf Village sword techniques. Thus, he had come to understand a fundamental truth. One must progress step by step. For rushing too hastily may lead to unforeseen complications. The advanced body replacement technique? The two elderly men exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with surprise. The term advanced 3-body technique naturally refers to the techniques of body flicker, body binding, and invisibility. Among these 3 ninjutsu, the most valuable is undoubtedly the body flicker technique, which was prevalent even during the 4th Great Ninja War. As for the body binding and invisibility techniques, while they possess certain utility, they are fraught with limitations. For instance, the invisibility technique can only conceal one's form but cannot eliminate one's scent or chakra presence. Thus, in reality, the only technique that the young Hanfeng truly desires to master is the body flicker technique. However, the young Hanfeng, puzzled, turned to Mitsukiage and inquired with genuine curiosity, "What exactly is the advanced 3-body technique?" Caught off guard, Hanfeng stammered, "Well, it's the body flicker, body binding, and invisibility techniques." Upon realization, Mitsukiage's eyes widened, and he asked with interest, "But why do you refer to them as the advanced 3-body technique?" In the Ninja Academy, the term 3-body technique denotes transformation, clone, and substitution techniques, whereas in the Umbu, it refers to the body flicker, body binding, and invisibility techniques. Therefore, in a certain sense, the concept of an advanced 3-body technique does not exist in the ninja world. Being a time traveler, Hanfeng was well acquainted with the 3-body techniques, but how could he comprehend the intricacies of such nomenclature? Thus, he resorted to a rather flimsy explanation. Because these 3 ninjutsu are superior to the basic 3-body techniques, they are classified as advanced. As he feigned confidence, Hanfeng innocently blinked his eyes, hoping to charm his way through. Fortunately, the 2 elderly men were too apathetic to pursue the matter further. Mitsukiage, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Little Hanfeng, since it is an advanced 3-body technique, it can only be mastered by true ninjas. Once you graduate, we shall teach you the advanced 3-body technique. Shall we?" Hanfeng's mouth twitched slightly, Did they think he was a mere 4-year-old to be so easily deceived? Dream on. He promptly exclaimed, "No, I want to learn it right now. Little Hafeng, your talent is lacking, so you must not aim too high, understand?" Mitsukichi spoke earnestly. Hafeng's expression shifted. Why did those words sound so familiar? Wait a moment, weren't those the very words he often used to admonish his younger brother? Realizing this, Hafeng's expression changed again. Had these two elderly men been eavesdropping on his conversations with his brother? Mitsukichi and Mitsukichi Minami observed Hanfeng's ever-changing countenance with amusement. Mitsukichi privately reflected, did I say something inappropriate? To imply in front of the child that his talent is insufficient. Oh dear. I should not have done that. Mitsukichi berated himself internally. Mitsukichi Minami, noticing the guilty look on Mitsukichi's face, stepped back a couple of paces and softly suggested, perhaps we should teach him a little. Although little Hanfeng's talent is indeed not exceptional, we should not undermine his confidence. Having already felt a twinge of regret, Mitsukichi nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall personally instruct him. With that, Mitsukichi cleared his throat and, adopting a kind demeanor, said, Little Hafeng, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. However, be forewarned that the mastery of these 3 ninjutsu poses considerable difficulty, so you must be mentally prepared. At this moment, the cold wind had developed a significant wariness towards the 2 elderly gentlemen. However, the necessity of gathering knowledge prevailed, and he nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed grandfathers. Subsequently, Moonlight Wellspring took Cold Wind to the backyard, where, hand in hand, he began to teach him the body flicker technique. The hand seals for this technique were relatively simple, yet the flow of chakra was considerably more intricate than that of the 3-body technique, thus naturally escalating the difficulty of its practice. Nevertheless, for Cold Wind, this posed no obstacle. Gathering technique. As Moonlight Wellspring elucidated the body flicker technique, a surge of green light swirled in Cold Wind's mind, followed by the emergence of a pale blue light point erupting from the green mass, enveloping it with his consciousness. He readily recognized that this pristine pale blue light point represented the body flicker technique, in stark contrast to the knowledge required for the forbidden technique of physical activation. The information pertaining to the body flicker technique was scant, allowing Cold Wind to assimilate the knowledge contained within the pale blue light point in mere seconds. Then, he declared, Grandfather Wellspring, I have memorized it. Now, please teach me the binding technique. The wrinkles on Moonlight Wellspring's aged face slightly crinkled together. Had he truly remembered everything after just one explanation? Just as Moonlight Wellspring opened his mouth to respond, Cold Wind suddenly recalled an important fact. During his first encounter with these 2 old men, he had gathered from them 3 times. He had acquired the chakra refinement technique from Moonlight Pines, and both the chakra refinement technique and the dance of the crescent moon from Moonlight Wellspring. With the addition of the body flicker technique, it became evident that Cold Wind could no longer gather any skills from Moonlight Wellspring. Realizing this, he inquired, Grandfather Wellspring, are you thirsty? Are you tired? You must be both. Please, go inside and rest. I shall seek Grandfather Pines to teach me. With that, Cold Wind left the bewildered Moonlight Wellspring behind and promptly turned to find Moonlight Pines. Little Cold Wind, watching Cold Wind's retreating figure. Moonlight Wellspring found himself in a state of utter confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? On the other side. In response to Cold Wind's request for guidance, Moonlight Pines generously shared all the intricacies of the binding and concealment techniques with him. After 2 successful gatherings, Cold Wind adeptly obtained both the binding and concealment techniques. With this, he had collected all the advanced knowledge pertaining to the 3-body technique. After lunch, Moonlight Wellspring and Moonlight Pines proposed taking the 2 brothers out for a stroll. As it was his birthday, Cold Wind was in an exuberant mood and naturally wished to go, but Cold Wind declined the invitation. I'm sorry. I must remain at home to diligently study and contribute to the modernization of our village, to further the will of fire, and thus I cannot accompany you on your outing. Cold Wind said somewhat wistfully, Do not worry about me. You should go. Today is your birthday. So purchase anything you fancy along the way, and let the elders treat you this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Wellspring and Moonlight Pines were immediately dismayed. This little rascal, once seeking their assistance and addressing them as grandfathers, now nonchalantly referred to them as uncles in times of ease. It was a classic case of killing the donkey after the millstone was removed. And to suggest that the uncles should foot the bill today, was that even sensible? The 2 elders are indeed affluent, and should Jifeng wish to acquire something, they would not hesitate to oblige. Yet, the words emanating from Hanfeng's lips carry an air of discontent, provoking a desire to unleash his frustrations. Farewell, brother, Jifeng waved. His hopeful gaze tinged with a hint of regret. After escorting the trio to the entrance, Hanfeng stretched languorously and returned to the living room. Now alone in the house, he pondered whether to indulge in a brief afternoon slumber or to seize the moment and cultivate the advanced three-body technique. Reclining on the sofa, Hanfeng assessed his chakra reserves. Having unleashed 3 monumental fireballs earlier, his chakra was nearly depleted. To practice the advanced three-body technique, he first needed to refine his chakra. This refinement, however, would require the simultaneous application of the physical activation forbidden technique to enhance efficiency. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Hanfeng's eyes fluttered shut, and 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. When he reopened his eyes, rejuvenated and alert, he wasted no time retreating to his bedroom to commence the practice of the physical activation forbidden technique while refining his chakra. Drawing from the successes of the previous night, Hanfeng could effortlessly enter a state of ethereal gliding, stimulating cellular activation while actively extracting energy from the cells, merging it with mental energy to refine his chakra. With this dual approach, the previously depleted chakra within Hanfeng began to rekindle. He continued this practice until 4 in the afternoon, at which point Jifeng and the 2 elders had yet to return, granting Hanfeng the opportunity to train in the advanced three-body technique in the backyard. Invisibility technique. Hanfeng formed hand seals, and his chakra surged, flowing through his body and manifesting as an invisible, colorless layer upon his skin. As he moved slowly, this ethereal substance rippled in response to disturbances, creating an almost fragile sensation. However, when Hanfeng quickened his pace to a light jog, the invisible layer shattered instantaneously. He shook his head in disappointment, noting the instability of the invisibility technique. It was worlds apart from the art of phasing, utterly incomparable. Subsequently, Hanfeng practiced the body-binding technique. This technique utilizes one's chakra to immobilize an adversary, albeit for a fleeting moment. Yet, in the realm of ninjas, that brief instant can determine life or death. While it may sound impressive, the limitations of the body-binding technique are substantial. Ninja confrontations are not turn-based games where one stands still, allowing for an opportunity to employ such techniques. As combatants begin to dart about, the body-binding technique becomes ineffective. A glance at Naruto and Sasuke from their days at the Ninja Academy to the Fourth Great Ninja War reveals the scant instances of the body-binding and invisibility techniques, underscoring their inherent constraints. Of course, this is not an absolute truth. Any ninjutsu, when delved into deeply, holds immense potential. For instance, Zabuza's misconcealment technique and silent assassination technique earned him a fearsome reputation, while the Nara clan's body-binding technique, mediated through shadows, boasts high concealment and formidable threat, proving to be exceedingly difficult to counter. In the shadows, the mastery of stealth and immobilization techniques reached their zenith, rendering ambushes, concealment, surprise attacks, and assassinations inextricably linked to these 2 arts. Having grasped the intricacies of immobilization and stealth, Hanfeng commenced the training of the instant body technique. Despite its name suggesting instantaneous movement, it is, in fact, a high-speed evasion technique employed by ninjas, achieved by concentrating chakra in their feet, allowing them to move with such swiftness that it eludes the naked eye. In both combat and flight, the instant body technique proves invaluable, making it one of Hanfeng's most cherished ninjutsu. While he could overlook the other techniques, the mastery of instant body technique to perfection was paramount for Hanfeng. With determination, Hanfeng formed hand seals, channeling chakra rapidly through his body and concentrating it at his feet. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his bones had been lightened significantly. With a swift lift of his foot, he charged forward like a tempest, only to crash onto the grass in a rather ungraceful manner, sliding over 2 meters before coming to a halt. Goodness, ugh! He spat out the grass from his mouth, awkwardly rising to his feet. This technique proved quite challenging to master. Upon inspecting his body, he was relieved to find that his long pants and sleeves had cushioned his fall, sparing him from any abrasions. Undeterred, Hanfeng attempted the instant body technique once more, only to find himself once again tumbling to the ground. After 2 additional attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. He found himself sprawled on the ground once again. Moreover, the chakra consumption of the instant body technique was astonishing. After merely 4 attempts, each covering only a few steps, his chakra reserves had dwindled to dangerously low levels. Reluctantly, Hanfeng settled onto the grass to begin refining his chakra, pondering the reasons behind his repeated falls. Reflecting on his earlier attempts, he realized that transitioning from a state of utter stillness to one of extreme velocity created a jarring impact, causing him to lose balance after just 1 step due to the terrifying acceleration. In other words, in addition to honing my body through the forbidden technique. I must also allocate time to strengthen my physique and practice body techniques, Hanfeng sighed. Although the ninja world differentiates between ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu practitioners, those specializing in ninjutsu or jinjutsu without any training in taijutsu would find themselves lacking the stamina needed for protracted battles. The very thought of being caught in close quarters sent a chill down his spine. With newfound resolve, Hanfeng no longer shunned the idea of physical training to enhance his constitution. After dedicating half an hour to refining his chakra, Jifeng finally returned, triumphantly carrying 2 small bags filled with snacks. However, Tsukikage Izumi and Tsukikage Matsushita did not accompany him on his return. Brother? Jifeng called out as he searched the house, eventually finding Hanfeng in the backyard. He approached with the bags in hand, exclaiming, "Guess what I bought?" "Oh, brother. You have grass on your face and in your hair," he observed. Hanfeng paused his chakra refinement and calmly brushed the grass from his face and hair, a look of disappointment crossing his features as he replied, "Jifeng, these are merely extraneous items. What purpose do they serve? Are you aware that while you wander the streets, your brother is diligently honing the advanced technique of the 3 bodies? At this rate, you shall never catch up to my pace in this lifetime." With a stern gaze, Jifeng declared, "Brother, I too shall strive earnestly in my training." "Then why are you still standing there?" Hanfeng retorted sharply, "Hurry and refine your chakra for 2 hours. Understood." Jifeng, filled with fervor, placed down his 2 bags and dashed into the living room. Hanfeng cast a glance at the bags on the grass, filled with nuts and sweet snacks. Such children. Hanfeng shook his head, about to leave, but paused, furrowing his brow. What on earth is this mess left here? Never mind. I shall consume your treats, and then separate the waste accordingly. Dry waste in one bin and wet waste in another. After tidying up the 2 bags of snacks, Hanfeng let out 2 hearty burps and felt a bit parched. Upon entering the living room, he discovered Hui was already back, busily working in the kitchen. Hanfeng poured himself a glass of water and, observing Hui's busy silhouette, felt a pang of sorrow. Balancing work and cooking, being a mother is truly a daunting task. He took a sip of water, the taste tinged with bitterness. However, when he turned to see Hui preparing seaweed and egg drop soup along with onigiri made of seaweed and sesame for him and Jifeng, the bitterness in his mouth transformed into the flavor of seaweed. Best not to disturb mother. Hanfeng carried the cup into the living room. At that moment, Jifeng was still seated on the sofa, refining his chakra, his little face adorned with seriousness and determination. "So eager to catch up with me, eh?" Hanfeng chuckled softly, shaking his head, before heading to the backyard to dispose of the 2 bags of garbage in the outdoor bin. Upon re-entering the house, he found Hui had prepared dinner. "Dinner's ready," Hui called out, her voice tinged with fatigue. The work at the hospital is not just busy, but exceedingly so, leaving little time for rest. Moreover, she has to care for 2 mischievous children. How could she not be exhausted? Jifeng ceased his chakra refinement and hurried over to serve himself some rice. "I just refined chakra for half an hour. After dinner, I'll refine for another hour and a half. The rest of the time, I shall practice swordsmanship." The thought of the birthday gift from uncle and the sight of his brother filled Jifeng with motivation. "Fengchan, why aren't you eating?" Hui inquired, puzzled as she noticed that the rice in Hanfeng's bowl hadn't diminished despite his prolonged picking. "Are you craving onigiri?" "Not at all," Hanfeng replied with a shy smile, having just devoured 2 bags of snacks, leaving no room for any other food. Nevertheless, in response to Hui's concern, Hanfeng forced himself to take a few bites of rice and then sipped a small bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, which he deemed quite sufficient. Hui checked Hanfeng's health, reassured upon confirming he exhibited no signs of illness. "By the way, today is Jifeng's birthday." "Jifeng, happy birthday." Hui smiled as she retrieved a wooden box from her person, revealing a string of wooden beads inside. "Thank you." "And Hui," Jifeng exclaimed with delight as he accepted it and promptly adorned his wrist with the beads. Hanfeng observed from the side, recognizing the beads with a sense of familiarity, recalling the last time he had a 50-string bead bracelet. The cold wind pondered. By the time his birthday arrived, he would likely receive a birthday gift identical to that of the swift wind. After dinner, Hui began tidying up, while the swift wind promptly settled on the sofa to refine his chakra. However, for some inexplicable reason, he felt as though he had forgotten something. Yet, upon recalling the short sword forged from fine iron, a surge of determination welled within him. He immediately closed his eyes, focused his mind, and commenced the chakra refinement. The cold wind strolled around the backyard for a while to digest his meal. Upon entering the living room, he noticed Hui cleaning. Seizing the rare opportunity, he rushed over to assist, only to be politely declined by her. With no other choice, he retreated to his bedroom to practice the physical activation forbidden technique and refine his chakra. Before he knew it, an hour and a half had slipped away. The swift wind opened his eyes precisely on time, grasped the short sword beside him, and dashed to the backyard. After turning on the lights, he basked in their glow. Along with the gentle moonlight, gripping the short sword with both hands as he fiercely struck at the wooden post. After more than half an hour of vigorous training, he paused. I've remembered. My snacks. Wait, where are my snacks? He sheathed the short sword, wiped the sweat from his brow, and glanced around. But his 2 bags of snacks were nowhere to be found. He even crouched down to sift through the grass, yet ultimately yielded no results. What are you searching for? Hui happened to emerge just then. And Hui, I'm looking for my snacks. Grandpa Inoue and Grandpa Matsushita bought me 2 bags this afternoon, and now they've vanished, he replied. Snacks? It's not appropriate for children to eat snacks. If you're hungry, you can have the rice balls I made, Hui said, her displeasure evident. However, recognizing that it was indeed the swift wind's birthday, she added, it must have been your brother who took them. Exactly. It must have been my brother. The swift wind exclaimed as he hurried towards the bedroom. Yet, with each step, his feet felt heavier, for he suddenly recalled his brother's behavior during mealtime. Dimly, the swift wind sensed he had matured and begun to comprehend the situation. The reason his brother had skipped dinner was to keep his stomach empty for his snacks. All his snacks had been taken by his brother. Standing at the entrance of the sliding door to the bedroom, the swift wind felt as though he were confronted with a cruel reality he could hardly believe. He felt betrayed by his most beloved brother. His heart aching as if a dagger had been plunged into his chest. Gazing at the sliding door, he envisioned his brother comfortably reclining on the tatami mat, casually munching on his snacks, and his heart was torn asunder. No, my brother isn't that kind of person. The swift wind recalled various past moments. A struggle evident upon his face, until he finally resolved himself. Clenching his teeth, his face flushed crimson, he wore an expression of stubborn determination. Yet in the next instant, a wave of chakra surged from within him, enveloping his body in a silvery film. Then he vanished. The technique of phase shifting. Though many elders had warned him against practicing it, the youthful swift wind could not resist the temptation to secretly employ it. In order to avoid reprimand, he had kept this secret, even from the cold wind. Upon entering the state of invisibility, Jifeng, feeling anxious yet cautious, gently nudged the sliding door open ever so slightly and stealthily peered into the bedroom. There sat his elder brother, cross-legged before the tatami mat, hands resting on his knees. His expression taut and motionless, seemingly in the midst of chakra refinement. My brother is so earnestly training, he surely won't pill for my snacks. Jifeng reassured himself internally. Yet his hands continued their task of pushing the door ajar, and on tiptoe, he swiftly ventured inside, beginning his search. My invisibility can last for 1 minute. I must find it within that time. However, a peculiar thought struck him. Why did this feel akin to thievery when he was merely searching for his own snacks? Jifeng pondered this. Yet his movements were indeed as stealthy as a thief's, striving to make no sound. Fortunately, the bedroom was small, with limited places to conceal snacks, and within the minute, Jifeng confirmed that there were no treats to be found. I misjudged my brother. A wave of shame washed over him as he tiptoed back to the door, gently closing it behind him. Subsequently, Jifeng dashed to the backyard to engage with the wooden posts. However, before long, his mind began to wander. If his brother hadn't taken them, then where had his snacks disappeared to? Lost in thought, time slipped by unnoticed. At 11:30 at night, Hanfeng slowly opened his eyes before the tatami mat. A night spent practicing the physical activation technique and chakra refinement had slightly replenished his internal energy. The feeling of gradually growing stronger was becoming almost intoxicating. Stretching lazily, he noticed something amiss. Why was the light still on at such a late hour? Turning around, he spotted his younger brother sprawled on the tatami. Propping his chin with his hands, eyes fixed intently upon him, Hanfeng nearly screamed in fright. Who was he trying to scare at this hour? Jifeng. Why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Hanfeng asked, irritation creeping into his tone. Brother, my snacks are missing, Jifeng exclaimed, finally roused from his brother's meditative state and scrambling to his feet. Missing snacks? Hanfeng appeared bewildered. What snacks? The ones Grandpa Inoue and Grandpa Matsushita bought for me. Jifeng insisted urgently. Each of them gave me a bag, 2 bags in total, this big. He gestured to illustrate his point. Hanfeng tilted his head, looking at him quizzically. Jifeng, are you dreaming? Where are these snacks? Jifeng was taken aback by his brother's expression. Brother, there are snacks. I swear there are. Shaking his head in amusement, Hanfeng replied, all right, there are snacks. Jifeng, it's time to sleep. You have school tomorrow. But brother, there really are snacks. Jifeng was at a loss for words, tears welling in his eyes out of desperation. Nonetheless, Hanfeng paid him no further mind and proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. As Hanfeng exited the bedroom, a sudden realization struck him. 2 bags of snacks. Indeed, they seemed to exist. In the ensuing days, while attending classes, he endeavored to gather information, but the results proved increasingly unsatisfactory, as the majority of his interactions were with unfamiliar bronze-level students. Although the afternoon practical training provided an opportunity to enhance his physical abilities, Hanfeng recognized that the ninja school was no longer a place for significant breakthroughs. Amidst this, news of Shizuki's application for early graduation swept through the school like a tempest within mere hours. Various classes began to engage in fervent discussions about Shizuki, and Class 2 to 8 was no exception. Upon hearing the news, Hanfeng was not overly astonished. After all, if Shizuki did not graduate early, his reputation as a master of the instantaneous body technique could hardly be established within the confines of the ninja school. However, should Shizuki graduate and become a ninja, he would soon be embroiled in missions and potentially battlefields, which would nearly eliminate any possibility of future encounters between them. Hanfeng then thought of Hinata Shinichi, who was already in the 5th grade, with graduation looming just over a year away. If both of them departed, Hanfeng would be left in the school, truly solitary as snow. Perhaps, he mused, he should also consider early graduation. This thought sprouted wildly in his mind, akin to rampant weeds that could not be suppressed. If he were to graduate on schedule, he would remain at the ninja school until the 6th grade. Currently, as a 2nd grader, he had over 4 years to endure, during which he could primarily focus on physical training, refining chakra, and collecting information from bronze students. Under such circumstances, he could hardly expect to acquire any prestigious skills or experience a meteoric rise in power. Yet, there was a silver lining in stability. His cellular activity would continue to increase, and his chakra would accumulate. Nevertheless, Hanfeng was acutely aware that he would miss numerous opportunities, such as the Dragon Vein mission. After all, no matter the task, Hokage Minato would never take a student from the ninja school. Yet, if he graduated early, there might still be a glimmer of hope for participating in the Dragon Vein mission. Moreover, if he graduated alongside Shizuki, there was a strong likelihood they would be assigned to the same team. Furthermore, upon becoming a true ninja, the camaraderie would flourish, and he would mingle with the elite, marking a time when Hanfeng's gathering skills could truly shine. Of course, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. In these war-torn times, while villages might not send freshly graduated Jin into the front lines immediately, in a year or two, as other great nations began to invade Konoha, Hanfeng would undoubtedly find himself called to the front. Yet, danger often heralds opportunity. If he were to find himself on the battlefield with his strength as a genin, he would likely not receive perilous missions. By leveraging the modest influence of the Moonlight clan, he could potentially secure a comfortable and safe logistical position, such as safeguarding the remains of fallen comrades. Moreover, such logistical roles would align perfectly with his goal of gradual development. Contemplating all of this, Hanfeng's heart grew increasingly restless. On this day at school, Hanfeng gently nudged Irika's arm and inquired softly about the possibility of applying for early graduation. Irika stared at Hanfeng in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hanfeng, do you wish to graduate early like Shursui? I was merely asking. Do not be overly sensitive, Hanfeng urged. Quickly share what you know. Irika, though skeptical, responded. To graduate early, one must first apply to a teacher. If the application is approved, the list will be submitted to the Hokage, after which the school will arrange for exams at the end of the term. If you pass the exams, you can officially graduate and become a true ninja. Must the exam wait until the end of the term? Hanfeng calculated, realizing that there were still over 3 months until the semester's conclusion. Hanfeng, I advise you to abandon this idea, Irika said softly from the side. You cannot graduate early. Why not? Hanfeng instinctively retorted. Do you look down on me? Irika's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet you claim you do not wish to graduate early? Hanfeng felt a wave of frustration. Had he been outwitted by Irika? However, Irika continued earnestly, what I just said was true. I am not joking. Hanfeng scrutinized Irika's expression, serious, sincere, and seemingly devoid of deceit. Yet, given Hanfeng's current mastery of the body flicker technique and ninja tools, even with his chakra being a shortcoming, The graduation exam was still 3 months away. He had ample time to rigorously train in physical enhancement techniques, and coupled with his perfected chakra refinement, he was confident he would possess a greater chakra reserve by the end of the term. Reflecting on the content of Naruto's graduation exam, Han Feng saw no reason for failure. Sensing the confusion on Han Feng's face, Irika smiled and explained, "Thus, to graduate early, one must first seek a teacher's approval. Only if the application is granted can one participate in the graduation exam." The notion of approval weighed heavily on Han Feng. Was it possible to be denied? Of course. If all students' applications were approved, the school would descend into chaos, Irika stated. "What are the criteria for approval?" Han Feng promptly inquired. "Generally, if a ninja possesses exceptional talent, they may be granted approval, like Shui. However, Teacher Kadota is different. He not only values talent, but also places great importance on theoretical knowledge." Irika gazed at Han Feng thoughtfully. Even if a student like Air Pao lacks talent, Teacher Kadota still values him highly due to his strong theoretical knowledge. Therefore, Han Feng, if you apply for early graduation with Teacher Kadota, he will certainly require you to master theoretical knowledge from all 6 grades. Otherwise, he will not approve your application. 6 grades? That struck a nerve, old friend. Theoretical knowledge. Han Feng felt disheartened. As a ninja, is strength not the most crucial aspect? As long as one possesses formidable power, a single earth-shattering star can be as potent as the moon. Who cares about the angle from which one throws shuriken from a height of 5 meters? Indeed, this may hold true for ninjas, yet we are not ninjas just yet. Irika earnestly stated, "My father has often said that once we graduate and become true ninjas, there will be ample time to enhance our abilities. However, it becomes increasingly challenging to carve out time for theoretical knowledge thereafter. Thus, these years spent in school are our only opportunity to diligently study theory." "Indeed, Irika, you possess profound wisdom," Han Feng replied wearily. "Well, these insights are merely imparted by my father," Irika said with a hint of bashfulness. "He wishes for me to take my studies seriously during these school years, which is why he shares such thoughts with me." Sighing deeply while gazing at the ceiling, Han Feng lamented, "Is theory truly significant?" "Certainly, it holds importance, as the first phase of the Chunin exam is a theoretical written test. Yet, it can also be argued that its significance is overstated, for the written examination masquerades as a mere formality, ultimately assessing conviction rather than theoretical knowledge. Consequently, Han Feng has consistently undervalued theoretical learning. Little did he anticipate that his desire to graduate early from the Ninja Academy would render theoretical knowledge a formidable obstacle. A throbbing headache began to plague him.